Chapter 1. The Doomsday Snap. In the year 3058, Lin Jie met his demise in a tragic car accident, only to be reborn in an alternate realm. Information about this world flooded his mind like a cinematic replay. He witnessed, amidst the ruins of Titan, Thanos adorned with the Infinity Gauntlet, embedded with 6 cosmic energies, snapping his fingers. Human greed shall obliterate the universe to thwart this calamity. Let half of humanity become zombies. A thunderous roar echoed as a kaleidoscope of colors shot up into the overcast sky. Iron Man, Spider-Man, and a multitude of heroes were astonished to find fangs sprouting from the corners of their mouths. A fierce thirst for blood surged within them, transformed into the undead. They yearned for fresh, living flesh. One by one, the superpowered heroes departed from Titan, descending upon Earth. As the apocalypse loomed, Odin, the All-Father, commanded the dwarves, skilled in the art of forging divine artifacts, to create thousands of badges from the remnants of dying stars, scattering them across the planet. Whoever possessed a badge would gain extraordinary abilities to confront the impending doom. 2 weeks later, at the convenience store of Mutung Academy. Quick, search for any remaining badges. Bing Hetong urged anxiously, occasionally pressing his head against the window, wary of encroaching zombies. I'm looking, but there isn't a single badge left. Lin Jie was desperately rummaging through a pile of debris. Countless food items and tools tumbling to the ground. In this dire situation, the badges were of utmost importance. Their vibrant hues represented various supernatural powers. Those endowed with formidable abilities could survive in this zombie-infested apocalypse. The potency of the badges ranged from low to high, represented by colors: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, black, and gold. Keep searching. There's no other place in the school where badges might be found. Damn it. Whenever one appears, it's snatched up immediately. Bing Hetong exclaimed in frustration. Lin Jie sighed, diligently sifting through the shelves, but the distant wails of zombies outside kept both their hearts taut with tension. Hecate last. Fortune favored the persistent Lin Jie, discovered a badge concealed beneath a packet of spicy strips. A badge. It's a golden one, capable of bestowing the strongest superpower. Bing Hetong shouted with elation, his hand holding the flashlight trembling violently. Bro, hand me that badge, sure. Lin Jie was about to reach for it when a sudden, excruciating pain pierced his heart. He turned to find Bing Hetong had plunged a dagger into his back. In that moment, he realized that his once dear friend now appeared grotesque and repulsive. Why would you do this? Lin Jie's voice faltered, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Alas, blame your girlfriend for being so stunning. In an apocalypse, finding a woman is a challenge. I propose we share her, yet you flatly refused. Bing Hetong sneered. You beast. I never imagined you to be such a person. Lin Jie's face contorted in anguish, yet his consciousness began to fade. I suggest you leave in peace. Rest assured, I shall take good care of your lovely girlfriend. If she resists, I shall resort to force, Bing Hetong said insidiously. But at this moment, Lin Jie lay motionless. Oh, what a thrill! With the most formidable golden badge acquired, and a beautiful woman in my grasp, heaven truly does not forsake those who labor. Bing Hetong exclaimed excitedly as he donned the golden badge, and in an instant, a golden beam shot towards the heavens, heralding the emergence of a powerful ability user. Once Bing Hetong departed, Lin Jie, barely clinging to life, slowly opened his eyes as he sensed the chilling numbness in his limbs, but instinctively groped around, hoping to find something to bind his wounds. Unexpectedly, a packet of spicy strips fell onto his face, and he noticed that the packaging had been opened. To his astonishment, the contents had been replaced with 12 badges. Wow, badges all golden. He realized these could bestow him with immense powers. Yet could a dying man truly make use of them? No matter. I shall don them first. At this moment, he had no time for contemplation. With trembling hands, he placed one golden badge against his face. A brilliant beam erupted, and the badge fused with his body, vanishing into thin air. Yet, Lin Jie felt no signs of improvement. Wow, no effect. No matter. I shall try another. Surely I can acquire Wolverine's or Deadpool's rapid healing abilities. So, he donned another badge, and another radiant beam pierced the azure sky. Still no response. He had no choice but to keep trying. Thus, the once humble convenience store became a spectacle of continuous golden beams. Nearby ability users and fleeing individuals stood dumbfounded, exclaiming, "What on earth is happening? Why are so many powerful beings emerging from there?" 12 golden beams erupted from the school convenience store, indicating the emergence of 12 powerful individuals. 12 powerful individuals are not the concern. What worries me is if they all end up with the same person. That would be different. Each badge only provides one type of ability. No, the badges can merge with one another. If one person absorbs the energy of all 12 golden badges, a legendary king may emerge. Two students, hidden in the shadows, trembled as they discussed. Both had struggled for quite some time, only managing to find 2 red badges, awakening abilities of little worth. Meanwhile, within the convenience store, Lin Jie vented his frustration. Damn it. All I receive are invulnerability and super speed. I want healing abilities. Healing abilities. None of these are useful. The packet of spicy strips lay empty. All the badges had fused with Lin Jie's body, disappearing without a trace. Upon the fusion of the 12 supreme badges, a super chat system has been generated and has bound itself to the host. Lin Jie felt as though he might bleed from his very soul, having exerted so much effort only to awaken to such trivial abilities. A chat system? With whom would he converse? He was on the brink of death. Just as despair enveloped him, his phone rang. Hello, Lin Xiandi, is I, Tang Sung. I must tell you, my eldest disciple is driving me to the brink of madness. This Sun Wukong, he's indiscriminately taking lives. Taken aback by the call, Lin Jie wondered about the source of this madness. Impersonating Tang Sung and addressing him as an immortal emperor. Encountering a few bandits on the journey for scriptures is nothing unusual. Yet he, without a moment's hesitation, slaughters them all. The 81 tribulations, and now one is missing. How am I to report to Buddha? Tang Sung, I cannot fathom who you are, but I am on the verge of death and lack the time for frivolous conversation. It is I, your dear friend Tang Xuanzong. You truly do not recognize me? Who is on the brink of death? Fear not. I shall instruct Wukong to erase his name from the book of life and death. Lin Jie could only remain speechless. This lunatic was rather amusing. Since death was inevitable, having a madman to chat with was a welcome distraction. His name is Lin Jie, as in the porcelain Lin, an outstanding Jie J. And no sooner had the words left his lips than Lin Jie tilted his head, closing his eyes. Chapter 2. Resurrection. Uncertain of how much time had passed, Lin Jie slowly opened his eyes. What is happening? Am I dead? He beheld the familiar ceiling and the disordered assortment of goods surrounding him. This was unmistakably the convenience store. Strangely enough, he was still alive. Just as he attempted to sit up, he noticed a well-proportioned girl with long hair sprawled across his chest, her head pressed closely against him. The girl was drenched, clad in a form-fitting swimsuit, and the sight left Lin Jie utterly exhilarated. My goodness, isn't she a member of the school swimming team? How could she be lying on my chest? This is beyond thrilling. However, the pressing concern was to escape this place and seek vengeance against Bing He. Otherwise, his girlfriend would be in danger. Excuse me, could you please move your head? Lin Jie gently tapped the girl, addressing her. He could feel her teeth and tongue brushing against his sensitive skin, a sensation both damp and tingling. Yet, the girl in the swimsuit showed no signs of response. Growing impatient, he gave her head a firmer tap, and this time, she reacted. Her head shot up, revealing a pale face adorned with terrifying fangs. Oh my heavens! You are a zombie. Startled, Lin Jie quickly sat up, only to discover a gaping wound on his chest, revealing his bone. Ugh, ugh. The zombie girl emitted a horrifying growl. System assessment. Ordinary zombie, devoid of any superpowers. What a useless awakened system. Can chatting possibly fend off a zombie? Lin Jie shouted in frustration. Just then, the phone on the ground emitted Tang Xing's voice once more. A zombie? I'm not familiar with that. Is it akin to a monster? Oh, a trivial matter. A couple of days ago, I played cards with Fahai. He lost and gave me his golden bowl. What on earth? Tang Sung is still on the line. Lin Jie felt faint. Could he really chat away on his own after such a long silence? Alas, there is nothing to be done. After all, Tang Xing is the most loquacious being in the celestial realm. Sun Wukong knows this all too well. If it weren't for the tightening spell, he wouldn't endure his incessant prattle. I've heard that this golden bowl possesses immense power, capable of containing 10 monsters. I'll have Zhu Beiji send it to you. Beiji, stop eating and send this to Lin Xiandi, quickly. Don't dawdle. He is busy capturing monsters. Lin Jie felt utterly overwhelmed. What kind of lunatics had he encountered? Even Fahai was among them. Fahai, oh Fahai, why can't you just give me Banyangzi? The zombie girl opened her mouth wide, spewing forth a plume of black mist, before lunging at Lin Jie. Banyangzi, I'm afraid you've missed your chance. I already have someone special in my life. I know you've been single for a century, but how about I arrange a match for you with the celestial Chong Yi in the Moon Palace? The zombie girl clamped down fiercely on Lin Jie's neck, causing him to scream in pain, yet Tang Sung continued to chatter away. It's over. This time it's truly over. I want to be able to take my revenge, and I'll become a zombie myself. Lin Jie was engulfed in despair, on the verge of tears. Ding. The system has received the golden bowl sent by Zhu Beiji. Would you like to use it? Oh my goodness. There really is one. Yes, use it, use it. Hurry and restrain this young lady. Alas, her bites are exceedingly painful. Lin Jie thought to himself, and in an instant, the purple gold bowl materialized in his hand. The bowl emitted a formidable attraction, effortlessly drawing the zombie girl into it. Lin Jie stood there in astonishment, realizing that the entity he had been conversing with was indeed a divine being. The extraordinary powers procured through the 12 golden badges were truly remarkable. Truly remarkable. He instinctively touched his neck, only to find that the wound had vanished. Looking down at his chest, he noted that his skin was unblemished. On the ground lay only a few swimsuits, still dripping with water, while the female zombie had long since disappeared. The system announced, Purple Gold Demon Absorbing Bowl has captured 110 demons. Acquiring the skill of Monstrous Biting Force. Skill explanation. It grants the wielder the biting power akin to that of a zombie, enabling the teeth to sever any object. Capable of consuming anything and absorbing the attributes of all things. What kind of skill is this? It seems rather useless, doesn't it? Lin Jie felt awkward, however. The ability to not only capture zombies, but also plunder their skills for his own use was rather advantageous. What do you think? Should I consider it? The enchanting Chang'e is truly beautiful, with countless admirers from the celestial realm. Thank you, Tang Sung. But I have more pressing matters at hand. I must seek vengeance. Lin Jie exclaimed with excitement. Tang Sung continued to munch on sunflower seeds, saying, Hey, don't rush off. Are you going to fight? You've ascended from the Star of Literature to the Celestial Emperor. Surely you possess martial skills too? Take this manual and study it well. Ding. The system received the golden body to Thagata Palm technique sent by Tang Sung. Wow, Tang Sung is incredibly generous, even gifting me a martial arts manual. Lin Jie expressed his gratitude to Tang Sung, and after exchanging a few more pleasantries, they ended the call. My goodness, Tang Sung is truly the epitome of a conversationalist. He is quite the chatterbox. At that moment, Lin Jie exited the convenience store and walked down the school corridor. After all, the number of zombies within the educational building was significantly less than outside. The system notified him that he had learned the first layer of the golden body to Thagata Palm technique, Golden Light Shield, which could be utilized to unlock new skills by slaying zombies. Current experience points, 0, 50 more needed to unlock the second layer. Lin Jie silently recited Golden Light Shield. And immediately, a radiant golden aura enveloped him. He picked up a wooden stick that lay on the ground, and the golden light also covered its surface, augmenting the inherent strength of the stick. This skill appeared to be extraordinarily marvelous, yet he wondered how it would perform against true zombies. With excitement in his heart, Lin Jie continued his journey when suddenly, he heard a blood-curdling scream emanating from a classroom. He hastily pushed the door open, only to find two students sprawled in a pool of blood, while a colossal spider loomed before him. This spider was terrifying. Its head was not that of a spider, but rather that of a human. The individual possessed a pair of crimson eyes that fixed their gaze upon Lin Jie. The system determined, this is a zombie infected by Spider-Man, transformed into a monstrous entity, thus possessing Spider-Man's super abilities. Lin Jie was taken aback. The abilities of the zombie Spider-Man were utterly terrifying, possessing the capability to weave webs and scale walls. He couldn't believe he encountered such a creature here. The zombie arachnid, upon spotting Lin Jie's fresh flesh, let out a roar and lunged forward with its 8 elongated legs. Well then, let me test the might of this golden protective aura. As Lin Jie proclaimed this, he raised his staff high, gleaming with golden light. Chapter 3. The Golden Staff Technique. The spider's 8 legs were remarkably sharp. Should they make contact with a human body, they would cleave it in two. Even if one survived, the influx of cosmic energy into the bloodstream would instantly turn them into a zombie. Excellent. Come forth. With the golden protective aura enveloping him, Lin Jie felt fearless against this monster. He stood his ground, and as the creature's legs struck him, the golden light expanded and astonishingly sent the monster hurtling against the ceiling. Goodness, what incredible power. Lin Jie couldn't help but exclaim in delight. Truly, this treasure from Tang Sung was phenomenal. Come on, foul spider, come and strike me. The spider's 8 legs clung to the ceiling, scuttling about, unwilling to attack recklessly. Humph, are you afraid now? Lin Jie taunted with a sense of pride. However, unexpectedly, the creature's eyes glimmered with a crimson light, and it began to spew webs, one after another. These webs were terrifying, once unleashed. They could ensnare a human and were laden with cosmic energy capable of transforming a person into a zombie in an instant. Oh my, these webs are dreadful. Lin Jie felt a momentary twinge of fear, but as soon as his staff made contact with the webs, the golden radiance reduced them to mere dust. Oh, I thought your abilities were formidable, yet they are nothing to fear against my staff. Instantly filled with confidence, Lin Jie swung his staff, causing countless webs to vanish into thin air. The spider was utterly dumbfounded. What kind of monstrous power was this? The golden light was undeniably overwhelming. Very well. You have devoured my classmates, now I shall avenge them. With a swing of his staff, Lin Jie sent a chair soaring into the air. The chair was instantly enveloped in the golden glow and transformed into a meteor, striking the spider's body. The creature let out a shriek as it plummeted from the ceiling, crashing heavily onto the classroom floor. The golden light indeed inflicted tremendous damage upon its form. A gaping wound opened on its abdomen, and torrents of black blood gushed forth. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Jie rushed forward and unleashed a flurry of strikes with his staff. The spider, frustrated, attempted to strike Lin Jie with its legs, only to have them severed upon touching the golden light. It was helpless to retaliate. Good heavens, this youth is extraordinarily powerful. In no time, Lin Jie had reduced the spider to a mangled heap, utterly lifeless. The system notified him. One zombie Spider-Man defeated, awarded 1050 experience points. The purple gold bowl absorbed the body of the spider zombie, seizing the opportunity to acquire a web launcher with a silk storage capacity of 5050. Congratulations. You have achieved the title of corpse torturer, and the system rewards you with the manual, golden staff technique. A radiant beam of golden light surged directly into Lin Jie's mind, and he swiftly mastered this technique, a unique skill bestowed only upon Sun Wukong. How fascinating it was. Lin Jie felt his strength significantly enhanced. Now that he had grown stronger, it was time to pursue his vengeance against Bing Hedong. Lin Jie knew where Bing Hedong would be, for before their departure, he had instructed his girlfriend to wait for him in the girls' dormitory. Room 505 of the 11th girls' dormitory. Yes, that was the address. Linger, wait for me. I shall come to rescue you at once. Ling Fei Ruo and Lin Jie were both second-year students at Mu Ting Academy. Ling Fei Ruo was the lead dancer of the literary department street dance troupe. Her elegant movements and alluring figure captivating the attention of numerous boys. Despite her exceptional dancing skills, her academic performance was dismal, while Lin Jie stood out as the most diligent student in class. Consequently, Ling Fei Ruo frequently sought Lin Jie's assistance with her studies, often joining him in the library for tutoring sessions. Over time, their bond deepened into romance. However, as time passed, unflattering rumors reached Lin Jie's ears. Many claimed he was merely a backup choice for Ling Fei Ruo. How could such a stunning girl possibly choose a boy of ordinary looks? Others whispered that she had several boyfriends in private. Yet, Lin Jie chose to turn a blind eye, steadfastly believing his girlfriend was the best. Before long, Lin Jie fought his way through various zombies and entered the girls' dormitory building. He ascended the staircase, having previously sheltered there with his girlfriend to evade the undead. This place was considerably safer than the outside world. Approaching the door of room 505, he heard a familiar voice within. Ah, how wonderful. A golden badge. I truly adore powerful men. It was Ling Fei Ruo's voice, devoid of any panic. On the contrary, Lin Jie sensed an overwhelming excitement in her tone. Well, if that is how you feel, I hope you won't mind if I kill your boyfriend. Mind? Not at all. I'm with Lin Jie merely for his academic prowess to assist me. He isn't my only boyfriend. To his astonishment, this beautiful goddess was indeed a sea king. Ah, what are you doing? Don't rush to remove my clothing, you naughty one. The voices within hinted at an impending clash. But Lin Jie outside could bear it no longer. The betrayal of a brother, the infidelity of a girlfriend. Suddenly, flames of hatred ignited in his heart. With a thunderous crash, the door blazed with golden light as Lin Jie forcefully burst it open. What is happening? Bing Hedong exclaimed, startled, hastily pulling up his trousers. Lin Jie was unrelenting, swinging his staff through the air, compressing the atmosphere into a small sphere. Enveloped in golden radiance, it shot forth like a meteor. With a resounding crash, Ping struck beneath the waist of Bing Hedong, propelling his body upward to collide heavily with the ceiling. Ling Fei Ruo, disheveled on the bed, was left in a state of shock. My goodness, is this truly the once feeble Lin Jie? His strength is astounding. Ouch, that hurts. Bing Hedong cried out, blood vividly staining his trousers. Yet, much to his astonishment, the color of the blood faded rapidly, and the injured area astonishingly returned to its original state. I knew it. After searching high and low for a quick healing superpower badge, it turns out you were wearing it all along. Lin Jie exclaimed angrily, raising the stick in his hand and swinging it once more. Golden light surged forth, sending Bing Hedong flying out of the window, shattering the glass and landing him directly on the school road below, where he became frantic. No, no, my good brother, I beg you, spare me. There are zombies everywhere. I will surely perish. Bing Hedong shouted, as the cacophony of moans echoed around him, a horde of zombies surging toward him. Fear not, you shall not die. The flesh that is bitten will heal. Enjoy the experience. Lin Jie replied with a smirk, revealing the drawback of rapid healing abilities. Every wound healed in an instant, restoring his body, yet the zombies would continue to gnaw at him, turning him into an eternal feast amidst the throng of the undead. Chapter 4. The power of petrification. Outside the window, Bing Hedong's anguished screams resounded, yet Lin Jie remained impassive as he turned to face Ling Fei Ruo on the bed. Lin Jie, I know you overheard things you shouldn't have, but I had no choice. If I hadn't said that, Bing Hitong would have killed me. Ling Feiruo wept, her voice trembling. Lin Jie, listening intently from the doorway, discerned her true nature. He shook off her hand, fury igniting within him. No, I will not assist you any longer. Let us part ways. Upon hearing this, Ling Feiruo broke down in tears, not out of love, but from the fear that without Lin Jie's help in scavenging for food and supplies, she would be left to await her demise in the female dormitory amid the zombie-infested campus. Lin Jie, I beg you, please don't leave me, she pleaded, desperation in her voice. Only in adversity can true feelings be revealed. Hardship shows a person's true character. Lin Jie's disdain for her had reached its zenith, and he could not bear to look at her any longer, turning to make his exit. How could you, Lin Jie? To think you would abandon me in this apocalypse. Ling Feiruo's furious voice echoed behind him, her body trembling with rage. I suggest you conserve your energy. The snacks in the dormitory are nearly finished. Lin Jie chuckled. Just as he was about to open the door, suddenly, a slender venomous snake slithered past his ear, striking the door with a heavy thud. Despite its slender form, the snake possessed remarkable strength, piercing a hole through the dormitory door. Lin Jie gasped in shock, quickly turning to behold a scene that left him utterly astounded. Ling Feiruo suddenly appeared, wearing a black emblem upon her visage, her once flowing black hair transformed into serpentine tendrils. Ah, you truly are an ungrateful woman. This black emblem was intended for you, yet you wield it against me, Lin Jie proclaimed, grasping a wooden stick from the ground, assuming a defensive stance. Lin Jie, it is not my desire to confront you thus, but your heartlessness compels me. Surrender your golden emblem, and I shall spare your life. She retorted. What if I refuse to relinquish it? He challenged. Then you shall perish, she declared, and as her words fell, two beams of white light erupted from her eyes. Realizing the imminent danger, Lin Jie rolled on the ground to evade the luminous assault. However, the mirrors in the dormitory, along with some furniture and walls, were transformed into stone. Lin Jie, I am aware of your formidable awakened powers. Though my emblem may be of lower rank, the awakened Medusa's might can petrify all that it beholds. Ling Feiruo boasted. Even a multitude of golden emblems may not match my prowess. Surrender your emblem, or face your doom. Oh, is that so? Lin Jie smirked, no longer attempting to avoid her. He had heard the system's voice, system determination. The opponent's energy beam is of a lower grade than that of the golden light. There is no cause for concern. What is this, Lin Jie? Are you preparing to meet your end? Very well, once I slay you, your emblem shall be mine. Ling Feiruo hissed menacingly. Suit yourself. I shall remain here, unyielding. If you can seize it, consider it my defeat. Lin Jie boldly declared, arms outstretched, devoid of fear. Ling Feiruo regarded him with a look of pity, as though his sanity had faltered, or perhaps he wished to join the ranks of stone. Then seek your own demise. I shall not be held accountable. With that, her white gaze shot forth, while simultaneously, Lin Jie's body radiated a golden glow. Golden light. Protect me. As the floor beneath him transformed into stone, and the walls behind him followed suit, it was utterly astonishing that Lin Jie remained unharmed. Casually engaged with his phone. To his surprise, Tang Sung had requested to add him as a friend, and they began conversing on WeChat. Haha, how amusing. This Tang Sung is quite the conversationalist. Lin Jie chuckled to himself, treating Ling Feiruo's presence with indifference. Ling Feiruo was at her wit's end. Heavens! What monstrous skill has Lin Jie awakened, rendering him immune to petrification? She thought. Oh, Tang Sung wishes to invite me into the journey to the West chat group. How intriguing. I shall join. Her fury reached a boiling point. The serpents upon her head raised, baring their fangs as they glared fiercely at Lin Jie. Very well. If my gaze is ineffective, I shall see if you fear poison and suffocation. Instantly, countless venomous serpents surged towards Lin Jie, engulfing him entirely. Haha, no matter your prowess, you cannot escape the throngs of serpents. Yet, unexpectedly, a brilliant golden light erupted, severing the serpents into countless fragments that fell to the ground. What is happening? Ling Fei was taken aback, unable to believe her own eyes. Lin Jie, not even permitted a mere touch, was indeed formidable. How could he be so powerful? If I lacked superpowers, I would have been slain by you long ago. Suddenly, Lin Jie set his phone down, brandishing a wooden stick high above his head, exuding an aura of deadly intent that was truly terrifying. No, Lin Jie, I was wrong. For the sake of our past romance, spare me. Seeing this, Ling Fei turned to flee, only to be caught off guard as Lin Jie's wooden stick abruptly elongated, piercing through her body. The first technique of the golden cudgel, heart-piercing from 100 paces. Witnessing the woman he once cherished lying lifeless in a pool of blood tightened Lin Jie's heart. He harbored a deep resentment towards this apocalyptic world, yet felt a sense of gratitude. Although he had lost dear friends and a girlfriend, he had unveiled the true nature of the wicked. With a long sigh, A black emblem materialized in the air. Anyone who possessed the power of the emblem, upon death, would bind it to a new master. Lin Jie seized it, and a beam of black light shot skyward. The system merged the new emblem, awakening a new skill, the strength of the stone monkey. At this moment, Lin Jie realized that the emergence of his skills depended on the number of zombies he had slain and the quantity of emblems he possessed, as well as the capabilities of the 4 disciples of Tang Sung. Outside, the anguished cries of the Bin River had ceased, and a golden emblem floated into the air, which Lin Jie claimed. A zombie appeared on the road, indicating that Lin Jie could no longer endure such torment and had relinquished his superpowers. The system merged the new emblem, awakening a new skill, the robe of 10,000 Buddhas. Now, within the confines of the girls' dormitory, safety was assured, prompting Lin Jie to settle down and thoroughly examine the skills he had acquired. The strength of the stone monkey, it could petrify his entire body, rendering him impervious to blades and bullets, while bestowing immense strength. The robe of 10,000 Buddhas, it released a crimson robe from Tang Sung, capable of enveloping a certain radius of zombies or humans, immobilizing them. Chapter 5. Encounter with a roommate. Help. Is there anyone who can save us? The cries of several students echoed nearby. At that moment, Lin Jie realized that among those voices was his roommate, Jin Kashishi. They had previously lost each other in the school, and to his surprise, he discovered him nearby, in peril. Instantly, Lin Jie's heart surged with excitement. Since they were such close companions, he could not stand idly by. With great power comes great responsibility. This phrase resonated in Lin Jie's mind. A web shooter materialized on his wrist, and as he approached the window, a strand of web shot forth. Amazing. After defeating the hero zombies, I can still possess the powers of a hero. Lin Jie leaped from the window, the wind rushing past him, swinging between the dormitory buildings like Spider-Man. Soon, he spotted a school bus halted on the road, where several students adorned with azure emblems were using their superpowers to combat the horde of approaching zombies. The Iron Man zombie is a grotesque transformation of ordinary individuals infected by Iron Man himself, their bodies encased in formidable armor. A luminescent arc reactor pulses in their chests. Unlike the typical Iron Man, these beings sport massive fangs protruding menacingly from their masks, rendering them quite fearsome. Alarmingly, Iron Man zombies are among the most formidable adversaries. Their vulnerability lies not in their heads, but within the reactor in their chests. Jean Kesh spoke with palpable tension, his azure badge awakening a fiery ability as a blazing fireball erupted from his right hand. A handful of empowered students stood atop the bus, while inside, over 20 ordinary students trembled in fear. Meanwhile, the bus driver was in a state of utter panic, utterly at a loss, for no matter how hard he tried, the vehicle refused to start. Master Zhang, can you please hurry? If we can get the bus running, we can evade these zombies. I can't get it started. The bus has malfunctioned. Oh heavens. The Iron Man zombies are multiplying. What do we do? Everyone anxiously observed the swarm of approaching zombies, raising their right hands to unleash beams of energy that shot forth as lasers. You must be infected. You must be infected. The Iron Man zombies spoke in a mechanical tone. These lasers were terrifying. A single hit would immediately transform a victim into an Iron Man zombie. Everyone, be cautious. Dodge the laser attacks. The group crouched beside their seats as lasers shattered the furniture. However, amidst the crowd, one individual exposed his back, the driver, Master Zhang, who was struck by a yellow beam of light, letting out a harrowing scream. Instantly, his clothing began to morph, sprouting layers of impenetrable armor. Ultimately, as the Iron Man mask enveloped his face, he transformed into an Iron Man zombie in that very instant. Oh no, help! The driver has turned into a zombie. The students cried out, their voices trembling with fear. Yet, those atop the bus were preoccupied with battling the Iron Man zombies, unable to concern themselves with the safety of those inside. Just as the situation reached a critical point, the glass of the bus window shattered. Suddenly, a golden meteor struck the zombie's head, sending the driver-turned-zombie crashing to the ground. However, as it attempted to rise again, an impossibly long pole, at least 10 meters, pierced through its arc reactor from a distance. Sparks flew from its body, and soon it convulsed before collapsing into a heap of scrap metal. All the students inside the bus erupted in cheers, sensing that another extraordinary being had arrived to save them. What a powerful ability! I wonder what kind of formidable individual it is, at least a black badge, I presume. Jean Kesh exclaimed excitedly as a boy descended from the sky, radiating golden light, akin to a celestial being. He wielded the stick with remarkable agility, causing it to elongate and shorten at will. One by one, he struck down the hovering iron zombies, sending them crashing to the ground. Lin Jie, this is truly magnificent. I cannot believe your strength has grown so formidable. Jean Kesh exclaimed with palpable excitement. After exchanging a brief embrace with his dear roommate, they swiftly turned back to back, adopting a defensive stance to confront the surrounding undead. Is this your roommate? The radiance emanating from him is astonishing, and it evidently has a significant deterrent effect on these zombies. The crowd regarded Lin Jie with admiration, their thumbs raised in approval, faces alight with envy and respect. Lin Jie understood well that the power stemmed from the 12 golden badges. Vanquishing these zombies was, after all, a rather effortless task. As a few remaining iron zombies prepared to unleash their lasers, Jean Kesh moved his right hand. A barrage of fiery meteors shot forth, striking the bodies of the undead. Calling Veronica, numerous living humans detected here, requesting assistance. One iron zombie emitted this desperate plea before succumbing to its fate, and upon hearing it, the expressions of all present shifted dramatically. This is bad. It's a Hulkbuster zombie. The sinister creature had summoned this dreadful entity. Among all zombies, the iron zombies possess the highest intelligence, capable of employing tactical maneuvers to hunt humans. Moreover, they operated factories to manufacture various Hulkbuster armors, creating even more powerful undead. At that moment, an unidentified aircraft appeared in the sky, moving with extraordinary speed. Lin Jie recalled seeing this Hulkbuster in a film, feeling exhilarated then. Yet, witnessing it now in this alternate realm was a harbinger of terror. Countless metallic components rained down from the heavens, quickly assembling on the ground. Soon, an immense Hulkbuster Iron Man suit materialized before everyone. You all shall be infected. A colossal hand unleashed a ferocious laser, imbued with immense cosmic energy, striking a school bus. The bus flipped through the air before crashing down heavily, leaving everyone injured in an instant. Only Lin Jie remained unscathed, his body radiating golden light, forming a protective barrier around him. Fearlessly, he advanced towards the towering 5-meter iron giant, locking eyes with it. Lin Jie, danger! Don't approach. Even the golden badges may not stand a chance against him. Yet, Lin Jie remained unfazed as streams of yellow light struck him, all absorbed by the golden glow. Both the students and the zombies were left in awe. Enough of this. It is now my turn. A smirk graced his lips as he produced a purple gold bowl from his pocket, calling out loudly, "Hey, big fella, will you dare to respond to my challenge?" Chapter 6. The rescue of all the colossal Hulkbuster zombie loomed before Lin Jie, resembling a titan of ancient lore. The arc reactor embedded in his chest emitted a blinding radiance, rendering the onlookers unable to open their eyes, as an overwhelming sense of dread enveloped everyone present. Lin Jie, have you lost your mind? This is the anti-Hulk iron armor. Jean Kishing rushed forward to grasp Lin Jie's arm, yet to his astonishment, Lin Jie merely smiled, seemingly unfazed by the gravity of the situation. Lin Jie, are you truly all right? This is one of the most terrifying zombies. Observing Jean Cushing drenched in sweat, Lin Jie chuckled and pushed him aside. What is there to worry about? I am now a bearer of 12 golden badges. This insignificant anti-Hulk. Am I supposed to fear it? What a joke. I am the protagonist, after all. If the zombies possessed intellect, they might have paused in bewilderment upon witnessing Lin Jie's demeanor. However, the mindless creature before him showed no signs of contemplation, instead aiming the laser aperture in its palm directly at Lin Jie. At that moment, the atmosphere seemed to freeze, all students fixating their gaze on Lin Jie, with several girls covering their mouths or eyes, unable to bear the terrifying sight. Yet, Lin Jie remained nonchalant, even going so far as to point at his own face, brazenly laughing. Come on, shoot right here. Identifying a living target within attack range, imminent infection detected. Following a mechanical announcement, the massive steel palm unleashed a laser beam. The girls screamed, and tears threatened to spill from Jean Kishing's eyes. However, in a shocking turn of events, Lin Jie raised his purple gold bowl, and the laser vanished in an instant. Suddenly, silence enveloped the crowd, all eyes wide with disbelief as they focused intently on Lin Jie. What on earth just happened? My goodness! Wasn't he that laser aimed at him? How did it just disappear? Lin Jie calmly waved his purple gold bowl, exclaiming, "Ah, how lonely it is to be invincible." This audacious fellow even began to sing, entirely oblivious to the immense peril he faced. The anti-Hulk mech was momentarily stunned, grappling with the situation. I don't understand. What has transpired? Malfunction. Malfunction. System error. System error. Laser not fired. The mech looked down at its palm, pondering for a moment before raising its right hand once more. The crowd held their breath, anxiously watching Lin Jie. Re-aiming initiated. Preparing to fire. You must be infected. After another mechanical announcement, a dazzling laser surged toward Lin Jie. Come on, don't be shy. I absolutely adore sunbathing. Lin Jie responded without hesitation. The laser, brimming with cosmic energy, would instantly transform anyone it touched into a steel zombie. Yet, astonishingly, the laser curved midair and soared back into Lin Jie's purple gold bowl. Instantaneously, a thunderous applause erupted from the students. Wow, you're incredible. What kind of awakened ability is this? It's simply phenomenal. I adore you, great one. The undead creature, a grotesque zombie, was met with fervent cries of beat him. Beat him. You are my idol. Resonating in Lin Jie's ears, creating a symphony of exhilaration. The anti-Hulk mech, momentarily taken aback, staggered back a couple of steps, malfunctioning. Malfunctioning. The laser weapon rendered ineffective. Solutions under investigation. The colossal zombie mech shook its head incessantly. Sparks flying from its frame. Clearly, with its limited intellect, it could not fathom how Lin Jie had achieved such feats. Hurry up. Are you going to attack or not? Lin Jie called out in a deliberately impatient tone, elevating his voice. If you're not going to strike, then get lost and don't block my path. Indeed. Well said, mighty one. So formidable. The crowd erupted in applause, reverberating with admiration. Lin Jie stood before them like a resplendent hero, shining brightly in their eyes. Yet, just as the audience brimmed with excitement, convinced of Lin Jie's victory, the anti-Hulk mech clenched its fists. System error, lasers ineffective, initiating physical assault. As the mechanical voice faded, a massive fist descended from above, crashing down onto Lin Jie. Instantly, he felt a great shadow envelop him, plunging him into darkness, rendering everything invisible. The crowd gasped in disbelief. That fist had come down with such force, surely he couldn't have perished. Jin Keshi cried out, Lin Jie, are you all right? Soon, from beneath the metallic fist, Lin Jie's voice emerged, reassuring, don't worry, I'm perfectly fine. He even extended a hand from under the fist, giving a cheeky gesture. Jin Keshi felt his understanding of superhuman ability shift. What extraordinary powers were these that permitted such a display? In truth, the mech's fist had descended with astonishing speed, leaving Lin Jie no opportunity to execute any skills. And he had been struck down to a pulp. Yet, Lin Jie was remarkable, with Sun Wukong assisting him. His name had been erased from the ledger of life and death. Alas, being a hero is no easy feat. Even death eludes him. Malfunction. Malfunction. This defies biological norms. Why can't he die? The anti-Hulk mech, entirely mechanical in thought, simply could not comprehend. Countless sparks erupted from its helmet, the zombie's brain within already charred. It strained to understand how Lin Jie had achieved this feat, pushing its circuits to overload. Soon, Lin Jie shook his golden bowl, and with a crisp, resounding crack, one of the mech's arms was severed. The system chimed, Golden Bowl has obtained the right arm of the anti-Hulk mech. While of little practical use, it can be sold as scrap for a good price. Lin Jie was taken aback. What kind of system was this, jesting with him? This was the anti-Hulk mech, a marvel of high technology, and yet it was to be sold as scrap? The anti-Hulk zombie let out a cry, retreating several steps in shock, staring incredulously at the sudden disappearance of its arm. Lin Jie stood before him with a radiant smile, saying, Thank you for your arm. I believe it could fetch a handsome price at the recycling station. Several beautiful young women in the crowd gazed at Lin Jie with admiration, their hearts brimming with thoughts of, oh my, what a remarkable ability. This young man is both handsome and formidable. Two particularly striking girls approached Jin Keshi, eager to inquire about Lin Jie's WeChat ID for friendship. As Lin Jie chuckled, he strode towards the Hulk-like zombie mech. The zombie raised its left arm to attack, only to have it vanish in an instant. Despair washed over the creature. It had heard tales of powerful aberrants, but had never encountered one as formidable as Lin Jie. The massive helmet quaked as the visor lifted, revealing its horrific visage and a pair of sharp fangs. The zombie let out a wail of utter hopelessness. Indeed, it was now the zombie that had succumbed to despair, utterly powerless against Lin Jie. What's the matter? Afraid? Alas, how useless you are. Lin Jie feigned a shake of his head, sighing as he remarked, being invincible can be quite dull. Defeating a zombie is far too effortless. The Hulk-like zombie turned to flee, flames erupting from its feet as it attempted to ascend like Iron Man. However, it soon discovered that its legs had also vanished without a trace. Before it stood the insufferable Lin Jie, triumphantly waving his purple gold bowl, wearing a look of gleeful malice. The crowd erupted once more into thunderous applause. Before encountering Lin Jie, facing the Hulk-like zombie had been akin to confronting a giant reaper, with few able to escape its grasp. Yet now, Lin Jie toyed with it, shaking his purple gold bowl once again, causing the remaining parts of the zombie mech to disappear as well. To the astonishment of onlookers, the once towering and fearsome zombie was reduced to nothing but a head trapped within its helmet. The purple gold bowl in Lin Jie's hand emitted a burping sound, suggesting that it had feasted well. Indeed, after all, a Hulk-like mech's body was immensely substantial. The severed zombie head continued to bellow, but Lin Jie delivered a swift kick, sending it soaring through the air in an arc before it vanished from sight. Impressive, Lin Jie. Well done, Jin Keshi exclaimed, raising his thumb in commendation. Lin Jie brushed off the dust and leaped down from the top of the school bus, stating, I told you, it was merely a small Hulk-like zombie mech. With me around, you can all rest easy. Ah, so handsome. What a man. A group of lovely girls nearby clustered together, their eyes fixed on Lin Jie. At that moment, the steel zombies surrounding the school bus were taken aback, witnessing Lin Jie approach. Flames erupted from their feet as they soared into the sky. Hey, you lot, don't run away. Come back for another round. Lin Jie called out mockingly, his voice laced with playful taunts. However, the steel zombies in the sky merely quickened their flight, not daring to glance back. You are truly impressive. This is the first time I've encountered a young man capable of instilling fear in zombies. A melodious voice reached Lin Jie's ears. He turned to behold a striking figure, her long black hair flowing gracefully, her porcelain skin seemingly flawless. A beautiful girl stood before him. What thrilled Lin Jie even more was the admiration sparkling in her eyes as she gazed upon him. Chapter 7. The Power of the Stone Monkey. Oh my! Is that not the campus belle of the Art Academy, the aloof goddess Chu Yanjun? Indeed, her beauty is unparalleled. She has never been one to initiate conversation with boys. To his astonishment, she had approached Lin Jie. Although the surrounding boys attempted to lower their voices, Lin Jie's keen ears caught their whispers. After all, he bore 13 golden badges, elevating his attributes to an extraordinary peak. If Lin Jie were to participate in any event at the Olympics at that moment, securing a gold medal would be but a matter of moments. You are incredibly brave to confront such formidable Hulk mechanical zombies alone and even frighten them away. Chu Yanjun praised him. Her face was exceedingly beautiful. When her lips curled into a smile, it felt like a gentle spring breeze, evoking daydreams. Haha, it's nothing. Really, just my newly awakened ability, which surprisingly counters these Hulk mechanical zombies. Mo Fan replied with a grin, thrilled to engage in conversation with someone of the campus belle's caliber. Moreover, her eyes radiated with admiration for him. Just lucky, that's all, Lin Jie remarked, scratching the back of his head. Speaking so closely with the campus belle for the first time made his heart race uncontrollably. Wow, I didn't expect your strength to be so formidable. Yet you remain so humble. Chu Yanjun chuckled, her expression adorably charming. She extended her delicate right hand, holding her phone, toward Lin Jie. I'm Chu Yanjun from the Art Academy. Shall we be friends? Oh, absolutely. Lin Jie was taken aback by the goddess's initiative to add him as a friend. After all, in this apocalyptic world, mutual reliance was essential for survival. Shortly thereafter, the sound of a successful WeChat skin resonated, signifying their newfound connection. The surrounding boys looked on with envy and jealousy. Many had devised countless ways to converse with Chu Yanjun, attempting to amuse her and win her favor. Yet she had never even smiled at them. Astonishingly, she had taken the initiative to request friendship with Lin Jie upon their very first meeting. Ah, I'm so envious. I wish I could add the goddess on WeChat. One boy lamented. You, my friend, should stop dreaming. Do you possess an extraordinary ability like Lin Jie? Admit it. You don't stand a chance. Other students chimed in, causing the boy to bow his head in embarrassment. On the surface, Lin Jie feigned an air of calmness, seemingly unaffected by the presence of a beautiful woman. Yet, within the depths of his heart, he was elated. Bingy Tong, oh Bingy Tong. You conspired against me in secret. I once intended to share 6 of these 12 golden badges with you, but now you are no more. Alas, what a pity. Hey, what should we do now? A young man asserted loudly. Someone needs to drive. Otherwise, before long, these zombies will reappear. Could you possibly speak more politely? A voice from the crowd interjected, clearly displeased. What do you know about speaking politely? Do you realize I am the student council president, Xiao Ming? The impolite young man raised his voice defiantly. Upon hearing that name, Lin Jie instantly recognized him. Xiao Ming, the student council president, was far from benevolent. He often bullied fellow students, leveraging his imposing stature. Handsome in appearance, he was favored by many girls, and tales of him stealing others' girlfriends circulated frequently. Numerous boys in the school dared not voice their grievances against him. Now, in this apocalyptic world, where the school had become a mere shell of its former self, who was he trying to impress with his arrogance? Before long, someone in the crowd spoke up, their tone laced with defiance. How dare you speak like that? You're courting death, he replied angrily, raising his right hand high. Before their eyes, his hand morphed rapidly in the air, transforming into a colossal crab claw. It opened and closed menacingly, its sharp end aimed directly at the student, who, terrified, stumbled back and fell to the ground. I assure you, as long as there are students from our school in this vehicle, I am the student council president here, and everyone must heed my commands, Xiao Ming proclaimed. His fury palpable, his awakened power, the oceanic force of the golden badge, was formidable, and none dared to challenge him lightly. Accustomed to being tyrannical within the school, Xiao Ming had forgotten the reality of the apocalypse, fixated solely on punishing the audacious individual before him. The crab claw descended with great force. Poised to strike the student's head, gasps erupted from the crowd. Such a massive claw, if it struck, would surely result in gruesome consequences. Everyone held their breath, watching as the enormous claw descended. Suddenly, a hand reached out and grasped the claw with decisive strength. Xiao Ming was taken aback. He had not anticipated anyone daring to resist him, but soon realized that the situation was far from simple. The individual gripping the claw possessed immense strength, rendering his attack motionless in midair. Wow, that is incredible. He truly resembles a hero, a girl exclaimed with astonishment. The one who had seized the crab claw was none other than the hero of all, Lin Jie. Enough. This is not a school. And you are not the only one with great power. Lin Jie spoke with solemnity, each word punctuated by a tightening grip that caused long fissures to appear on the surface of the claw, accompanied by a sharp cracking sound. Xiao Moming, astonished, observed the layer of rock that covered Lin Jie's right hand, rendering it extraordinarily robust and imbued with immense strength. Let go. I concede I was wrong. It hurts. The claw in Xiao Moming's grasp began to tremble under Lin Jie's relentless pressure, with intense pain igniting his nerves. The onlookers were left in disbelief. The usually arrogant Xiao Moming, who rarely acknowledged anyone, was now reduced to this state in the face of Lin Jie. Several girls stifled their laughter, unable to contain their amusement. As the reactions of those around him sank in, Xiao Moming's face flushed crimson. He had never felt such humiliation during his time at school. Yet, there was no recourse. Lin Jie's prowess far surpassed his own. Lin Jie was wielding the power of the stone monkey, an ability derived from the celestial realm, far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary mortal like Xiao Moming. Release? I cannot do that. If your claw were to strike another's head, it could cost a life. Lin Jie retorted, his grip tightening further, the cracks in the claw spreading ominously. Ultimately, a resounding crack echoed as the claw shattered into countless fragments, scattering across the ground. Gasps of astonishment filled the air. Many had witnessed Xiao Moming's claw effortlessly severing a thick steel bar. Moreover, this formidable claw could withstand bullets. Yet, astonishingly, Lin Jie, adorned with a golden emblem, had shattered it with mere bare hands. Such power defied all comprehension. With the claw destroyed, Xiao Moming's right hand was exposed, bloodied and raw. Overwhelmed by intense pain, he staggered backward. Lin Jie, how dare you treat me this way? You will regret this. He spat, pointing furiously at Lin Jie. Why are you all standing there? Someone is bullying your student council president. He had hoped everyone would rush to his aid and pummel Lin Jie. Previously, in college, he had commanded respect, with everyone deferring to him. However, to his astonishment, no one stepped forward. Instead, laughter erupted from the crowd. Xiao Moming, who do you think you are? Are we still in school? Your strength pales in comparison to Lin Jie's. The derisive comment struck Xiao Moming like blows to the face, leaving him reeling. You all choose to follow this guy? Fine. You will all come to regret this. He trembled with rage, his voice laced with indignation. The response from the crowd was a chorus of hearty laughter, clearly indicating the admiration everyone held for a formidable individual like Lin Jie, who was regarded as a hero in their hearts. After resolving the issue with Xiao Moming, Lin Jie extended his hand to the student who had fallen to the ground, helping him to his feet. Thank you so much for coming to my aid. I am Lu Liangduo from the Economics and Management Department. The student expressed his gratitude sincerely. It is my unwavering principle to never allow anyone to bully my fellow classmates, even if that person once held the position of student council president. Lin Jie proclaimed, prompting a thunderous applause from the surrounding students. All the beautiful girls in the nearby vehicle turned their attention to Lin Jie, just as the atmosphere was filled with joy. A chilling sound of zombies' growls echoed around the school bus, growing ever louder, as if their numbers were multiplying. What is happening? Are more zombies approaching? Chu Yanran exclaimed nervously, clutching Lin Jie's arm, her voice trembling. After all, the prospect of facing these zombies instilled fear in the hearts of the girls. Do not be afraid. I am here, Lin Jie reassured, patting Chu Yanran's shoulder, a gesture that caught the attention of the surrounding boys, who were filled with envy and resentment towards Lin Jie. The sight of Chu Yanran leaning closer to him elicited sighs of resignation among them. It seems our pursuit of the goddess Chu is utterly hopeless. She must have a fondness for the dashing Lin Jie. Yes, Chu Yanran nodded, a gentle smile gracing her lips, revealing a delightful pair of dimples. With you by my side, I feel at ease. However, the situation had grown dire. Someone must know how to drive the school bus. Jean Cushing anxiously spoke up, casting a pleading glance at Lin Jie, only to be met with a shake of Lin Jie's head. During his time at university, Lin Jie had spent his leisure hours immersed in video games, neglecting to obtain a driver's license, and was thus ill-prepared for this predicament. Yet, the growling of zombies surrounding the bus grew increasingly ominous, instilling a sense of dread in everyone, as if the specter of death was inching closer with its scythe. Just when despair began to settle in among the group, a voice emerged from the crowd. I can do it. I can drive. The speaker was none other than Lu Liaduo, the very student Lin Jie had assisted earlier. Can you drive a bus like this? Are you sure? Others responded with skepticism. Driving requires more than just having a license. Jean Cushing interjected with a note of caution. Rest assured, my father is a bus driver, and he taught me how to operate one. I believe I can manage, Lu Liaduo declared confidently, patting his chest. However, the crowd exchanged uncertain glances. They all understood that knowing how to drive in theory did not equate to actual driving ability. The distinction between theory and practice was vast. Nevertheless, faced with no other options, they had no choice but to let him try. Very well then, it seems we have no other recourse. Let us start the bus without delay. Jean Kesh urged L. Liang-du into the driver's seat, speaking thus. Soon, under L. Liang-du's deft maneuvers, the school bus began to tremble violently, and then its four tires started to turn. A chorus of astonished gasps erupted from the crowd. Magnificent. The bus was operational, signifying that everyone could be transported to safety. After all, the zombies that had appeared here moved at a sluggish pace, their speed insufficient to match that of the bus. Yet, was it truly so facile? The Grim Reaper of this world possessed terrifying superhuman abilities. Although the bus sped up, a palpable sense of dread still weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. Look, something appears to be moving rapidly beneath us. Suddenly, a girl with flowing hair screamed, turning to embrace Lin Jie. The unexpected softness startled Lin Jie. What was happening today? Were several girls seizing the opportunity to leap at him? The surrounding boys felt a mix of envy and resentment. Not only had Lin Jie captured the heart of the goddess, but other attractive girls were also becoming so forward. Senior Lin Jie, I'm so frightened. The beautiful girl nestled her head on Lin Jie's shoulder. Lin Jie felt awkward, unsure of how to respond. With the goddess of Chu on his left and another lovely classmate on his right, surely there was no need for concern. The speed of the bus was increasing. Liang-du gripped the steering wheel, confident that the zombies wouldn't be able to catch up. However, just as he finished his thought, a loud crash reverberated from the rear of the bus. In an instant, the entire vehicle jolted violently. Something seems to have collided with the back. A classmate exclaimed in a voice laden with terror. Lin Jie felt perplexed. Ordinarily, the speed of zombies could not surpass that of the bus. What kind of zombie could run so swiftly? Gently, he pushed aside the two beautiful girls leaning against him and made his way towards the rear of the bus. There, beyond the enormous rear window, a decayed hand emerged, its fingers adorned with long, sharp claws. This appendage bore no resemblance to a human hand. It resembled the claw of a beast. With a twist of its wrist, accompanied by a piercing sound, it swiftly clawed several gashes into the glass. Goodness! I have never encountered such razor-sharp zombie claws. Jean Kesh exclaimed in astonishment, his hands igniting with deep green flames. He understood that the zombies pursuing the bus were no ordinary foes, and he stood ready for battle. The slender cracks rapidly spread across the glass where the claws had scraped, accompanied by the crisp sound of shattering. Everyone's hearts raced, climbing into their throats. As they gazed in horror at the rear of the bus, the sounds of the zombies' frantic running and their roars echoed incessantly. As the creature outside continued to claw at the glass, attempting to force its way in with brute strength, Jean Kesh, once this glass shatters, unleashed the highest temperature to turn the zombies to ashes. Lin Jie patted Jean Kesh's shoulder and spoke. Jean Kesh nodded, assuring him, rest assured. This task is in my capable hands. No zombie can withstand extreme heat. He chuckled as the fireball in his palm danced energetically. Indeed, this was a common vulnerability among most zombies. They feared flames. The intense combustion would obliterate their bodies, turning even the most formidable corpses to ash in mere moments. I've pushed the vehicle to its maximum speed. We should be able to shake off these zombies now. At the front, El Liang remarked, yet everyone shook their heads. Offering no response, his expression shifted to one of utter astonishment, his face paling. Could it be that there were zombies faster than the car? This notion was terrifying. His grip on the steering wheel began to tremble, a sensation akin to death tightening its grip around his throat, an overwhelming dread flooding his heart. Focus on driving. You needn't worry, we'll handle the zombies here. Lin Jie reassured him, and upon hearing these words, El Liang's anxiety eased considerably. All right, I will. He nodded, directing all his attention to the road ahead, driving with utmost concentration. Simultaneously, he prayed that Lin Jie and the others would eliminate the zombie. With Lin Jie around, everything would be all right. Suddenly, a loud shattering sound resonated from the glass, as a claw resembling that of an animal, but unmistakably human, reached in. The girl screamed. Fear not, I am here. Jean Kesh declared, raising both hands, as heat and flames converged in his palms, forming a colossal fireball. He then aimed precisely at the zombie's wrist and hurled it with force. The zombie's agonized shrieks filled the air as flames rapidly engulfed its hand. The fiery assault compelled the zombie to withdraw its hand from the rear glass, which promptly fell to the ground. Cheers erupted from everyone in the school bus. They had vanquished the bothersome zombie, and now they could safely reach their destination. However, before any sense of relief could settle, a furious roar echoed, and a pair of claws gripped the opening in the glass, a zombie's head emerging. Panic surged through the crowd as they screamed, believing they had escaped this fiend, only to find it had returned. Why is it wearing a mask? Someone exclaimed. Could it be the Black Panther? At this revelation, an atmosphere of dread enveloped the entire bus. Lin Jie recognized the mask. It belonged to the hero Black Panther. Among all the Marvel heroes turned zombies, Black Panther was one of the most formidable adversaries. Just as the Black Panther can enhance his limbs and senses through the consumption of heart-shaped herbs, The Black Panther zombie exhibits remarkable agility and an indomitable vitality. However, what is even more terrifying is that the entirety of the Black Panther zombie is clad in a battle armor forged from vibranium, capable of absorbing energy and subsequently releasing it. Vibranium is an exceptionally resilient metal, providing near-perfect defense against typical physical assaults. As the zombie's head emerged, it revealed a pair of sharp fangs and a grotesque, decaying visage that elicited revulsion, accompanied by a series of chilling zombie growls. "Damn it! I will never allow you to enter and cause harm," Gene Kesh shouted, unleashing intensely searing flames from his palms. In an instant, the inferno surged forth like a tidal wave, crashing down upon the Black Panther zombie. "Excellent! Well done! Yes, burn him alive," someone in the crowd exclaimed, while others encouraged Gene Kesh. Yet, a greater sense of dread enveloped the onlookers, for they witnessed that as the green flames engulfed the zombie, rather than incinerating its form, the vibranium armor radiated a deep violet glow. "Gene Kesh, halt. Cease your flames at once," Lin Jie urgently interjected, sensing the ominous turn of events. "Your fire is not scorching him. Rather, his vibranium armor is absorbing the energy from your flames." Lin Jie's warning jolted Gene Kesh into realization, and he was taken aback, swiftly ceasing his fiery assault. However, although his flames were extinguished, the Black Panther zombie's vibranium armor had absorbed a considerable amount of energy, shimmering with a brilliant purple luminescence. Chapter 9. The zombie horde attacks. The Black Panther zombie is not an adversary to be taken lightly. While any form of energy attack may inflict physical damage, the vibranium armor it dons can absorb vast quantities of energy. Once the energy reaches a critical threshold, the armor ceases to store energy and instead releases it. "Everyone, get down," Mo Fan shouted, but it was too late. The entire form of the Black Panther zombie unleashed a deep violet glow, expanding in a spherical manner around it. A deafening explosion erupted, and a powerful shockwave tore through the rear of the school bus, creating a massive gash and sending numerous seats flying into the air. Some students were struck by the force of the energy, resulting in grievous injuries. Damn it, the myriad zombies in this world possess their own peculiar superpowers. They are truly formidable, Gene Kesh lamented, feeling utterly at a loss. How could he confront the Black Panther zombie with nothing but his bare hands? His flames were no longer an option. "I say, are you a fool? Do you not realize that the vibranium armor of the Black Panther absorbs energy? Now, you may be a fool alone, but don't drag us all to our doom with you." At this moment, many students aboard the school bus expressed their profound dissatisfaction, their words reaching Gene Kesh's ears, causing him considerable discomfort. Lin Jie, equally displeased, pondered the similarity between these individuals and the keyboard warriors online. If they had the courage, they should stand against the oncoming zombies themselves. With a swift motion of his right hand, a web shooter resembling Spider-Man's apparatus materialized upon his wrist. Just as the ill-mannered students were about to utter more words, they suddenly felt their upper and lower lips firmly glued together, rendering them incapable of speaking. A flurry of webs obstructed their mouths, temporarily silencing them. Their muffled cries of distress echoed, yet their futile attempts to pull away the webs proved fruitless. As the material's resilience was astonishing, Lin Jie smirked, a chuckle escaping his lips. Perhaps it was best for these few to remain silent. In an instant, the foremost Black Panther zombie leaped into the bus, prompting a chorus of terrified screams from the passengers. A chilling atmosphere enveloped the vehicle, akin to stumbling into a horror film set. The zombie raised its claw, the talons of its armor scraping against the bus's interior, leaving behind long, jagged marks while producing an ear-piercing noise. Everyone felt a sharp pain in their eardrums, instinctively covering their ears. This was one of the terrifying abilities of the Black Panther zombie. After emitting such a sound, its prey would be rendered immobile. Following this was the horrific assimilation attack. It opened its gaping maw, revealing its fearsome fangs, and bit down viciously on a student's neck. From its mouth, a multitude of vibranium particles were released, swiftly spreading across the student's body. As a vibranium battle suit materialized around him, he instantaneously transformed into a Black Panther zombie, fangs protruding from beneath the mask, claws replacing his hands, radiating a deep purple glow. "Help! Help!" cried Chu Yanran, trembling in fear as she clutched Lin Jie's arm, her voice quivering. The student, now assimilated into a Black Panther zombie, agilely leaped onto the seats, poised to pounce towards Lin Jie and the others. Its deadly claws halted mere centimeters from Lin Jie's body. Initially overwhelmed with terror, Chu Yan and shut her eyes, convinced her fate was sealed. After a considerable pause, she cautiously opened her eyes, only to behold a massive web standing before them. The Black Panther zombie lunged desperately to grasp at them, but was ensnared by the web. The web's remarkable durability prevented it from being easily torn by the zombie, making escape exceedingly difficult. Both zombies became trapped within the web. Their struggles only intensified the web's hold on them. Lin Jie reassured Chu Yanran, patting her shoulder. "Fear not, for I am here. You see, They cannot harm us now. With a smile on his face, Lin Jie extended his right hand and playfully flicked the mask of the Black Panther, producing a sound akin to a soft thud. Lin Jie, you truly possess remarkable abilities. Someone exclaimed, giving him a thumbs up. In his hand, Lin Jie manifested the purple gold bowl of the legendary monk Fahai, aiming it at the two Black Panther zombies. Hey, you two, if I call you, will you dare to respond? He chuckled, mimicking the tone of Sun Wukong from Journey to the West. The zombies, incapable of human speech, merely roared at him in anger, but soon, golden light radiated from the purple gold bowl. In an instant, the two zombies were absorbed into it. The surrounding students stood in awe. Goodness, what kind of divine equipment is this that can absorb zombies? One student gazed at Lin Jie's purple gold bowl with longing, swallowing hard. Oh, I bought this on Taobao. Lin Jie replied with a playful grin. The student was momentarily taken aback, marveling at the vast array of items available on Taobao. Ding. Two Black Panther zombies absorbed. Utilizing 410 space, acquired 500 units of rare metal vibranium and 220 fragments of Black Panther battle suit. Ding. Decomposed Black Panther zombies. Attribute enhancement granted. Protagonist Lin Jie. Agility increased by 20. Lin Jie felt a surge of purple light envelop him, and he sensed his body becoming significantly lighter, as if a weighty burden had been suddenly lifted. At that moment, the windows of the school bus shattered one after another, and countless Black Panther zombies reached through with their claws, attempting to seize the seated students, eliciting screams from the crowd. Everyone grabbed their nearby weapons, and those with special abilities activated them to protect themselves and those around them. Lin Jie cupped his hands around his mouth, forming a makeshift megaphone. The Black Panther zombies emitted fierce roars, and their vibranium masks cracked open at the mouth, revealing a pair of enormous, terrifying fangs from which corrosive saliva dripped. Get away. Vile zombies. Do not harm us, shouted a boy, swinging a baseball bat with all his might at one of the zombies' heads. A Black Panther zombie was knocked off through the window, but soon, others leaped in to take its place. The bus is accelerating. We'll soon shake them off, shouted Lu Liang, glancing back at the others. You must hold on. I'm in too. We must defend this bus, Jean Kesh declared, grabbing a baseball bat and joining the boy in fending off the zombies attempting to crawl through the windows. Seated near the window was Zillian Lin, an art student, who was pale and trembling in fear. Having never even dared to squash a cockroach since childhood, she was now confronted with such a horrifying scene in this apocalyptic world. Do not fear, we are here. The words exchanged between Jean Kesh and that young man illuminated her heart like the warm rays of sunlight. Yes, we shall certainly drive them away. She nodded vigorously, retrieving a book from her backpack and commenced her assault on the zombie's head and arms. However, they soon realized that the Black Panther zombie was not as easily vanquished as they had anticipated. Amidst their relentless strikes, the Black Panther zombie did not falter. Instead, it attempted to climb into the vehicle. Furthermore, with each attack, its battle suit emanated a deep purple glow that intensified with alarming brilliance. Stop. Do not strike any further, Jean Kesh exclaimed, his eyes wide with shock as he observed the zombie. This is dire. It is absorbing the kinetic energy we are exerting upon it. What? How can this be? What do we do now? Zillian Lin uttered in terror, covering her mouth with one hand while the other crumpled the book in distress. Yet, should they refrain from attacking, the zombie would inevitably breach the vehicle. The young man, Fong Bita from the Department of Electromechanical Engineering, wore a pained expression, clutching a baseball bat, momentarily at a loss for what to do. The surface of the bat had become pockmarked from their earlier blows. Crafted from metal, it was evident that the durability of the zombie's battle suit was formidable, indeed terrifying. Sensing that they had ceased their onslaught, the Black Panther zombie extended its claws into the vehicle's interior, revealing a pair of menacing fangs. The purple luminescence of its mask grew ever brighter, and in an instant, Jean Kesh recognized the impending danger. Get down quickly. This creature is about to explode, he shouted, pressing Zillian Lin's head down beside him. A deafening explosion resounded as the powerful capability of the vibrating battle suit became evident. It absorbed energy and subsequently released it. In no time, a large hole erupted in the car window, a gust of wind rushing in from outside. Let me go? Help! Help! Fong Bita cried out, as the claws of the Black Panther zombie clutched his leg, pulling him towards the outside. He gripped the edge of the opening, striving to return to the safety of the vehicle, yet the strength of the Black Panther zombie was immense, leaving him in a perilous standoff. We cannot allow this zombie to prevail, Jean Kesh declared, extending his hand to grasp Fong Bita's body, while the frail Zillian Lin also exerted her strength. Chapter 10, Corrosive Liquid. However, how could their combined strength contend against that of the zombie? Soon, the tug-of-war began to tilt in favor of the undead creature, and Fong Bita felt himself being inexorably drawn outward. This is hopeless. I can no longer control my body. Save me, I implore you. His eyes were filled with fear. His face contorted in desperation as he cried out. Curse it. I will not allow you to be taken by this zombie. Flames erupted from Jin Kasher's body as he spoke, once more seizing Fong Bita's arm. Drawing upon his fiery abilities, his strength surged. Yes, just like that, splendid. Tears welled in the corners of Fong Bita's eyes as he exclaimed in exhilaration. At this moment, the zombies outside the school bus were enraged to discover that the food they had acquired was about to be snatched away by the individuals inside the vehicle. One of them opened its mouth, revealing a terrifying array of sharp teeth, and lunged towards Fong Bidai's leg, poised to bite down. No, please don't bite me. I have no desire to become a zombie. Fong Bidai cried out in desperation, his body trembling uncontrollably with sheer terror. Just as the zombie's teeth were about to make contact with Fong Bidai's flesh, they clashed against a hard metallic surface. A sharp sound echoed as cracks began to spread across its teeth. Its fangs shattered into fragments that fell to the ground, leaving the Black Panther zombie astonished. What could possibly be so unyielding? Looking up, it saw a stick that had extended several times its original length, blocking Fong Bidai's flesh. The zombie's teeth had bitten into this stick, which was imbued with Lin Jie's magical staff skill, granting the ordinary baseball bat the formidable strength akin to the legendary Rui Jingu Bang. Thus, no matter how fearsome the zombie's teeth were, they would never be able to pierce through the enchanted bat. Humph! You shall never feast upon my companions, Lin Jie proclaimed without hesitation, retracting the elongated stick back to its normal size in an instant. Thank you so much, Lin Jie. You truly are my idol. Incredible! Fong Bidai exclaimed, deeply moved. As he was pulled back into the safety of the bus by his classmates, the Black Panther zombie covered its mouth with its claws, emitting a pained wail. Its corrosive saliva dripped incessantly, landing on the edge of the opening and producing vapor as it began to corrode the material. Everyone, be cautious. Keep your distance from its saliva. Lin Jie shouted urgently, pointing at the zombie. Ah, it hurts so much. Zilin Lin trembled and screamed, having been struck by a drop of the corrosive saliva on her pristine thigh, which instantly erupted into a gaping, bleeding wound. Blood flowed profusely from her leg as she cried out in agony. Quick, retreat. Move away from the windows. Jin Kashishi hurriedly pulled Zilin Lin several steps back, while the other students also began to distance themselves. The Black Panther zombie continued to spew forth highly corrosive saliva, and the seats began to decay rapidly, disintegrating into liquid. How infuriating. Do not put your luck. Lin Jie's baseball bat was suddenly adorned with golden cloud patterns reminiscent of the Rui Jingu Bang. He thrust the bat forward, and it elongated instantly, striking a zombie squarely in the head and sending it flying. Fantastic. Well done, Lin Jie. You're amazing. Xu Yanren clapped excitedly, her eyes sparkling with admiration for Lin Jie. The entire bus of students was left in awe, their faces etched with disbelief, as they realized that the formidable zombies they had struggled against were effortlessly dispatched by Lin Jie with just a simple poke of his bat. Goodness. Absolutely incredible. Following the esteemed Lin Jie, safety amidst this apocalypse is assured. The zombies roared in fury, with some attempting to claw their way through the windows. However, Lin Jie wielded his stick with precision, sending yet another zombie flying. In a brief moment, the horde besieging the school bus was repelled by Lin Jie's relentless strikes, and the vehicle accelerated to a suitable speed, leaving the zombies in its wake. At this juncture, jubilant cheers erupted within the bus. Everyone embraced Lin Jie, marveling at their narrow escape from death. Splendid. We are finally safe. According to the directions from Baidu Maps, we should continue ahead and merge onto the highway. It will provide us with much greater security. Lu Liangduo, gripping the steering wheel with both hands, glanced at his phone and spoke. The app not only displayed traffic conditions, but also indicated detected zombies and their respective counts. In this way, as they fled the apocalypse, the group could choose paths with fewer zombies, significantly enhancing their chances of survival. Observing that the highway showed only a single zombie, Lu Liangduo proposed, I believe we can proceed. Beyond the highway lies the Linfire area, which is home to numerous large supermarkets. We can search for food resources there. He shared his plan with the others, seeking their opinions. Yet, no one responded. All gazes were fixed upon Lin Jie. After enduring such calamities, everyone recognized that Lin Jie was the strongest among them, and he had naturally assumed the role of leader. I think it's a viable plan. Let us proceed as you suggested. Lin Jie nodded in agreement. Isn't it remarkable? Despite the worldwide onslaught of zombies, the internet has remained uninterrupted, Jean Kesh remarked, his fingers gliding across his phone. All sorts of websites are accessible. Have the zombies not targeted these networks? This indeed was perplexing, Lin Jie nodded. And while browsing through his phone, he stumbled upon an app called Survival Road. How intriguing. It can assist in locating one's companions from before the apocalypse. Is there such a thing? Download it quickly. I am eager to know where my other roommates have gone. Jean Kesh leaned in, expressing his excitement. I recall that before the apocalypse struck, my roommate Li Etienne had a date with his girlfriend in the Linfire area. Lin Jie pondered, resting his chin on his hand. If this proves feasible, I could potentially search for him. After downloading the app, he clicked on the Lin Fire area on the map and entered Li Etienne's name in the search bar. Li Etienne, his upper bunkmate. A spinning circle appeared at the center of the phone screen, and initially, Lin Jie held little hope. However, in no time, a message flashed before his eyes, and he was instantly elated. Wonderful. A distress signal from Li Etienne has been sent from a large supermarket in the Lin Fire area. Lin Jie exclaimed, excitement radiating from him, mirrored by Jean Kesh's exhilaration at the news. However, how did you know and ascertain it was him? He inquired with a hint of confusion. This system is remarkably designed. Once registered, individuals need only input their identification number to link their accounts and send distress signals to friends. Lin Jie remarked, glancing at his phone, that as long as his friend also utilized this survival app, they would receive the distress signal. I see. That is truly wonderful. Jean Kesher nodded repeatedly, filled with joy. Let us hasten to find him. Very well, let us set off to the Ruinyu supermarket in the Linhui district. Hoping for a reunion with your roommates, Lu Liang cheerfully expressed while maneuvering the school bus along the highway. Although the group had evaded the influence of the Black Panther zombies, many members had sustained severe injuries. Zi Linlin's leg had been grievously wounded, a gaping wound inflicted by the corrosive liquid. The most terrifying aspect of the Black Panther zombies is that once this liquid adheres to a person's flesh, it causes continuous harm. Blood flowed incessantly from her snow-white thigh, evoking deep sympathy. It hurts so much. Zi Linlin cried out from her seat. Despite the bandages brought by a medical student covering her wound, blood continued to seep through. What shall we do? Although the Black Panther zombies are no longer present, the corrosion on her body persists. Chu Yin expressed her concern, and the others in the group appeared equally perplexed. All unfamiliar with the apocalypse zombies and uncertain how to treat her, Lin Jie could no longer bear to watch, yet he too possessed no medical knowledge. What could be done? At that moment, his phone rang. Upon checking, he discovered it was a call from Tang Xing. Lin Jie shook his head. This fellow truly has an endless stream of chatter, a veritable talkative spirit of the celestial realm. Just as he was about to end the call, a brilliant idea suddenly struck him. Although I lack medical expertise and cannot heal Zi Linlin's leg, Tang Xing is in the celestial realm and may possess a solution. A smile crept across Lin Jie's lips as he promptly answered the call. Soon, Tang Xing's familiar voice resonated in his ears, and before Lin Jie could speak, he began to incessantly complain. Alas, Lin Xiandi, I must tell you, my 3 disciples are utterly negligent in their study of Buddhist teachings. Xuanla has tasked me with conducting online classes for them. But you know what? That mischievous monkey, whenever he watches the computer videos, either dozes off or indulges in peaches. Chapter 11. Divine Needle Treatment. Oh, can you believe this monkey? The last time, he even sent his doppelganger to feign watching the video while he himself rode the clouds to pilfer peaches from the orchard. Tang Xing continued to ramble on about his disciples as if he were a parent chastising a wayward child. Lin Jie observed Zi Linlin, who was clutching her leg in distress. The wound on her leg was worsening. If we do not find a way to control this situation soon, amputation may become a necessity. Lin Jie could not bear to see such a lovely girl lose her right leg. I beg your pardon, Tang Xing. I am aware we have much to discuss, but there is a matter of utmost importance for which I seek your assistance. It must be said that while Tang Xing is notorious for his incessant chatter in the celestial realm, once he begins to speak, it is impossible to disengage. Yet he is a man of great loyalty. Upon hearing Lin Jie express a need for help, the flow of conversation abruptly ceased. If you are in trouble, do not hesitate to speak. Anything within my capabilities shall be no problem at all. The sound of him patting his chest resonated through the phone, deeply moving Lin Jie. After all, we have been good friends for millennia, having fought side by side during the Third Celestial Demon War. Tang Xing elaborated. The Third Celestial Demon War? Lin Jie was momentarily taken aback, astonished that even in the legendary celestial realm, conflict could arise. Indeed, have you forgotten? It is understandable, as the Third Celestial Demon War occurred over 600 years ago. Allow me to jog your memory. At that time, the Demon Lord sought to invade the celestial realm. Tang Xing was about to lapse into his loquacious mode once again. Stop. Please, halt. Lin Jie wiped the sweat from his brow. Tang Xing certainly had a gift for conversation. Truth be told, I have a friend who has been injured, and the existing medical facilities are woefully inadequate. I am at a loss as to how to heal him. Without waiting for Tang Xing to respond, Lin Jie quickly voiced his request. Do you possess any treasures capable of swiftly healing a person's body? Lin Jie had once been captivated by mythology and was aware that these deities held elixirs and divine needles that could cure any ailment in an instant. Treasures? You mean those pertaining to healing? Let me see what I can find. Do not hang up just yet. After uttering this, Tang Xing immediately began rummaging through his belongings on the other end of the line. The sound of clattering items continued for quite some time. leaving Lin Jie feeling a bit embarrassed. He had not anticipated Tang Sung would be so disorganized, especially when it mattered most. Alas, I used to have divine wooden prayer beads that could cure all ailments, and the 9-turn ginseng fruit that could resurrect the dead, but where could they be? Tang Sung sighed. Alas, I am afraid my room is simply too chaotic. Lin Jie facepalmed. This man, who was so quick to boast about his capabilities, was surprisingly unreliable. However, although I cannot find any treasures to aid in curing your friend, I do know Emperor Shenong. Tang Sung's words once again ignited hope within Lin Jie. The Shenong who tasted 100 herbs? Lin Jie's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Yes, indeed. He is exceedingly diligent in his work, having nearly poisoned himself on numerous occasions from trying so many herbal remedies. Tang Sung shook his head and spoke. I am currently contacting him through the Celestial Realms WeChat. He should reply shortly. After a while, Lin Jie noticed a progress bar appearing on his phone screen. The file was transferring, 50 complete. Once the progress bar filled, a radiant light emanated from the phone, and a long needle materialized in Lin Jie's hand, accompanied by a piece of information that entered his mind. Treasure name, Shenong Celestial Needle Treasure Level, 9th rank Celestial Artifact Skills, cures all ailments and transforms the human body usage. Insert the needle into any part of the body for healing and transformation. Lin Jie was astonished, his mouth agape in wonder. Incredible, truly remarkable, with such a treasure in hand. I shall fear neither heaven nor earth in this apocalyptic world plagued by zombies, he exclaimed. See, I told you I could accomplish anything. Rest assured, with this celestial needle. No ailment is insurmountable. On the other end of the phone, Tang Sung began to ramble once more. Let me tell you. Last time Zhu Beiji went on a blind date with a celestial maiden, you won't believe how amusing it was. Lin Jie quickly interrupted. I have matters to attend to right now. Let's discuss this later. All right, I must hang up now. Goodbye, he said hurriedly. In the celestial realm, Tang Sung placed his phone down, a puzzled expression on his face. What has been going on with Lin Xiandi lately? He seems so busy. In the past, there was hardly anything to do. Our conversations would stretch on for a century. He shook his head, sighing. I truly cannot comprehend what has been occupying Lin Xiandi's time. Zillian's expression was one of great distress, and the students were filled with concern, yet they were at a loss for how to proceed. If it comes to it, amputation may be the only option, Xiao Moming suggested. No, that cannot be. Chu Yanran immediately countered. If she loses a leg, how will she survive in this apocalypse? Absolutely not. Look, the rotting wound on her leg is spreading rapidly. In less than 10 minutes, her entire leg will rot away, leaving only shattered bones. Xiao Moming's right hand transformed into a massive crab claw, opening and closing in the air. It would be safer for me to sever her leg now. It will be quick, and she won't even have time to feel the pain. No, absolutely not, Chu Yanran exclaimed, placing herself protectively in front of Zillian. Yanran, please let him proceed. I truly feel unbearable pain, Zillian said, tears streaming down her cheeks. You see, she herself wants to take action. I am only thinking of her well-being, Xiao Moming declared, raising his claw high. Stop. Do not sever her leg. Lin Jie's voice called out from behind Xiao Moming. He looked displeased. What is this kid up to now, trying to ruin my plans? What are you doing? I want to amputate her leg for her own good. Xiao Moming replied, visibly irritated. Lin Jie, I am immensely grateful for your timely rescue, but the amputation is a promise I made. Let him proceed. I can no longer endure this torment. Zillian's face glistened with perspiration, her expression marred by agony as she spoke. Indeed, if we delay the amputation any longer, this corrosive liquid will spread throughout her body. Do you possess an alternative means to save this lovely girl? Ziming smirked, saying, Oh, Lin Jie. No matter how formidable you are, there are limits to your abilities. At that moment, silence enveloped the vehicle. No one dared to utter a word. Their gazes fixated on Lin Jie. After all, he was the strongest among them, the one whose strength they relied upon to survive the apocalypse. However, Ziming had a point. And among them, only he possessed the capability to perform such a surgical procedure. Zillian's cries of pain grew increasingly desperate as the corrosion began to encroach upon the bones in her leg. I do have a method to heal her, Lin Jie proclaimed with unwavering resolve. I say, Lin Jie, jesting at such a time is inappropriate. Ziming shook his head. You are merely a civil engineering student. How could you possibly understand medicine? Allow me to demonstrate, and you shall see. Lin Jie retorted, stepping forward to Zillian's side. Ziming's facial muscles twitched in disbelief. Could it be that Lin Jie truly possessed medical knowledge? It seemed implausible, almost too good to be true. The onlookers directed their curious gazes at Lin Jie as he retrieved a long needle from his pocket and proceeded to insert it into Zillian's leg. Lin Jie, do you truly know what you are doing? She has suffered a chemical injury. Acupuncture will not suffice. A medical student voiced skepticism regarding Lin Jie's reliability. Whether it works or not, you shall soon find out. Would you kindly keep quiet? Lin Jie replied candidly. He sensed an array of data and switches flooding his mind as he manipulated the divine needle. Blood circulation, nerve paralysis, sensory perception, all manner of switches floated within his consciousness. Simultaneously, a white cursor materialized, and to Lin Jie's astonishment, he realized that by twisting the needle, he could control this cursor's movement, akin to a gaming joystick. By pressing the needle's tip with his index finger, the cursor in his mind would correspondingly click various switches. Quick, everyone look. Her bleeding has ceased. A voice from the crowd erupted in excitement. Good heavens, Lin Jie, with just a simple insertion of the needle, you achieved such a remarkable effect. Xiaoming's astonishment was palpable. His expression exaggerated as he marveled at Lin Jie's unexpected prowess. Before long, under the influence of Lin Jie's divine needle, Zilin was astonished to discover that her pain had vanished and the corrosive liquid on her leg had disappeared. The wound began to scab over, gradually shrinking until it ultimately faded from sight. Chapter 12. A new danger. Zilin, astonished, caressed her thigh, marveling at its flawless whiteness. With not a single trace of injury to be seen, and the pain had vanished entirely. My goodness! Lin Jie, you are truly extraordinary, she exclaimed joyfully, leaping to her feet and enveloping Lin Jie in an embrace. Xiao Moming, observing from the side, was visibly contorted with disbelief. How is this possible? Just a couple of needle pricks, and the wound is healed? Hee, you simply don't understand. Lin Jie possesses remarkable medical skills. His abilities are unparalleled, aren't they, Lin Jie? The sycophantic students began to chime in, having previously doubted Lin Jie's talents, now reversing their stance entirely. Of course, I am quite impressive, cough cough. I have inherited ancestral medical techniques that can miraculously heal. As Lin Jie embraced the beautiful girl, he boasted, inciting envy and resentment among the surrounding boys. Though they harbored feelings of animosity, they continued to flatter Lin Jie outwardly, for survival in a world beset by zombies depended greatly on this esteemed figure. Indeed, Lin Jie is formidable. In this apocalypse, we must stick close to Lin Jie. The students echoed in unison. Once Lin Jie settled into his seat, a few classmates continued to fawn over him, offering shoulder massages. Oh, great one, could you possibly teach us your miraculous needle techniques? We are eager to learn, one student implored. If they could master such skills, the apocalypse would hold no terrors. A mere injury could be remedied with a few pricks from the miraculous needle. And even a zombie bite would be of little concern. A few pricks, and all ailments would vanish. All eyes turned to Lin Jie with fervent anticipation. Even Xiao Moming, who had consistently been at odds with him, leaned in, eager to catch a glimpse of Lin Jie's medical secrets. Ah, well, I would love to teach, but alas, this is a unique ancestral skill that cannot be shared, Lin Jie replied, struggling to suppress a smile, shaking his head with a serious demeanor. Seeing that Lin Jie remained tight-lipped, the crowd sighed collectively and dispersed. Attention, everyone. We are about to encounter the zombies indicated on Baidu maps, Elyong announced, urging vigilance. Although only one red dot representing a zombie appeared on the highway, the prospect of facing a creature akin to a Hulk-like mech zombie was indeed daunting. Understood. We will be cautious. Jean Keshi nodded, flames of deep green igniting in his palms. The other students with special abilities readied themselves for battle, while Xiao Moming transformed his hands into enormous crab claws. Thud, thud, thud. A series of colossal sounds reverberated in everyone's ears, as if some gigantic creature was stomping upon the ground. The entire highway began to tremble violently. My heavens, what is happening? Are there truly such terrifying creatures nearby? Xu Yinran's face turned pale, and she nervously expressed her concern. I will take a look outside the car. Jean Keshes opened the window and leaned his head out, yet saw nothing. It seems that there is nothing amiss. Everything appears normal. However, no sooner had he uttered these words than the vehicle began to shake violently, accompanied by a series of jarring sounds. My goodness, what is going on? Fang Bida exclaimed in a panic, his heart racing wildly within his chest. This is bad. It seems some enormous, invisible force is battering the car's exterior. Zilin, in distress, grasped Lin Jie's arm and voiced her fear. An invisible monster? This complicates matters greatly. Beads of sweat trickled down Lu Liangdua's forehead as he spoke anxiously. We must devise a way to reveal it. Otherwise, with this relentless assault, maintaining the vehicle's balance will be precarious. Gripping the steering wheel, he shouted repeatedly. Indeed, we must find a way to expose it. Fang Bida said nervously. Otherwise, we cannot strike it. Revealing it, is it? Leave it to me. Jean Kesh nodded, extending his palms towards the open window, releasing searing flames from his hands. Suddenly, a chilling scream of a zombie echoed, and a massive silhouette formed in the air, revealing a zombie mounted on a colossal rhinoceros. This is terrible. It is the Wakandan zombie Rhino Rider. Its destructive power is immense, rivaling that of the Black Panther zombie in speed. The crowd erupted in terrified whispers, their hearts racing as fear once again gripped everyone's throat. Goodness, this creature is enormous. Chuyin and covered her mouth, her voice trembling as she spoke. This is a zombie clad in Wakandan attire, with a zombie rhinoceros beneath it, its grotesque mole revealing two enormous tusks, a truly horrifying visage. The zombie tugged at the reins of the rhinoceros and charged toward the school bus occupied by Lin Jie and the others, slamming into the exterior with force. Instantly, the entire bus shook violently, producing a loud collision sound. Everyone in the vehicle covered their ears in terror, while the girl screamed, unsure of what to do. You wretched creature, if you strike again, believe me, I shall roast rhinoceros meat for you. Jean Kesh exclaimed angrily, unleashing flames once more from his hands. Third tier ability, Meteoric Fireball. The tier denotes the strength of the abilities wielded by the practitioners. The higher the tier, the greater the destructive capacity of the skill. Flames converged in the air, forming 3 fiery meteors, 2 of which soared toward the rhinoceros beneath the zombie rider, while one shot straight for the creature's head. The zombie rider tilted its head just in time to evade the fiery onslaught. However, the zombie rhinoceros beneath it was unlikely to share such fortune. After all, the creature's massive size made it difficult to evade. The fiery meteor struck squarely against its thick flesh, creating 2 gaping, transparent wounds. The crowd erupted in cheers, convinced that such significant damage would surely incapacitate the colossal rhinoceros. However, to everyone's astonishment, despite the horrific destruction of its body, the 2 large holes revealed muscle and skeletal structure, yet the immense beast continued to gallop along the highway, seemingly unaffected by its injuries. The resilience of zombies is remarkable. Many can continue to crawl even when reduced to mere halves of their former selves. With a trembling voice, Fong Baidai remarked that they must aim for the creature's head. Indeed, the true vulnerability of zombies lies solely in their heads. Jean Kesh's head nodded in agreement as he unleashed his third-tier ability once more. A fireball hovering in his palm, swirling incessantly. His gaze was fixed upon the rhinoceros's enormous head, and with a swift motion of his right hand, the fireball shot forth like a cannonball. Unexpectedly, the gigantic zombie rhinoceros noticed the approaching flaming meteor. It shook its head, colliding its horn with the fireball. In an instant, the flames ignited upon contact, only to be extinguished moments later. What just happened? Jean Kesh exclaimed in disbelief, clutching his head. Look, the rhinoceros's horn is markedly different from the rest of its body. It glimmers with a metallic sheen under the sunlight. Fong Baidai pointed out. Though the crowd was filled with trepidation, curiosity drew them to the windows. Good heavens! The rhinoceros's horn is not a natural part of its body. It is, in fact, artificially crafted. Someone shouted in realization. Jean Kesh understood now why his flames vanished upon making contact with the horn. It was made of vibranium, a material capable of absorbing energy. This is troublesome. I sense there's more to this than meets the eye. Mo Fan interjected. Can the school bus accelerate? He asked urgently. No, it really can't. Its speed has already reached its limit, and the extensive damage and deformation have severely compromised its performance and velocity, replied Lu Lianduo, wiping the sweat from his brow. He had previously checked the map, which indicated that this was the only zombie present on the highway. Yet, he never anticipated that this zombie would possess such incredible speed and destructive power. The school bus had become severely deformed. If it were to collide a few more times, it would surely lead to a catastrophic overturning. Oh heavens! He is about to strike the exterior of the vehicle again. What shall we do now? Is the running speed of this zombie not exceedingly swift? I believe I possess a method to eliminate him. Xiao Moming approached the window, placing his hand into the air. Soon, streams of energy emanated from his palm, swiftly shooting downwards into the earth. As this supernatural energy transferred beneath the surface, it began to move toward the location of the rhinoceros. 4th tier's supernatural ability, Tentacle Control. As he executed this skill, cracks began to appear on the ground. Chapter 13, The Rhinoceros Knight. Countless tentacles surged forth from beneath the earth. This was the manifestation of Xiao Moming's ability, the power to control marine creatures. The robust tentacles ensnared the rhinoceros's forelegs, rendering it incapable of advancing further. Instantly, this colossal zombie creature shook violently, causing the zombie knight riding atop it to be thrown off. Excellent work, President Moming. Bravo. The students within the bus erupted into cheers. The night zombie donned a large cloak, reminiscent of the warriors from Wakanda in the movies. Perfect. An opportunity has arisen. I will ensure that you do not approach the students inside the vehicle. Jean Kesh declared with unwavering determination as deep green flames materialized in his hands, forming 3 fiery meteors that circled around him. His gaze fixated on the approaching zombie knight, preparing to launch his meteoric fire projectiles. The warriors of Wakanda not only possessed advanced technology, but also underwent rigorous physical training and combat instruction. Thus, even in their zombified state, their physical capabilities and speed had significantly enhanced. They were charging towards the group with alarming velocity. My word, are the zombies from Wakanda truly this terrifying? The crowd exclaimed in astonishment, Such rapid zombies posed a grave danger if they were not safely within the bus. Many could easily be overtaken by such creatures while fleeing. He approaches us, and his speed is increasing. Zillenlin gripped the back of her seat tightly, panic evident in her voice. Fear not, for I am here. Jean Kesh unleashed his fiery meteors. He would not allow this creature to approach us. The night zombie bared its fangs. Corrosive liquid beginning to drip from its mouth, a characteristic shared by all zombies from Wakanda. However, as the meteors drew near, the knight suddenly grasped its cloak, and a laser wall erupted from the surface of its attire, effectively blocking the meteor's assault. My goodness! The high-tech garment it wears is Wakandan technology, boasting formidable defensive capabilities. Fong Bai exclaimed in astonishment, your fireball can actually be deflected. Alas, a fiery meteor was rebounded by the laser wall on his clothing. A student in the crowd cried out in terror, their expression reflecting sheer horror. A fire meteor hurtled directly towards the side of the school bus, followed by a resounding roar. Flames rapidly engulfed the exterior of the vehicle, with the scorching heat beginning to radiate outward. Everyone, retreat. Quickly, retreat. Xiao Moming urgently called out. He already harbored animosity towards Lin Jie, and equally found his companions intolerable. Your abilities are only effective against a horde of ordinary zombies. When faced with these extraordinary ones, you stand no chance. A classmate hurriedly grabbed a fire extinguisher from inside the bus, attempting to douse the flames. Be careful, do not approach the exterior of the bus. Lin Jie shouted in alarm. As the zombie knight swiftly approached, his hands transformed into a pair of sharp claws, seizing the right hand of the student wielding the extinguisher. The razor-sharp talons pierced deeply into the student's flesh, causing blood to gush forth and eliciting a scream of pain. Fortunately, in this world, only those bitten by zombies would be assimilated into their ranks. Mere scratches would result in bloodshed and pain, but not transformation. Jin Kashishi appeared equally bewildered. He wished to unleash his fire skills, but feared harming his classmates, as the proximity to the zombie was alarmingly close. What should we do now? He exclaimed in shock, as a wave of fear regarding the zombies spread through the hearts of all present. Quick, resist. Strike that zombie. Do not allow it to bite you. A student shouted from the crowd. Indeed, the night zombie opened its gaping maw, revealing two pairs of sharp fangs, poised to bite down on the student's arm. The student, pale and breathless, was fortunate to hear their classmates' cries, prompting a swift reaction. Brandishing the fire extinguisher, he swung it fiercely towards the zombie's head. Bang! A resounding crash echoed as the extinguisher crumpled under the impact, deforming dramatically. My heavens! Its head is astonishingly hard. Fong Bai gasped in shock, while other students seized nearby baseball bats or other objects to fend off the zombie. However, the zombies of Wakanda were among the most tenacious of their kind. Ordinary attacks, even those imbued with special abilities, struggled to inflict significant harm upon them. Despite the relentless onslaught from the crowd, the zombie was unable to bite into human flesh. Yet it became exceedingly enraged. It let out a terrifying roar, followed by an eruption of corrosive liquid from its mouth. Panic ensued as the crowd was affected by the corrosive liquid, leaving many baseball bats reduced to mere stubs, while books succumbed to decay. Oh my goodness! Everyone hastily retreated. The sight of the zombie was terrifying. A voice cried out from the throng, belonging to a boy whose arm was gripped by the undead. The fire extinguisher in his grasp had developed a gaping hole, with dry powder incessantly spilling forth. How infuriating! This zombie must not be allowed to take advantage of the situation. Xiao Moming indignantly declared, raising his right hand, from which a robust octopus tentacle erupted from his sleeve. The tip of the tentacle was incredibly sharp, and its explosive force was so tremendous that it could pierce through walls in an instant. Indeed, Xiao Moming had awakened the extraordinary powers of the Golden Badge, showcasing remarkable strength. The tentacle darted through the air, poised to strike the zombie. But the creature swiftly waved its cloak, erecting a formidable laser wall. A thunderous sound of collision reverberated as the tentacle struck the Wakandan Technology's laser barrier, only to be repelled with great force. Xiao Moming felt the intense backlash, pain coursing through his body, and blood erupted from his mouth. He staggered back several paces, finally steadying himself by gripping the back of a chair. This zombie-esque cloak possesses overwhelming defensive capabilities if there is no means to neutralize it. Escaping this creature is utterly futile. At that moment, Xiao Moming's injuries caused the tentacles that had ensnared the rhino to loosen one by one, retreating below the ground. A furious roar erupted from the zombie rhino, followed by its hooves thundering against the ground, producing a resounding noise. The hearts of all present raced in tandem. The timid students had already hidden behind their chairs, trembling uncontrollably, beads of cold sweat cascading down their foreheads. The zombie rhino's mouth dripped with a highly corrosive liquid, and it charged ferociously at the exterior of the school bus with its horn. The entire vehicle began to shake violently, and the terrified cries of the crowd echoed continuously. Oh heavens! What is happening? Lu Liang was taken aback. He could no longer manage the school bus effectively. The violent impact had rendered the vehicle unstable, veering off course and crashing into the railing, shattering the glass, and Lu Liang's head collided forcefully with the dashboard. Instantly, he was left bloodied and unconscious. This is bad. The school bus has come to a halt. The students screamed in terror. How outrageous. This zombie is truly going too far. Lin Jie exclaimed angrily, seizing a baseball bat that lay on the seat. Hey, what are you planning to do? The defenses of the Wakandan zombies are extraordinarily robust. Previously, I found myself unable to pierce their defenses even with my supernatural tentacles. You wielding merely a baseball bat would only lead you to a swifter demise. Xiao Moming extended his hand to halt Lin Jie, uttering these words. Do not impede me, unless you wish for your own demise. Lin Jie retorted, not even casting a glance in his direction. What just is this? Even my golden badge proves ineffective against these zombies. Yours, I presume, is of similar caliber. Yet wielding mere conventional weaponry will yield no results. Indeed, my badge is golden, just as yours. Lin Jie chuckled, nodding in acknowledgement before continuing. However, I possess 13. Upon hearing this proclamation, all the students aboard the vehicle were left astounded, gazing at Lin Jie with incredulity. Their mouths gaped wide in disbelief. How could one person be endowed with such formidable power? A single golden badge already bestows extraordinary abilities upon a superhuman, yet he claims to possess 13. How astonishing. What level of prowess could he possibly attain? Xiao Moming's facial muscles twitched violently, unable to fathom the sheer magnitude of Lin Jie's capabilities. Heavens, how magnificent. If only he could be my boyfriend. Chu Yinran's cheeks flushed as she gazed dreamily at Lin Jie's retreating figure. Chapter 14. The zombie tide emerges. Lin Jie smiled faintly, and amidst Xiao Moming's bewildered gaze, he brandished his baseball bat and strode toward the window. Infused with spiritual energy, the bat suddenly elongated, piercing through the window and lunging directly toward the body of the Wakandan zombie knight. This is one of the remarkable advantages of the golden staff as a combat weapon. It can adjust its length at will. Although it is a melee weapon, it can achieve the effect of a ranged attack. The zombie's lips curled into a sinister grin, revealing sharp fangs, completely dismissing Lin Jie's assault. He assumed Lin Jie's attack was akin to that of others, reliant on conventional physical force, easily countered by Wakandan technology. He raised his cloak, which immediately transformed into a laser wall, seemingly poised to block Lin Jie's strike. At this moment, the hearts of those present surged to their throats. If Lin Jie's attack were to fail or be repelled, the combat efficacy within this school bus would be severely compromised. Time seemed to drag on, and the tension in the atmosphere was palpable, beads of sweat forming on every palm. Lin Jie, you must succeed, Chu Yinran exclaimed anxiously, her affection for him surging as she wished to shield him from harm. Unexpectedly, the zombie knight was met with an unforeseen event, followed by a crisp sound. Cracks began to spiderweb across the surface of his laser wall. Accompanied by such a sound, his wall shattered, transforming into countless beams of light that vanished into the air. His expression was one of profound distortion, utterly unprepared for the extraordinary effect achieved by a mere human wielding a baseball bat, something he had never witnessed before. In that moment, within the confines of the school bus, everyone erupted in jubilant cheers. Some embraced Lin Jie, while others patted him on the shoulder, as he once again emerged as the hero among them. The elongated baseball bat pierced through the defenses of the laser wall, striking the zombie's heart. Instantly, a transparent cavity was created in its body, propelling it backward in a graceful arc before crashing heavily to the ground. My goodness, such power is truly terrifying. The onlookers exclaimed in astonishment, their gazes fixated on Lin Jie. I knew it. With just this, these technologically enhanced zombies pose no significant threat. I can resolve this with a single swing, Lin Jie remarked with a smile, his demeanor unfazed by the terrifying zombies that left others trembling in fear. To him, it felt akin to playing a video game against minor foes. Nothing truly formidable had appeared. Xiao Moming's facial muscles twitched violently. Such a turn of events was simply inconceivable. Despite possessing the same golden badge abilities, why was there such a stark contrast in their effectiveness? He sighed deeply, taking a seat, realizing just how far he fell short in comparison to Lin Jie, that wretched Lin Jie, who had once been an inconspicuous figure at school. How had he suddenly stumbled upon such powerful abilities? His fame now eclipsed mine. Xiao Moming's face contorted in dissatisfaction. Accustomed to being the center of attention in social gatherings, he felt a surge of jealousy as Lin Jie overshadowed him. What can be done? Lin Jie is simply fortunate. Such formidable abilities are paramount for survival in the apocalypse. Yet ultimately, it is luck that prevails. A classmate, overhearing his mutterings, chuckled and remarked without any intention to belittle Xiao Moming. Yet, to him, these words were exceedingly grating. What do you mean? Are you implying that I am inferior to Lin Jie? I wouldn't even spare a glance at someone like him under normal circumstances. He has merely relied on a stroke of luck in this apocalypse. Xiao Moming clenched his fists, responding vehemently. As it stands, he is indeed far superior to you. The classmate chuckled again, then called out, Lin Jie is amazing. Incredible. Damn it. You must be seeking your own demise. Xiao Moming was now completely consumed by dark jealousy. His emotions spiraling out of control. With a swift motion of his hand, a gaping maw opened beneath the vehicle, from which a long, sinuous tentacle of an octopus emerged, twisting rapidly in the air. All attention was diverted to the nightly zombie outside, rendering Zimaming's action unnoticed by others. What do you intend to do? A classmate stammered in terror, preparing to scream. Yet, before he could utter a sound, the tentacle coiled around his mouth with alarming swiftness. What am I to do? Before you belittle me, consider if you possess the prowess to contend with me, Zimaming retorted, his voice laced with fury. No one has the right to question my abilities. I was once the president of the student council, the most prominent figure in our school. As for those who might be stronger than me, they deserve to perish. His face contorted as he spoke, lost in nostalgic reverie. Oblivious to the fact that his standing among the students had significantly diminished, overshadowed by the arrival of the new hero, Lin Jie. Please, spare my life. The panicked classmate pleaded. However, despite his desperate efforts to speak, the tentacle's grip rendered his voice a mere whisper, terror etched upon his features. To the psychologically twisted Zimaming, the classmate appeared as nothing more than a helpless victim, akin to a demon in his eyes. With a powerful flick of the tentacle, accompanied by the sound of shattering glass, the unfortunate student was flung out of the vehicle's window. This chaotic scene drew the attention of others, who turned in bewilderment, unsure of what had just transpired. What is happening? Why has someone been thrown out the window? A voice cried from the crowd. This is bad. More zombies are approaching. The noise from our earlier battle must have attracted them. Zimaming proclaimed earnestly, and the others, unaware of the true circumstances, believed his words without question. If more zombies arrive, we are doomed. We have yet to deal with the nightly zombie and the zombie rhinoceros. Jin Kashigio exclaimed, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. However, Zimaming's assertion held a grain of truth. The sounds of their struggle had indeed drawn numerous zombies to this stretch of highway. Suddenly, eerie sounds began emanating from all directions, as the staggering zombies emerged from behind the highway barriers. Good heavens! So many zombies. This is terrifying. Fong Bai gasped, his body trembling uncontrollably. Fortunately, they are merely ordinary zombies, not those endowed with supernatural abilities. A voice among the crowd remarked. Yet the emergence of such a vast horde could indeed lead to a tide of the undead, a phenomenon most terrifying. Although ordinary zombies are feeble in both defense and offense, their sheer numbers can culminate in a wave that consumes anyone in their path, transforming them into one of their own. Help! Help! Cried out a student, flung away by Zimaming's tendril, his face contorted in sheer terror. We must flee. Quickly. Back to the bus. Echoed the voices of his classmates inside the school bus, waving frantically for their companion to return. However, upon seeing Zimaming's fierce gaze through the bus window, the student trembled, paralyzed by fear. What is happening? Why does he not move? Is it due to fear? Jin Keshi expressed his astonishment, struggling to comprehend the situation. Yet, the student, terrified by Zimaming's formidable powers and lacking in courage, found himself hesitating as the horde of zombies began to encircle him. The zombies, drawn by the scent of fresh flesh, erupted into a cacophony of excitement. Please, do not come any closer. I beg you. The student screamed in horror, flailing his arms in vain, as the zombies descended upon him with savage bites. Everyone, do not approach the windows. It is all too easy to be pulled out like him. Zimaming shouted, seizing a few students leaning against the windows and yanking them back. Though his actions were undeniably rough, the others perceived them as stemming from good intentions, and thus refrained from reproach. In truth, Zimaming was not concerned for his classmates' well-being, but rather feared they might catch sight of the tendrils entangling the unfortunate student, leading them to question his own nature. Chapter 15. Absorbing the zombies. Countless zombies, drawn by the commotion, began to surround the school bus, emitting horrifying roars. This is dreadful. We are surrounded by zombies, both in front and behind. Fong Bai exclaimed in terror, his hands trembling as they clutched the back of a seat. These zombies were grotesque, their bodies marred, faces riddled with bite and claw marks, producing an unsettling cacophony. Some were missing limbs, hopping closer with broken arms or shattered legs. Though they are merely ordinary zombies, the sheer number is overwhelming. Zillenlin's voice quavered as she spoke. Indeed, calamity seems to come in waves. Suddenly, a deafening crash resonated against the bus's exterior as a colossal zombie rhinoceros charged, repeatedly battering the bus with its vibranium horn. Amidst the screams of the panicking crowd, a transparent breach appeared in the bus's interior. It is over. We are doomed. A profound sense of fear rapidly spread throughout the vehicle. Fear not, for I am here. Lin Jie chuckled, as his baseball bat elongated once more, piercing through the transparent hull and directly penetrating the colossal rhinoceros's skull. A dreadful wail echoed from the massive undead creature before its body slowly collapsed. In that moment, everyone was left in shock, utterly unprepared for the ease with which Lin Jie dispatched the formidable zombie that had previously posed such a challenge. The classmates approached, with Xiao Moming's facial muscles twitching in disbelief as they beheld the grotesque sight of the rhinoceros's head, now mangled, its once mighty vibranium horn shattered. Unable to contain himself, Xiao Moming marveled at Lin Jie's incredible strength. It was common knowledge that vibranium is the most resilient metal on Earth, impervious to most forms of assault. Yet, Lin Jie had wielded nothing but an ordinary metal bat. How was this possible? The elongated baseball bat retracted back into Lin Jie's grasp, returning to its original size. No way, Lin Jie, you are astonishing. With just a baseball bat, you annihilated that rhinoceros and shattered the seemingly indestructible vibranium. My goodness, incredible, you are a true powerhouse. The classmates erupted in excitement, momentarily forgetting their fears of the zombies roaming the highway. With someone as formidable as Lin Jie among them, what was there to fear? The night zombie, witnessing the demise of its undead rhinoceros, stood momentarily stunned. A gaping hole marred its chest from Lin Jie's strike, yet being a zombie, it remained undeterred as long as its head remained intact. Its gaze fixed on Lin Jie within the vehicle, it let out a low growl, its fangs elongating ominously. It was clear that this zombie recognized Lin Jie as the most significant threat among the group. What? Planning to bite me? Lin Jie smirked, his tone laced with mockery. Although he doubted the zombie could comprehend his words, he was certain it would think twice before attacking. Look at yourself. There's a huge hole in your laser cloak. Are you still considering coming for me? Think carefully, Lin Jie declared, eliciting laughter from the others. What once appeared to be a grim and terrifying apocalyptic world now felt less foreboding, as if a noose had loosened around their throats. With Lin Jie in their midst, a sense of hope surged within them. The night zombie emitted several low growls, summoning the surrounding ordinary zombies toward its location. What was happening? Such a phenomenon had never been witnessed before. Zillianlin was taken aback, as were the others, who gazed with incredulity at the horde of zombies outside the school bus. I had previously encountered this phenomenon in a book on zombie behavior. Generally speaking, ordinary zombies lack the capacity for coordinated attacks or strategic thinking. However, their actions can be influenced by other evolved zombies. Fong Bai spoke with a tremor in his voice, instantly capturing everyone's attention. What could transpire? What might this evolved zombie do to the ordinary ones? Someone anxiously inquired, causing a wave of unease to wash over the group. Well, to my knowledge, one scenario is that evolved zombies can absorb the abilities of ordinary zombies to amplify their destructive power. Fong Bai's statement further deepened the group's concern. We must act quickly to prevent this. If it truly absorbs the strength of such a vast horde, we could be in grave trouble. Chu Yinran grasped Lin Jie's arm, pleading for action. This incited intense jealousy in Xiao Moming, yet he felt powerless. His abilities were ineffectual even against the ordinary zombies, let alone the night zombie. These zombies are not just surrounding ordinary humans, but the zombies of Wakanda. Rest assured, I shall not allow him to succeed. Lin Jie reassured Chu Yin and with a pat on her hand. The notion of absorbing other zombies to enhance his strength would not come to fruition. With unreserved confidence, Lin Jie declared, as his baseball bat elongated and soared forth. The previous laser wall stood no chance against the formidable might imbued within his bat, enhanced by the power of the golden staff. No matter how advanced the zombie's technology, it could not rival the strength of the great sage. Thus, Lin Jie was exceedingly confident in his abilities, knowing that his bat, empowered by the golden staff, could extend infinitely, even from a distance. It could traverse through throngs of people, striking the night zombie. He remained within the confines of the bus, unleashing his bat through the window, which instantaneously elongated. Aiming directly at the night zombie's position, the night zombie suddenly let out a fierce roar, seizing two ordinary zombies with extraordinary strength, colliding their bodies together. In an instant, something utterly unexpected occurred. The two zombies amalgamated into one, now towering above their former selves, with significantly enhanced musculature. Is this even possible? Can two zombies truly fuse into one? Jin Kashishi exclaimed in astonishment. Wakanda possesses many mysterious technologies unknown to the world. This night zombie must have utilized Wakandan technology to merge the two zombies, combining their attributes into one, rendering it immensely powerful. The night zombie's body was undergoing a mutation, with its two arms transforming into 4 and then into 8. Seizing one of the nearby zombies, he collided them together, resulting in a continuous fusion that transformed them into a remarkably muscular and towering undead creature. Good heavens, its speed was astonishing. Having amalgamated hundreds of zombies into a single form in the blink of an eye, standing defiantly before the night zombie. Futile, no matter how hard he tried. Placing a robust zombie in front of him would not shield him from the onslaught of my baseball bat. Lin Jie remained exceedingly confident in his abilities. undeterred by the imposing figure of the zombie before him. However, when his bat struck the creature, its formidable abdominal muscles acted like a solid shield, effectively thwarting Lin Jie's attack. "This is impossible," Lin Jie exclaimed in astonishment. The multitude of zombies possessed an immense amount of cosmic energy, once fused into one. This singular zombie's attributes were enhanced to their zenith. Fang Bai sighed, acknowledging the troublesome situation that had arisen. Amidst the horde, the night zombie let out an exultant roar, reveling in its actions as its 8 arms continued to merge with the ordinary zombies. In a remarkably brief period, the multitude of zombies had vanished, leaving only the robust fused zombie and the night zombie. Lin Jie's baseball bat reverted to its original size, shrinking back. "It appears that relying solely on ranged attacks will not suffice. I must engage up close," Lin Jie stated resolutely. "You must exercise caution," Lin said, her voice laced with concern. "How surprising it is that you are not omnipotent. You too have your limitations." Upon hearing Lin Jie's declaration, Xiao Mo Ming retorted in a mocking tone. "Alas, some individuals, unable to accept their own shortcomings, are quick to criticize others." Chu Yin ran interjected, casting a glance at him and scoffing. "What do you mean by that?" Xiao Mo Ming's face flushed with anger, clearly agitated by her words. "If you are capable, and your abilities are formidable enough, why not confront this zombie yourself?" Chu Yin smirked, her words teasingly pointed. "Recognizing your own inadequacies, perhaps it would be wise to remain silent." Her remarks stung Xiao Mo Ming deeply, leaving him feeling humiliated and devoid of a counterargument. Laughter erupted once more from the school bus, directed at Xiao Mo Ming. Chapter 16. The divine palm of the Tathagata under the anxious gazes of the others. Lin Jie disembarked from the school bus, where the vast horde of zombies had vanished, replaced by a muscular undead and the night zombie. Upon sighting Lin Jie, the night zombie emitted an excited roar, its mouth agape, emanating a powerful gravitational pull. Its claws gripped the muscular zombie, causing the creature's body to rapidly shrink, ultimately being consumed whole. The crowd collectively inhaled sharply, for the sheer terror of so many zombie attributes converging upon a single undead being was unfathomable. In the face of hundreds of zombies, Lin Jie stood undaunted, bravely accepting the challenge and earning the title of biochemical warrior, along with an impressive experience point total of 50. He awakened to the second tier of the golden body Buddha palm, the Buddha's divine palm. The system's voice resonated within him, igniting a euphoric joy in Lin Jie. He raised his hand, astonished to find a golden luminescence shimmering upon his skin, with a symbol resembling a swastika from Buddhism manifesting in his palm. What impeccable timing for such a skill! Overwhelmed with excitement, Lin Jie exclaimed, lowering his gaze to scrutinize his right hand. "Lin Jie, what are you doing? Be careful!" A voice from the crowd cried out in anxiety. Startled, Lin Jie lifted his head, only to realize that while he had been inspecting his hand, the zombie had already begun charging towards him. Having absorbed the strength of hundreds of ordinary zombies, its attributes had been significantly enhanced, and its speed was akin to that of the wind. In mere moments, it had closed the distance to Lin Jie, raising its right hand high, from which emerged a bone blade, crafted from pallid bones, capable of slicing through steel. The razor-sharp edge was poised menacingly at Lin Jie's throat, eliciting a collective gasp from the onlookers, their hearts racing with dread. In such a perilous moment, he still finds time to gaze at his own hand. Is he out of his mind? Xiao Muming remarked mockingly, convinced that Lin Jie was courting disaster. He even envisioned the gruesome scene of the zombie severing Lin Jie's head, a smirk creeping across his lips as he anticipated regaining his dominant position within the group. "Hurry up and behead that foolish Lin Jie. Lin Jie, please be safe. Watch out, his bone blade is too sharp." The anxious voices of both boys and girls resonated throughout the crowd, their tension palpable. Some of the girls who admired Lin Jie could not bear to witness such grisly carnage, covering their eyes with trembling hands. What on earth was Lin Jie doing? At such a critical juncture, he had allowed himself to be distracted by his own hand. His life was truly in jeopardy. Jin Keshi pounded his fist against the back of a chair, producing a series of loud thuds. Just as tension reached its zenith, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Lin Jie raised his right hand, his fingers deftly closing around the incoming bone blade in an astonishing display of skill. How could he possibly have caught it with his bare hand? Fang Bai's astonishment was palpable, his facial muscles twitching in disbelief. Heavens! Look at his palm. His flesh is pressed directly against the blade's sharpest edge, yet not a single drop of blood has fallen. Amidst the crowd, a voice erupted in a loud exclamation. Xiao Moming, who had initially intended to mock Lin Jie, was now so astonished that he rose abruptly from his seat. "This is impossible. It is utterly inconceivable." His mouth agape, Xiao Moming could scarcely believe his eyes. The nightly zombie, too, was momentarily taken aback, never anticipating that a mere mortal like Lin Jie could catch a blade with his bare hands. Corrosive liquid oozed from its gaping maw, while the muscles in its arms swelled ominously. The most formidable aspect of the Wakandan zombies was that these warriors had undergone physical enhancement experiments in their former lives, augmenting their bodies to be several times stronger than the average person. Thus, even after their transformation into zombies, they could manipulate the distribution of their physical power at will. Observing the grotesque transformation, the zombies' legs rapidly withered from robust muscle to mere skin and bones in a brief span. In a desperate attempt to counter Lin Jie's formidable right hand, it redirected the muscular strength from its legs to its right arm, hoping to significantly amplify the force of its bone blade strike. However, it failed to realize that all its efforts were in vain. The muscles in its arm continued to bulge and multiply, rendering it no longer an arm, but a grotesquely swollen appendage. Yet, even with the terrifying collective strength of hundreds of zombies, it proved utterly ineffective. Lin Jie remained unfazed, his grip on the bone blade unwavering, and a smile danced upon his lips, devoid of any hint of panic. Bravo, Lin Jie. Magnificent work. Haha, nightly zombie, you are truly pathetic. How could you ever hope to rival our Lin Jie? The crowd erupted in a chorus of cheers, their excitement reaching a fever pitch. The nightly zombie seemed to hear the collective voice of the crowd, its mouth quivering violently before unleashing a series of thunderous roars. Yet, loudness alone did not equate to strength sufficient to contend with Lin Jie, who had acquired divine power. Haha, what good is your noise? No matter how you shout, you cannot muster more strength than I. Lin Jie remarked with a grin, dismissing the zombie's futile efforts as inconsequential. His right hand radiated a golden light, visible only to him, as mere mortals could not perceive this otherworldly power. Haha, come on, keep straining. Even if you exert all your might, you won't budge my finger. Lin Jie taunted with a deliberately scornful tone, aggravating the nightly zombie to its breaking point as a fierce roar erupted from its throat. At that moment, its face was alarmingly close to Lin Jie's, the sound of liquid churning ominously from its throat. At this moment, Lin Jie's companions were instantly struck with alarm, as they seemed to sense that a perilous event was about to unfold. However, Lin Jie was perilously close to the zombie. If that corrosive liquid were to be ejected directly from the creature's mouth, no matter how formidable Lin Jie's strength, his flesh, being human, would be utterly incapable of withstanding such harm. Concerned for Lin Jie, his companions immediately cupped their hands before their mouths, forming makeshift megaphones, and began to shout anxiously. Lin Jie, be careful. It's about to spray a highly corrosive liquid. Quickly leave this place. It's extremely dangerous. Do not cling to that bone blade any longer. Everyone echoed this urgent plea, yet Lin Jie appeared entirely oblivious to the unfolding situation. Or perhaps he simply disregarded his companions' warnings. His gaze remained steadfastly fixed on the bone blade, showing no inclination to retreat or evade. The crowd erupted in a frenzy of anxiety for Lin Jie. Meanwhile, Xiao Moming, standing aside, began to mock Lin Jie inwardly once more. Huh. What good are all those golden badges to a fool? A fool remains a fool, incapable of properly utilizing his own abilities. If you don't dodge quickly, that corrosive liquid will hit you, and it will be the end of you. Even if you somehow survive, your face will be utterly ruined. Xiao Moming relished this thought. For among the multitude in the team, he harbored the deepest envy for Lin Jie's abilities, wishing fervently for his demise at the hands of the zombie. But could reality unfold as he envisioned? Lin Jie's power was not comparable to the abilities possessed by these individuals. It stemmed from celestial realms, far surpassing mortal technology and strength. In an instant, the zombie opened its mouth wide, aiming directly at Lin Jie's face, and unleashed a torrent of corrosive liquid. At such a close range, even the most agile warrior would struggle to evade such an attack. Lin Jie's face was directly met with the onslaught of the liquid. No, don't. His classmates screamed in a frenzy. Once that liquid touched his face, it would surely disfigure him. Yet Lin Jie displayed no trace of panic. Instead, he calmly allowed the liquid to cascade over him, the corners of his mouth curving into a serene smile as he uttered, Golden Body Tathagata Technique. First layer. Golden light protects the body. As soon as he completed this incantation, his entire being seemed to be enveloped in a luminous membrane, effectively shielding him from the corrosive liquid as harm, which flowed gently down along the golden radiance. Chapter 17. Defeating the zombie. All the students were rendered speechless, their mouths agape in sheer disbelief at the remarkable feat accomplished by Lin Jie. Oh my goodness! Exclaimed Zi Lin, astonished. How could he have done that? Such a corrosive substance, upon contact with human flesh, would cause immediate destruction. It was truly astonishing. My admiration for Lin Jie and his awakened abilities grows ever stronger. Jin Keshi raised his thumb in approval towards Lin Jie, exclaiming, to have so many powerful golden badges concentrated in one individual is a testament to extraordinary strength. Everyone present, especially those endowed with abilities, could feel the formidable power emanating from the multitude of golden badges adorning Lin Jie. Many students had also discovered badges, Yet their awakened powers were merely red or orange, granting them slightly enhanced strength or speed, of little practical use, serving only to bolster their survival in this apocalyptic world. They gazed longingly at Lin Jie, engaged in battle with the night zombie, their eyes reflecting an insatiable desire. Why is our luck not as fortuitous as Lin Jie's? One lamented. Ah, if only I could possess a golden badge. Just one would suffice to bring me contentment. With their hands resting on the car window, these students expressed their envy and yearning. They were utterly transfixed by Lin Jie's duel with the night zombie. Do not despair soon. You too shall have the opportunity to acquire these golden badges. Suddenly, Xiaoming, seated nearby, interjected. His words struck the group like a thunderclap. What did you just say? We could also possess golden badges? Several students, lacking abilities or possessing only minor ones, leapt from their seats, their voices trembling with excitement. How could we possibly obtain golden badges? Are you deceiving us? Many expressed their incredulity. Golden badges are notoriously difficult to acquire, exceedingly rare even in this dystopian world. It is said that the god King Odin commanded the dwarf king to forge merely 1,000 golden badges, scattered across the globe. Fong Bida regarded Xiaoming's claims with skepticism, demanding, where do these golden badges come from? A sly smile crept across Xiaoming's face, revealing his mischievous intent. He pointed toward Lin Jie, who was presently engaged in combat with the night zombie. Very soon, this classmate Lin will be defeated by that night zombie. He chuckled malevolently. Once he falls, the 13 golden badges within him will belong to us. Xiaoming, your words are utterly outrageous. Jin Keshi erupted in anger upon hearing this. As Lin Jie's South roommate and close friend, he could not abide such callous remarks. Lin Jie was undoubtedly capable of dealing with this zombie. However, as you leisurely hid in the car while Lin Jie valiantly fought against the undead, don't you feel a twinge of guilt for saying such things? Jin Keshi, consumed by anger, began to emanate deep green flames, and the crowd felt an intense heat radiating from his body, expanding outward. Haha, do not be angry. Do not lose your temper. What I said is indeed the truth. Xiao Moming remarked with a smile. Look, this night zombie has absorbed the power of hundreds of zombies, transferring it to itself. For an ordinary ability user, obtaining a single badge and combating dozens of zombies is an arduous task, although they possess superhuman powers. The vitality and destructive force of the zombies themselves are formidable. As Xiao Moming spoke slowly, he continued, thus, considering these hundreds of zombies. No matter how formidable Lin Jie may be, he can only face the grim possibility of being bitten to death. Just as he spoke with such confidence, Lin Jie was about to encounter tremendous danger. The enhanced night zombie let out a fierce roar, its claws rising into the air and growing larger. The crowd covered their ears as the cacophony of hundreds of zombies' roars pierced through, causing many to wince in pain. The night zombie rapidly transferred the muscle power of the numerous zombies within its body, concentrating it in its right claw. The claws elongated and sharpened, their surfaces seeping with venom, creating a truly terrifying sight. Humph. You see, this is the result of the combined strength of hundreds of zombies. Xiao Moming said with a grin, harboring jealousy towards Lin Jie, eager for his demise. However, soon it was time for him to face his reckoning. Gold Body Buddha Palm. Level 2. Buddha's Divine Palm. Lin Jie's right palm radiated a brilliant golden light, and with a push forward, the night zombie was sent flying backward. Accompanied by a resounding crash, the zombie collided with the highway barrier, which could not withstand the impact and shattered, leaving a massive gap. A scream escaped the night zombie, and its body fell straight off the edge of the highway. In that instant, everyone was left dumbfounded. Good heavens, what immense strength. Did you not just say that the strength of hundreds of zombies was concentrated here? A classmate gazed at Lin Jie in awe, realizing that for him, these hundreds of zombies seemed insignificant. Indeed, while dozens of powerful ability users could not guarantee a safe escape from a swarm of ordinary zombies, Lin Jie merely needed a single strike to send them flying. The crowd was astonished beyond measure, first falling into silence, then erupting into jubilant cheers. Incredible! We are safe. At last, we are safe. The crowd erupted in joyous cheers, with the muscular figure of Xiao Moming visibly trembling, unable to fathom the terrifying prowess of Lin Jie. To think that with a mere swipe of his hand, he could send hundreds of zombies flying. Chapter 18. The zombie tide returns. Once Lin Jie vanquished the fearsome mutated night zombie, all the students joined in the celebration. Their gazes were wholly fixated on Lin Jie, who emerged unscathed from such a fierce battle, an unbelievable feat indeed. All right, now that this terrifying zombie has been dealt with, we are safe, Lin Jie exclaimed with a smile as he rushed back to the school bus. However, despite the crisis being averted, their driver, LV Liang Duo, had fainted and was unable to regain consciousness. Jin Kashigio spoke anxiously. If no one comes to start the bus, we will have to traverse this lengthy highway on foot. What are we to do then? Zillenlin cried out in despair. We are on the highway. Walking could take us a whole day and night. The students, who had just basked in the joy of defeating the zombies, now found themselves sinking into despair. Wait, if it takes that long, won't we be utterly exhausted by the time we reach the end of the highway? Indeed. And what if we encounter zombies along the way? We would be truly in peril. The students exchanged fearful glances, their faces filled with terror. A palpable sense of dread once again enveloped the entire bus, as if they were once more at the mercy of death. Oh no, oh no. Everyone, look at the survival map, shouted a student, his face pale with fear. What is happening? What is going on? The others began to feel an ominous premonition. Many students pulled out their phones to log into the survival app. There is a massive horde of zombies appearing on the highway. A student trembled as he pointed to the screen, exclaiming, "They are rushing towards us." It must be the noise from Lin Jie's battle that attracted them. Jean Kashigio exclaimed, astonished. What shall we do? Our bus is severely damaged, and the driver is unconscious. Zillianlin spoke in a panic, feeling utterly helpless. But soon, her eyes lit up as she focused on Lin Jie. The others quickly understood and turned their gazes toward him, realizing that their survival in this apocalypse depended on Lin Jie. With so many of you looking at me, I feel a bit embarrassed, Lin Jie said awkwardly, sensing the weight of their hopeful gazes as if they regarded him as their savior. Now, we have no choice but to rely on you. All the boys and girls spoke in unison. Lin Jie glanced at the unconscious Lu Lia duo, slumped over the steering wheel, and the dilapidated school bus, instantly grasping the situation. Fear not, everyone. I will stabilize your emotions. No matter the pain, I possess the ability to heal it effortlessly. Wonderful. We're counting on you, Lin Jie. The crowd exclaimed with excitement. Lin Jie hurried to Lu Liangduo's side, retrieving a miraculous needle from his pocket. Upon inserting it into Lu's body and giving it a slight twist, the onlookers were astonished to witness his wounds healing at a visibly rapid pace. Good heavens. This is simply unbelievable. Lin Jie is undoubtedly the most formidable healer in existence. The crowd erupted in admiration, raising their thumbs in praise. However, a violent tremor soon emanated from a distance, with the highway's barriers visibly shaking. This is bad. Zombies. A horde of zombies is rushing towards us, one student exclaimed. His face contorted in exaggerated terror. A cloud of dust billowed in the air not far away, indicating the presence of numerous zombies. Could these be mutated zombies? They run so swiftly, Fong Bai exclaimed in astonishment. Although they had Lin Jie's protection in this apocalyptic world, the relentless onslaught of zombies was becoming exceedingly bothersome. These are mutated zombies, but not of the supernatural kind, Jean Keshi remarked. They are ordinary zombies that have enhanced their physical structure through the continuous consumption of the living, thus gaining abilities that surpass typical zombies. They are fast-moving zombies. Their speed is remarkable, and they possess extraordinary vitality, making them hard to kill. A student in the crowd shouted. Soon, Lu Lia Duo finally opened his eyes, exhaling deeply as he gradually regained his consciousness. Incredible! I actually survived. I am truly grateful to you, Lin Jie. Lu Liang Duo proclaimed excitedly, sitting up and feeling his strength fully restored. He sincerely marveled at Lin Jie's miraculous medical skills. Quickly, Lu Liang Duo, see if you can start this school bus. As Lu Liang Duo recovered, Xiao Moming was the first to speak up, his tone commanding and irking many in the crowd. After all, Xiao Moming had been the student council president for quite some time, and most people were accustomed to obeying him. He had always issued orders without fail. Do you expect a severely injured classmate, just awakened, to be commanded into action? Lu Liang Duo disregarded Xiao Moming's words, shaking his head. That doesn't seem right. You, how dare you speak to me like that? Xiao Moming, filled with fury, exclaimed as his hand transformed into a colossal crab claw, intent on seizing LV Liangduo's head to compel him to start the school bus. Just as the claw was about to close in on LV Liangduo's neck, a powerful hand grasped the claw, making Xiao Moming acutely aware of an overwhelming force restraining him. In an instant, he found himself immobilized. Turning his head, he discovered it was none other than his most despised adversary, Lin Jie. Xiao Moming, you were once elected as the student council president by your peers. Your actions are utterly excessive, Lin Jie declared, ire evident in his voice. Although Xiao Moming harbored a desire to crush Lin Jie's head, he was painfully aware that the latter's strength far surpassed his own, leaving him powerless to retaliate. Chapter 19. The marvelous use of the divine needle. Lin Jie tightened his grip on the seemingly indestructible crab claw, producing a crisp sound as slender cracks began to spread across its surface. Realizing the peril of the situation, Xiao Moming quickly retracted his claw. He knew he could not best Lin Jie. If he allowed Lin Jie to continue applying pressure, it would shatter, much like the last time. Humph. I am only acting for the greater good. Everyone has witnessed the current predicament, with hordes of zombies pursuing us. Xiao Moming stepped back, justifying his actions. He is the only one among us capable of driving. If I do not compel him, we are all doomed. No, I will not heed your words, LV Liangduo replied, casting a glance at Lin Jie. I will only listen to Lin Jie, for he saved my life. Xiao Moming, seething with rage, found himself at a loss. Ultimately turning to leave. LV Liangduo, despite the dire circumstances with numerous zombies appearing on the highway, Lin Jie spoke calmly. If you are too weak to drive effectively, I will not pressure you. It's all right now, thanks to your remarkable medical skills. I feel invigorated and in excellent spirits. LV Liangduo declared, patting his chest. Are you capable of driving the school bus then? The other students eagerly inquired. Yes, I can manage. LV Liangduo returned to the driver's seat, placing his hands firmly on the steering wheel. Jin Kishing and the other students gathered at the rear of the bus, peering through the shattered windows to see numerous figures emerging on the highway ahead. It's zombies, an overwhelming number of them, and they are closing in on us. Many students cried out in a panic, their emotions running high. Are they ordinary zombies or enhanced ones? Fangbai inquired, dread washing over him as beads of sweat formed on his brow. They are ordinary zombies, but they have mutated and are moving at an alarming speed. Someone responded. Jin Kishin's hands ignited with deep green flames, radiating intense heat. Though these zombies lack superpowers, their hands and feet have undergone terrifying mutations, transforming into massive claws that resemble fearsome beasts. They emit blood-curdling roars, their mouths filled with sharp, menacing fangs. Their speed is astonishingly swift, and I must find a way to halt their advance. With a flourish of his hands, Jin Kishin conjured 2 orbs of flame that shot forth from his palms. Instantly, a wall of fire erupted before the horde of zombies, blazing with intense heat. Regardless of their strength, these zombies fear the scorching flames, capable of reducing their flesh to mere ashes in an instant. This is splendid. It must work. Zilin exclaimed with enthusiasm. And the hopes of the group rested upon this fiery barrier. Surely, it would be sufficient to deter these bothersome zombies. Many echoed her sentiments. El Liangdu fiddled with the various switches on the school bus, pressed the accelerator, and turned the steering wheel, yet the vehicle remained utterly unresponsive. What on earth is happening? The other students voiced their anxieties. Oh no. This is dire. After enduring so many zombie assaults, the bus has sustained severe damage. El Yangdu's voice trembled with dread as the vehicle refused to start. How could this be happening? Many students slumped in their seats, fear gripping their racing hearts. It's over. This truly spells our doom. In this apocalyptic scenario, how can we escape danger without a vehicle? With so many mutated and superpowered zombies sprinting at such speed, ordinary people stand no chance of fleeing. Do not lose hope. There may still be a glimmer of possibility. Lin Jie spoke, yet to his dismay, his well-meaning encouragement was perceived by others as foolishness. Indeed. You may have hope, for you possess formidable abilities. But what of us? We, the ordinary individuals without the aid of badges, are surely doomed. The students expressed their agitation, restlessly voicing their despair. This left Lin Jie feeling embarrassed. His intention to comfort them had backfired unexpectedly. Lin Jie, do not mind them, after all. We are in an apocalypse, and with so many zombies pursuing us, their heightened emotions are understandable. Qi Yinran's soothing voice reached Lin Jie's ears, providing him with a measure of solace. He nodded in agreement, recognizing her wisdom. He then turned to El Liangdu. Is there truly no way to restart this bus? In despair, El Liangdu slammed his fist against the steering wheel, his voice heavy with anguish. Alas, I have tried countless times, but the bus is too severely damaged to function. A sense of hopelessness began to permeate the entire bus, as many sank into their seats, exhaling deep sighs of despair. Perhaps we should swiftly disembark and flee for our lives? One classmate suggested. Are you jesting? Do you really believe we can outrun these zombies? And they are mutated zombies, moving with incredible speed. Besides, we are on a highway with no shelter to hide from them. The students chimed in, their voices filled with despair as the zombies drew ever closer to the school bus. Ah, those terrifying sounds emanating from the zombies sent everyone's hearts racing. We must stop them, Fangbai exclaimed. The flames have extinguished. You need to conjure fire again. I cannot. This is not a naturally occurring flame. Once I release it, it will only last for 10 minutes. Jean Kesh replied, drenched in sweat, although many charred zombie corpses lay on the ground. Even more mutated zombies continued to surge toward them. You must keep unleashing flames. We have to block their advance. The others urged Jean Kesh. Fine, I understand. A green wall of flames quickly appeared on the road, halting the progress of the zombies. Though they had secured temporary safety, it would not last long. Despite Jean Kesh's fire abilities, each release drained him significantly and could not be sustained indefinitely. Chu Yinran approached Lin Jie, her voice tinged with hope. Lin Jie, you mentioned earlier that you might have a solution? Lin Jie nodded. Indeed, he had a plan, though he was uncertain of its efficacy. His words immediately captured everyone's attention. What is it? Speak quickly. We cannot afford to wait here to meet our demise. All eyes turned to Lin Jie. No one wished to succumb to despair. I believe we could attempt to use the divine needle to repair the bus. Lin Jie produced a small silver needle from his pocket. Are you joking? The medical students regarded Lin Jie with bewilderment, as though he were a fool. Acupuncture only works on living beings. And the school bus is inanimate. How could it possibly be effective? Many expressed their disbelief. It seemed utterly absurd. Yet, the campus belle, Chu Yanran, grasped Lin Jie's arm and declared, "Even if others do not believe in you, I do." The crowd fell silent, captivated by Lin Jie's charm. Even when he spoke nonsensically, the goddess of the campus still placed her faith in him. How enviable was that? I also believe in Lin Jie. He has saved us numerous times. He must have confidence to speak like this. With the support of his companions, Lin Jie felt bolstered. Although he had never attempted to use the divine needle on a non-living object, he reasoned that since it was a treasure from the celestial realm, there might be a possibility. Very well, give it a try. If a silver needle can cure the school bus, then all my years spent perusing medical texts would have been in vain, remarked a student from the medical school, prompting some to secretly mock Lin Jie. Xia Miming found it amusing as well, thinking how utterly foolish Lin Jie seemed, and he joined his classmates in discussing Lin Jie disparagingly. However, Zilin and several other girls stood firmly by Lin Jie, believing in his abilities. Amidst the scornful gazes and doubtful expressions, Lin Jie thrust the divine needle he held towards the shattered dashboard. The glass on several of the dashboards was utterly fragmented, the needles severely bent. Even a professional repairman could only suggest replacement. There was no conceivable way to restore something so irrevocably damaged. Such a feat was nearly impossible. Ha, Lin Jie. Are you weaving a myth? Xia Miming's derisive voice rang out. One needle can repair something in such disrepair? Oh, is that so? If you believe it's impossible, it merely reflects the narrowness of your knowledge. Lin Jie retorted with a smirk. At that moment, a multitude of switches appeared before him, reminiscent of the scenes when healing others. Chapter 20. Surviving the night humph. I refuse to believe it. You're not wielding any supernatural power. It's merely an ordinary needle. Xia Miming continued to express disbelief. How could such an effect be possible? What a joke. Lin Jie smiled slightly and began to rotate the divine needle in his grasp. Instantly, the glass on the dashboard began to mend itself. The shards scattered on the ground reassembling as if played in reverse, returning to their rightful place on the dashboard. The bent needles straightened as if infused with life. Everyone stood transfixed. This spectacle fundamentally altered their understanding of power. Lin Jie's abilities were truly miraculous. The onlookers were awestruck, their eyes fixed on him. While those medical students who had previously derided him were left speechless, their faces reflecting disbelief. How can this be? A silver needle can repair a vehicle? Their expressions contorted with incredulity as they struggled to accept what they were witnessing. What is impossible? It merely indicates your lack of skill in medicine. Chu Yanran remarked with a smile, settling beside Lin Jie as she observed him repair the school bus. She was equally astonished, never having seen a silver needle used in such a manner to mend a vehicle before. Sitting next to the remarkable Lin Jie, her cheeks flushed and her heart raced. Such a versatile young man was the epitome of a perfect boyfriend. She pondered what type of girl he preferred and whether she might catch his eye. Chu Yan engaged Lin Jie in conversation, seeking various topics to discuss, while the surrounding boys seethed with envy and jealousy. Yet, there was nothing they could do. They simply lacked the capabilities that Lin Jie possessed. Soon, an astonishing event unfolded as the shattered glass atop the vehicle began to mend itself with astonishing rapidity. The gash inflicted by the zombie rhinoceros, akin to a wound on a human body, commenced its healing process as well. The speed of restoration was remarkable, resembling the swift rewind of a film reel. After a brief interval, accompanied by Liang stepping on the accelerator, the sound of the school bus's engine roared to life, prompting an uproar of cheers from the crowd. Incredible. Thanks to you, Master Lin Jie, our school bus is operational. Jean Kesh exclaimed, turning to give Lin Jie a thumbs up, a smile illuminating his face. The entire bus had been completely restored, looking as pristine as ever. All right, let's get moving. We must leave this cursed place, Liang declared with a grin, pressing the accelerator, and soon the bus sped down the highway, gaining velocity with each passing moment. The zombies, with their fearsome claws and terrifying appendages, pursued the group, but quickly realized their speed was insufficient. Come and catch us if you can, Jean Kesh mocked, gesturing derisively at the zombies, and laughter erupted among the passengers. Unable to keep pace with the school bus, the zombies reverted to their previous aimless wandering, their claws and appendages returning to their original state, meandering without purpose. However, a shadow soon swept across the sky. Subsequently, a pair of decayed hands seized a mutated zombie, lifting it high into the air. When it fell back to the ground, nothing remained but a pile of bones. A zombie, adorned with imposing wings, soared swiftly through the air, closely tailing Lin Jie and the others' bus. Some zombies possessed keen eyesight, particularly sensitive to moving objects. Clearly, amidst the surrounding eerie silence, the fastest-moving entity was the school bus. At that moment, the passengers inside the bus exhaled in relief, for they were momentarily safe. Rest assured, folks, there will be no zombies along this stretch of the highway, Jean Kesh reassured them with a smile. How can you be so certain? Fong Bida questioned. Apprehension evident in his voice, the haunting memories of their prior terror still etched in his mind. What if more zombies appear? His words sent a shiver through the others. The terrifying abilities and ghastly visages of the zombies lingering in the hearts of many. On the path to survival, the road ahead is clear of zombies, Gene Kesh declared, pulling out his phone to show the group. Yet, his assurance was swiftly shattered as Fong Bida exclaimed in shock, "But there's a zombie right behind us. And it's south very close." Where? Where? Gene Kesh and the others craned their necks to peer at the phone screen. "Look, right here. It's close behind us." Relentlessly pursuing. Fong Bida's voice trembled as he spoke. "I'll check the back of the bus." Gene Kesh's hands erupted in flames as he retreated. However, upon glancing back through the rear window of the vehicle, he was met with an empty road, devoid of any presence. This was perplexing. How could there be nothing in sight? Puzzled, Gene Kesh soon turned his gaze skyward. While such zombies were rare, there were indeed some that could fly. He beheld a pair of massive wings unfurling in the air, yet as his eyes locked onto them for less than a second, the zombie vanished into thin air. How strange. Did I truly see a zombie? Gene Kesh murmured in confusion, rubbing his eyes. Or was it merely an illusion? Perhaps I saw nothing at all. Just then, a wave of excitement erupted from the students behind him. "The red dot pursuing our school bus has disappeared. What could be the reason for this?" Gene Kesh inquired, bemused. "I have no idea," Fong Bai replied, shaking his head. "It could be a display error, or perhaps the zombie has relocated elsewhere. In any case, its presence is no longer visible on the map. It has abruptly vanished. If it's not visible, then surely we are safe?" Lin Jie, who was not particularly knowledgeable about the various zombies, asked. "Generally, that should be the case. However, a select few zombies that possessed advanced technology in life may retain such abilities after death, such as invisibility," Fong Bai explained, causing everyone to collectively gasp in shock. "Surely not. If zombies can turn invisible, they could approach without detection at any moment," Chu Yinran exclaimed, covering her mouth in terror as fear washed over her face. "This is indeed too frightening. Encountering such a zombie would be extremely troublesome." After pondering for a moment, Gene Kesh proposed, "We must procure infrared glasses to detect thermal imagery. This way, even such zombies would be discernible to us." The group nodded in agreement, finding this suggestion quite reasonable. "Once we exit the highway, we shall head directly to the large supermarket at Yunran. I hope to find Li Yiqian there, and we can also gather some essential supplies," Gene Kesh concluded, casting a glance at Lin Jie, as if seeking his approval. After all, Lin Jie had become the leader among them, having saved most of their lives. Peering through the window at the darkening sky, Lin Jie contemplated for a moment before stating, "Nightfall is approaching. I believe we should refrain from exiting the highway directly, as there are no zombies in the vicinity. Instead, let us camp here on the road. We can use our luggage to build a wall and block the road. If any zombies approach, it will serve as a defensive barrier." After Lin Jie finished speaking, everyone nodded in agreement. Indeed, after enduring so much, they were all utterly exhausted and in dire need of rest. The boys and girls collectively retrieved numerous suitcases from the school bus, stacking them together, which brought a sense of comfort to many. Although they all understood that the zombies, who posed a real threat to humanity, primarily relied on sound to perceive movements, they began to set up tents on the highway, a necessity for their slumber. While survival was paramount in this apocalyptic world, the importance of adequate rest could not be overstated. Otherwise, how could one hope to outrun the zombies? Once everything was prepared, a vibrant array of tents appeared on the highway. The students took out various snacks from their bags, sharing them amongst themselves. Although they could not indulge excessively, it sufficed to satiate their hunger. Given how dark it is inside the tent, should we turn on our phone's flashlight for illumination? Fong Bida suggested. However, Gene Kesh quickly intervened. No, we absolutely must not do that," he insisted sternly. Although most zombies moved sluggishly at night and lacked the vigor they possessed during the day, any light could attract their attention. "But the map shows no zombies in the vicinity," Fong Bida protested, fiddling with his phone. Indeed, as they examined the survival map, there were no red dots indicating danger around them. "Still, we are in the midst of an apocalypse. It's better to exercise caution," Lin Jie advised. And the others nodded in agreement, following his lead. Chapter 21. The appearance of the falcon. As night fell, the tent was engulfed in darkness. Lin Jie, Fong Bida, and Gene Kesh huddled together in one tent, while the girls occupied another, and the remaining classmates were scattered across 3 additional tents. They engaged in light conversation, and before long, they were preparing to sleep, with the moon hanging high in the sky. Just as they were about to drift off into slumber, laughter and chatter erupted from the neighboring tent. "What is happening? Didn't we agree to keep quiet?" Lin Jie remarked, furrowing his brow as he rose from his makeshift bed. Let it be. It's probably fine. The survival map indicates there are no zombies nearby," Fong Bida replied. However, Lin Jie shook his head, insisting, That is not acceptable. We must remain vigilant. Moreover, zombies lack any sense of purpose. When they cannot identify a target, they wander aimlessly. If a zombie were to wander onto this highway, the most enticing lure would undoubtedly be the sound of human laughter. The night was profoundly tranquil. Although the mobility of the zombies had significantly diminished, the eerie stillness amplified even the slightest rustle of leaves or whisper of the wind. I shall take a look, Jean Kesh declared, rising from his seat. Everyone else may continue to rest. I will speak with them and request they lower their volume. Lin Jie nodded in agreement. After a brief discussion with others outside the tent, Jean Kesh returned. What is the situation? Lin Jie inquired, straining to listen. It seems the noise has nearly dissipated. It's merely the girls in the adjacent tent. They were watching a drama on their tablet, and the volume was rather high. Jean Kesh explained as he settled back down. I've already spoken to them. They've since turned off both the sound and the lights. The group nodded in understanding. While there was no immediate evidence of zombies, it was prudent to exercise caution. At that moment, every tent lay shrouded in darkness, and overhead, a colossal creature circled swiftly. Its deep crimson wings blotted out the sky as its eyes darted about, searching. With no light emanating from the tents, the creature could not ascertain the presence of humanity. In the depths of night, the zombie's activity had waned considerably. Yet, the falcon-like zombie that had trailed the school bus was desperate for human blood, emitting low, excited growls. Unfortunately, the speed of the bus rendered it impossible for the creature to keep pace. However, the falcon possessed an ability to render itself invisible. Thus, when those inside the bus glanced upward, it seemed to vanish. Simultaneously, it could erase any trace of its presence while scouting for survivors. Yin Yin, the drama isn't finished yet. Can we please watch until the end? Xilinglin pleaded with her sleeping companion, Chu Yin Yin, her voice filled with longing. Are you out of your mind? This is the apocalypse. Zombies are lurking everywhere. Chu Yin Yin admonished, giving her a light smack. You should just get some sleep. But the apocalypse is filled with zombies and monsters every day. We barely escaped to this haven, free of zombies, Xilinglin lamented. I just want a moment to unwind. Chu Yin Yin glanced at the tablet in Xilinglin's hands, recognizing it as her favorite show. Being interrupted just before the climax was indeed frustrating, especially since it featured her beloved male star, and the finale was approaching. Oh, come on. We can simply lower the volume, Xilinglin exclaimed with excitement. All right, fine. Let us keep it down so the others don't hear. Chu Yin Yin responded, equally eager. The two girls then activated the tablet, and the familiar theme song of the drama filled the air. Xilinglin hurriedly adjusted the volume lower and peeked outside the tent. Fortunately, they had not disturbed anyone's slumber, and no one seemed to have noticed their clandestine viewing. Xilinglin withdrew her head back into the tent, where the two girls excitedly watched a television drama on their tablet. Wow, my idol is so handsome, one exclaimed. Ah, so he is the mastermind behind it all. Shoo. Be quiet. Everyone is asleep. A faint glow emanated from beneath the quilt, accompanied by the soft murmurs of several girls. Ordinarily, such subtle sounds would go unnoticed, especially in the stillness of the night. However, in this scenario, the zombies possessed a far keener sense of hearing than humans, even in their diminished state. A massive pair of wings flapped in the air. The falcon zombie had detected the source of the sound and light emanating from the tent. Excited sounds escaped its maw. Having recently consumed a mutated zombie, thus acquiring its powers, with its feet transformed into colossal claws. After circling the tent, it swiftly swooped down. The enormous claws, with razor-sharp talons, tore through the fabric of the tent, seizing one of the girls within. Help! Help! She screamed, prompting the surrounding tents to light up as everyone rushed out. Something's wrong at the girl's tent. Jinka shook his companions awake and exclaimed, could it be that zombies have truly been attracted? Sigh, I warned them, but they wouldn't listen. Fong Bai, filled with emotion, pounded the bed as he spoke. It's too late for words. We need to rescue them. Lin Jie, dressed in his pajamas, dashed out of the tent. Initially, he thought it was merely a wandering zombie that had invaded the camp, only to discover it was a gigantic falcon zombie. These zombies inherited the abilities of the falcon hero, sporting a pair of enormous metallic wings that allowed for swift and elusive flight. Fortunately, the girl's timely scream captured everyone's attention. Otherwise, she would have been whisked away into the sky and devoured. Long ropes bound the falcon zombie's wings and legs. As the boys desperately tugged at the other end, the falcon zombie screeched, its immense strength causing blood to seep from the boys' palms as they struggled, drenched in sweat. Help me. Please, help me, cried the girl in terror, and Lin Jie focused his gaze, realizing it was Xilinglin. Her fair neck was perilously close to the zombie's gaping maw, ready to bite down, when a classmate jabbed a long bamboo pole into the zombie's mouth. Don't even think about it. Shut your mouth. The students shouted, but soon their strength waned. After all, the falcon zombie's power was overwhelming, rendering human efforts futile. The metallic wings of the falcon zombie twisted, their edges impossibly sharp, instantly severing all the ropes that restrained it. The boys, caught off guard by the sudden release, stumbled backward and fell heavily to the ground. The bamboo pole, which had been used to prod the zombie, was caught in its jaws, and with a sharp crack, it broke in two. With an exhilarating cry, the zombie lunged forward, seemingly ready to sink its teeth into the neck. Suddenly, a powerful gust surged forth, striking the zombie's head and sending it flying. Astonishing! This single blow eradicated the fearsome creature. The crowd gasped in disbelief, their gazes drawn to Lin Jie. He smiled faintly, brushing off the dust from his shoes. Moments earlier, he had kicked the air, compressing it into a sphere of golden light, which he then propelled with devastating force. In a state of panic, Zi Linlin flailed her arms as she plummeted from the sky. Lin Jie, moving with remarkable speed, darted through the crowd and caught her. Upon realizing she was embraced by the boy she admired, her face flushed crimson, and she shyly lowered her head, though her heart brimmed with joy. It's all right now. There's no need to worry. With its head gone, that zombie is finished. Lin Jie reassured her with a smile as he held her close. Zi Linlin nodded, feeling an overwhelming sense of happiness in that moment. She rested her head against Lin Jie's chest, listening to the rhythm of his heartbeat. However, amidst the cheers of the crowd, a voice suddenly cried out in alarm. Wings! Watch out for the wings! The speaker's tone was laced with terror, their trembling finger pointing skyward. The crowd looked up to witness the headless body of the falcon zombie descending, yet the metallic wings continued to soar ominously in the air. How could this be? Hadn't the zombie been vanquished? Why were the wings still aloft? Lin Jie stared in astonishment, quickly setting Zi Linlin down. Engaging in battle while holding a girl would be impractical. Everyone scatter. Quickly. The crowd erupted in panic as the enormous metallic wings flapped violently, charging towards them. People dodged, and upon crashing to the ground, the wings created a massive crater. The falcon zombie was a uniquely terrifying entity, even after its head had been severed. The metallic wings behind it would continue to seek out human hosts. Once captured, the victim would instantaneously transform into a falcon zombie. The colossal wings ascended once more, and everyone anxiously gazed at the aerial menace. As it swooped down again, the claws on the wings swiftly seized the boy, lifting him high into the air as he screamed in terror. Yet, the tips of those claws bore venomous stingers. Once they pierced his flesh, he instantly succumbed to unconsciousness. The wings now transferring to his back. This zombie possesses such abilities? The crowd gasped in horror. It appeared that the wings must be destroyed. Zi Linlin exclaimed, trembling uncontrollably. Chapter 22. Complete Zombie. In mere moments, the boy transformed into a zombie, a turn of events that Lin Jie had never anticipated. It appears that the most terrifying aspect of the falcon zombie lies not in its ability to bite or claw, but rather in the metallic wings that extend from its back. Lin Jie exclaimed in astonishment. Even if we were to vanquish this zombie, it would be of no consequence, as its wings could swiftly transform one of our comrades into a zombie. What shall we do then? If those wings are not destroyed, will we not be eternally ensnared in this peril? Jin Kashishi, overwhelmed by shock and panic, spoke helplessly. At this moment, I too am at a loss on how to confront it, for the wings are made of metal, after all. Lin Jie shook his head and picked up a baseball bat resting on the ground, raising it high. The energy from the golden hoop staff coursed through Lin Jie's palm into the bat, transforming it significantly. It could now elongate or shorten at will. The zombie emitted a terrifying roar, its metallic wings flapping fiercely as it spiraled through the air, intoxicated by the scent of human flesh. Help me. What is happening? What is wrong with me? The boy cried out frantically from above. Put me down. Please, put me down. A profound sense of dread gripped him, and he clasped his head in panic. What is going on? Has he not already transformed into a zombie? How can he still speak? Jin Kashishi inquired, astonished, while many classmates trembled behind Lin Jie. Although his physical structure has been instantaneously altered by those metallic wings, Fong Baidai interjected. The transformation of the human brain into that of a zombie requires considerable time. Thus, he still retains his consciousness. Then he must be enduring immense suffering. Chu Yin remarked, is there no way to rescue him? Rescue him? Upon hearing this, Lin Jie gazed upward at the flying falcon zombie, whose sharp claws at the tips of its wings plunged deeply into the boy's flesh, connecting with his spine. A terrifying cosmic energy emanated continuously from the metallic wings, flooding into the boy's body and altering every cell within him. This seems rather challenging. To save him, we must detach the wings from his back, Lin Jie asserted. During their conversation, the boy's hands had morphed into enormous claws, flapping the wings as he dove downward. The massive claws were poised to seize a girl from behind when Lin Jie's elongated bat struck them directly. The impact pierced through the claws, inflicting excruciating pain upon the creature. With a swift tug, Lin Jie yanked the falcon zombie from the sky, pulling it down to the ground with formidable strength. The girl who had nearly been captured trembled in fear, collapsing to the ground, though the wings on her back had sustained a powerful impact. The resilient metal that comprised them remained largely unscathed. Everyone hurry, get to the school bus, Xiao Moming urged, squatting down and placing his palm firmly on the ground. A formidable surge of energy erupted, causing the earth around the falcon zombie to fissure, from which numerous octopus tentacles emerged. Allow me to subdue this zombie. It rests upon my shoulders, Xiao Moming declared, determined to uphold his formidable image before his classmates. If he failed to do so, his words would fall upon deaf ears. He could not afford to lose the stature of the once feared student council president, who made even the younger students tremble with a mere utterance. Xiao Moming, be cautious. The wings of that falcon zombie harbor many unfathomable high-tech secrets. It is not easily dealt with. Lin Jie warned, anxious for his safety. Are you afraid? Only someone as weak as you would tremble. Xiao Moming retorted with a smirk. I assure you, I can handle this zombie with ease. He had awakened the power of the ocean, capable of summoning various marine creatures and their attributes, excelling in offense, defense, and control. What is wrong with you? Lin Jie is merely showing concern, Jin Keshi expressed indignantly, pointing an accusatory finger at Xiao Moming. What have I said? What is wrong with me? Xiao Moming thought bitterly of Mo Fan and the others, resenting their presence. Without them, he would have been the leader of the entire squad. He resolved to eliminate this zombie at all costs. In a swift motion, countless tentacles targeted the falcon zombie's position, rapidly entwining around it. The robust tentacles soon ensnared the zombie's arms and legs, rendering it immobile. Aya! The falcon zombie roared, thrashing its limbs in a futile attempt to escape the grasp of the tentacles, but the more it struggled, the tighter they constricted. Now you have no means of escape. His right hand morphed into the head of a swordfish, its elongated, pointed snout protruding, which he wielded like a sword. Advancing step by step, he believed he could successfully vanquish the zombie. However, to his astonishment, the metallic wings behind the zombie began to spin rapidly. The razor-sharp edges severed all the tentacles in an instant, eliciting a roar from the falcon zombie. At that moment, the boy had completely transformed into a zombie. Devoid of thought or speech, as its claws reached out and, in a heartbeat, grasped the swordfish's snout. It is alarming. Once this young man completely transforms into a zombie, his strength will become exceedingly formidable. Lin Jie exclaimed in astonishment, utterly unprepared for such a development. It is well known that among the myriad of supernatural zombies, the falcon zombie ranks as one of the most challenging adversaries. The metallic wings on their backs can continuously unleash the latent potential within their zombie forms, maximizing their physical power to its full extent. Moreover, these wings possess a certain degree of intelligence, even if the zombie's body is restrained. The wings can still launch attacks or assimilate others into zombies. They represent an incredibly perilous threat, and thus, whenever any survival team encounters a falcon zombie, most find themselves facing total annihilation. This is untenable. Approaching a falcon zombie is an exceedingly reckless act. The classmates had already retreated to the safety of the school bus, closing the doors, anxiously concerned for their safety. Yet, only Lin Jie emerged from the bus, wielding a baseball bat. Lin Jie, are you out of your mind? Going out like this? His peers exclaimed in unison. No, I am genuinely worried for Xiao Moming's safety. It is exceedingly dangerous for him to face the falcon zombie alone. Lin Jie responded resolutely. Fong Bita gazed at Lin Jie with deep gratitude. Sigh, you are truly too kind-hearted. Despite how Xiao Moming has treated you, you are still willing to assist him. That is not how I see it. After all, we are all struggling to survive in this apocalyptic crisis together. And I cannot abandon him, Lin Jie declared. However, just as they were conversing, a sudden, sharp sound pierced the air, drawing everyone's attention. They witnessed the falcon zombie's claws effortlessly snap the swordfish's pointed snout. In an instant, Xiao Moming spat blood and staggered back several steps. This is dire. The young man has fully transformed into a zombie, exhibiting astonishing strength. Zillenlin cried out in panic, and everyone felt as though their hearts had leapt into their throats. Ah! A terrifying sound erupted from the zombie's mouth, and all the tentacles that had restrained it instantly shattered, lunging towards Xiao Moming to bite him. Damn it! How could this creature's strength suddenly escalate so dramatically? A massive turtle shell appeared before Xiao Moming, standing as a barrier. Yet, the zombie's claws were immensely powerful, extending forth. Its sharp talons pierced through the turtle's shell. It was mere centimeters from Xiao Moming's chest, and if it advanced even slightly further, it would extract his heart. Xiao Moming, be careful, Mo Fan shouted desperately, but at that moment, the metallic wings behind the zombie suddenly unfurled and expanded, seemingly poised to envelop his body. This is grave. If the wings manage to encase Xiao Moming, the metal feathers are exceedingly robust and impervious. Once he is controlled, we will be powerless to rescue him. Lin Jie's metal baseball bat elongated in an instant, thrusting fiercely towards the zombie's body. The sudden attack interrupted the movement of the zombie, granting Xiao Moming a fleeting chance for survival. In a panic, he retreated, his heart heavy with regret for not heeding Lin Jie's advice. Had he done so, he would not be in such peril. The falcon zombie, evidently enraged, flapped its wings and ascended into the sky, unleashing a series of roars. Chapter 23. Entering the shell. Ziming, retreat swiftly. Lin Jie urged, gripping his baseball bat, ready to strike should the falcon zombie approach. Understood. Ziming, visibly injured, felt blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, and his movements had slowed considerably. I warned you not to be reckless, not to underestimate the strength of such a formidable zombie. Lin Jie shook his head as he looked at Ziming. You're gravely wounded. Immediate treatment is essential. Is this treatment happening now? It's exceedingly dangerous. The falcon zombie could attack at any moment. Ziming's heart raced wildly within his chest. Even with his golden badge awakening his abilities, he felt utterly lost. At that moment, he recognized the chasm between himself and Lin Jie. In every aspect, he fell short compared to Lin Jie. Use your defensive skills to hold off the zombie for a while. I will treat you immediately, Lin Jie said, patting his shoulder. Otherwise, evading a zombie's attack in your current state will prove exceedingly difficult. Many have been caught by zombies after sustaining injuries to their arms or legs. Their movement slowed, resulting in their assimilation. Ziming was deeply moved by Lin Jie's words, realizing that he had always opposed him and looked down upon him. He never expected that, in such a critical moment, Lin Jie would still prioritize his safety. If I had known Lin Jie was such a loyal person, I would not have treated him so poorly. Ziming lamented internally. Yet, the urgency of the situation was palpable. The falcon zombie had soared into the sky, its speed alarming. Even if everyone boarded the school bus and accelerated at full throttle, they would barely evade its onslaught. The falcon zombie's velocity was extraordinary. And if the bus could not reach its maximum speed in a matter of moments, it would inevitably fall prey to the relentless pursuit of the falcon zombie. Time is of the essence. I must treat you immediately, or you will be in grave danger, Lin Jie stated solemnly. Ziming nodded, understanding the weight of his companion's words, aware that he could not hinder everyone's escape. Understood. I shall now employ defensive skills. Xiao Moming nodded. And at that moment, his entire body radiated brilliance. A colossal turtle shell materialized before the crowd, its vast size capable of enveloping both Lin Jie and himself, providing an impenetrable shield. In a brief span, the falcon zombie would find it nearly impossible to breach such formidable defenses. Excellent. Xiao Moming, splendidly executed. Lin Jie immediately gave a thumbs up to Xiao Moming, expressing his admiration. At this juncture, Xiao Moming unfastened his outer garment, revealing numerous wounds across his arms, back, and chest, all marred by blood, evidence of the relentless assault from the metallic wings. Given my grievous injuries, do you truly believe you can heal me? Xiao Moming's voice trembled as he spoke, his tone tinged with fatigue. Your words are rather disheartening. Do you doubt my medical skills? Lin Jie responded with a hint of jest, his confidence in his divine needle unwavering. How could it be impossible? That notion is absurd. This is a treasure from the celestial realm. Regardless of your affliction, a mere prick of the needle will instantly remedy it. Enough chit-chat. I must hasten to your treatment. If the falcon zombie breaches the turtle shell, we will all be in peril, Lin Jie exclaimed urgently, understanding the gravity of Lin Jie's words. Xiao Moming nodded in agreement and remained silent, promptly cooperating for the treatment. As the needle pierced his flesh and began to rotate, he was astonished to feel all the blood flowing back into his wounds. He had not anticipated Lin Jie's medical prowess to be so extraordinary. It surpassed all his expectations. He even sensed a soothing warmth emanating from the needle, circulating throughout his body, revitalizing his strength at an astonishing pace. This sensation was truly miraculous. Xiao Moming exclaimed in awe. Before long, all his wounds had vanished, and he felt as if he had never been harmed. The falcon zombie flapped its enormous metallic wings, the sharp edges relentlessly striking the turtle's shell, producing a cacophony of thunderous sounds. With each blow, countless fissures marred the surface of the shell, causing it to tremble violently. The destructive power of this zombie was indeed astonishing. The onlookers huddled inside the vehicle, peering through the glass windows at the unfolding scene, their hearts racing wildly in their chests. Do you think the turtle shell employed by Lin Jie and the others can withstand such relentless assaults? The expression on Fong Bai's face was one of sheer terror as he spoke. It seems I might be in a precarious situation. This is exceedingly dangerous. The destructive power of these metallic wings is far too formidable. Jean Ke shook his head, sighed, and remarked, I fear this shell cannot endure for much longer. Long fissures spread across the surface, with countless fragments continuously falling away. Soon, under the relentless assault of the falcon zombies, a breach opened in the shell, releasing the tantalizing scent of human flesh, eliciting an excited roar from the zombie. Damn it, my abilities cannot be sustained much longer. The zombie is about to break in. Xiao Moming spoke nervously, having always believed that the power of his golden badge was flawless. Yet now, he felt a profound sense of dread creeping into his heart. What are we to do now? Xiao Moming was at a loss, repeatedly unleashing his powers to allow the shell to self-heal, but just as the gap began to close, the terrifying zombie's claws reached in. The claws were immensely powerful. Even the shell's regenerative abilities could not match their recovery speed. Chunks of shell fell from above, landing at the feet of Lin Jie and Xiao Moming. What now? He'll be inside any moment. Xiao Moming looked up anxiously. It's fine, let him come in. Lin Jie replied with a smirk. What nonsense are you speaking? This type of zombie is the most challenging to deal with. Xiao Moming exclaimed in surprise. Since you created this shell, surely you have a way to instantaneously get us both out of here. Lin Jie grinned, and upon hearing this, Xiao Moming immediately understood. Right. You're brilliant, Lin Jie, he said, giving a thumbs up. Xiao Moming glanced upward and saw the horrifying head of the zombie already penetrating the breach, its decaying face appearing utterly terrifying. Excellent. He will soon be inside. Prepare yourself. Once he enters, we will immediately escape this shell, Lin Jie instructed. And Xiao Moming nodded in agreement. Don't worry, I've got this. After all, this shell was a manifestation of his powers, allowing him to manipulate it at will. As the zombie breached the shell's interior, Xiao Moming seized the opportunity, snapping his fingers. In an instant, the two vanished and reappeared outside the turtle shell. Breathing in the fresh air, Lin Jie felt as though he had narrowly escaped disaster. It had been far too close. Quickly, seal this turtle shell now, he exclaimed after finally relaxing. Rest assured, I will handle this. Xiao Moming smiled slightly, channeling his formidable powers into the shell, and soon, the breach vanished completely. The air was filled with the frantic roars of the zombie, accompanied by the incessant crashing against the interior of the turtle shell. This remarkable turtle shell served as both a protective barrier for those within and a means of control, rendering escape impossible for its occupants. Excellent. Just like that. Keep him restrained. The onlookers in the school bus cheered in exuberance upon witnessing the unfolding scene. The colossal shell trembled violently as the zombie inside fought to break free. Thinking of escaping? I advise against it, Xiao Moming declared without hesitation, as the shell began to shrink rapidly. Not only could it summon various marine creatures, but it also possessed the ability to manipulate their size and form. As the shell diminished, its density increased exponentially. Chapter 24. Terrifying Feathers. Inside the shell, the sounds of the zombie's incessant attacks echoed, yet the increasing density of the shell allowed it to withstand the escalating force of the onslaught. Xiao Moming, steering the shell, was drenched in sweat, his hands trembling uncontrollably. The shell continued to convulse violently on the ground, while the zombie inside resisted fiercely. I may not be able to hold on much longer. This zombie's power is overwhelming, Xiao Moming exclaimed in astonishment. Quickly, we must maintain our control over him and get to the bus, Lin Jie encouraged, patting his shoulder. Understood. After channeling his remaining abilities into the shell, Xiao Moming hurriedly joined the others in the bus. We need to start the bus immediately. The farther I am from the shell, the weaker my control will become, he said, his voice tense. We should be fine. Let us go. Lu Liao Duo replied, gripping the steering wheel and pressing the accelerator, causing the bus to roar to life. However, as the group glanced back at the zombie, they noticed two gaping holes forming in the shell, with countless cracks spreading across its surface. Emerging from the openings were a pair of metallic wings, indicating that the zombie was on the verge of breaking free. Lu Liang Duo, drenched in sweat and filled with anxiety, hoped that once the zombie escaped, they would be able to accelerate to a speed sufficient to evade its pursuit. A thunderous sound erupted from the shell, and the seemingly indestructible structure shattered into countless fragments, scattering across the ground. The enormous metallic wings unfolded, and the falcon-like zombie let out a roar before soaring into the sky once more. This is bad. He has broken free of the shell so swiftly. Our bus hasn't even reached a speed to outrun him. Lu Liangduo's forehead glistened with sweat, his grip on the steering wheel shaking uncontrollably. Do not panic. We will prevail. We shall surely escape this bothersome horde of zombies, Lin Jie reassured as he patted Lu Liangduo on the shoulder. Everyone leaned anxiously towards the window, their hearts pounding as they watched the zombies in the sky drawing ever nearer. What shall we do now? What are we to do? The students voiced their distress, their expressions betraying their fear. Just when they believed they had evaded danger, new terrifying zombies approached, and that sense of dread once again enveloped them. This is the apocalypse, a realm devoid of true tranquility, perpetually fraught with peril. The zombies soared higher, their sights set on the school bus, and began a rapid descent, emitting frenzied cries of excitement. Quickly, we must accelerate, the crowd urged fervently, their voices trembling with urgency. The roar of the zombies grew ever closer. Suddenly, a falcon-like zombie plummeted from the heavens, its mutated claws seizing the rear of the bus. A resounding crash echoed, followed by a shower of sparks. The rear surface of the bus was rent with gaping wounds, causing the entire vehicle to shudder violently. Panic ensued as everyone grasped the nearest seats and handrails, trembling in fear. Jean Keshi opened the bus window and unleashed a barrage of fiery meteors to strike the undead creature. However, the falcon in the sky flared its immense metallic wings, deflecting the fiery projectiles. One meteor was sent careening to the ground, resulting in a tremendous explosion. The formidable wings proved to be a daunting adversary. Beads of sweat dripped from Jean Keshia's brow as all his attacks were thwarted. The falcon zombie twisted its colossal metallic wings, releasing a flurry of metallic feathers that shot forth like bullets, striking the bus. A series of thuds resonated throughout the vehicle, as each feather, sharp as a blade, pierced through the bus's exterior, alarming the students within, who erupted in terrified screams. "Everyone, stay away from the interior walls. Beware of the metallic feathers," cried several voices from the crowd, as countless feathers, with razor-like tips, penetrated through, accompanied by the agonized cries of a few students. These blades pierced their arms, causing blood to flow freely. One student seated beside Fang Bida was instantly horrified. "Ah, it hurts, it hurts," he cried, clutching his wound. His face contorted in agony. "I will get some bandages immediately to staunch the bleeding," Fang Bida exclaimed, frantically rummaging through his bag. "You must hold on." However, just as he intended to bandage the student's arm with the gauze, a horrifying sound emanated from the student's mouth. "Ah, this is the sound of a zombie." Instantly, Fang Bai's heart sank, and trembling, he looked up to see two sharp, elongated fangs protruding from the corners of the student's mouth. "This is dire. Everyone must be cautious. If struck by this zombie's fangs, one will instantaneously transform into a zombie," Fang Bai shouted in terror, reaching out to push away the advancing student as the fangs grazed perilously close to his neck. "Surely this cannot be. It is far too perilous." Jean Keshia's astonishment was palpable as he observed two students nearby already transformed into zombies, their fangs bared, staggering toward him. The sudden appearance of these zombies in the school bus has plunged everyone into panic and confusion. "Help! Don't bite me, please." The shrieks of the students echoed within the bus. Just as Fang Bai felt his strength waning, and it seemed the zombies would prevail, an elongated swordfish bill suddenly pierced through the zombie's head, producing a sharp sound as it penetrated the skull, and the zombie fell lifelessly. Once an ordinary person undergoes the mutation into a zombie, their once formidable skeletal structure becomes fragile. This is a hallmark of typical zombies. "I deeply regret this," Jean Kesh said, shaking his head, tears brimming as he unleashed flames from his palm, reducing the two transformed students to ashes. "Have you noticed a particular issue?" Xiao Moming inquired. What issue?" Fang Bai trembled with fear. Though the zombie transformation is instigated by the wings of the falcon, these are merely ordinary zombies, devoid of any superhuman abilities or technological prowess. Thus, we must devise a means to destroy their wings. Lin Jie interjected, just as a zombie stealthily approached behind him, poised to bite, when suddenly, a solid layer of stone enveloped his body. With a crisp sound, the zombie's teeth shattered upon impact. This was the power of the stone monkey that Lin Jie possessed, rendering him impervious to the bites of these zombies. Yet, others lacked such abilities. As the threat of more individuals transforming into zombies loomed, tentacles resembling those of an octopus suddenly emerged from beneath the school bus, thrashing in the air. As the zombies lunged toward everyone, these tentacles swiftly ensnared their bodies with remarkable speed and strength, immobilizing the zombies in an instant. "Everyone, quickly, gather behind us," Xiao Moming urged, prompting those students yet unbitten to step forward. Soon, a series of crisp sounds resonated, as the necks of the zombies were snapped with precision. One by one, they collapsed to the ground, prompting a collective sigh of relief from the group. However, at that moment, the falcon zombie had already soared above the entire school bus, its enormous claws extending menacingly towards the roof. A thunderous noise erupted as countless sparks flew, and the formidable claws tore a gaping hole in the bus's roof. Metal feathers shot through the opening, hurtling towards the terrified group below. "Everyone, be cautious. Quickly evade," they cried out in unison. Immediately, the crowd dispersed in panic, some taking refuge behind the seats. The penetrating power of these feathers was immense, nearly piercing through many individuals. "We must seal this breach. If more feathers continue to rain down, we will be in grave danger," exclaimed El Liao Duo, who was simultaneously driving the bus. Just then, a feather hurtled towards his back, and Xiao Moming swiftly conjured a massive turtle shell to shield him from the impending attack. "That was close. You nearly gave me a heart attack," El Liang Duo said, patting his chest in relief. No sooner had he spoken than a metallic feather flew in and embedded itself into the dashboard. "Goodness, this is utterly terrifying," El Liang Duo gasped, still shaken. Chapter 25. The black ant. An increasing number of feathers rained down, striking the dashboard and shattering the glass with a sharp crack. El Liang Duo, gripped by fear, trembled as he struggled to maintain control of the bus, the speed diminishing significantly. "This is horrifying. How can I drive like this?" His heart raced, and beads of sweat streamed down his temples. "Do not panic. I will protect you," Xiao Moming assured him, as the colossal turtle shell expanded behind El Liang Duo. All of the feathers struck the surface of the shell, embedding deeply within it. Despite previous conflicts, the shared experiences of life and death had forged deeper bonds among the group, transforming them into brothers. This zombie is relentless. After all this time, its strength remains formidable, Xiao Moming declared, staggering back several steps while holding the turtle shell high. His hands trembled as he gripped the shell's edge. The differences between zombies and humans were stark. While humans would exhaust themselves after prolonged exertion, leaving them powerless, zombies possessed boundless energy, fueled by an unending source of strength. The falcon zombie continued to roar, unleashing a torrent of metal feathers in an attempt to assault those within the bus. I must seal the breach in the bus's roof. Lin Jie spoke earnestly, cautioning that if more feathers continued to enter, an increasing number of individuals would become infected. Holding the divine needle in his hand, he plunged it into the floor of the vehicle and began to rotate it. The extraordinary healing power of the divine needle was unleashed, and as Lin Jie turned it, the shattered glass began to mend itself, and the gap in the roof steadily diminished. The zombie, sensing the shrinking of the gap, was unwilling to concede. It extended its claws in an attempt to enlarge the opening. However, the healing ability of the divine needle was overwhelmingly potent. No matter how great the zombie's strength, it could not impede the rapid closure of the breach. Ultimately, the gap vanished entirely, resulting in one of the zombie's claws being severed and falling onto the floor of the school bus. Finally, the ordeal was resolved, leaving them utterly exhausted. The students collectively exhaled a sigh of relief, their bodies slumping onto the floor. They were all thoroughly fatigued by the relentless assault of the falcon zombie. For the human body does not possess boundless energy like that of a zombie. They had merely momentarily escaped the clutches of this undead predator, but such safety was ephemeral. Lin Jie sheathed his divine needle, shaking his head as he spoke. At that moment, above the school bus, the zombie emitted a series of anguished cries, and soon after, claws sprouted once more from its severed wrist. It flapped its enormous metallic wings, ascending higher into the air, swiftly circling, poised to dive down once again to attack the school bus. Lu Liangduo gripped the steering wheel tightly, accelerating the bus. Suddenly, the metallic feathers on the dashboard began to tremble, splitting open at the surface. What on earth is happening? Aren't the feathers made of metal? Why are they moving? Lu Liangduo exclaimed in astonishment, glancing anxiously at the feathers before shifting his gaze back to the road, nearly causing an accident. As he spoke, countless black insects emerged from the fissure in the feathers. These insects resembled ants but were considerably larger. What are these creatures? Lu Liangduo gasped, observing the swarm of insects crawling toward his hands, perilously close to the steering wheel. He quickly withdrew his hands, stepping back several paces as the school bus, previously speeding, came to an abrupt halt. Lu Liangduo, what is happening? Lin Jie, astonished, inquired, if we recklessly halt the school bus, the falcon zombie will swiftly catch up to us. I have no other options. Liangduo vehemently shook his head, his voice trembling with fear. He pointed ahead, where a swarm of black ants began to crawl toward the steering wheel. How could there suddenly be so many insects? The others exclaimed in shock, instinctively retreating. These bugs emerged from the metallic feathers. Liangduo stammered. As the creatures approached my hands, I realized these were no ordinary ants. Jean Kesh gasped, these are zombie ants. No wonder the metallic wings can assimilate and control zombies. They can transmit these ants onto humans. His revelation left everyone astounded. Does that mean the metallic feathers previously shot at the school bus are infested with ants? Fong Bai's voice quivered, and anxiety began to permeate the group. All eyes turned to the fallen corpses of zombies, where numerous metallic feathers were embedded in the bus's interior. A vast horde of black ants congregated, surging towards us. Good heavens, why are there so many ants? I dread ants. What are we to do? Chu Yanran exclaimed. Her face drained of color as she tightly grasped Lin Jie's arm, crying out in panic. Everyone, be cautious. These ants may crawl onto you. And if they bite through your skin, you too will become a zombie. Jean Kesh shouted, his expression fraught with alarm. Such terrifying creatures were a first for them. Xiao Moming's heart raced wildly within his chest. He had never anticipated that the falcon zombie would prove so formidable. The dense swarm of ants was nearing, the ground beneath them inundated with black, spreading ominously. What should we do now, Lin Jie? Zilin Lin asked, her voice laced with anxiety, her hands trembling violently. Stay calm. Everyone, I believe we have plenty of supplies on the bus. Lin Jie reassured, glancing at the group. While these may be zombie creatures, they are still insects, correct? Upon hearing Lin Jie's words, the others nodded in agreement. But once they become zombie creatures, it won't be so simple. A student remarked, only to fall silent. Realizing Lin Jie would not speak lightly, he must have a plan to combat these ants. Lin Jie, have you thought of a solution? If so, please share it quickly. Xiao Moming glanced at Lin Jie beside him and spoke. If there is anything I can assist with, I shall undoubtedly offer my help without hesitation. After all, we are all in a perilous situation and must support one another. Indeed. Lin Jie nodded and continued. I believe there should be some insecticide on our school bus. If we spray it on these ants, it should prove effective. Lin Jie's suggestion instantly illuminated the faces of everyone present. Yes, what a brilliant idea. How could we have overlooked this? They exclaimed excitedly. Why are we still hesitating? Let us quickly find the insecticide. If these ants crawl over us, it will be too late. Someone in the crowd urged, while others rummaged through their bags. Soon, each person held bottles of insecticide in their hands. However, a sense of foreboding filled the air as they exchanged glances. The total number of insecticide bottles among them amounted to only 5. Isn't that a rather insufficient quantity to combat such a multitude of ants? Zilliman exclaimed in alarm, casting a pleading look at Lin Jie. In truth, Lin Jie was equally uncertain, for the sheer number of ants was overwhelming. They were not only on the floor, but also covering the walls and the ceiling of the bus, a dense mass of black swarming towards them with fierce intent. Why not let me burn these ants away? Jean Kesh suggested, flames of green flickering in his palms. No, no, no. You mustn't do that. Lin Jie quickly interjected. We are all in this confined space. While fire may be an excellent area attack skill, it could easily harm us as well. Chapter 26. The Stone Monkey's Defense. Since we have so little insecticide, we must use it sparingly and aim for the areas with the highest concentration of ants. Lin Jie declared, and the others nodded in agreement. As they sprayed the insecticide, a multitude of ants fell lifelessly to the ground. Wonderful, absolutely wonderful. Chu Yinran exclaimed with excitement. Before long, the interior of the bus, which had seemed like a hellish nightmare, was now littered with the carcasses of ants. All right. At last we can breathe easy. Lu Liang sighed in relief, swiftly clearing the ant bodies from the dashboard with his book. Lin Jie then took out his divine needle, piercing it into the dashboard. With a twist, all the cracks that were supposed to be broken miraculously healed in an instant. Your presence is invaluable. It is only with you here that we can survive in this apocalyptic world. El Liang Duo gave Lin Jie a thumbs up and spoke, regardless of the circumstances. I will do my utmost to protect everyone. Lin Jie nodded, then placed a reassuring hand on El Liang's shoulder. However, the situation is urgent. We must immediately start the school bus. Understood, I'll take care of it right away. El Liang Duo replied, promptly returning to the driver's seat. Although it seemed cruel to expect someone who had just experienced a shock to work immediately, Lin Jie had no alternative. El Liang Duo was the only one capable of operating the bus. If they could not get the bus moving in time, there would be no escape from the terrifying falcon zombie. Unbeknownst to them, the falcon zombie was already swooping down from the sky, revealing its enormous claws. With a thunderous sound accompanied by the shattering of countless metal and glass fragments, the zombie's massive claws seized the top of the school bus in an instant. What on earth is happening? El Liang Duo exclaimed, drenched in sweat, realizing the situation was spiraling beyond his control. This creature has mutated. Its claws are now several times larger than before. Jin Kashii said in a voice filled with dread, it can now grasp the entire bus. Soon after being caught by the claws, an overwhelming force surged onto the bus, lifting its tires off the ground, illustrating the sheer strength of the zombie. This is bad. Not only has this creature mutated to have larger claws, but its strength has also increased exponentially. Feng Baidai exclaimed, his voice trembling. The falcon zombie is a truly terrifying entity. Most zombies require the consumption of flesh and blood to mutate. However, this one was transformed from black ants, which can enhance its abilities and facilitate various mutations. What should we do then? The others said anxiously, realizing they were still in the suburbs. And the zombie was already so formidable. In a densely populated urban area, where many zombies would have consumed vast numbers of humans, they would be even more resilient and difficult to confront. Its strength cannot possibly be this great, can it? The group expressed in astonishment, a profound fear gripping their hearts like a vice. No, it is entirely possible. Another voice chimed in. There have been accounts of immensely powerful Hulk-like zombies capable of lifting entire buildings. Lifting a whole building? That's truly terrifying. Zilliman gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief. The school bus was now rising higher and higher, reaching an alarming altitude above the ground. What should we do now? We can't just sit here and wait for our doom. The crowd was thrown into a state of panic as they watched the ground recede farther below them, their hearts racing with trepidation. I need to get on the roof, Lin Jie declared, glancing at those around him. Hand me another can of insecticide. Lin Jie, what do you intend to do? This is exceedingly perilous. Chu Yinran exclaimed, grasping his arm, her eyes glistening with tears of worry. Don't worry. I believe I can handle this. Moreover, it's the only solution we have. Lin Jie reassured her. I will accompany you, came the voice of Xiao Moming from the side. Only our abilities are potent enough to confront this zombie. Together, our chances of success will significantly increase. All right. Lin Jie felt a surge of gratitude, unlike before. When they had been at odds, now, amid adversity, they resembled steadfast brothers. Let us ascend and eliminate this bothersome zombie. As he spoke, he opened the roof window and began to climb. The zombies' roars echoed through the opening, instilling a profound fear that caused the occupants of the school bus to tremble. Once atop the vehicle, they were met with the sight of a colossal pair of metallic wings. Upon spotting the two humans, the falcon zombie erupted in an excited roar, its fangs elongating menacingly. Xiao Moming's right hand elongated, transforming into the head of a swordfish, resembling a long blade as he swung it at the zombie. The fish's mouth was astoundingly sharp, and as he wielded it, he left a series of deep gashes across the zombie's body. However, the creature felt no pain, and the multitude of wounds did little to hinder the relentless falcon zombie. I now realize that merely attacking its body is futile. Lin Jie turned to Xiao Moming. We must devise a way to sever its connection to those metallic wings. Only then will we have a chance of overcoming it. Understood. Xiao Moming nodded. Soon, several massive tentacles materialized around the school bus, writhing in the air. They ensnared the zombie's limbs, temporarily immobilizing it. Let us first find a way to detach its body from those wings before we sever your tentacles. Lin Jie urged excitedly. Xiao Moming nodded, then leapt into the air, wielding his swordfish head. Third-grade ability, Ocean Spirit Cross Slash. As he uttered the words, a powerful wave of sword energy shot forth, slicing through the zombie's back. A crisp sound echoed as one of the claws from the metallic wings detached from the zombie's back. Well done, Lin Jie exclaimed with enthusiasm. Now, only one claw remains. However, just as he intended to sever another connection between the claw and the flesh, the zombie emitted a furious roar, thrashing its limbs violently. No matter how hard you struggle, it is impossible to escape the entanglement of the tentacles in such a short time. The swordfish's beak was poised to descend, but the metallic wings behind the zombie suddenly curled, intercepting the swordfish's assault. A resounding clash of metal echoed, followed by a shower of sparks. The wings astonishingly absorbed the ferocious attack from Xiaoming, a fact that both Mofin and Xiaoming had never anticipated. Not good, Xiaoming, hurry down. Lin Jie shouted urgently. But at that moment, it was too late. The immense metallic wings extended suddenly, unfurling like a blanket, then swiftly curved, enveloping Xiaoming's body akin to wrapping sushi in seaweed. This was disastrous. Once ensnared by those wings, countless ants would swarm onto Xiaoming. Lin Jie exclaimed in astonishment, realizing that once they burrowed into his flesh, he would instantly transform into a zombie. No, this absolutely cannot happen. Lin Jie shouted emphatically, leaping into action, fist clenched tightly, delivering a powerful punch against the metallic wings. A long gash spread across the feathers of the metallic wings, and immediately, countless ants emerged from the opening. Sensing the enticing scent of flesh on Mofin, the ants scuttled over in swarms, climbing onto him, targeting his flesh, poised to bite down. However, as their teeth made contact with the skin, they suddenly felt as if they had struck an exceedingly hard substance, shattering their teeth into countless fragments. At that moment, Lin Jie was enveloped in an incredibly solid layer of stone. Empowered by the stone monkey's strength, he feared no zombie bites. His body akin to being clad in impenetrable armor, fearless. So, you bothersome ants, do you now comprehend my might? Lin Jie smirked, a smile gracing his lips. With a swift motion of his right hand, countless ants transformed into lifeless bodies, plummeting like raindrops. The defensive and destructive capabilities of the stone monkey's strength were indeed astonishing. Lin Jie raised his fist once more, fingers clenched, and struck the metallic wing with force, producing a crisp sound as numerous metallic shards cascaded from the air. A massive transparent cavity immediately appeared on the seemingly indestructible and colossal metallic wing. Chapter 27. The school bus descends. Lin Jie relentlessly assaulted the metallic wings in the sky with his fists, the sharp sounds resonating continuously. The zombie ants were on the brink of psychological collapse, thinking, what on earth is this guy made of? His body is so incredibly sturdy that we can't even bite through it. Many zombie ants had shattered their teeth into countless fragments in their futile attempts to gnaw at Lin Jie's flesh. Still want to bite me? I must inform you that this is utterly impossible, and I shall never grant you this opportunity. A smile graced Lin Jie's lips as he spoke. The swarm of ants unfurled their wings behind them, flitting about in the air, preparing to seize a favorable moment to strike. However, even if they were to pounce upon Lin Jie's face, his entire visage was already encased in a layer of stone, providing an impenetrable defense that thwarted any attempts at intrusion. A deluge of ant corpses fell from the sky like raindrops through Lin Jie's efforts. The majority of the metallic feathers from one of the falcon zombies' wings had been shattered into countless fragments. At long last, he caught sight of Xiao Moming, and to his delight, he observed that Xiao Moming was now entirely enveloped in a turtle shell. Although many black ants crawled over the shell, they were utterly unable to penetrate it. The shell was sealed so tightly that it had saved his life. Thank goodness, I was truly terrified. Lin Jie's smile widened as he exhaled in relief and spoke with a light-hearted tone. Hurry, get me out of here. Oh dear. It's stifling inside the shell. From within the shell came Xiao Moming's muffled voice. All right, do not worry, I am coming over now. And soon I shall extract you. Lin Jie leaned closer to the shell and reassured him. But do not, under any circumstances, hastily unseal the shell, as countless ants are crawling upon it. Ah, so many ants. Xiao Muming's heart tightened at this revelation, leaving him utterly perplexed. Do not fret just yet. I will first get you out, but until then, you must not leave the confines of the shell. Lin Jie exclaimed loudly, yet Xiao Muming grew increasingly anxious. This simply will not do. The seal of my shell is far too effective, and I feel as though I cannot breathe properly within it. Xiao Muming's voice began to weaken, his breaths becoming rapid. Ah, I see. But there is no alternative. You absolutely must not unseal the shell. Lin Jie insisted loudly. The falcon zombie, now enraged, immediately swung its other wing to attack Lin Jie, the enormous metal wing wielding immense power. It was akin to a sudden tempest that sent him crashing back onto the roof of the vehicle. The zombie emitted a series of roars, its eyes glowing a deep crimson. Well, it seems you still have some fight left in you. Lin Jie quickly retrieved insecticide from his pocket, aiming it at the zombie's wing and spraying vigorously. It seemed harmless until he sprayed, at which point the wing began to tremble violently, and from beneath its feathers, a torrential downpour of black ants cascaded down. Goodness, there are so many of them. Lin Jie exclaimed in astonishment. However, due to the assault on both of the zombie's wings, its ability to fly had been significantly diminished. As the school bus plummeted rapidly, the students inside erupted into a chorus of gasps. Many of the girls were so frightened by the scene that they burst into tears. After all, falling from such a great height would surely result in an instant explosion, reducing everything to mere fragments. We cannot confront the zombie directly on the roof. Otherwise, as the bus descends, we will all meet our doom. Lin Jie exclaimed in astonishment, at a loss for what to do. Do not worry. You can slay the zombie on the roof while I handle the rest, said Xiao Muming from within his protective shell. Upon hearing these words, a glimmer of hope ignited within Lin Jie. Do you have a way to ensure the bus lands safely? He inquired. Yes, rest assured, I have a solution. Xiao Muming replied confidently. Then, with that assurance, I shall act boldly. Lin Jie affirmed, nodding before leaping into the air once more, his right hand radiating a resplendent golden light. Hawk Zombie, no matter how formidable your wings may be, prepare to witness the might of my Buddha's palm, Lin Jie declared. Upon striking the Hawk Zombie with his golden palm, fissures of light rapidly spread across its body, penetrating deep within before erupting outward. Instantly, the Hawk Zombie let out a howl, releasing a torrent of powerful energy from every part of its form. This radiant energy, drawn from the celestial realm, bore an unstoppable force that penetrated every cell within the undead creature. The cells, unable to withstand such a tremendous impact, shattered into countless pieces. What initially appeared to be a fearsome zombie was utterly dismantled by the fierce assault of the Buddha's palm, its entire form collapsing from the inside out. Lin Jie, your strength is truly terrifying, Xiao Muming marveled, despite being encased within the shell. His unique ability allowed him to perceive the unfolding events outside, while those outside could not see within. I have only recently acquired this power and did not anticipate such destructive potential. Had I known earlier, I would not have feared this creature. Lin Jie chuckled. He soon retracted his hand, the golden light fading away, leaving only a metallic wing fluttering in the air. Beneath the wing appeared two metallic claws, their tips razor-sharp, ready to pierce flesh upon contact. Within the confines of the metallic wings, the black ants would swiftly infiltrate a person's body through the tips of their claws, instantly transforming them into a zombie. At this very moment, beneath the metallic wings, Xiao Muming had concealed himself within the protective shell, thus rendering him immune to the infection. His sole focus was now on Lin Jie, or perhaps the classmates within the school bus. However, Lin Jie was resolute in preventing the metallic wings from breaching the bus. He immediately assumed an offensive stance, as the metallic appendage in the sky began to maneuver its claws menacingly towards him, descending with ferocity. Enough is enough. I have tolerated you long enough. Now, it is time to eradicate you, Lin Jie declared, his fists clenched, his entire being enveloped in a layer of stone, resembling a statue. This formidable defense ensured that even if the black ants landed upon him, they would be incapable of transforming him into a zombie. The metallic wings lunged forward. Yet as its claws reached for Lin Jie, they shattered into several pieces, scattering across the bus roof. With each resounding crack that echoed, every segment of the metallic wings that had touched Lin Jie's body fissured, revealing long, deep cracks. Clearly, the stone layers surrounding Lin Jie had adeptly thwarted the assault from the metallic appendage. The massive wings flapped in the air, recognizing Lin Jie as a formidable adversary. It prepared to retreat from the vicinity of the school bus. But Lin Jie was not one to let it escape so easily. Trying to flee? I doubt it will be that simple. Lin Jie smirked, his lips curling upward. After all, the metallic wings had claimed the lives of many of his classmates, and he was determined to exact vengeance for their blood. In an instant, He leaped into the air, wielding a can of insecticide, and sprayed it towards the metallic wings, causing it to tremble violently. "Huh. I knew that despite your formidable abilities, you were still mere insects, and you remain fearful of this insecticide." Lin Jie felt a surge of satisfaction from his actions. Soon, the once dreaded metallic wings, now thrashing uncontrollably, plummeted heavily onto the bus roof. At the sound of the resounding crash, all the students inside the bus erupted in cheers. "Wonderful. This terrifying falcon-like zombie has finally been vanquished." Joy spread throughout the bus. But their celebration was short-lived as they soon realized an even more alarming situation was unfolding. The bus was plummeting rapidly downward, as the ground loomed ever closer. The school bus was on the brink of colliding with it, a catastrophe that would surely result in an explosion. Even those who had not fallen victim to the zombie would find themselves perishing in the ensuing wreck. "Oh heavens, what are we to do now? We thought we were safe." The students amidst the crowd voiced their terror. Chapter 28. The zombie chased the school bus plummeted uncontrollably, its speed increasing with each passing moment. Many students, gripped by fear, began to weep. Xiao Moming, if you possess any means to avert this disaster, now is the time to act. Delay any longer, and it may be too late. Lin Jie shouted, imploring the figure encased within the shell. Without hesitation, Xiao Moming responded. In no time, his oceanic powers manifested, conjuring a multitude of octopus tentacles that emerged upon the ground. These tentacles, both numerous and vast, resembled an enormous, soft, and elastic cushion. Although the bus descended with alarming velocity, upon landing on these tentacles, it was catapulted skyward instead. Everyone was struck with terror, their faces paling, yet fortunately, both the bus and its occupants remained unscathed. "Phew, that's a relief. I was truly frightened," Lin Jie exclaimed, patting his chest before inquiring aloud. "Is everyone inside all right?" His heart raced with anxiety, fearing for the safety of his classmates. "All is well, not a single person is injured," Jin Kashishi chimed, poking his head out of the bus window with delight. Upon hearing this, Lin Jie felt a surge of joy. The colossal metallic wings atop the bus quivered, eager to ascend once more in search of new zombie prey. "I shall not grant you such an opportunity," Lin Jie declared resolutely, promptly spraying insecticide into the air. In an instant, the black ants within the metallic wings met their demise. Seated atop the bus, Lin Jie exhaled deeply, astonished by the formidable capabilities of the falcon zombie, realizing that such a foe required considerable time to vanquish. Moreover, they were still in the outskirts. Once they ventured into the city, they would encounter even more powerful mutated zombies and perilous apocalyptic beasts. What then could they do? Mo Fan shook his head, acknowledging that relying solely on himself, Xiao Moming, and Jin Kashishi was far from sufficient. "Indeed, we must seek additional badges," Xiao Moming declared, shedding his shell and approaching Lin Jie. "Are there any other badges remaining?" Lin Jie queried, his mind filled with doubt. It had been many days since the apocalypse commenced, and surely most badges had been snatched away. No. One cannot articulate it in such a manner, for the badges will forever exist, and merely possessing a badge does not guarantee survival in the apocalypse. Xiao Moming shook his head and remarked that many individuals who have obtained badges could still fall victim to other zombies when confronted with formidable foes. They may find themselves powerless against the undead, and in due course, their badges would be relinquished. "Indeed, I am aware of this. In my past travels, I encountered some exceptionally powerful abilities, and those who were unable to withstand certain mutated zombies ultimately lost their badges." Lin Jie nodded in agreement. "However, we currently lack the means to ascertain the precise locations of these badges," he sighed. "It is not as though we have a tool akin to Baidu maps to provide us with coordinates for our search, is it?" No, you are mistaken. It seems you may be somewhat uninformed." Xiao Moming chuckled, and his words instantly astonished Lin Jie. "What did you say? You claim there is a way to pinpoint the locations of each badge for us to seek out?" His eyes sparkled with excitement as he spoke. "That is indeed what I meant. Previously, we had no means to locate the badges, but a new application has emerged, equipped with such functionality." As he spoke, Xiao Moming retrieved his phone. "Recently, I have found it quite peculiar. Although it is assumed that communication is entirely lost in this apocalypse, the internet remains accessible, and various tools for survival continue to be developed." Lin Jie expressed his astonishment, reasoning that, logically, all signals should have failed in an apocalypse, and no one would have the time to conduct research on such matters. "I too find this exceedingly strange, yet it is indeed the case. Moreover, new survival applications appear periodically in the mobile software market, available for anyone to download." Xiao Moming unlocked his phone, revealing an application named Badge Map on the screen. This software is remarkably similar to Baidu Maps. Upon opening it, it displays the locations of nearby badges, categorized by their color and level. Xiao Moming demonstrated the app to Lin Jie, and they discovered numerous red badges concentrated in a nearby gas station. So many red badges, all gathered at a single gas station. Lin Jie exclaimed in surprise, yet Xiao Moming shook his head. This is futile. The abilities conferred by red badges are woefully inadequate. I believe that once we exit the highway, we should head to this school location, where a blue badge awaits. He pointed to another area on the map. But Lin Jie noted that the school, teeming with students and teachers, had become infested with a horde of zombies since the onset of the apocalypse. This is absolutely perilous. Lin Jie exclaimed, shaking his head in disapproval. If everyone enters, the sheer number of zombies here is overwhelming. We only possess a single blue badge. I suggest we head to the gas station instead, where 10 red badges await. While the abilities granted by red badges may be comparatively feeble, they still offer a distinct advantage over an ordinary, frail human struggling to survive in this apocalypse. Upon hearing Lin Jie's reasoning, Xiao Moming nodded in agreement. Yes, that makes perfect sense. Let us proceed with this plan. With the assistance of their companions, the two descended from the roof of the vehicle and re-entered the school bus. Once inside, they found the interior in disarray. They cleared out the bodies, and Lu Meng Duo drove the bus back to the camp, allowing everyone to rest momentarily. A heavy silence enveloped the group. None dared to utter a word. And no one could have anticipated that a mere evening spent watching television could lead to such a horrifying turn of events. From now on, we must establish a rule. Electronic devices such as phones and tablets are strictly prohibited during the night. Lin Jie declared at the meeting, his tone grave. Although the zombies are significantly less active at night, they remain particularly sensitive to light and sound. We must remain vigilant after today's incident. Following Lin Jie's statement, everyone nodded in agreement, expressing their commitment to adhere to this new regulation. Where shall we go next? Lu Mengduo inquired as he took his seat in the driver's position, turning to Lin Jie and the others. According to the badge map, a substantial number of red badges are located nearby. Lin Jie responded. We intend to venture there and distribute the red badges once we locate them. His words ignited a wave of excitement among the group. In this apocalyptic world, acquiring supernatural abilities was of utmost importance. Even the weakest red badge could significantly enhance their chances of survival. Very well, since everyone is in agreement, let us set forth, Lin Jie declared. And the group nodded enthusiastically, filled with anticipation for the powers they might soon possess. Just then, Lu Liangduo remarked, our bus is running low on fuel after this long journey. The sun ascended slowly from the eastern horizon, golden rays spilling forth across the landscape. The light stirred the sluggish zombies nearby, causing them to awaken and emit guttural roars. The cacophony of zombie cries echoed from all directions, instilling fear within the hearts of the group. A horde of zombies is surely approaching, someone exclaimed. So early? Have these creatures already begun to stir? Feng Bai questioned, astonished. There shouldn't be anything to draw them here, right? If nothing else could attract them, then the only possibility is us. Jin Keshi spoke, and at that moment, the entire highway began to tremble violently. It was evident that a multitude of forces was approaching their school bus. Zombies. The dreadful horde of zombies was upon them. Some students began to scream, and a collective sigh escaped the group as the harrowing days of apocalyptic pursuit commenced once more. It must be that the cacophony from the previous night's battle with the falcon zombies had drawn these creatures closer. As dawn broke, their bodies, having absorbed the energy of the light, grew even stronger, propelling them into a frenzied dash towards the bus. Lin Jie articulated this analysis. Then I must hasten our departure from this place, Lu Yongdu declared, promptly pressing the accelerator, causing the school bus to surge forward at a rapid pace. Chapter 29. Zombie connection. A vast horde of zombies appeared on the highway, their bodies inexplicably binding together, forming a formidable wall of flesh. Damn it, more mutated zombies. How bothersome. Jin Keshi exclaimed, his fist striking the bus window with frustration. Fear not. As long as we increase our speed, we can evade them, Lu Yongdu reassured, his foot firmly on the gas pedal. Alas, why can't there be more ordinary zombies during the apocalypse? Slow, wobbling, and weak in attack power. Feng Bai lamented, shaking his head. It would make battling the undead so much easier. You are too naive. This is the apocalypse, not a video game, Xiao Moming retorted, shaking his head in disbelief. Fortunately, we need not worry about these zombies for the time being. Their bodies, fused together, have rendered them slower in their movements. Jin Keshi observed, still perplexed by the mutated zombies' behavior. Why would they choose to bind together in a way that makes them less capable of pursuing our bus? Why bother contemplating their actions? You are not a zombie. What purpose does it serve to understand them? A classmate interjected. These zombies exist solely to devour human flesh, absorbing various traits. Ordinary zombies, after consuming enough, mutate and gain diverse abilities. Another chimed in. I believe this wall's ability is merely to provide heightened defense, lacking any practical utility. The group nodded in agreement, though their hearts remained heavy with apprehension regarding this seemingly trivial power. However, these mutated zombies possessed far greater lethality and destructive capabilities than their ordinary counterparts. making them far more adept at preying on humanity. The powers they had evolved into could not possibly be trivial or ineffectual. Regardless of the circumstances, we must remain vigilant. For the abilities evolved by these zombies are designed for the purpose of hunting humanity, Lin Jie declared, grasping a baseball bat, its surface shimmering with a golden light. Imbued with the attributes of the golden hoop, rest assured, this school bus will soon accelerate to its maximum speed, and at that moment, these zombies will stand no chance of catching up with us. Lu Liangduo cheerfully remarked, as the bus gained speed, its fuel consumption steadily decreasing. However, our fuel supply is running low. Lu Liangduo glanced at the dashboard, hoping to evade these zombies in a timely manner. The group peered through the rear window, observing the zombies forming a wall, their movements becoming increasingly sluggish. Yet, unexpectedly, the human wall began to rapidly descend, vanishing beneath the ground. How peculiar. Could it be that these zombies possess the ability to burrow underground? Jean Kesh exclaimed in astonishment. The rows of zombies promptly disappeared beneath the surface. No one could have anticipated that so many zombies could vanish in such a brief span of time. How could this be? The crowd gasped in shock, their hearts racing uncontrollably. They vanished. Isn't that a relief? Lu Liangduo said, gripping the steering wheel. It might even save us some fuel. However, as the speed of the school bus began to decrease, a massive fissure suddenly erupted from the ground, and a wall of zombies emerged, crashing into the underside of the bus. Instantly, everyone felt a violent jolt, their terrified screams echoing. What is happening? Have these zombies emerged from underground? Jean Kesh exclaimed in disbelief. He unleashed flickering green flames from his palms, intending to incinerate the zombies, yet hesitated, fearing the flames would spread to the bus. The entire vehicle shook increasingly, panic engulfing the group. My goodness, what is happening? Lu Liangduo shouted, his hands trembling on the steering wheel. The bus had barely traveled any distance when the road ahead also began to crack, and another wall of zombies surged forth. Many of the zombies had fused together, significantly enhancing their structural integrity, resembling a formidable wall. This is bad. Another wall of zombies has appeared ahead, Lu Liangduo exclaimed in shock. And the width had completely obstructed the entire highway. He spoke anxiously, beads of sweat cascading from his forehead. There was no time for the bus to brake. It crashed headlong into the wall of zombies, their bodies as unyielding as steel. In an instant, the entire bus flipped through the air, crashing heavily to the ground. The occupants of the vehicle rose and fell in unison, many students sustaining injuries in the process. How infuriating. I never anticipated that these mutated zombies possess such capabilities. Lin Jie clenched his fists and exclaimed, truly, in this apocalyptic world, not a single day can be spent in peace. The zombies, once linked together to form a human wall, erupted into terrifying roars, and the wall began to disintegrate into individual zombies, reaching out their arms and encircling the toppled school bus. How dreadful, so many zombies. Jean Kesh's back was weighed down by various pieces of luggage, but he struggled to crawl out, arriving at the bus window, where he unleashed deep green flames from his hands. You bothersome mutated zombies, I shall transform you. The flames swirled around him continuously, declaring, watch as I reduce you all to ashes, and then how will you transform? Fireballs erupted forth, swiftly igniting the zombies. However, Jean Kesh's abilities, awakened after obtaining the Cyan badge, were not yet sufficiently powerful. All flames had a limited duration and could not be sustained indefinitely. Moreover, after each activation of his skill, a cooldown period ensued, preventing him from unleashing abilities in rapid succession. Yet the number of zombies grew increasingly overwhelming, surrounding the school bus like a sea of bodies. This is untenable. I cannot endure for much longer. Jean Kesh exclaimed in panic. Allow me to assist you. Lin Jie, wielding a baseball bat capable of altering its length at will, appeared beside Jean Kesh as a horde of zombies surged forward. Fear not, with my presence. They can be easily dealt with, Lin Jie declared with a smile, as the bat elongated, sweeping horizontally, instantly knocking numerous zombies to the ground. Excellent, Lin Jie, splendid work. Jean Kesh exclaimed excitedly, giving Lin Jie a thumbs up. However, before long, the numerous fallen zombies began to connect, swiftly forming a singular entity. This is bad. Look at those zombies, their bodies converging into a massive sphere. Xiao Moming pointed in alarm. All eyes were filled with dread as they gazed upon the enormous orb formed by the interlinked bodies of the zombies. What is happening? It seems these mutated zombies are quite cunning. They can actually coalesce into a sphere. Xiao Moming gasped in astonishment, but soon the zombie sphere began to spin rapidly. Like a football poised for a kick, it whirled with incredible speed, hurtling towards them with devastating force and impact. We must not allow this sphere to approach us. Even if we manage to survive, everyone within the school bus will be in peril. Xiao Moming pressed his hand against the ground, and instantly, a fissure appeared, from which emerged a colossal turtle shell, standing before everyone like a formidable wall. This is the most powerful ability I can muster, Xiao Moming declared. his voice tinged with anxiety. I hope it can withstand this zombie sphere. Everyone shared the same fervent hope, yet as the zombie sphere rotated, an increasing number of undead joined its ranks, their bodies intertwining with one another. In a matter of moments, the sphere grew ever larger, amplifying the collective dread within the group. The connection between the zombies rendered their bodies stiffer, their flesh resembling impenetrable steel. This won't do. This massive sphere resembles a gigantic iron ball. Even such a turtle shell may not be sufficient to withstand it. Zillilan exclaimed nervously, her heart heavy with concern. The enormous sphere collided with the turtle shell, causing numerous cracks to spread across its surface. Xiao Moming stared in astonishment at the unfolding scene. These mutated zombies were indeed formidable adversaries. He placed his hand on the ground, channeling energy from his palm. Soon, the earth trembled as thick, elongated tentacles emerged, coiling around the gigantic turtle shell. I hope this will allow the shell to endure a bit longer, Xiao Moming stated resolutely. Chapter 30. The red emblem. The tentacles wrapped around the shell, enhancing its volume and fortifying its defensive capabilities. Moreover, they helped to mend the already fractured shell. The massive sphere continued to batter against the turtle shell, producing a cacophony of sounds. Damn it, dealing with so many zombies intertwined is truly challenging. Beads of sweat rolled down Xiao Moming's forehead, his hands trembling violently. Yet soon, accompanied by a sharp, resonant cracking sound, what seemed to be an incredibly sturdy shell shattered into countless fragments in a fleeting moment. This is bad. My shell cannot withstand them, Xiao Moming exclaimed in disbelief. At that moment, Lin Jie rushed to his side. Let me give it a try, he said, raising his baseball bat against the enormous zombie sphere. Lin Jie, what are you planning to do? Xiao Moming questioned, astonished. After connecting, these zombies have become tough and resilient. A mere baseball bat is insufficient to stop them. Indeed. Lin Jie, retreat quickly. That colossal sphere will be disastrous if it strikes you. Jin Kishin shouted from behind, panic evident in his voice. No, you don't understand. This is not an ordinary baseball bat, Lin Jie replied, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. It is widely acknowledged that Lin Jie possesses the extraordinary ability to manipulate the length of his baseball bat, enabling it to extend and contract at will. When it suddenly elongates, it unleashes a force of explosive power, capable of immense destruction. However, these zombie spheres, once formed, exhibit a surface as hard as steel. It is doubtful whether even Lin Jie's bat could inflict any damage upon them. What? Do you doubt this? Just wait and see, Lin Jie proclaimed with a smile. Standing before everyone like a celestial being descending to earth, ready to protect them in their hour of peril with the weapon in his grasp. Golden energy flowed around him, emanating from the magical staff, which then transferred its power to the baseball bat. In an instant, the entire bat radiated a brilliant golden light. With a slight smile, he hurled the bat in the direction of the approaching zombie spheres, exclaiming loudly, enormous. Suddenly, the bat stood upright on the ground and transformed into a colossal pillar. All present gaped in astonishment, unable to believe their eyes. My goodness! It is my first time witnessing a bat grow to such a size. Lin Jie, your ability is truly remarkable, utterly beyond comprehension. The crowd expressed their astonishment, their gazes fixated upon the massive column. Lin Jie smiled to himself. This was nothing compared to the legendary golden staff from Journey to the West, which could stabilize the entire Eastern Sea. Transforming into a towering pillar was hardly a formidable feat. As the immense golden column emerged from the ground, the zombies momentarily halted in their tracks. But soon their insatiable thirst for blood compelled them to roll the spherical formation towards Lin Jie and the others once more. Just as everyone feared that Lin Jie's bat might shatter like the tortoise shell unleashed by Xiao Moming, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Upon colliding with the golden pillar, the zombie sphere disintegrated instantly, scattering a multitude of zombies in all directions, no longer congregated together. Witnessing this scene, the crowd erupted in joyous cheers. Incredible! Lin Jie is truly remarkable. Indeed, if it weren't for Lin Jie's assistance, we might have been crushed by these zombies, they exclaimed with excitement. Though the zombies had gathered, no matter how resilient their bodies, they stood no chance against the golden staff. After falling to the ground, most of the zombies suffered shattered heads, losing their ability to move. Yet, many others rose once more, waving their arms and rushing towards the crowd while emitting terrifying roars from their throats. Although the spherical formation had been disrupted, the relentless tide of zombies approaching posed a significant challenge. As the crowd began to voice their concerns, a pervasive sense of dread enveloped them. Fear not, I shall take care of these zombies, Lin Jie declared, a smile gracing his lips. In fact, I am eager to test the limits of the Buddha's palm. His right hand radiated a golden glow as he stood resolutely in place, unfazed by the advancing horde of zombies. Fan, what are you doing? The zombies are drawing ever closer, his companions exclaimed anxiously. For even the mightiest of techniques seemed insufficient against such overwhelming numbers. Not at all. I have faith in Lin Jie's abilities, Chu Yanran exclaimed, her excitement evident as she gazed at him. With his remarkable prowess, a single strike will suffice to vanquish these zombies. Her endorsement silenced any lingering doubts among the group. Indeed, she speaks the truth. A single palm strike will be enough to handle this, Lin Jie affirmed, a confident smile upon his face, as he raised his right hand. Golden light emanated from his palm, and as the zombies closed in, he brought his hand down onto the ground. Instantly, the earth beneath his palm cracked open. Fissures sprawling outward like a spider's web beneath the feet of the undead, expanding rapidly, oblivious to the impending doom. The zombies were consumed by their insatiable thirst for blood and flesh, drool spilling from the corners of their mouths. Soon, golden beams of light burst forth from each crack beneath the zombies, piercing through their flesh and into every cell within their bodies. The moment the golden light penetrated their cells, they shattered into countless pieces. The onlookers watched in awe as one by one, the zombies erupted with golden fissures, collapsing to the ground. Incredible, Lin Jie. Just a gentle slap to the ground, and so many zombies are defeated. Jean Kashishi exclaimed, and the crowd collectively sighed in relief, grateful that the threat had been neutralized. Alas, this is not good. Suddenly, a voice broke through the atmosphere. El Liao Duo, panic-stricken, clutched his head and shouted, "What is the matter? Lin Jie has already dealt with so many zombies. We are safe now." Fang Bai responded, astonished. Could there be a danger more terrifying than the zombies? Look, El Liao Duo pointed frantically at the fuel tank of their vehicle. The crowd turned in shock to see a gaping hole in the outer wall, caused by the zombies' onslaught. Oil was seeping out, and they realized with dismay that they had already lost a considerable amount. We must seal this breach quickly, otherwise, the oil will continue to leak. Xiao Moming spoke nervously, his right hand glowing as he prepared to conjure a turtle shell to seal the breach. No, that is unnecessary. Lin Jie reassured him with a gentle pat on the shoulder. Maintaining the turtle shell form will drain a significant amount of your energy, and over time, it will become unbearable. Acknowledging Lin Jie's words, Xiao Moming lowered his hand. Let me handle it, Lin Jie said as he stepped forward. Retrieving the divine needle from his pocket, he approached the side of the school bus and plunged the needle into the vehicle's exterior, twisting it slightly. Instantly, the gap on the fuel tank's surface vanished. Excellent. This way, we can preserve some of the fuel inside, LV Liang Duo exclaimed, patting his chest in relief. However, the remaining fuel is limited and won't last us long. He sighed, a cloud of concern hanging over everyone. How long can the remaining fuel keep the bus running? Lin Jie inquired, having glimpsed the inside of the fuel tank during the repair. Indeed, the situation was dire. After a rough estimate, it should last about another hour. LV Liao Duo said sadly. But after that hour, we'll be stranded, forced to walk away from this perilous place. It's all right. If we have an hour's worth of travel, we should make it, Xiao Moming interjected. Once we exit the highway, we will soon reach the gas station, which is only about a 20-minute journey. His words rekindled hope among the group. Yes, exactly. At that gas station, there are plenty of red badges. If we can find them and distribute them, many of us will gain extraordinary abilities, enabling us to survive better in this apocalypse. Chapter 31. The terrifying scorpions not far below the highway lay a gas station, where the staff had long since turned into zombies. Their faces were grotesque, aimlessly wandering through the supermarket and office of the gas station. The walls surrounding the station were splattered with blood, a clear indication of a horrific zombie-feeding frenzy that had transpired here. It had been a long time since anyone had passed through this area. With a few black crows soaring overhead, landing atop the gas pumps. Look, it's the black zombie crows. From the nearby bushes, 5 young individuals were concealed. They had witnessed during their survival journey that the appearance of these black zombie crows heralded the presence of formidable and terrifying zombies nearby. I think you're just being superstitious. The companion beside them shook his head, asserting that these were merely ordinary zombie crows, ubiquitous in the apocalyptic world, and did not signify anything significant. The group of individuals lowered their voices amidst the grass and spoke thus. Should we seize those red badges? Of course, we should. With the badges, we will awaken our extraordinary abilities, enabling us to thrive in this desolate world. One of the companions exclaimed with palpable excitement. There are hardly any zombies at that gas station. We should rush in. There is hope. After a brief deliberation, they resolved to venture into the gas station. Let us first deal with the few zombies outside, one person suggested, retrieving a bow and arrow from their pack. Drawing the bowstring, a wooden arrow was swiftly launched. A flash of light surged past. The arrow pierced through a zombie's skull, pinning it firmly to the wall. Excellent. Well done. The others cheered. As several more arrows followed suit, each embedding itself into the heads of approaching zombies, nailing them to the wall. Splendid. There were hardly any zombies around the gas station, and we managed to eliminate them so swiftly, the group exclaimed, reveling in the unexpected ease of their task. Unbeknownst to them, beneath the ground, a terrifying zombie creature was swiftly moving, eagerly anticipating the arrival of these unfortunate souls, letting out an excited low growl from below. Can we enter now? I can hardly contain my anticipation. Are the red badges in the office or hidden within the supermarket? One individual inquired excitedly. However, among them, one person's face betrayed a look of concern. I believe we should proceed with caution. I have a foreboding feeling. Ah, you're simply being cowardly. Stay here in the grass if you're afraid. We shall explore the gas station. The young people exchanged banter, leaving behind a frail girl with long hair. Her name was Wu Yiya. Despite lacking any extraordinary abilities and appearing quite fragile, her sixth sense regarding zombies was remarkably acute. Having wandered with the group for 7 or 8 days in this apocalypse, every time she sensed impending danger, she had never been wrong. As her companions prepared to leave the safety of the grass, she anxiously implored, so many times, I have forewarned of terrifying zombies along the way, and I have never erred. Please, will you trust me this time? Yet, her companions dismissed her words with indifference. Oh, you're just being timid. If you're scared, then don't come along. They mocked, disregarding her concerns as they ventured further away from the grass, while the threat loomed ever closer. The 5 individuals advanced together. Yet the moment their feet touched the ground, an unsettling sensation enveloped them. What was amiss? Why did it feel as though something was flowing beneath the surface? They voiced their perplexity, but as they gazed down, they found nothing amiss. Surely it was nothing to worry about, merely a minor earthquake, a phenomenon not uncommon in apocalyptic times. Someone suggested, and the others nodded in agreement. Let us first deal with the zombies in the office, they declared, raising their wooden bows and arrows. However, just as they focused intently on aiming at the zombie's head behind the glass window, a fissure opened in the ground, and a scorpion stinger emerged. While their attention was diverted, the stinger struck one individual in the right leg, injecting venom with alarming swiftness. Soon, he felt dizzy and weak, as if his upper body were laden with lead. Then, with a sudden lurch, he fell backward. In a terrifying twist, the ground opened up into a deep pit, swallowing him whole. As soon as his body plunged into the abyss, the pit was swiftly filled with earth, vanishing without a trace. The occurrence unfolded so rapidly that the others were left in stunned silence, unable to comprehend what had transpired. Hey, where's Xiaozhan? One of them turned around, realizing someone was missing from the group. No, I didn't see him leave. How could he just vanish like that? They glanced around, puzzled, as there were no signs of his departure or any other clues. How could someone simply disappear into thin air? Could there be some zombies or monsters lurking about? One speculated, fear creeping into his heart. Xiaozhan, where have you gone? His companion called out, but the silence was deafening, with no reply from Xiaozhan. What is happening? Where on earth did he go? Just as someone voiced their concern, a hand suddenly emerged from the ground, grasping tightly onto one person's thigh. Ah, this is bad. It's a zombie. A zombie. The individual screamed, and soon, a head emerged from the earth. It was none other than Xiaozhan. Yet, his face was grotesquely decayed, transformed into a horrifying zombie visage. The venom from the scorpion had turned him into a dreadful creature in mere moments. A chilling sound erupted from his throat as he opened his mouth and lunged at his former companion's leg. Ah, get away, get away. His partner frantically swung his weapon in an attempt to fend him off, but it was futile. The zombie felt no pain. His companions could not sustain for long, soon transforming into the grotesque visage of zombies. Hidden within the grass, Wu Yiya watched in astonishment as a colossal zombie scorpion leapt from the ground. One by one, it assailed her companions, converting them all into the undead. These zombies meandered aimlessly around the gas station, searching for their next unsuspecting target. The gigantic zombie scorpion burrowed back into the earth, vanishing from sight. Heavens, this is utterly terrifying. How could this happen? Wu Yiya, in a state of panic, covered her mouth with her hand, fearful of making even the slightest sound that might provoke the zombies to turn their attention towards her. At that moment, the sound of a passing vehicle reached her ears, and she turned to see a school bus descending from the highway. Oh no, more people are coming to the gas station. I must warn them. Wu Yiya exclaimed anxiously. They absolutely must not enter this gas station. It is perilously dangerous. At that moment, the driver of the bus was none other than Lu Liang Duo, with Lin Jie and others aboard. What a relief. I was nearly terrified. Lu Liang Duo wiped the sweat from his brow and spoke. I was almost convinced that we would run out of fuel and wouldn't be able to reach the gas station, but it seems we made it just in time. Lu Liang Duo said excitedly, and everyone exhaled in relief. Had the vehicle been unable to reach the gas station and instead halted on the highway, it would have been exceedingly perilous. A sudden attack from those dreadful zombies would have left them with no means of escape. As the vehicle slowly approached the gas station, Jin Kashishi retrieved his phone from his pocket. Wait, let me check my phone to see if there are any zombie activities in the vicinity, he said. And Lu Liang Duo nodded in agreement, halting the bus. Fortunately, it is quite safe here. There are only 5 or 6 ordinary zombies wandering around the gas station. Jin Kashishi exclaimed with excitement. Then there is nothing to worry about. Ordinary zombies are easily dealt with. Smiles spread across the faces of the group as they nodded in agreement, arming themselves with various weapons, baseball bats, bows, and arrows. When they encounter zombies, they would rely on these tools to swiftly dispatch the troublesome creatures, preventing them from running amok and biting others. Well then, if that is the case, we can proceed with confidence, Lin Jie said, a smile curling his lips as he waved his hand, leading several boys out of the vehicle. They planned to head towards the gas station to eliminate the wandering ordinary zombies. Chapter 32. Underground Perils. As Lin Jie and his companions prepared to make their way towards the gas station, they noticed movement in the underbrush, prompting them to halt their advance immediately. Everyone be cautious, in case a zombie appears unexpectedly. Lin Jie's right hand radiated a golden glow, while the others behind him brandished baseball bats, raising them high. However, just as everyone remained on high alert, what emerged was not a fearsome zombie, but a long-haired girl. No, please do not advance. It is exceedingly perilous ahead, she cried out, waving her arms in an attempt to deter Lin Jie and his companions. The group observed her battered appearance, disheveled hair, and obvious signs of hardship. Fortunately, there were no visible marks of a zombie bite upon her. Yet, in this apocalyptic world, such scenarios were not uncommon, using a frail girl or a child to lower the guard of a team, while others lay in wait to launch an attack for scarce survival resources and essentials. Thus, Lin Jie's companions raised their baseball bats and bows, aiming them at the girl before them. Who are you? How did you come to be here? The group scanned their surroundings warily. Silence enveloped the area. Yet it did not imply safety. I am like you, a student from the school, Lu Ye from the arts department. The slender girl, with her flowing hair, declared. Oh, yes, you are Lu Ye. How have you become so thin? I almost failed to recognize you. A classmate among them suddenly recalled her. Given their mutual acquaintance, trust seemed a natural progression. Nods of recognition passed among the group, and they gradually lowered their weapons. Alas, there was no choice. During my travels with friends, the zombie apocalypse erupted unexpectedly. We were so focused on fleeing that we scarcely had time to eat or rest, she lamented, shaking her head. Moreover, food is exceedingly scarce. After one meal, there are no provisions for the next two. Sighs of empathy arose from the other students. However, it is all right now. You have us. Our team can support one another and survive this apocalypse together. They reassured her, their words enveloping Lu Ye in a profound warmth. The arrival of her classmates felt akin to the rising sun, illuminating the hope within her heart. Lin Jie continued to smile as he approached the gas station, but soon, Lu Ye grasped his arm. No, you cannot proceed. It is extremely dangerous, she exclaimed anxiously, shaking her head. What is going on? Lin Jie inquired, perplexed. Why can't I move forward? Because beneath the gas station lies a terrifying zombie creature. Lu Ye spoke with a tone of palpable fear. It can suddenly emerge from the ground and attack you. Upon hearing her words, the group immediately understood that the situation was far from simple. My companions, behold yonder. Those aimlessly meandering zombies encircling the gas station are the very souls transformed into the undead by that monstrous entity. As the group turned their gaze in the direction she indicated, they indeed beheld a horde of zombies, donning the attire of our school students, shuffling about with a disconcerting slowness. It appears to be a type of zombie creature capable of lurking beneath the earth. How perilous this is. The crowd gasped in astonishment, casting their eyes downward, only to find nothing amiss. This is untenable. How I wish we possessed the gift of X-ray vision. They all shook their heads in dismay. For upon learning of the terrifying zombie creatures lurking beneath the ground ahead, none dared to proceed further. What shall we do now? Should we venture forth? All eyes turned to Lin Jie, as he was akin to the captain of their band. Naturally, we must advance. Our school bus has run out of fuel. Yet we cannot approach directly. I must seek external assistance, Lin Jie proclaimed, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. External assistance? The group exchanged bewildered glances, failing to grasp the meaning behind Lin Jie's words. In this apocalyptic era, with many having succumbed to the fate of the undead and everyone fleeing for their lives, where could such assistance possibly come from? Do not be perplexed. Soon enough, I shall devise a solution, Lin Jie stated with a grin. I shall make a call. With that, he retrieved his phone and dialed Tang Xing's number. Haha, Lin Xin Di, how delightful that you finally have time to call me. Indeed. It has been far too long since I last saw Xuanzang. I have missed him dearly. Lin Jie responded with a laugh. Haha, you must come join us sometime. You wouldn't believe it. A new vegetarian hot pot restaurant has opened near the Jade Emperor's palace, and the flavors are exquisite. Tang Xing, ever the loquacious one, continued to wax lyrical, his conversation flowing ceaselessly from the nearby eateries to the various specialties of the Flower Fruit Mountain's water curtain cave, his words cascading like a mighty river. Lin Jie found it impossible to interject amidst the torrent. Xuanzang, may I interrupt for a moment? Lin Jie, unable to endure any longer, forcibly interjected. Oh, my apologies. I've been rambling for quite some time. I couldn't contain myself. Tang Sung replied with a tone of contrition. Lin Xiandi, what is it that you wish to convey? Lin Jia was exasperated. He had barely uttered a word when Tang Sung had already spoken 30. Truly, the title of the most talkative in the celestial realm is well-deserved. The matter is this. I am currently in pursuit of a demon, one adept in earth evasion, and I find myself incapable of perceiving what lies beneath the surface, making it quite challenging to capture him. Lin Jia articulated. However, the surrounding students were left in a state of bewilderment, uncertain of Lin Jia's intent. Oh, I comprehend your desire. You seek the celestial art of X-ray vision. Tang Sung nodded, a smile adorning his face. I shall directly provide you with my disciple Sun Wukong's fiery eyes. Hearing those words, Lin Jia was instantly filled with excitement. My goodness. This is an artifact used by the great sage, Sun Wukong. If I wear it, will I also possess the ability of fiery eyes? How splendid. Lin Jia joyfully exclaimed over the phone. However, it is Sun Wukong's treasure. Would he be willing to part with it? Do not worry about that. I share a bond of master and disciple with him that spans thousands of years, so some of his treasures are not an issue. Tang Sung replied with a smile. Before Lin Jia, a progress bar appeared, and when it reached 100%, a golden box manifested in the palm of his hand. The surface of this exquisite box was adorned with vibrant red cloud patterns, reminiscent of those on the golden staff. Curiously, Lin Jia opened it, only to find a pair of contact lenses inside. Who would have thought that the power of the great sage's fiery eyes would now rest in my hands? Lin Jia exclaimed with immense excitement. Ever since he was young, he had aspired to be a hero like Sun Wukong, and now, that childhood dream was about to be fulfilled. Fantastic. It is the perfect opportunity to try it out. Overjoyed, Lin Jia reached for the contact lenses and placed them over his eyes. Soon, he felt a pair of golden flames igniting within his gaze. However, instead of pain, he experienced a newfound clarity as his vision sharpened several-fold, enabling him to see great distances. As he glanced down, he could clearly perceive a colossal zombie scorpion swiftly moving beneath the ground. What should we do now? The classmates exchanged glances, unsure of how to proceed. Fear not. You need not worry. Just carry a long sword with you, and follow my commands. Lin Jia's lips curled into a confident smile as he boldly stepped forward into the vicinity of the gas station. Are you not afraid? Wu Yaya exclaimed in astonishment. Grasping Lin Jia's arm tightly, her voice rising in alarm. It's all right, don't worry. Lin Jia reassured her. Listen closely, wherever I point. You shall drive your swords into the ground at that spot. After he spoke, everyone nodded, preparing for battle. Lin Jia's eyes glowed with a golden light as he looked down, revealing long tunnels appearing beneath the surface, with a gigantic scorpion hastily approaching their group. Are you sure we can go to this gas station? Wu Ye asked nervously, her fear palpable. It's fine, there's no need to worry. I can already sense the movements of the scorpion. Lin Jia smiled confidently. How can you know that? Can your eyes see through the ground? Wu Ye asked in surprise. Indeed, that is precisely the case. Lin Jia replied with a grin, much to Wu Ye's delight. Is this your special ability? She exclaimed excitedly. Well, yes. You could say that. Lin Jia responded. A colossal shadow began to approach the crowd step by step. However, those on the ground perceived no irregularities beneath their feet, feeling rather an eerie tranquility. Yet, had they possessed Lin Jia's keen vision, they would undoubtedly have been horrified by the terrifying scenes lurking beneath the surface. Chapter 33. The Death of the Scorpion Humph. A wretched creature like you dares to ambush us? Soon, I shall ensure your misfortune, Lin Jia remarked, a smirk gracing his lips. Lin Jia, Wu Ye mentioned that there are frightful monsters below. Why have they yet to make an appearance? Perhaps the danger has passed? Two fellow students inquired. No, we must remain vigilant. That massive beast is swimming beneath our very feet, Lin Jia asserted earnestly, observing the undead scorpions swiftly moving below. Lin Jia's smile widened. Now is the moment. Plunge the sword down, he commanded loudly. The others instantly understood and thrust their swords into the indicated direction with great force. In an instant, a wretched cry of a beast erupted from below, followed by a gushing stream of violet blood. The crowd erupted in ecstatic cheers. At last, we have encountered this undead scorpion, they exclaimed. Lin Jia, your abilities are extraordinary. Indeed, with the fiery eyes of Sun Wukong, I can discern where this creature attempts to hide, Lin Jia replied, beaming, as the others nodded in agreement. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble, and ghastly hands of the undead emerged from the depths, accompanied by their terrifying wails. This is bad. These are all the corpses transformed into zombies after being dragged underground by the scorpions, Wu Ye said anxiously. Now that the scorpions are under attack, they will come to defend their master. One after another, the zombies clawed their way to the surface, flailing their arms as they charged towards Lin Jia and his companions. The group swung their baseball bats, aiming for the heads of the advancing zombies. Despite the formidable vitality of the undead, Their physiological functions had long ceased, preventing the generation of new cells. Their faces were grotesquely decayed, rendering them horrifying to behold. Moreover, the hardness of their skulls was quite low. A single blow would cause their heads to shatter into fragments. With each zombie collapsing, the group felt a surge of confidence in their actions. Thankfully, these were merely lowly common zombies, posing no significant threat. Smiles spread across the faces of Lin Jie's companions. Compared to the terrifying zombies they had encountered in recent days, these were hardly of concern. The true threat lies with the colossal scorpion beneath the surface, Lin Jie proclaimed. Just then, two massive pincers erupted from the ground at an astonishing speed, catching even Lin Jie off guard. Beware, everyone. Quickly, take cover, he suddenly cried out. But it was already too late. Although one of his classmates managed to roll on the ground and evade the grasp of the massive claw, another classmate was not so fortunate. His body was firmly ensnared by the enormous pincers and lifted high into the air. He screamed incessantly, blood oozing from his clothing. Help! Help! He shouted anxiously, and Lin Jie could not possibly stand idly by. He swung his baseball bat, which miraculously elongated in an instant, striking forcefully at the joint of the claw. In that moment, a crisp crack echoed, and the colossal claw shattered, crashing to the ground. The student was finally freed from immediate peril, yet he was severely injured, with numerous wounds and blood gushing from his body. Are you all right? Can you move? The crowd quickly gathered, expressing their concern. At that moment, another gigantic claw began to stir, charging towards another classmate from behind. Watch out! Quickly dodge! Wu Yie shouted in panic, her heart racing as she feared another student would be gravely hurt. Just then, Lin Jie surged forward, his right hand radiating a golden light, and struck the massive claw with a powerful palm. No, you're only human. Your strength pales in comparison to the zombie creature's. If you confront that claw barehanded, it will shatter your arm. Wu Yie exclaimed anxiously, having already lost a team of companions. These were individuals she had just met, and she could not bear to see them leave her again. It's all right, don't worry. He is Lin Jie, the most powerful esper among us. Feng Bai reassured, patting Wu Yie on the shoulder with a smile. But even an esper cannot succeed against such a creature, can he? He possesses a golden badge, right? Wu Yie replied in astonishment, realizing that while the awakened power was formidable, facing such a zombie creature unarmed was still a daunting task. Hearing her companion's praises of Lin Jie piqued her curiosity about him. Soon, an unexpected event unfolded. Lin Jie's right hand caught the enormous claw, his palm emanating a dazzling golden glow. The palm of the Buddha, Lin Jie proclaimed, and in an instant, an immense force surged from his palm, channeling into the massive claw. A sharp shattering sound resonated, followed by golden fissures spreading across the surface of the claw. In an instant, to the astonishment of all present, the gigantic claw disintegrated into countless shards, scattering across the ground. Good heavens! What incredible strength! I have never witnessed an esper capable of crushing a zombie creature's claw with their bare hands. Wu Yie exclaimed, her mouth agape in disbelief. What do you think? Not too shabby, right? Lin Jie said with a grin, his lips curling upward. There's even more where that came from. Lin Jie spoke with a smile. Below the ground, the zombie scorpion sensed that something was amiss and hurriedly attempted to turn away from this place. Despite its grievous injuries and the loss of one of its pincers, its speed of movement remained undiminished. Trying to escape? That may not be so simple. Lin Jie remarked with an upward curve of his lips. In an instant, the baseball bat in his hand elongated and pierced through the ground. My goodness! What sort of weapon is this that can alter its length at will? Wu Yie exclaimed in astonishment, finding Lin Jie utterly remarkable. No, this is not merely his weapon. It is his awakened ability. His companions interjected. Isn't it fascinating? The elongated baseball bat was indomitable, effortlessly breaking through the earth as it moved rapidly underground. Countless rocks and soil that obstructed its path were shattered by this bat. The zombie scorpion quickened its pace to flee, yet no matter how swift it was, it could not outpace the bat's velocity. In an instant, the bat penetrated the scorpion's body, eliciting a wail from beneath the ground. Wonderful. Absolutely splendid. We finally apprehended this creature. The group exclaimed excitedly. This fiend has harmed others and sought to escape. Such an opportunity would never be afforded to it. Lin Jie chuckled and lifted the baseball bat, producing a resounding crack as the ground erupted with a massive fissure, sending countless debris flying. Subsequently, the scorpion's colossal form leaped from the depths, impaled by Lin Jie's bat, resembling a great fish caught by a fisherman. It was hoisted high from the ground and then crashed heavily back down, creating a thunderous sound. The crowd erupted in cheers. What fearsome zombie creatures could pose a threat when Lin Jie was present? It appeared that danger was now averted. Excellent. It seems we are safe for the time being. Wu Yie exclaimed with excitement. The group turned to gaze at the fallen scorpion, which lay motionless after a brief struggle. Lin Jie withdrew his bat and turned to Wu Yie, saying, Next, we must search the supermarket and office at the gas station. We may encounter various zombies, and it could be very dangerous for a girl like you to accompany us. Perhaps you should stay on the school bus with the other students. It would be much safer. No, I believe I should stay with you. I can be of help. Wu Ye shook her head and replied earnestly. What are you thinking? There are various zombies wandering in the rooms ahead. It is exceedingly perilous, and I may not be able to protect you in time. Fang Bai interjected, brandishing the sword in his hand. It's all right, everyone. Please don't worry about me. Wu Ye smiled and said, furthermore, I possess a unique ability. I can sense the location of powerful zombies and zombie monsters with special abilities nearby. Do you really have such a capability? Exclaimed Fang Bai, his eyes gleaming with excitement. That is remarkable. We have always relied on detecting surrounding zombies, but our methods are often inaccurate. If someone possesses such extraordinary powers, we could avoid numerous dangers beforehand. Fang Bai spoke with enthusiasm. Indeed, indeed. So, would you be willing to join us? Wu Ye said with a smile, her lips curling upward. We certainly can use someone with your abilities. However, encountering zombies can be perilous, and you must ensure your own safety. Lin Jia cautioned as he handed Wu Ye a set of bows and arrows. Take this as your weapon and stay at the back of the group. We will protect you. Chapter 34. Small zombies. The group cautiously made their way into the supermarket at the gas station. Despite the area being sparsely populated now, it had once been a bustling hub. This region boasted a large supermarket and an office area with several buildings housing 5 or 6 companies. Daily, various vehicles passed through, and 2 restaurants were nearby. The once vibrant locale now lay in desolation. Searching the supermarket for zombies was markedly different from previous battles, as the confined space demanded constant vigilance. Lin Jia led everyone to the entrance and, placing his hand on the doorknob, spoke, Everyone, be prepared. Nods of agreement followed, with each person taking a deep breath and gripping their weapons tightly. As Lin Jia turned the doorknob, the glass walls and doors of the supermarket, smeared with various bloodstains, obscured the view inside, prompting utmost caution. If a zombie were positioned by the door, they would be in grave danger upon opening it. However, they could hear the low growls of zombies emanating from behind the door, along with the sounds of their shuffling feet dragging across the ground, creating an unpleasant scraping noise. There are zombies near the entrance. Fang Bai whispered urgently, wielding an axe as he approached the door. Once I open the door, swing your axe at the zombie's head immediately, Lin Jia instructed, and the others nodded in agreement, though Fang Bai's grip on the axe trembled slightly. 3, 2, 1. Lin Jia turned the doorknob, and the crisp sound of the lock clicking open echoed. Suddenly, a pair of zombie arms staggered out from within. Fang Bai quickly swung his axe toward the zombie's head, but to his astonishment, a metallic clank resonated, sending sparks flying. The axe had failed to harm the creature. What just happened? The crowd was taken aback, and upon closer inspection, they discovered that atop the zombie's head rested an indomitable metal helmet, impervious to harm from even the mightiest axe. Yet, this zombie was evidently enraged, letting out a thunderous roar before lunging toward Fang Bida's form. The suddenness and strength of the assault overwhelmed Fang Bida, who was swiftly knocked to the ground. 2 mutated hands clutched his throat, while a pair of menacing fangs protruded from the helmet. Help! This is dreadful! Someone, please assist me! Fang Bida cried out in a panic. Without hesitation, Lin Jia stepped forward, brandishing his baseball bat. In an instant, the bat elongated with formidable force, piercing through the zombie's helmet. Instantly, the once terrifying creature collapsed limply. Just now, I was utterly terrified. Fang Bida gasped, still panting heavily. His expression revealed he was still shaken, prompting Lin Jia to retrieve a miraculous needle from his pocket and deftly insert it into Fang Bida's flesh, twisting it slightly. This miraculous needle, a treasure from the celestial realm, not only healed physical wounds, but also swiftly mended psychological scars. Good heavens! This is simply astounding, Fang Bida exclaimed, sitting upright with exhilaration. I feel no more fear within me. Lin Jia, your medical prowess is truly remarkable. He gave Lin Jia a thumbs up in admiration. Ha ha, it's nothing extraordinary. You have yet to discover the full extent of my abilities. Lin Jia chuckled. From now on, during the apocalypse, you shall follow me, for wherever I go, safety shall prevail. Fang Bida replied with a grin. All right, enough flattery. Get up quickly. There are more zombies awaiting our resolution, Lin Jia said as he helped the prone Fang Bida to his feet. Meanwhile, Wu Ye had picked up the earlier zombie's helmet and was examining it with growing concern. What troubles you? Have you spotted a dangerous signal? Jean Kesh inquired with concern. Look at this helmet. It is no ordinary piece of headgear, Wu Ye exclaimed. Upon hearing this, Jean Kesh leaned in for a closer look, his expression shifting to one of alarm. No wonder this helmet looks so familiar. It belongs to the superhero Ant-Man. Jean Kesh's demeanor grew tense, realizing they faced a particularly formidable type of zombie. Why do you say that? Fang Bida asked. Is it merely due to the helmet? No, no. If it were just a matter of the helmet enhancing cranial defense, we could easily eliminate it by severing its head. The real challenge lies in the fact that this Ant-Man zombie possesses the ability to alter its size at will. Upon hearing this revelation, everyone inhaled sharply, the gravity of the situation sinking in. This fellow possesses such remarkable abilities. Fong Bai was astonished, his entire body beginning to tremble. But Lin Jie's magical needle turned him around, restoring his relaxed demeanor. It's all right, don't be tense. You're not facing these numerous zombies alone. You have many companions, Lin Jie said with a smile. His words radiated warmth like sunlight, enveloping everyone's hearts, providing solace amidst the brutality of this apocalyptic world. When the Ant-Man zombie shrank, its destructive power diminished significantly, yet its agility remained remarkably high. Jean Keshi remarked. When it grows larger, although its movements become considerably slower, its destructive capability is fearsome and formidable. Fortunately, the zombie we encountered earlier had not yet unleashed its extraordinary powers. Otherwise, it would have posed a significant threat. We must exercise utmost caution once we enter the gas station as supermarket, Fong Bai declared, and the others nodded in agreement. Taking a deep breath, everyone prepared themselves as Lin Jie stepped forward, grasping the doorknob and opening the supermarket door. Inside, all the lights had been damaged, flickering incessantly, resembling a scene straight out of a horror film. It looks quite terrifying, a boy exclaimed, raising his baseball bat as he cautiously made his way through the aisles. This was the snack section, where shelves were filled with an array of treats, chips, bread, spicy strips, and more. Behind an inconspicuous can of chips, a tiny figure emerged. It was a zombie, but of a diminutive size, no larger than a palm, stealthily moving behind the numerous chip cans, nearly undetectable. The boy advanced cautiously, his senses heightened. At the slightest sound, he would turn around and scan the surroundings. Only after determining there was no immediate danger did he proceed forward. Humph. No matter what kind of zombie approaches, I'll take care of it with one swing of my bat, he declared, swinging the bat with confidence. The tiny zombie moved swiftly among the snacks, and due to its small stature, it made not a sound during its rapid movements. As time passed, it inched closer to the boy, and when he was momentarily distracted, it leapt down from the shelf, landing on his shoulder. Damn, what is this thing, a bug? The boy exclaimed in surprise, reaching out to swat the diminutive zombie away. However, to his astonishment, the little zombie nimbly dodged his attempts, bouncing back and forth, evading his swipes with remarkable speed. This creature's agility is truly extraordinary, the young man exclaimed in astonishment, and before long, the Ant-Man zombie leaped from his shoulder to his neck. It opened its mouth wide, revealing a pair of elongated, sharp fangs, and sank them viciously into the young man's throat. A piercing scream escaped his lips, followed by metallic shards erupting from his body. These fragments began to swiftly assemble, soon forming the likeness of a helmet. The entire head of the young man was enveloped by this helmet, from which a terrifying cosmic energy emanated, coursing into his body and rapidly altering its structure. In a remarkably brief span, he transformed into a fearsome Ant-Man zombie. A low wail emerged from his mouth, and his entire form started to emit a deep crimson glow, simultaneously shrinking dramatically. He morphed into a small zombie, leaping onto the shelves and darting swiftly between various snack packages. What a strange occurrence. Lin Jie's companions exchanged perplexed glances as they surveyed the rows of shelves. I feel as though our numbers have dwindled significantly, Fong Bai remarked in astonishment. I have a similar sensation. Perhaps we should recount our numbers, Jean Kesh suggested, turning to observe that indeed a few individuals were missing. This is rather unsettling. An ominous premonition has suddenly washed over me. Wu Ye voiced her anxiety. Chapter 35. The Flames of Fury. How could this be? Could it be that these individuals have fallen victim to a surprise attack by the zombies? Fong Bai exclaimed in shock, having heard that Ant-Man zombies are particularly adept at ambushes. In that case, we must exercise greater caution, Lin Jie responded. Yet upon surveying the surroundings, he detected no anomalies. In truth, countless diminutive zombies were already scurrying rapidly behind all the merchandise on the shelves. The Ant-Man zombies excelled at concealing themselves, and due to their minuscule size, even as they dashed atop the shelves, no one could hear their presence. A multitude of zombies raced across the shelves, and using their sharp fangs, they bit into food packages, creating openings. One by one, they slipped inside, hiding amidst the food. Alas, I too feel ravenous after this journey. I shall grab a bag of chips. Jean Kesh reached for a package of chips from the shelf, and as he tore open the surface, the sound of a zombie's cry emanated from within the pile of chips. Startled, he quickly discarded the bag onto the ground. Hey, what are you doing? Yelling and throwing things will easily attract the zombies. Fong Bai reproached him, though a look of terror had already manifested on Jean Kesh's face. Indeed, there are zombies within the food, he exclaimed, pointing a trembling finger at the chip packaging lying on the ground. The crowd gasped and turned their gazes toward the direction of his finger, only to discover that the packaging contained not just chips, but also a series of diminutive zombies emerging one after another. Each was adorned with an Ant-Man helmet as they crawled forth. Oh my heavens! I was wondering why no zombies had appeared here. It turns out they have shrunk and hidden within these food items. Fan exclaimed in astonishment, his eyes emanating a golden glow as he utilized his special sight to survey the surroundings. To his shock, he found numerous food packages harboring tiny zombies. This is dire. The food in this supermarket is utterly contaminated by zombies, Fan declared. The realization struck many as they noted the presence of zombies in countless food bags. Oh my goodness, this is truly terrifying, Wu Ye gasped, covering her mouth in fear as a look of horror washed over her face. One by one, the zombies leapt from the chip bags, howling as they lunged toward Jean Kesh. Get away from me, you wretches, he shouted, waving his arms as green flames erupted from his palms. Accompanied by the anguished cries of the zombies, they transformed into fiery little orbs, falling to the ground. We must exercise caution. These shelves are everywhere, Lin Jie warned, a vigilant expression crossing his face. If they were to launch a sudden attack, we would find it exceedingly difficult to contend with them. Their size is diminutive, yet their agility is remarkable. They truly are formidable adversaries. The group voiced their concerns. We should hasten our departure from this supermarket, or perhaps we could destroy the food on these shelves. Jean Kesh summoned flames to his palms, ready to incinerate the food. But Lin Jie interjected. We cannot do that. If we proceed in such a manner, the entire supermarket will be engulfed in flames, placing us all in grave danger. Indeed. We must avoid such a course. The blaze could harm us all. Wu Ye shook her head in agreement. What should we do then? The group's attention turned to Lin Jie, for among them, his powers were the most formidable. Let us swiftly traverse this area of shelves. I will use my special sight to identify any food that has been tainted by zombies, and once we have secured the safe items, we can then destroy the contaminated ones. Lin Jie proposed, and the others nodded in agreement. However, just as they prepared to navigate through the shelves, a chorus of anguished screams erupted from behind the group. What is happening? Are we under attack by zombies? They collectively inhaled sharply and turned to look, only to witness a surging tide of zombies rushing toward them, sprinting across the shelves. It's a horde. The crowd suddenly erupted in exclamations. Yet the zombies were no larger than the palm of an adult hand. Upon leaping down from the shelves, they landed upon anyone nearby, revealing their fangs as they lunged for human flesh. I had encountered life-size zombies before, but how was one to contend with so many of these diminutive fiends? Fong Baidai staggered backward, uttering his dismay. A glass jar tumbled down from the shelf, shattering upon impact with a crisp sound, scattering countless shards. A horde of ant-like zombies sprang forth, advancing towards the exposed skin of the crowd. How terrifying these little creatures truly were. Fong Baidai swung his baseball bat vigorously, knocking the leaping zombies back down. The ant zombies were particularly formidable. Not only were they diminutive, but they also donned metal helmets of considerable durability. Even bullets ricocheting off these helmets sparked without penetrating their skulls. Naturally, Fong Baidai's bat could not dispatch these zombies. What a predicament. So many zombies to confront. Jean Kesh exclaimed as a fireball materialized in his hand and was hurled forward, rolling across the ground. The tiny zombies along its path ignited, instantaneously reduced to ashes. You must unleash more of these fireballs to eradicate the horde. That won't do. If too many fireballs are unleashed, the surrounding shelves will catch fire. Jean Kesh shook his head, lamenting the cramped space that hindered the use of his powers. Soon, a chorus of zombie howls echoed nearby. Those bitten by the ant zombies had metallic shards oozing from their wounds, rapidly coalescing in the air to form helmets that adorned the heads of the zombies. These helmets bore two jagged openings from which elongated fangs protruded, emitting terrifying roars as they encircled the crowd. Although the life-size ant zombies did not wield any powers, the sturdiness of their helmets far surpassed that of their smaller counterparts. Wu Ye spoke anxiously. Such helmets are exceedingly difficult to penetrate. As many wielded their metal baseball bats against the helmets, a cacophony of metallic clashing ensued. The zombies' roars echoed in response, and the crowd retreated in panic as the number of zombies surged. We cannot remain on this floor. It has been overtaken by zombies. We must change levels, Jean Kesh declared, a massive fireball hovering before him, ready to incinerate any approaching zombies. Although the zombies no longer experience pain, they still wish to avoid the destruction of their bodies and begin to retreat. Excellent. You all keep these zombies at bay while I carve a path, Lin Jie declared, stepping to the front of the group, wielding his baseball bat. The energy of the golden staff surged from Lin Jie's heart, coursing through his veins and emanating from his palms, enveloping the surface of the bat. In an instant, the baseball bat elongated, thrusting forward to pierce through the helmets of several zombies obstructing the escalator. Immediately, the zombies toppled like a line of dominoes, falling to the ground, leaving everyone utterly astonished. My goodness, Lin Jie, you are truly remarkable. Even to take down a single zombie requires us an inordinate amount of time, the crowd exclaimed, giving Lin Jie a thumbs up. Yet with just a swing of your bat, you can dispatch them in an instant. They continued, their tones filled with admiration. Lin Jie simply nodded and smiled. Ah, it's really nothing, just a trivial skill, he remarked with a chuckle, having already dealt with the zombies near the escalator. With the path clear, the group felt reassured as they descended to the next level, hoping for fewer zombies there. Quickly, everyone follow closely. The number of zombies here is increasing. And we must hurry, Jean Cash urged from the back of the line. As he saw everyone descend the escalator, he raised his hands, conjuring a massive fireball that hovered above the ground. The approaching zombies, intimidated by the fire's power, recoiled several steps, emitting guttural growls to intimidate Jean Cash. With a smirk, he declared, "You wretched creatures dare to approach me? Not a chance. Perish." With those words, the enormous fireball shot forth, unleashing a wall of flames before the zombies. Chapter 36. A swarm of flies. Upon witnessing the mass of human flesh before them, the zombies were unwilling to relent, desperately attempting to breach the fiery barrier. However, the flames burned too fiercely. Their scorching heat quickly reduced many of the zombies to ashes. Regrettably, the flames conjured by Jean Cash were not of natural origin, but generated through his supernatural abilities. Thus, they could not endure for long. Once everyone had descended the escalator, the flames vanished into thin air. The zombies emitted a cacophony of excited roars, each one poised to traverse the escalator. However, they soon discovered that they could not maintain their balance like ordinary humans, tumbling down one after another from the moving staircase. Even those zombies who managed to stagger to the second floor found their path obstructed by a barricade of luggage that Lin Jie and the others had hastily assembled at the escalator's exit, rendering them incapable of breaching the blockade in the immediate future. The group leaned against the wall, panting heavily, utterly exhausted. I truly underestimated the difficulty of dealing with these ant-like zombies, Fong Bida exclaimed, patting his chest vigorously. Fortunately, they were momentarily safe from the impending threat on the second floor. Indeed, Jean Keshi remarked, extending his right hand to conjure a fireball that flickered in his palm. He hurled the fiery orb towards the advancing zombies on the escalator. A chorus of anguished wails erupted from the undead, providing a temporary sense of relief. They would not be approaching for the time being. After resting for a brief moment, the group began to survey their surroundings. The second floor was teeming with vendors selling an array of seafood, and a potent fishy odor permeated the air. Jean Keshi pinched his nose, reflecting on how many days had passed since the apocalypse began, with no one left to buy or sell these fish. Look at how emaciated they've become, he lamented, shaking his head. The stench rivaled that of the zombies themselves. Numerous glass tanks housed deceased crabs and belly-up fish, all submerged in putrid water. What were once delicacies had now turned repulsive. A persistent buzzing filled the air as classmates swung their baseball bats, attempting to shoo away the swarming flies. Goodness, this floor is utterly revolting. Can we not just skip to the third floor? Fong Bida shook his head in disgust. Get away, you bothersome flies, shouted a boy, brandishing his bat, quickly scattering the insects as they flitted away. These flies are insufferable, always buzzing around. The group complained in unison. Alas, what can we do? With so many fish corpses rotting here, it's no wonder the flies are drawn to it, Lin Jie remarked, also pinching his nose. Let us hasten through this area. It's far too uncomfortable. The atmosphere felt reminiscent of a garbage dump, thick with the stench of decay. Two boys, unable to withstand the nauseating sights and smells, leaned against the wall, retching repeatedly. After Lin Jie and others drove away the flies, they began to flit around chaotically, and upon passing the escalator, the Ant-Man zombies emitted excited roars. The Ant-Man heroes possessed the remarkable ability to shrink their bodies and ride upon these insects, utilizing them as steeds to soar through the skies. Naturally, the powers held by the Ant-Man heroes are also within the grasp of these zombies. In an instant, their bodies shrank to the size of the flies, and one by one, they leaped onto the backs of these insects. Initially, the flies struggled violently upon sensing the weight upon them, but soon, an energy radiated from the zombies' arms, infusing the flies with a force that swiftly subdued their minds. Consequently, the zombies commandeered the swarm of flies, rushing towards the direction where the others were located. Fortunately, despite the foul stench, no signs of zombies had been detected in the vicinity. Fong Bai let out a long sigh and remarked, "All right, you two, stop retching and return to the group. We must hasten through here and escape the supermarket." He waved his hand towards the two individuals. Soon, the pair wiped their mouths and ceased their vomiting. Yet they found themselves surrounded by a vast swarm of flies. "Damn it, these pesky flies are back," they complained, swatting at the insects in agitation. However, their efforts proved futile, as the flies showed no fear of human hands. Rather, they leaped onto their fingers instead. What is happening? Have these flies lost their fear of humans in this apocalyptic world? Jean Kashishi pondered, bewildered by this strange occurrence. Ah, this is bad. The flies are biting, the two boys exclaimed, causing everyone's hearts to leap into their throats. What is wrong with you? Flies are merely a nuisance. They can't bite. Fangbai exclaimed, astonished. No, no. It seems this situation is far from ordinary. These flies are no longer the common flies of nature. Each one bears an Ant-Man zombie upon its back. Wu Yeye gasped, covering her mouth in terror. What? What did you say? The crowd was suddenly filled with alarm, as Lin Jie's eyes gleamed with intensity. Using his extraordinary vision, he magnified the sight before him several times. To his astonishment, he observed that each fly carried an Ant-Man zombie upon its back. Maneuvering the insects with agility, reminiscent of the legendary Ant-Man heroes, soaring gracefully through the air. Upon making contact with human flesh, they leapt from the flies, viciously biting down upon the tender skin, transmitting the energy of the undead into the humans' bodies, transforming the two classmates into zombies in an instant. Countless shards of metal erupted from the wounds on their fingers, swiftly melting in midair, and in a heartbeat, metallic helmets adorned the heads of the two students. Yet, I never anticipated that searching a supermarket would prove to be so arduous. Within such a brief span, our numbers had already dwindled by half. Lin Jie clenched his fists and expressed his frustration. It was truly unavoidable, for in this apocalyptic world, beyond the ordinary zombies, there existed mutated and extraordinary zombies. Wu Ye sighed, lamenting that her own group, which initially boasted double their numbers, now consisted solely of herself. Alas, surviving in this desolate era is indeed a formidable challenge. Confronted by the swarm of flies, Lin Jie grasped Wu Ye's hand, reassuring her, "Fear not. Regardless of the obstacles we face, we shall prevail. I believe in you." And in everyone, Wu Ye replied with a smile. A multitude of flies swarmed through the air, accompanied by the wails of the zombies, resembling a dark cloud rushing toward them. There were far too many zombies. We must employ area attack skills. Jin Kashishi swung his arms, unleashing a colossal fireball that ascended rapidly, expanding in an instant. A great number of flies encountered the flames, immediately turning to ash, scattering to the ground. No matter how terrifying these extraordinary zombies may be, they too fear fire. Jin Kashishi laughed heartily as the cloud of flies quickly dispersed, evading the flames. Oh, trying to flee? It won't be so simple. Wherever the flies ventured, the fireball pursued relentlessly, claiming ever more fly corpses along with the diminishing bodies of the zombies, all collapsing to the earth. However, while the flames proved lethal to the zombies, a few flies managed to evade the fiery onslaught, still fluttering in the air. Everyone, quickly move away. Do not allow these flies to approach. Once they land upon human flesh, they will instantaneously transform into Ant-Man zombies. Lin Jie warned. And the group promptly scattered, shielding their heads as a golden radiance emanated from his hands. Realize divine palm, Lin Jie declared. As the light from his palm coalesced into a translucent golden barrier, warding off the attacks of the zombie flies. Surprised by this move, are you? Lin Jie remarked with a smirk. The remaining flies pressed against the golden barrier, slowly descending. Only 2 or 3 flies remained, flitting about in the air, hesitant to approach Lin Jie and his companions. Such an impressive ability, Lin Jie. Upon witnessing such a scene, the crowd erupted into joyous cheers. Flies flitted through the air, swiftly heading towards the corpses of the seafood submerged in the water tank. Chapter 37, The Sturdy Exoskeleton. This is bad. We must hurry to stop them, otherwise a great danger looms. Wu Ye suddenly proclaimed amidst the crowd, catching everyone off guard. What is wrong? Surely, everything is fine now. Those 2 or 3 flies have already distanced themselves from us. They pose no threat. Fang Bida exclaimed while patting his chest confidently. There are only a few flies left. Jean Kesh declared as he spread his palms. If they dare approach, I shall incinerate them all at once. Yet, a sense of foreboding gnawed at Wu Ye. I can't shake this feeling that something is about to happen, though I cannot articulate why, she said, placing her hand on her temple and shaking her head. She always believed her sixth sense to be remarkably accurate, yet it often only hinted at the impending arrival of formidable zombies or monsters. When others inquired about the nature of the threat, she found herself at a loss for words. Although the team Wu Ye previously belonged to was reluctant to heed her warnings, Lin Jie and his companions held unwavering faith in their teammate. Understood, we will exercise caution. Lin Jie nodded, extending his baseball bat in preparation for any sudden zombie attacks. Everyone remained on high alert, scanning their surroundings, yet aside from the buzzing flies, nothing seemed amiss. They slowed their pace, cautiously advancing. If anything goes awry, we must retreat promptly, Lin Jie advised, and the group nodded in agreement, treading carefully, eager to vacate the area. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Several flies alighted upon the corpses of the marine creatures in the tank, and the ant-like zombies swiftly scuttled onto their skin. Grasping their flesh with their hands, they infused them with cosmic energy, much to the astonishment of the onlookers. The once lifeless marine corpses sprang back to life. A king crab, now under the control of the ant-like zombies, was manipulated just as the ants had been before. It waved its pincers menacingly and, after leaping out of the tank, grew significantly larger, emitting a terrifying sound. It was astonishing that even the deceased corpses could be commandeered by these ant-like zombies, altering their size and internal structure. Jean Kesh inhaled deeply, exclaiming, "Everyone, be cautious. Quickly disperse," Lin Jie urged urgently. The once docile king crab, now under the control of the Ant-Man zombies, exhibited an unprecedented ferocity as it brandished its colossal pincers, launching a fierce assault towards the crowd. Everyone instinctively recoiled several steps to evade its onslaught. The enormous pincers struck the ground with a resounding thud, leaving behind a vast crater. The very floor of the second story began to tremble violently, a testament to the immense power of this creature. When its attack missed, the king crab emitted a furious roar, swinging its pincers once more, scuttling rapidly across the floor. Various items scattered across the ground were sent flying in the wake of its massive body, a display of speed that could only be described as terrifying. Gasps of astonishment filled the air. One unfortunate boy was caught off guard and collided with the crab as it barreled past, his body soaring upwards before crashing heavily against a wall. "Everyone, be careful," Wu Ye cried out in distress, yet felt utterly powerless. "Duck," Lin Jie shouted, suddenly pushing her head down. The enormous pincers swept dangerously close overhead, leaving Wu Ye pale with fear. "Thank heavens you saved me. I would have been doomed otherwise." Her heart raced, filled with gratitude as she glanced at Lin Jie. "Be cautious. In this apocalyptic world, the attack power and speed of such monsters are truly astonishing," Lin Jie cautioned, to which Wu Ye nodded affirmatively. "Yes, I will definitely be careful." Their attention returned to the king crab, which continued to swing its massive pincers, sending one classmate after another crashing against the wall. What incredible strength! The crowd exclaimed in unison, as many drew taut their bowstrings, unleashing a volley of arrows. However, the sound of resounding clinks echoed as the arrows struck the crab's armored shell, yielding no effect whatsoever. "Its armor is exceedingly formidable," the onlookers gasped, realizing that the arrows would merely serve to enrage the undead king crab instead of incapacitating it. "Allow me to handle this, no matter how powerful a monster may be. It is still flesh and blood. With the use of fire, we shall surely reduce it to ashes," Jean Keshi declared, a confident smile gracing his lips as he stepped to the forefront of the group. With fingers splayed, he summoned forth green flames from his palms, an intense heat radiating outward. Yet, to the astonishment of all, the king crab seemed unfazed by the flames. In fact, it raised its pincers high and began to thrash violently in the air, as if invigorated by the sight of Jean Keshi. "You show no signs of fleeing, do you? Let me demonstrate the might of my flames." Jean Keshi's hands moved gracefully, conjuring a colossal fireball that materialized before him. With a swift gesture of his right hand, he pointed directly at the imposing king crab. Instantly, the immense fireball soared forth, striking the creature with tremendous force, sending its body hurtling through the air before crashing heavily against the wall, producing a resounding collision. The crowd erupted in jubilant cheer, witnessing not only the creature's flight but also the fierce flames that engulfed its form. "Haha, what do you think? My abilities are quite formidable, aren't they?" Jean Keshi remarked with a satisfied smile, reveling in his own prowess. However, it soon became apparent to the onlookers that the situation was far from straightforward. They observed that the flames enveloping the king crab were diminishing rapidly, revealing a protective layer of water film that covered its armored shell. This membrane effectively insulated the creature from the flames, significantly slowing their spread across its surface. "Damn, I never anticipated this crab would possess such a trick." Jean Keshi clenched his fists in frustration, his anger palpable. The king crab began to advance towards him once more, prompting Jean Keshi to unleash a torrent of searing flames from his hands. The inferno incinerated everything in its vicinity, yet the king crab remained unscathed. "This is hopeless. Being a creature of the ocean, it is impervious to the flames you unleash," Lin Jie exclaimed. Moreover, the Ant-Man zombies, once they leapt onto its body, had enhanced it, rendering it immune to fire. As he spoke, despair gripped the hearts of all present. Oh, how terrifying it would be if these zombies were indeed unafraid of flames. As they voiced their fears, their voices trembled with trepidation. They exchanged glances, lost and uncertain about how to confront this formidable foe. This beast was exceedingly difficult to combat, clad in such impenetrable armor that no attack seemed capable of breaching it. The tension among the group was palpable, each member gripping their weapons, yet unsure of their next move. In this state of disarray, the colossal king crab grew increasingly audacious, excitedly waving its pincers and roaring in delight. It began to assault the students on the first floor, one after another, sending them crashing to the ground, many sustaining grievous injuries. The sheer size of the king crab, when it collided with a person, felt akin to a vehicle striking a human, instilling a profound sense of fear that spread through the hearts of all. "Cursed be this tyrannical creature," Allow me to deal with you. Lin Jie swung the baseball bat in his hand and took a step forward, declaring, golden energy coursed through his entire being, infusing the bat with a radiant aura, transforming it instantaneously into an object resembling the legendary golden staff. He then thrust the staff forward, causing it to elongate and strike the shell of the zombie crab. However, an intense collision echoed, revealing that the crab remained unscathed before Lin Jie. How infuriating. I never anticipated this. Its shell is far too resilient. Even my skills cannot penetrate it. Lin Jie clenched his fists and exclaimed, good heavens, I never imagined this creature would be so formidable. What shall we do now? Fang Bida exclaimed, cradling his head in his hands. Chapter 38, Electric Eel. Upon landing, the colossal king crab began rampaging, prompting everyone to scatter as a cacophony of shattering debris ensued from all directions. Fear not, watch as I vanquish this beast with flames, Jin Qixing proclaimed, invoking his third-tier ability, Fireball. As soon as he uttered these words, 3 swirling fireballs materialized around him, emanating an intense heat. Humph, you vile creature, controlling these seafood corpses. Watch as I roast you all. The fireballs shot forth like bullets upon his command, striking the king crab with thunderous booms. To his astonishment, his full-force attack failed to inflict any damage upon the gigantic crab, which did not even budge an inch. This creature is truly formidable, Jin Qixing exclaimed in disbelief. A thick layer of water film coated the crab's armor, effectively insulating it from the flames and absorbing the powerful impact of the fireballs. At this moment, even a bullet would leave no mark upon its shell. Jin Qixing's actions, however, provoked the king crab, which unleashed a terrifying roar as its massive claws surged toward him. Jin Qixing, quickly dodge. It's dangerous, Fang Bida shouted anxiously. Unfortunately, Jin Qixing had positioned himself too close to the crab when he activated his skill, leaving him with no time to escape. A vast shadow loomed over him as the enormous claw descended toward his head, yet it halted mid-air, a lengthened baseball bat interposing itself between him and the claw's descent. Quickly move away, it's hazardous here, Lin Jie urged. Understanding the urgency, Jin Qixing rolled on the ground, evading the impending danger. The baseball bat contracted and then suddenly elongated, piercing through the claw of the massive crab in an instant. A loud crash reverberated through the air as the giant claw was penetrated effortlessly. The claw fell heavily to the ground, and the crab emitted a series of furious roars, clearly in immense pain, its body retreating repeatedly. Well done, Lin Jie. You've shattered one of its claws, exclaimed Fang Bai, excitement bubbling in his voice, while the crowd erupted in cheers. However, Wu Ye cautioned, let us not celebrate too soon. She pointed towards the severed claw of the king crab, where a small claw was already rapidly regenerating. This creature possessed an astonishing self-healing ability, and it was evident that it was beginning to recover. The crowd's terrified gazes fixated on the claw that was growing larger by the second. Goodness, how are we supposed to deal with a zombie creature that can continuously regenerate? They murmured in fear. Lin Jie, observing the panic, urged everyone to remain calm and seek shelter. With a swift motion, he wielded his elongated baseball bat, executing a series of moves with remarkable skill that forced the zombie king crab to retreat several steps. He then struck the creature's head with a powerful blow, instantly blinding one of its eyes. The enormous body crashed against the wall, causing numerous cracks to spread across its surface. What incredible strength! Wu Ye marveled. He is no ordinary man. He is truly a formidable hero. It is well known that women are often drawn to strong and capable men, especially someone like Lin Jie, who is not only robust but also possesses extraordinary abilities. Indeed, such power is astonishing. Lin Jie is nothing short of a superhero. The other men in the vicinity raised their thumbs in admiration, showering praise upon their powerful teammate. Yet, even with Lin Jie's formidable skills derived from celestial powers, he found it impossible to completely defeat the king crab before him. The appearance of the Ant-Man zombie not only allowed it to control the crab's movements but, more alarmingly, it also enhanced the crab's various attributes, endowing it with terrifying abilities. Suddenly, Lin Jie felt the ground beneath him become soft, as if it were made of liquid, catching him completely off guard. His body swayed precariously, nearly toppling him over. What is happening, Lin Jie? Are you all right? Jin Qixing inquired with concern. I have yet to fully comprehend the situation, Lin Jie replied. But I sense that this king crab possesses the ability to alter the very nature of the ground beneath our feet. The surface has transformed into a liquid state. He pointed towards the ground ahead, questioning, but what is its intention? The emperor crab, a creature of the deep sea, seemed intent on transforming this environment into one reminiscent of its oceanic habitat. Onlookers gasped in astonishment, their hearts racing with trepidation. At that moment, a diminutive ant-like zombie perched atop the colossal crab wore a sinister smile beneath its helmet. The massive body of the emperor crab began to submerge into the liquid ground, reminiscent of a sunset sinking into the sea. Not good. It has descended below the surface. We must act swiftly to stop it. The crowd exclaimed in alarm. Lin Jie, sensing the gravity of the situation, brandished his golden staff, preparing to strike the crab once more. Yet, it was too late. The creature had vanished beneath the floor, and the staff merely struck the ground, creating a multitude of fissures and forming a substantial pit. Alas, the surface has reverted to its original state. But it has already escaped. Lin Jie lamented, shaking his head. The enormous emperor crab moved swiftly underground, heading toward the area where people were present. Everyone, follow me. And be cautious, Lin Jie urged, leading the group in flight, his eyes radiating a golden light that penetrated the earth, revealing the path of the giant crab below. I can trace the crab's movements beneath the surface. You may follow me without fear, Lin Jie proclaimed. However, before they could proceed far, a large water tank ahead shattered, releasing a torrent of frigid water that cascaded onto the ground. What is happening? That tank was filled with eels. Could it be? The crowd gasped. Terror etched on their faces. Ant-like zombies, riding on flies, plunged into the water, seizing control of the eels. Instantly, the eels began to swell to a size 100-fold their original, emanating deep blue lightning. In the blink of an eye, these eels transformed into colossal electric eels, causing everyone's hearts to race to their throats. Quickly, everyone retreat. Fong Bai shouted urgently. No, we cannot do that. The danger is too great. Lin Jie countered immediately. Soon, another section of the ground morphed into liquid, from which a massive claw erupted, ensnaring a boy's right leg. He cried out in agony, but before anyone could assist him, he was dragged beneath the surface. Not on my watch, Lin Jie declared passionately. A golden aura enveloped his staff, radiating a peculiar energy. He aimed at a specific spot on the ground, and the staff elongated, piercing through the earth. The ground ruptured, and the staff struck the crab's exoskeleton, penetrating it. Now, rise to me. Lin Jie spoke angrily, then channeled his strength into the baseball bat, lifting it forcefully upwards. Instantly, a colossal gash appeared in the floor, with countless fragments erupting from within. Following this, a gigantic king crab emerged, its body completely impaled by the bat. The crab crashed heavily to the ground, its armor cracking like a spider's web. Although the boy survived, he was gravely injured, blood cascading down his body. I can barely hold on, he uttered, his voice trembling, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth. No, you must be fine. I will come to your aid, Lin Jie exclaimed, sprinting towards the boy's location. However, a bolt of blue lightning soon struck in front of him, creating a deep crater. Damn it, these undead creatures will be dealt with swiftly. Lin Jie clenched his fists and unleashed a powerful palm strike, a golden beam of light forming a pillar that struck the electric eel that had just released the lightning. The force of this strike pierced through the zombie eel's body, leaving a transparent hole in its massive form. The eel emitted smoke and then fell heavily to the ground. The crowd marveled at Lin Jie's formidable power, yet the number of eels was not to be underestimated. Chapter 39. The terrifying eels. Soon after Lin Jie dispatched one eel, two more swiftly emerged from the tank, radiating deep blue lightning with terrifying force. Their enormous heads charged towards Lin Jie, who stood undaunted, wielding his now extended baseball bat to engage in battle. The Ant-Man zombie commanded dozens of eels, endowing them with the ability to swim through the air. These eels twisted their bodies and departed from the tank, slithering like serpents through the air, their gaping mouths lunging fiercely at everyone present. Not good, not good. Run. Fong Bai shouted in panic, causing everyone to frantically flee on the second floor. Once the eels took to the air, their bodies enlarged dramatically, and their mouths could now swallow an adult whole in an instant. A wave of intense fear spread through the hearts of all, as these eels seemed to herald the arrival of death itself. Quickly, let us move to the back, Fong Bai urged Wu Yeye, hurrying behind a row of shelves. The eel crashed heavily against the shelving unit, missing its target, but its enormous mouth left a large gash in the metal structure. My goodness. Are these teeth made of iron? How terrifying, Fong Bai exclaimed, his voice trembling. Look, this eel can burrow underground, just like that king crab. Wu Yeye pointed towards the spot where the eel lay. Because he was unable to consume Wu Yeye and Fong Bida, he collapsed to the ground. Yet, upon hitting the ground, he began to transform, becoming liquid and sinking into the earth. It was akin to an aquatic creature submerging into water. Once he vanished, the ground regained its original hardness and form. Goodness, these zombies possess the ability to liquefy the ground, enabling them to traverse swiftly beneath the surface. Wu Yeye covered her mouth in alarm, exclaiming, how can we escape? Just as she spoke, a fissure opened in the ground, and a sudden eel attack swallowed a student whole before disappearing back below. The speed was astonishing. Jean Kesh stood frozen, his heart racing wildly in his chest. Frantically, he glanced around at the ground beneath him, his legs propelling him in a desperate run. His fire abilities were utterly ineffective against these zombie eels, making him feel just like the majority of powerless students. He hastily sprinted, weaving through rows of shelves as cracks appeared in the ground, revealing gigantic eels emerging from below. Gaping their enormous mouths, My heavens! How terrifying! Although he continuously launched fireballs, they barely affected the creatures, merely a tickle to them. Run, Jinkesh. Be cautious of what's behind you. Wu Yeye and Fong Bita shouted from atop a shelf. Jinkesh turned to see them climbing the shelves to evade the surprise attacks from the eels beneath. You too, hurry up and climb a shelf. It's nearly impossible to escape the assault of these zombie creatures while running on the ground. Wu Ye gestured with her hands in front of her mouth, forming a trumpet shape, shouting loudly. Well, it seems we have no choice. Sweat poured down Jinkesh's forehead as he scrambled up a large shelf. Just as his feet left the ground, a massive eel had emerged, its mouth snapping dangerously close to him. My goodness! That was far too perilous. Thankfully, I acted swiftly. Once he settled atop the shelf, he patted his chest, saying, although we are now on the shelf, away from the ground, we cannot afford to be idle. We must devise a plan to combat these zombie eels. Fong Bita spoke excitedly, yet internally, he was overwhelmed with panic. I still have some bows and arrows nearby? Wu Yeye retrieved her equipment, a set of rudimentary wooden bows and arrows. The vulnerabilities of the zombies, or rather the undead creatures, predominantly resided within their brains. A single strike to that region would render them immobile. Thus, she drew the bowstring taut, aiming the arrowheads at the massive heads of these zombie eels. I wonder if piercing their heads will prove effective. She mused as she released the arrows, which struck the enormous zombie eel's cranium. Yet, to her dismay, there was no discernible damage. The eel merely shook its head, causing all the arrows to tumble away. This is infuriating. It seems to have little effect on them. Wu Yeye exclaimed anxiously, her actions quickly inciting the ire of the zombie eels. Their gaze fixed upon her, they opened their gaping maws, emanating a deep blue lightning and producing a cacophony of terrifying sounds. In an instant, a bolt of deep blue lightning shot forth from the eel's mouth, aimed directly at the towering shelf. Look out, Wu Yeye, move from your position, Fong Bai exclaimed in shock. Oh my heavens! Wu Yeye hurriedly dashed aside. But the lightning's speed was astonishing. Upon striking the shelf, it unleashed a fearsome explosion of power. A violent tremor radiated outward, and Wu Yeye felt as if an enormous hand had forcefully pushed her from behind, sending her tumbling from the colossal shelf. Ouch, that hurts! She cried out as she crashed onto the cold ground, blood oozing from her cheeks. She sensed several of her bones had fractured, a searing pain coursing through her entire being. Damn it, this is excruciating. Oh no. Seeing the blood on her hands filled her with terror, and she shouted, help! Someone! Please save me. Yet at that moment, everyone else was paralyzed with fear from the undead creatures. Who could come to her rescue? The massive eel's maw opened wide, poised to strike at her vital points. Just when it seemed all hope was lost, a long staff interposed itself above Wu Yeye, radiating a golden glow. An overwhelming force was unleashed, causing the eel to recoil several steps in fright. How does it feel to be struck for once? Lin Jie remarked with a smirk. Wu Yeye, witnessing the golden aura surrounding him, felt as though a divine being had appeared before her. Lin Jie, I cannot thank you enough. Without you, I would surely have been devoured by that zombie eel. A colossal maw was obstructed by a baseball bat imbued with the attributes of a magical staff, rendering any forward motion impossible. The giant eel, infuriated and humiliated, began to unleash potent bolts of lightning from its mouth. Given that the bat in Lin Jie's grasp was crafted from metal, which is highly conductive, the lightning surged along the bat's surface with alarming swiftness. Oh, I see you harbor such intentions, seeking to channel this lightning through the bat and onto my person. Lin Jie shook his head. While your idea is commendable, I regret to inform you that you shall not succeed. He continued with a smile. Observe how this bat, enhanced with the properties of a magical staff, continuously absorbs vast amounts of energy. Your lightning cannot harm me. It will be entirely absorbed by the staff. Soon, an astonishing occurrence unfolded that left the zombie eel taken aback. Despite the increasing number of lightning bolts striking the bat, not a single spark ensnared Lin Jie. What a surprise! You never anticipated that the lightning you unleashed would not only fail to injure me but would also fortify this bat. A smirk graced Lin Jie's lips as he swiftly swung the bat, accompanied by a series of crisp shattering sounds. The countless sharp teeth within the zombie eel's mouth were obliterated. Instantly, the creature emitted a wretched cry, its body thrashing violently in the air. Well done, Lin Jie. The crowd cheered, raising their fists in support. Humph, I have my methods for dealing with such beasts, Lin Jie declared, turning his gaze toward Wu Yeye on the ground. Do not fret. I shall ensure that this vile zombie eel does not consume you. In a flash, he executed an entire set of magical staff techniques, and the onlookers were treated to a dazzling display of golden light. Multiple wounds appeared on the eel's body, from which blood flowed copiously. The golden staff technique Lin Jie employed was immensely powerful. Each swing of the bat created deep craters upon striking the walls. The enraged electric eel let out a furious roar, with countless blue lightning bolts swirling around its form, and the surrounding environment crackled with electricity. Lin Jie, be cautious. This creature is about to unleash a thunderstrike. Jin Kashishi exclaimed anxiously, his concern for his dear friend evident. It's merely a few bolts of lightning. Lin Jie replied with a smirk. I shall absorb your energy. He continued to wield the bat, spinning it before him, creating a shield-like barrier against the impending storm. A colossal blue lightning bolt struck the baseball bat, imbued with the properties of the golden staff, instantly absorbing all the electric energy. How marvelous. Lin Jie, you are incredible. The girls erupted in cheers, utterly enchanted by Lin Jie's extraordinary abilities. All the lightning transformed into energy for the golden staff, enhancing the strength of the baseball bat in Lin Jie's grasp. He swung it down upon the eel, eliciting a shriek of agony from the creature. Huh. You did not anticipate this. None of the lightning would reach me. Your electric attacks are futile against me. Lin Jie smirked, his lips curling into a smile as he spoke. Seizing the moment, the bat elongated once more, piercing through the enormous head of the eel. The Ant-Man zombies controlling from above perished in an instant, for the power Lin Jie unleashed was truly fearsome. The massive carcass of the eel toppled slowly to the ground, and the remaining eels dared not approach Lin Jie any longer, fleeing in haste. Numerous Ant-Man zombies mounted their flies again, soaring into the sky. Attempting to escape? It would not be so simple. Lin Jie declared assertively, golden light emanating from his right hand, akin to the Buddha's palm. As his words echoed, his hand struck the ground with tremendous force, causing fissures to spread from its edges, radiating a golden glow. The crowd was taken aback. Everyone could sense a surging energy, akin to an ocean, flowing beneath the surface. The entire floor began to tremble violently, prompting everyone to grasp nearby objects for stability. Subsequently, golden beams of light erupted from the earth, shooting towards the supermarket ceiling, leaving a multitude of cracks in its surface. All mouths gaped wide in astonishment, their faces etched with disbelief. Enormous zombie eels were thrust from the ground, crashing heavily to the floor. The sharp sound of bones breaking echoed incessantly from the bodies of these eels. Countless streams of blood gushed forth from the zombie eels, and the Ant-Man zombies controlling them also perished in that moment. Observing this, the Ant-Man zombies flying through the air hastened their escape, believing they could evade Lin Jie's Buddha's palm. However, such a notion was utterly impossible. Golden light flowed through the air, appearing chaotic, yet each ray was precisely aimed at a flying Ant-Man zombie. Upon impact, the energy surged through the cells of the Ant-Man zombie, instantly causing it to explode into fragments. One by one, the fly carcasses plummeted to the ground, leaving the onlookers in awe. Lin Jie's prowess was truly astonishing. The staircase to the second floor was obstructed by a horde of zombies. Lin Jie suggested, let us proceed to the third floor and explore alternative means to exit this supermarket. The group nodded in agreement and followed closely behind him. With a baseball bat in hand, he struck the zombies that blocked their path, sending them sprawling. They ascended the escalator to the third floor together. Goodness. I'm utterly exhausted. I never imagined that searching a supermarket during the apocalypse would be such a terrifying ordeal. Jean Kesh's back leaned against the wall as he gasped for breath. Indeed, these zombies seemed to fluctuate in size, appearing larger one moment and smaller the next, making it necessary for me to constantly look around anxiously. Fong Beta echoed, panting heavily. Wu Yeye, her body swaying as she leaned against the wall, nearly collapsed several times. But fortunately, a classmate was there to support her. She bore multiple wounds inflicted by a giant zombie eel, rendering her exceedingly weak. You've sustained severe injuries. You can no longer push yourself. Lin Jie spoke with concern, approaching Wu Yeye. No, don't come to my aid. I feel as though I'm at the end of my rope. Wu Yeye replied weakly, gradually sinking to the floor against the wall. Don't worry. Leave it to me. Lin Jie smiled, retrieving a long needle from his pocket. Acupuncture 1T help. I have numerous fractures. Wu Yeye shook her head, her voice laced with despair. How can you know unless you try? Lin Jie's lips curled upwards as he spoke in a sunny tone, akin to sunlight streaming into her heart, warming her with renewed hope. No longer resisting, she allowed him to pierce her with the divine needle. Lin Jie pinched the end of the needle between his fingers and turned it slowly. Soon, all of Wu Yeye's wounds began to heal at an astonishing pace. My heavens! This is simply miraculous, she exclaimed, touching her skin in disbelief, astonished to find that what should have been broken bones were now whole again. The sensation of injury had vanished entirely. Her skin felt as smooth as before, truly astounding. All right, just as I said, you're perfectly fine now, Lin Jie said with a gentle smile. My goodness! Your medical skills are truly extraordinary, Wu Yeye exclaimed in amazement. Lin Jie then utilized the divine needle to treat the wounds of the other students, restoring their vitality, and soon they were all lively once more. Now that everyone's energy has been sufficiently replenished, we shall embark on our exploration of the third floor. Lin Jie's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as the group advanced forward, discovering an array of enormous shelves on the third floor, laden with various large household appliances such as air conditioners, washing machines, and water heaters. So, the third floor is dedicated to selling these substantial devices. Curiosity piqued. The group continued onward. In due time, we could disassemble these appliances into their constituent parts for our own use. Perhaps selling them would yield greater profits, some jested. With no immediate threat of zombies apparent on this floor, a sense of calm enveloped everyone, their spirits considerably lifted. Yet, Lin Jie was acutely aware that one must never let their guard down, for the terrifying undead could appear without warning. Preparedness was essential, he mused. Suddenly, an unusual movement emanated from a nearby refrigerator, causing it to shake ominously. What could this mean? Is there something inside? Jean Keshi expressed his astonishment, conjuring a fireball in his palm, ready for battle. Instantly, all eyes were drawn to the refrigerator, akin to a spotlight illuminating a singular object on stage. A heavy silence enveloped the surroundings, punctuated only by the rapid beating of their hearts. A profound sense of dread began to permeate the air, however. In the struggle for survival amidst the apocalypse, fear proves futile in resolving such matters. Everyone must summon their courage to confront the myriad threats and potential horrors that lie ahead. Do not worry, I possess the ability to see through this. Lin Jie reassured them with a smile. His words brought a wave of relief to the group. After all, confronting the unknown diminishes fear by half. At that moment, Lin Jie's eyes radiated a golden hue, invoking the fiery vision of Sun Wukong. What transpired next astonished him. His gaze penetrated the refrigerator, revealing a massive block of ice encasing the body of a zombie. Remarkably, the entire corpse lay frozen, incapable of sound or movement. Given that the zombie is completely encased in ice, it should pose no threat, Lin Jie declared. Nonetheless, his companions remained apprehensive. What manner of zombie is this? Is it a common zombie, a mutated one, or perhaps one with abilities? Fearful inquiries arose among the group. It is an ability-wielding zombie. A soldier-like creature adorned with a helmet, yet it is now frozen and unable to manifest any powers. Lin Jie analyzed the situation cautiously. Yet he could not guarantee the accuracy of his observations. It could only be said that, for now, it appeared to be this way. Chapter 41. Frozen transmission. The group proceeded with utmost caution, but none dared to approach the refrigerator. Although Lin Jie claimed to have employed his keen insight, he could discern nothing extraordinary. What lay before them was merely a frozen Ant-Man zombie, devoid of any other terrifying presence. The cause of the refrigerator's movement eluded him as well. However, one fact was evident. The vitality of the Ant-Man zombies was remarkably resilient. Even in the most adverse conditions, they proved incredibly difficult to extinguish, maintaining their activity for extended periods. At that moment, sensing the proximity of the onlookers, the massive refrigerator began to tremble violently. The door swung open, unleashing a torrent of icy air, accompanied by a low growl from within. Everyone, be cautious. Step back quickly. This creature has awakened, Lin Jie exclaimed. As the baseball bat in his hand elongated, a web-slinging device appeared on his right wrist, ejecting a strong, adhesive spider web that spread throughout the vicinity of the refrigerator. Should the frozen Ant-Man zombie attempt to emerge, it would be ensnared by the web immediately, providing them with a sense of security. His companions voiced their approval. And soon after, a colossal ice block tumbled from the depths of the refrigerator. It exhaled a chilling mist, revealing the frozen form of an Ant-Man zombie, now immobile. Aside from this, the interior of the refrigerator held little else. It seemed that the source of the movement and sound was indeed this frozen Ant-Man zombie. Jean Keshi remarked in surprise, I never expected it to be frozen so solid, yet still possess such formidable vitality. As the massive ice block struck the ground, it emitted a series of sharp cracking sounds, fissures spreading across its icy surface. The fingers of the zombie within began to stir slowly, eliciting gasps from the crowd, who tensed in apprehension. This creature has come back to life. The onlookers exclaimed in astonishment. What are you waiting for? Are we to stand by and allow it to rise and attack us? A young man in the crowd raised his baseball bat high and boldly declared his intention to confront the zombie, rushing to the front of the line. Be careful. Do not recklessly approach the unknown zombie, Fong Bit exclaimed, desperately trying to dissuade the young man, but it was already too late. Although the baseball bat struck the zombie with considerable force, its surface was encased in a formidable layer of ice, akin to armor, capable of withstanding powerful attacks. Consequently, when the bat made contact, it produced a resounding thud, yet failed to inflict any damage upon the creature. To everyone's astonishment, the zombie's exterior proved surprisingly resilient. Be cautious. Retreat quickly. The other students cried out in terror. Oh dear, you all possess such timid hearts. There is nothing to fear, a boy remarked, shaking his head. It's already frozen solid. There is no danger now. However, the situation was far more complex. It was entirely plausible that the zombie's ability was to freeze. Suddenly, the zombie let out a roar, seizing the baseball bat from the boy's hands, and a violent chill emanated from its pores. Before the boy could react, his hands began to encase themselves in ice. My hands, they're so cold. Oh my goodness, I can't feel them, he exclaimed in panic. In a matter of moments, his hands turned a deep purple, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably, encased in a layer of ice. This is bad. We need to get out of here. The crowd shouted, but escaping was now entirely impossible for the boy. Soon, before the astonished gazes of his peers, his entire body became enveloped in ice. This once vibrant young man was instantaneously frozen. This is impossible. The Ant-Man zombie lacks the ability to freeze human bodies. Wu Yeye exclaimed in shock, finding the situation exceedingly peculiar. It appears this zombie must have acquired such powers after coming into contact with a refrigerator. Jin Kashishi declared. Not only is this a mutated zombie with special abilities, but it is also a unique strain. Upon hearing this, the group collectively inhaled sharply, realizing they faced one of the most terrifying and formidable types of zombies. Let me rescue this student. Wang Moming interjected, transforming his right hand into an octopus tentacle. No, do not recklessly approach. Lin Jie urgently stopped him. Look at that student. He is continuously emitting cold air. If you touch him, you too will be instantly frozen. Upon hearing this, no one dared to attempt to rescue. What shall we do? Are we to simply watch as he becomes a meal for the zombie? The others lamented. Feeling helpless. In that moment, Lin Jie, too, was at a loss. Amidst the zombie's roars, the frozen Ant-Man zombie broke free from its icy confines and stood upright. Countless shards of ice cascaded from its body, and as it opened its mouth, a pair of terrifying fangs were revealed. Simultaneously, a chilling aura emanated from his mouth, revealing a visage of horrifying grotesqueness. Everyone, be cautious. Quickly disperse. Lin Jie exclaimed, as a golden radiance radiated from his palm. He then thrust his hand forward, unleashing a powerful wave of energy that struck the air, akin to the Buddha's palm, and directly collided with the zombie. The force of this energy was formidable, sending the creature hurtling away, crashing violently against the wall. It was warned that direct contact with that icy entity could lead to infection by the cold, potentially freezing one's own body. Lin Jie hastened to the side of the classmate encapsulated in ice. Channeling the golden light from his hand, he struck the air, generating a gust that impacted the frozen block, causing long fissures to spread across its surface. Just as the student was on the brink of losing consciousness, he inhaled fresh air, warmth enveloping his entire being. The energy coursed into his body, accelerating his blood flow and invigorating his heart, which began to beat with renewed vigor. The organs damaged by the cold swiftly regained their vitality. Everyone marveled at Lin Jie's extraordinary abilities. In such a dire apocalyptic environment, as long as he led them, they could venture anywhere without fear. Oh my goodness, that terrified me. I was completely caught off guard and froze by that zombie. A trembling boy exclaimed in astonishment. It's all right now, you are safe. I have driven that zombie away. Lin Jie reassured him, gently patting the student's shoulder, infusing him once more with a surge of warmth. Before long, Lin Jie's actions had entirely dispelled the chill from the boy's body. He took a deep breath, finally returning to normalcy. Thank you so much, Lin Jie. I truly don't know what I would have done without you. The boy expressed his heartfelt gratitude. However, after nodding in acknowledgement, Lin Jie abruptly pulled him back, for the chilling zombie had reappeared before them. How infuriating! What a troublesome foe! I thought I had dealt with it, only to find it revived. Lin Jie exclaimed in frustration, preparing to launch another attack when suddenly, the zombie wielded a baseball bat fashioned from metal, swinging it fiercely towards Lin Jie's face. In an instant, Lin Jie was caught off guard, his body propelled by the overwhelming force and crashing heavily into a row of shelves. What on earth is happening? Why is this zombie's speed so astonishing? He exclaimed in astonishment, expressing that while many zombies possess a variety of powers and abilities, the capabilities of this particular zombie were exceedingly peculiar. Its speed was so swift that it surpassed the limits of human perception. This ice-wielding Ant-Man zombie let out a furious roar, and then its mouth began to expand ominously. Danger! Everyone, quickly retreat! Someone in the crowd shouted. From the zombie's gaping maw, several icy spikes shot forth, each tip razor-sharp, threatening to pierce through flesh and leave multiple transparent holes in their wake. Damn it! I never anticipated that an actor zombie could possess such skills. His companions exclaimed as they scattered in all directions to evade the onslaught of ice spikes. However, at that moment, Lin Jie felt himself enveloped by an intense chill. Chapter 42. Control of ice layers. The frost rapidly spread across his body, an unforeseen development for Lin Jie. Cold air began to emanate from his mouth, and his hands trembled violently. Cursed be this fate. I never expected my body to succumb to this frigid air. He gasped in shock, witnessing a thin layer of ice forming on his hands. I cannot allow this ice to expand. It must be melted before it spreads further. Lin Jie muttered to himself. He closed his eyes, concentrating his energy in his hands, hoping to utilize the warmth of his palm technique to dissolve the ice forming there. A multitude of white vapors erupted from his palms as the ice began to slowly melt away. Yet, he knew this effort was insufficient. The cold had constricted his blood vessels, significantly slowing his blood flow. I must concentrate my mental strength, Lin Jie declared resolutely. Suddenly, the chilling roars of zombies echoed nearby. Lin Jie, hurry and get out of there. It's dangerous. Jean Cushing shouted, beads of sweat streaming down his forehead, his panic evident. Upon hearing his voice, Lin Jie immediately opened his eyes, only to find a terrifying Ant-Man zombie before him, its helmet frosted over, with cold air continuously escaping from its mouth. Lin Jie felt that as he drew nearer to the zombie, the ice on his hands began to thicken. The zombie let out a roar, lunging at Lin Jie with its claws outstretched. Just as the situation reached a critical point, a massive turtle shell suddenly appeared in front of him, the zombie's claws scraping against its surface. Lin Jie then heard the voice of Xiao Moming beside him. Lin Jie, what are you doing? Are you just zoning out? He asked in confusion, until his gaze fell upon Lin Jie's hands, and astonishment washed over him. What has happened to your hands? Xiao Moming, taken aback, exclaimed, alas, I've been immobilized by the chill. Lin Jie shook his head and replied, what shall we do? Is there any way to thaw? With a tone laced with concern. Xiao Moming expressed his fears, for Lin Jie was the mightiest among them. If even he had succumbed to the influence of the zombie's abilities, then surely all would be in peril. I am still devising a solution, but at this moment, I am unable to unleash any of my skills, Lin Jie stated. Shaking his head, let us not dwell on this any longer. We must flee at once. With that, Xiao Moming withdrew his right hand from behind the colossal shell and grasped Lin Jie's arm, pulling him to escape. The two of them sprinted forth. Although their bodies had been enhanced by the power of their badges, rendering them significantly stronger than the average person, their speed remained insufficient when pursued by the relentless horde of zombies. A lengthy crack began to rapidly extend across the shell's surface, accompanied by the sharp sound of shattering. While this shell boasted formidable defensive capabilities, able to withstand numerous zombie assaults, it could not endure for long against the chilling powers of such a foe. For once the fierce, cold, frozen object, it would become exceedingly fragile, easily shattering under a powerful blow. The terrifying roars of the zombies echoed, as everyone scattered in panic. Xiao Moming led Lin Jie into a corridor, only to confront an ant-like zombie at its end. This creature lurked behind a series of televisions, from which countless bolts of lightning erupted, coursing into its wretched form. Every zombie altered its physical structure in response to the surrounding environment, acquiring fearsome and potent abilities, thus becoming what is known as an aberrant zombie. It appears that the various appliances within this supermarket are responsible for these mutations, Xiao Moming declared, sensing impending doom. With a foreboding feeling, he slapped the nearby wall, channeling energy through his palm. Instantly, the wall ruptured, creating openings from which long tendrils emerged. The zombies, upon witnessing this, charged forward, drawn to the fresh flesh like a starving person to bread. Their terrifying roars filled the air, yet Xiao Moming acted swiftly, the tendrils ensnaring the zombie's limbs and rendering it immobile. Huh, do you believe you can suddenly appear and frighten me? I could easily tear your limbs apart. Xiao Moming shouted triumphantly, convinced that once the zombie was restrained, it could no longer pose a threat to them. However, the reality was likely far more complex than he anticipated. Countless bolts of lightning erupted from the television screen, coursing into the body of the zombie, swiftly traversing through its entire nervous system, ultimately converging upon its pair of eyeballs. The zombie let out a deafening roar, and its eyes emitted two blinding beams of laser light, directed straight at Lin Jie and Xiao Moming. The zombie's eyes rotated, allowing it to adjust the trajectory and intensity of the laser beams, while the walls around them crumbled under the assault, fissures appearing on the ground beneath. This zombie proved to be an even more formidable adversary than anticipated. Xiao Moming exclaimed in astonishment as all the tendrils affixed to the walls were pierced by the beams emanating from the zombie's eyes, filling the corridor with a potent scent of charred matter. Fortunately, the two managed to evade the lasers in time, avoiding harm. Xiao Moming snapped his fingers, and a sturdy shell materialized before them, attempting to shield them from the oncoming laser strikes. However, a sharp cracking sound soon resonated from the shell, creating two massive transparent holes. Goodness, the laser eyes of this zombie are truly terrifying. We must move quickly, Lin Jie urged, just as another brilliant beam of laser shot towards their position. Upon striking the wall, it carved out a long, deep trench, releasing plumes of gray smoke. The destructive power was astonishing. The ant-like zombie quickly broke free from the restraints of the tendrils and charged towards Lin Jie and his companion. Due to its ability to absorb energy from the television, the zombie's strength and speed were remarkably swift. Lin Jie and Xiao Moming dodged the zombie's attack, and Xiao Moming transformed his right hand into the elongated snout of a swordfish, piercing the zombie's body. Yet, a surge of electricity erupted from within the creature, striking Xiao Moming. He let out a cry as his body was propelled upwards, crashing heavily against the wall. The lightning coiled around the ant-like zombie, while the televisions surrounding it served as batteries, continuously discharging electricity into its form, enhancing its speed and making its attacks even more formidable. Wherever the ant-like zombie appeared, trouble undoubtedly followed. Lin Jie shook his head and remarked, as another blinding laser beam shot towards him. He hurriedly swayed his body to evade the attack. Although he was yet to devise a strategy to confront this terrifying ant-like zombie, the extreme heat generated by the laser's impact on the environment had already begun to melt the ice in his hands. Splendid. Even though this zombie is quite bothersome, it has certainly managed to create a remarkable situation. Lin Jie smiled, his lips curving upwards, and soon, a golden radiance emanated from his palms. Allow me to demonstrate the Rulai Divine Palm, he proclaimed, thrusting his hands forward to unleash the golden light. Simultaneously, the zombie's eyes emitted piercing white lasers, exuding immense destructive power. The clash of the two beams, one white, one gold, resulted in a tremendous explosion. The surrounding walls and floor began to tremble violently, fissures rapidly spreading across the landscape. Initially, the white light appeared overwhelmingly powerful, suppressing Lin Jie's golden glow. But it was too long before the might of the golden light began to dominate the white. A formidable shockwave surged towards the zombie's face, sending it flying through the air. No matter your mutated abilities, my Rulai Divine Palm remains effective, Lin Jie declared with a triumphant grin, waving his hand dismissively. With just this strike, any fiend will be effortlessly vanquished, leaving no cause for concern. However, the echoes of zombies' roars soon filled the supermarket from all directions, an intense wave of dread beginning to weigh heavily on everyone's hearts. What is happening? How many zombies are lurking behind these appliances? Lin Jie exclaimed in astonishment as he activated his keen sight, witnessing an overwhelming horde of zombies charging through the supermarket, ready to attack his companions. Chapter 43, Frozen Restoration on the ground. Xiao Moming trembled, bright white lightning coiling around him. Don't panic. I will help you dispel the lightning ensnaring you, Lin Jie called out as he sprinted towards Xiao Moming. No. You mustn't come closer. Xiao Moming urgently waved his hands. Once your body makes contact with me, the lightning will transfer to you. It's all right. You needn't worry. I have my own methods, Lin Jie reassured him confidently, retrieving a divine needle from his pocket to touch the lightning. Acupuncture? That won't work. After all, it's lightning, not flesh, Xiao Moming voiced his concerns. I am truly frightened that this lightning will spread to you. Have no fear. I know what I am doing, and this needle is not of this world. It may possess some extraordinary effects. Lin Jie smiled as he spoke. When the needle's tip made contact with the lightning, a vortex formed at the end, exhibiting a powerful attraction that absorbed all the lightning into the divine needle. At long last, Xiao Moming, who had been overwhelmed by the electrical surge, could finally breathe a sigh of relief. He had never anticipated that zombies, once mutated, could wield such terrifying abilities. Xiao M let out a deep sigh and spoke, indeed. It is only now that I realize we must distance ourselves from areas filled with electrical devices, for the loss may very well absorb energy from them, rapidly altering their cellular mindset and the abilities they possess. Lin Jie nodded gravely, his expression serious as he articulated, his eyes gleaming with a golden light, penetrating the surrounding walls with his keen sight. Our companions are in peril. We must hasten to rescue them, he declared, to which Xiao Ming also nodded, his hands transforming into the heads of swordfish, wielding them like two long swords. I have longed to thrash these ruffians soundly, Xiao Ming exclaimed, his fists colliding with a resounding crack. The surface of his fist bore a pattern reminiscent of a tortoise shell, rendering his skin remarkably resilient. Excellent. Then we shall confront these fearsome mutated zombies, Lin Jie said, a smile forming at the corners of his mouth, as his right hand emitted a golden glow. Suddenly, screams erupted from the crowd, as the previously frozen Ant-Man zombie, exuding an aura of cold, lunged toward Wu Yeye. Get away. Quickly, move aside. Wu Yeye screamed in terror, frantically swinging the stick in her hands, striking the zombie with a series of sharp sounds. The surface of the zombie's body was encased in a formidable layer of ice, rendering ordinary physical attacks utterly ineffective. Cold vapor continuously emanated from the zombie's mouth, heightening the tension for Lin Jie and Xiao Ming. This is bad. If a person becomes enveloped in that cold air, they will be instantly frozen, Lin Jie exclaimed, his golden glowing palm thrusting forward, generating a powerful gust of air. The artificial air current surged toward the back of the zombie, but to their astonishment, the creature deftly swayed its body, evading the attack. A thunderous roar echoed as a deep crater was formed in the wall. Lin Jie, your strength has truly grown. I never anticipated the magnitude of this power, Xiao Ming exclaimed in astonishment. However, the zombies we now face seem to possess heightened intelligence, adept at avoiding harm. But the ice zombie sensed an attack from behind, swiftly turning its head to glare menacingly at Lin Jie and Xiao Ming, unleashing a series of ferocious roars. Oh, so you dare to challenge us? I shall not hold back, Xiao Ming retorted angrily, his right hand morphing into a colossal crab claw. With a swift motion, the claw clamped around the zombie's neck, lifting it high into the air. The zombie howled in anguish, its hands grasping at the edges of the gigantic claw, desperately trying to break free. You wish to confine me, but I fear it shall not be so simple. Xiaoming scoffed, declaring, I will not show mercy to those who dare to threaten my companions. The zombies roared incessantly, and Xiaoming aimed to crush the creature's neck with the enormous pincers in his grasp. No, be cautious. This zombie is no ordinary foe. It is infused with an icy chill. Lin Jie observed the ominous signs and swiftly warned Xiaoming, but it was already too late. Logically, the massive crab pincers he had transformed into should have been indestructible. Yet, cracks began to extend across their surface, accompanied by a distinctly sharp sound of shattering. That sound does not bode well. My pincers must have been frozen. Xiaoming inhaled sharply, stating, regardless of how resilient an object may be, extreme cold renders it fragile. And the same applies to these crab pincers. Desperate to retract the pincers he had extended, he was unprepared for the fact that the zombie possessed greater strength than he. Damn it, what is this creature? How can it be so powerful? Xiaoming exclaimed, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he exerted himself to withdraw the pincers. Generally, humans cannot unleash their full strength, but zombies are different. They lack pain perception and do not experience discomfort from muscle strain. Thus, when they engage in any action, be it striking or biting, they exert their maximum force. Unless one possesses an overwhelmingly powerful ability, most humans cannot compete in a tug-of-war against a zombie. Hurry and sever your pincers. If that chill spreads to you, you are doomed. Lin Jie urged anxiously. Deeply concerned for Xiaoming's predicament, the zombie's roar echoed once more as its hands yanked on one end of the pincers. Xiaoming felt himself being uncontrollably pulled forward. Perilously close to the zombie, the creature's gaping maw exhaled a frigid mist, revealing delicate snowflakes swirling within, akin to the entrance to a hellish abyss. No, this cannot happen, Lin Jie declared, his baseball bat suddenly elongating. With a powerful swing, a resounding crack reverberated as the crab pincers split in two. Xiaoming quickly reverted his right hand to its original form, fingers curling and stretching back to normal. Thank goodness. I owe you my gratitude, otherwise I might have become a mere ice sculpture. Xiaoming sighed deeply, expressing his relief. Fear not, for as long as I am here, I shall ensure that my companions remain unharmed. Lin Jie declared with resolute conviction, his words casting a warm glow in the hearts of those who heard them. At that moment, a zombie grasped a portion of a crab claw and, with a powerful grip, a resounding crack echoed through the air, shattering the once formidable shell into countless fragments that scattered across the ground. Indeed, the zombie's strength was formidable. Xiaoming understood well that this crab shell was incredibly sturdy. And apart from Lin Jie, he could not fathom anyone else capable of such a feat. Truly impressive power. It appeared that yet another fierce battle awaited. Xiaoming exclaimed in astonishment. While Lin Jie stood amidst the icy expanse, other areas were besieged by thunderous storms, as some zombies unleashed torrents of electricity from their bodies, assaulting the surrounding students. Everyone, be cautious. Evade the lightning strikes. Chaos ensued as many were struck and fell unconscious to the ground. This place is indeed perilous, with such terrifying zombies lurking about. Fong Bai exclaimed in disbelief. Seizing a wooden board to use as a shield, he dashed through the frenzied crowd. As a frozen zombie reached out to seize Wu Yeye, a sudden deafening crash rang out, and its right hand was instantly sent flying. Lin Jie's baseball bat extending and soaring through the air like a bullet. Humph, while I am here, I will not grant you such an opportunity, Lin Jie asserted. Lin Jie, please save me, Wu Yeye cried out, her expression filled with despair. The zombie let out another furious roar, and the refrigerators scattered around erupted in explosions, their surfaces marred by gaping holes, releasing frigid air from within. The zombie then inhaled, absorbing all the icy gas into its body and storing it. At that moment, tiny snowflakes emerged from the wrist of its severed right hand, coalescing into the shape of a hand, which then sprouted flesh and blood. Remarkably, it had regenerated. Chapter 44. The colossal zombie. Leave that wretched zombie to me, Lin Jie declared, glancing at Xiaoming. You should hasten to assist the others. However, Xiaoming replied with uncertainty. This zombie possesses an incredibly fearsome, freezing ability. Are you sure you do not want us to confront it together? While our combined efforts would undoubtedly increase our chances of vanquishing this foe, Lin Jie countered, shaking his head. It is crucial to note that only you and I possess extraordinary abilities within our team. The others are ordinary individuals. Therefore, they require our assistance more than ever. Lin Jie's reasoning was sound, as 5 powerful zombies with formidable abilities had emerged on the 3rd floor of the supermarket, posing significant danger. And several students had already sustained injuries as a result. Indeed, I comprehend your warning. Exercise utmost caution. Xiaoming nodded and subsequently departed. Following his words, an air of dread enveloped the crowd, as walls crafted from tortoise shells abruptly materialized around them, shielding against the impending bites of the zombies. Wu Ye, hasten to my side, Lin Jie exclaimed. Overwhelmed by fear, Wu Ye quickly wiped her tears, nodded, and ran to take refuge behind Lin Jie. The zombie, endowed with freezing abilities, let out a fearsome roar, revealing its frosted fangs as it gazed menacingly at Lin Jie, unleashing a series of chilling howls. How does it feel to witness your cooked duck sprout wings and fly away? I imagine it weighs heavily on your heart, Lin Jie remarked with a smirk, his tone laced with mockery. However, do not harbor such thoughts. My companions are resolutely protected. His voice resonated with unwavering determination, pledging to safeguard his allies. Though the zombie possessed no intellect and was incapable of comprehending Lin Jie's words, his actions had incited its wrath. The creature exhaled an intensely frigid aura, sending a blast of icy wind towards Lin Jie, who felt a chilling sensation sweep over him, forcing him backward. The cold emitted by the zombie transformed into a ferocious gale, an utterly terrifying force. The zombie's hunger for human flesh mirrored a human's craving for bread. Its thirst for blood intensified as it yearned to seize those Lin Jie protected. It emitted terrifying sounds, and its skeletal structure began to morph grotesquely. What is happening to this zombie? Is it undergoing another mutation? Wu Ye exclaimed in astonishment, clutching Lin Jie tightly, her breath coming in rapid gasps. Fear not. There is no need for alarm. Lin Jie sensed the gravity of the situation, aware of the imminent peril, yet he endeavored to reassure his teammates. With me here. You need not be afraid, he declared, his palm emanating a golden glow, a surge of potent energy coursing through him, ready for action. At that moment, the muscles of the Ant-Man zombie began to swell exponentially, and it was not merely its musculature that was augmenting. Its height and weight were increasing as well. Is this merely my imagination? Am I truly witnessing this zombie grow larger? Wu Ye's voice trembled with terror. Heavens, this zombie is indeed expanding. At this moment, the others in the group also began to speak, pointing trembling fingers at the zombie before them, their movements betraying the terror they felt upon witnessing such a horrifying sight. No, you are not hallucinating. It is indeed true. This appears to be an additional ability of the Ant-Man zombie, allowing it to continuously increase its size and strength. Much like the Ant-Man hero from the Avengers. As Lin Jie uttered these words, an overwhelming sense of dread swiftly spread through the hearts of everyone present. My goodness! If a zombie the size of a real person is so difficult to deal with, how much more terrifying will it be when it enlarges? The group, grappling with their fears, hastily retreated, yet in the confined space of the small supermarket, what could retreating possibly achieve? The zombie emitted a series of furious roars, and soon its height approached the ceiling of the third floor of the supermarket, revealing a towering and fearsome giant before the crowd. The enormous Ant-Man zombie, possessing freezing abilities, let out such a sound, bending down to grasp the other zombies in the vicinity. Once it had captured them, the group looked on with puzzled expressions at this enlarged zombie. How strange. What could this mean? It should be reaching for us. Why is it seizing its own kind instead? Everyone exchanged bewildered glances, unable to comprehend the situation. However, we must remain cautious. It is inconceivable that any zombie would ally with us. Lin Jie spoke with concern, suggesting that if the previous attack on his companions had been sudden, there were likely two possibilities. One possibility is that its companions obstructed its path to devour humans, compelling it to subdue them before it could feast on its desired prey. The other possibility is that it seeks to enhance its own strength by consuming its companions, perhaps merging numerous zombies into one, thereby exponentially increasing its attributes. Such occurrences had been encountered multiple times throughout their apocalyptic journey, representing an exceedingly perilous and frightening reality. The zombie opened its massive jaws, and what transpired next astonished everyone. This creature began to devour its companions, and after consuming the other zombies on the third floor, a robust metallic shell began to form on the surface of the giant Ant-Man zombie. With this protective layer, its body became impervious to knives and bullets, utterly indestructible. How infuriating. It never occurred to me that it could merge with its companions, thus enhancing its own strength. Xiao Moming clenched his fists and remarked, the ability to freeze surroundings with its breath is already formidable enough. And now, it has developed a metallic shell. What are we to do now? He shook his head in astonishment, releasing a long sigh before speaking. It seems we are in trouble, Lin Jie expressed, though he maintained an optimistic outlook, noting that the 5 zombies we initially had to contend with had now reduced to a single one. However, his words were met with skepticism from the others, as a palpable sense of dread gripped them, akin to the cold fingers of death tightening around their throats. Each face turned ashen, trembling with fear. Divine Palm, Lin Jie proclaimed, thrusting his right hand forward, releasing a golden glow from his palm. This radiance struck the air, causing it to swirl rapidly, forming a potent current. The force surged toward the giant zombie's exterior. If it were an ordinary zombie, it would have been sent flying by such a gale. Yet, the colossal undead before them proved to be no easy adversary. The energy merely pushed it back a couple of steps, inflicting minimal damage, akin to a mere tickle. To his astonishment, the creature's body was remarkably resilient, far beyond his expectations. Indeed, it was said that the Ant-Man zombie was the most formidable, and now it was evident. In its youth, it was prone to surprise attacks, overwhelming in numbers and difficult to control. Now, having grown larger, it could consume other zombies to bolster its strength. And its surface was encased in a formidable metallic shell, impervious to most forces. Truly, it was a daunting foe. Lin Jie shook his head, expressing his thoughts. His actions attracted the attention of the Ant-Man zombie, which began to turn its towering form toward him. Its massive head opened wide, revealing a pair of terrifying fangs. Your appearance is frightful and grotesque. The larger you grow, the more repulsive you become, Lin Jie remarked, shaking his head in disbelief. At such a critical juncture, do you still find time for jest? Fang Bai, beside him, wiped the sweat from his brow, his voice tense as his heart raced in his chest. Fear not. I believe we still have hope to overcome this creature. Let us not succumb to despair. Lin Jie replied, a smile gracing his lips. Chapter 45. Iron Knight. The enlarged Ant-Man zombie's head grazed the ceiling, causing it to buckle under the pressure, forming a dent. After letting out a furious roar, it exhaled a frigid breath into its right hand, frost crystallizing in its palm, transforming into the shape of a colossal axe. He grasped the handle and began to swing it vigorously. Astonishingly, he could manipulate the frigid air to morph into various weapons. Wu Ye exclaimed in surprise, urging everyone to scatter and exercise caution. The immense ice axe crashed down, carving a deep trench into the ground, from which an abundance of icy air surged forth, spreading throughout the surroundings. Frost clung tightly to the walls, turning them into ice barriers, and those students perilously close to the trench found their bodies instantly encased in ice, becoming a series of human ice sculptures. The zombies emitted exultant roars, for those trapped in frost would, over time, transform into the undead. As the chilling air harbored terrifying cosmic energy, elongated, sharp fangs emerged from their mouths, issuing horrific growls that sent hearts racing, accompanied by the sharp sound of cracking. Zombie claws erupted from the ice, reaching out. One zombie lunged towards a student beside Lin Jie, seizing the student's shoulder and aiming to bite down on his neck. However, Lin Jie swiftly hurled his baseball bat, which punctured the zombie's skull in an instant. Everyone, come to me, Lin Jie commanded, gesturing for everyone to gather around him. The massive zombie lifted its right foot, casting a shadow that enveloped everyone beneath it, resembling a dark cloud looming overhead. No, Lin Jie, if we all stay near you, we could be crushed under that zombie's foot. A panicked boy exclaimed. No, trust Lin Jie. If he says he has a plan, he surely does. Wu Ye defended Lin Jie, her faith in his abilities unwavering. Yet, as the colossal foot descended, the boy looked at Lin Jie and saw no sign of action. Trust me, as she said, I have my own means to deal with this giant zombie. Lin Jie replied calmly, but the boy remained unconvinced. No, I can't place my hopes in you, the boy shouted, breaking away from the group and sprinting away. Please, don't do this, Wu Ye urged anxiously. As this boy distanced himself from Lin Jie and the others, his rapid movement attracted the attention of the zombies, who were drawn to moving targets amidst the stillness of the others. The giant ant-like zombie quickly shifted its focus towards this boy, diverting its gaze from Lin Jie and the group. What is he thinking? Wang Moming exclaimed in astonishment. Lin Jie definitely has a plan. Why is he acting so recklessly? The zombies continued to roar. Although their movements were sluggish after growing larger, their power was incomparably immense. A towering giant suddenly appeared on the floor, and as his massive foot made contact, the ground began to tremble violently. Help! Someone save me! The young man cried out in panic. Despite sprinting with all his might, the enormous ant-like zombie pursuing him drew ever closer. As the giant zombie bent down, its outstretched hand poised to grasp him, a colossal metal sword descended from the heavens. As it neared the ground, it spun, its razor-sharp blade severing the zombie's fingers with stunning force, leaving everyone astounded. Please, don't devour me. Help! Help! The young man clutched his head, trembling uncontrollably with fear. He was convinced that the sounds he heard were emanating from the zombie, which was preparing to bend down and consume him. Just then, a colossal figure clad in iron armor appeared before the crowd, resembling a formidable knight from the Middle Ages. However, unlike the knights of old, flames could be seen propelling from beneath his feet, enabling this iron-clad figure to soar through the air. Fear not, my friends. Although your leader cannot save you, this task falls to me, the Iron Knight. The towering armored figure proclaimed, brandishing the massive sword that had just severed the zombie's fingers. At that moment, the metallic mask adorning the knight's armor lifted to reveal a young man's face, smiling as he spoke. Instantly, gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Good heavens! It is the Iron Knight, ranked 17th on the Apocalypse Hero leaderboard. They exclaimed, their excitement palpable. If the Iron Knight is here, we are surely safe. With him around, that zombie will meet its demise at the edge of his mighty sword, they joyfully proclaimed. Yet Lin Jie was left bewildered by their words. Why did everyone's sense of security surge so dramatically with the arrival of the Iron Knight? What is this apocalypse hero leaderboard you speak of? Lin Jie inquired. Turning to the others, do you truly not know? In this apocalyptic world, there are heroes who combat the terrifying zombies with their extraordinary abilities or advanced technology. The leaderboard ranks the 30 individuals who have slain the most zombies and saved the most lives during this catastrophe. Jinku explained to Lin Jie that the prowess of these 30 heroes was truly astonishing. In the narrative, regardless of how terrifying the zombies or zombie creatures may be, their encounter with these heroes would invariably lead to their demise. Lin Jie nodded in understanding, though he harbored some concern about whether this Iron Knight could indeed triumph over the frozen zombie. Nonetheless, he felt a surge of relief. Had it not been for the timely arrival of the Iron Knight, the daunting task of confronting the frozen zombie would have fallen solely upon his shoulders. Allow me to witness the might of this apocalyptic hero, Lin Jie declared, directing his gaze towards the Iron Knight. You inquire about my strength? Indeed, I possess considerable power. Such zombies, despite their troublesome abilities, pose little threat to me. I can dispatch them in the blink of an eye. Upon uttering these words, the crowd erupted in jubilant cheers. Wonderful. Thank you, Iron Knight. With your presence, we can face this terrifying giant zombie with greater confidence. The assembly clenched their fists and waved them in the air, expressing their excitement. However, the towering zombie possessed formidable muscle strength and remarkably tough skin. It remained uncertain whether the Iron Knight could contend with it, although he had previously severed the zombie's finger with his sword during a surprise attack. Should the Ant-Man zombie become aware of the Iron Knight, it would develop an incredibly resilient protective layer on its skin, rendering it difficult to harm with a sword or other weapons. The zombie let out a furious roar, raising its right hand to blow on the severed finger, from which a chill emanated, forming an icy replica of a finger. This creature can even fabricate prosthetics from ice. How intriguing. The Iron Knight's mask descended, perfectly shielding his face within. Do not worry, I shall protect everyone, he proclaimed, swinging his longsword and positioning it before the crowd, his imposing figure resembling a pillar of strength. Wow, how magnificent! The women exclaimed with excitement, as these apocalyptic heroes were largely figures of legend, rarely seen in reality. In this moment of crisis, the opportunity to be rescued by such legendary heroes filled everyone's hearts with hope. Go, Iron Knight, they shouted, cupping their hands to their mouths like makeshift megaphones. Rest assured, I will not let you down. The Iron Knight's feet ignited with flames, propelling his entire form into the sky in an instant. The zombie sensed the overwhelming aura of menace emanating from him, letting out a roar and assuming an aggressive stance. The Steel Knight drew forth his colossal metal longsword, and as he swung it through the air, an immensely powerful sword aura was unleashed, causing the surrounding space to convulse violently. Oh heavens, what a terrifying display of strength. Witnessing such a scene, the onlookers gasped in astonishment, their mouths agape, their faces painted with expressions of disbelief. Chapter 46. The armor shatters. The massive steel sword sliced through the air, causing the nearby walls to tremble violently. An overwhelming sword aura emanated from the blade's edge, forcing the giant ant zombie back with each swing. The ground beneath the zombie's feet began to crack and fissure. The crowd erupted into cheers, their voices ringing with enthusiasm. Truly, he is worthy of being ranked among the Doomsday heroes. His prowess is undeniable. With the Steel Knight here, we are surely safe. How splendid, truly splendid, the crowd joyfully proclaimed. Rest assured, there is no zombie monster that cannot be vanquished with a single strike, the Steel Knight declared confidently as he swung his sword toward the giant zombie's neck. The sword aura formed a crescent shape, darting forward at an astonishing speed, igniting the air with countless flames as it passed. Fifth-tier martial technique, Flame Blade, the Steel Knight announced. Upon colliding with the zombie, the flames swiftly spread. The zombie, sensing the intense heat, let out a ferocious roar. After all, most zombies, composed of flesh, fear flames just as humans do. However, this ant zombie, having consumed numerous others, had significantly enhanced its physical attributes. A metallic layer enveloped its body, insulating it from the heat. What is happening? Why does the fire burn upon this zombie's surface without any reaction? The Steel Knight exclaimed in shock, as the massive creature before him raised its hand and, in an instant, seized the flying longsword. What? It was actually caught? The Steel Knight gasped in disbelief, his heart racing with incredulity. He strained to retrieve his massive sword, only to feel as though the zombie's right hand had clamped down on it like a vice. His body hung suspended in the air, descending steadily. Suddenly, flames erupted from the soles of his feet, generating tremendous lift and allowing him to hover. Lin Jie observed as well. This zombie was no ordinary foe. Its arms were thick with powerful muscle. Each muscle fiber housed millions of robust muscle cells, endowing it with astonishing strength, making it a formidable opponent. Lin Jie's eyes gleamed with a golden light, his keen sight penetrating all, enabling him to discern the intricate structure within those muscle bundles. Steel Knight, be cautious. Retreat at once. Lin Jie exclaimed loudly, but it was already too late. A sharp, resounding crack echoed through the air as the metallic sword shattered in an instant. Everyone present was astonished by this spectacle. A sword so seemingly indestructible, enveloped in formidable sword energy, had broken. This was inconceivable. Such an event had never occurred before. The Steel Knight, grasping the broken sword, spoke with an incredulous tone. This sword has the power to slice through even the armor of the Hulk-like iron zombie. How could it be rendered as worthless as scrap metal against this zombie? His voice trembled with disbelief, yet in that moment, his primary concern was to evade the relentless attacks of the colossal zombie. A series of openings on his armor erupted, spewing forth flames. The generated force propelled his body higher into the air, narrowly avoiding the massive hand of the zombie that nearly grasped him. Fortunately, his quick reflexes allowed him to dodge this lethal strike. Within the armor resided a miniature artificial stellar device, continuously producing heat, the flames enabling agile flight in the air. The Steel Knight maneuvered gracefully through the sky, evading the assaults of the gigantic Ant-Man zombie time and again. The zombie's enormous hands clawed at the air, yet it failed repeatedly, inciting its fury. With a gaping maw, it howled, and several cannon ports appeared behind the Steel Knight. These cannons pivoted to face the terrifying zombie, aimed directly at its grotesque visage. "I shall fire a few rounds at that ugly face of yours," he declared. No sooner had he spoken than the cannon barrels emitted scorching heat, and a barrage of fiery projectiles shot forth, soaring swiftly through the air, precisely targeting the zombie's vital points. Soon, a series of violent explosions caused the massive zombie to stagger back several steps. Witnessing such a fierce onslaught, the crowd erupted in cheers. "Well done. Give that zombie a beating." "Yes, our hero, keep it up." The students watching from the ground shouted in encouragement. Yet only Lin Jie and the Steel Knight understood that the situation was far from straightforward. "No, this zombie is not so easily vanquished," the Steel Knight muttered to himself, his expression one of utter shock. Typically, after enduring such a relentless barrage of fiery projectiles, most zombies would collapse to the ground. Yet this one had merely retreated half a step. How could such a phenomenon occur? My flame should extinguish rapidly upon contact with its body. Too many questions left him feeling utterly perplexed. At this moment, the Steel Knight found himself at a loss in the air. This is bad. I believe he is far too close to that colossal zombie and should retreat. Lin Jie voiced his concerns. "I think you're overthinking it." Jin Keshi, standing nearby, shook his head. He is the 17th hero on the Apocalypse hero rankings. This brother is formidable. The number of zombies that have perished under his sword is countless. That is Lin Jie. You truly worry too much. I understand your good intentions for this apocalyptic hero, but he has saved numerous escape teams. We can rely on his strength. Fong Bida chimed in. I am well aware of what you both are saying. But the zombie he is facing this time is not ordinary. It is significantly different from many zombies encountered before. Firstly, its muscles are extraordinarily developed. Lin Jie explained at this moment, indicating that this would render the zombie immensely powerful, making it difficult for ordinary ability users to contend with. Furthermore, its body is infused with an icy chill, while the primary offensive techniques of the Steel Knight involve physical and fire attacks. However, these two, one being a physical assault and the other a fire attack, would inflict no damage on this zombie whatsoever. Lin Jie sighed heavily and shook his head as he spoke. Is it truly impossible for it to sustain any harm? Wu Yeye, astonished, interjected, that cannot be right. She found it hard to believe that this zombie had become so physically formidable. Soon, as the smoke from the blazing flames dissipated, the zombie appeared before everyone, unscathed and brandishing its claws. Wow, this Ant-Man zombie is indeed a tough opponent. The Steel Knight exclaimed from the sky, regretting his decision to come here. Initially, he had hoped to eliminate the zombie with the armor transformed from the golden badge he wore, aiming to assist the fleeing team in this apocalyptic landscape. However, it now seemed that not only was the team in grave danger, but he himself might also perish at the hands of this zombie. The enormous hand of the zombie emerged from the smoke. The Steel Knight had never anticipated that, despite his relentless assaults, the zombie's agility remained so swift. Astonishingly, after enduring several attacks, the zombie's physical attributes had even upgraded, doubling its attack speed. The Steel Knight, who had previously managed to hold his own, found himself unable to react swiftly enough as the zombie's abilities escalated, and before long, his body was ensnared within the enormous palm. At first, everyone rejoiced for this doomsday hero, but in an instant, the atmosphere shifted to one of tension and dread. All hands instinctively covered mouths, unable to bear the sight before them. Oh heavens, how could this be? The capabilities of this zombie were truly terrifying, rendering even the renowned doomsday hero helpless. Gasps of disbelief echoed among the crowd. as they struggled to comprehend the horror unfolding before their eyes. A profound sense of fear seeped into the hearts of all, with many timid souls trembling uncontrollably. The default hero, often seen as a beacon of hope, now seemed powerless against these relentless zombies. It felt as though the end was truly upon them. Soon, the Steel Knight, gripped tightly in the clutches of the giant zombie, emitted a sharp cracking sound. His body could not withstand such an assault, and his armor shattered into countless fragments, scattering across the ground. Oh my! This was utterly horrifying. The crowd echoed similar sentiments, as if they had plunged into a nightmare. Chapter 47. Sword of the Storm. No one could have anticipated that the formidable Steel Knight would fall short against this zombie, his armor in ruins and blood seeping from his wounds. No, how can this zombie be so fearsome? The Steel Knight exclaimed, overwhelmed by an intense pain coursing through him, his body trembling uncontrollably. My heavens, this is dire. Lin Jie gasped in shock. Before them, the Steel Knight lay motionless on the ground, while the zombie let out a series of triumphant roars. A chilling aura emanated from the zombie's mouth, swirling like a tempest toward the fallen knight. This frigid energy, infused with immense cosmic power, threatened to transform any living being into a zombie in an instant. We cannot let him remain incapacitated. He has given everything to protect us. We must save him, Lin Jie declared, to which the nearby Xiao Moming nodded in agreement. With a swift motion of his right hand, a formidable force was unleashed. Suddenly, a massive turtle shell appeared, hovering protectively above the Steel Knight, akin to a cloud suspended in the air. As the chilling energy collided with the shell, it froze instantly, a solid layer of ice spreading across its surface. Thankfully, the Steel Knight was safeguarded. Thank you. The Steel Knight expressed with heartfelt gratitude. Lin Jie's baseball bat elongated and reached toward the knight. Upon contact, it contracted, aiding him in rising from his plight. When the zombie's enormous fist struck the turtle shell, a resounding crack reverberated through the air, causing the shell to splinter into pieces. As the colossal fist struck the ground, a significant crater immediately formed, causing the entire surface to sink profoundly. A collective gasp escaped from the onlookers, who were acutely aware of the perilous reality before them. Had it not been for Lin Jie and his companion's timely intervention, the Iron Knight would have been reduced to a mere pulp beneath the giant's blow. The undead emitted a series of anguished roars, while 2/3 of the surrounding walls became enshrined in a layer of ice. We must flee from this place. If we linger any longer, the entire third floor of the supermarket will succumb to the frigid grasp of winter. Feng Bai declared, his fist clenched tightly. Not only will we lose our chance to escape, but under the influence of the cold, we will all transform into zombies. A profound sense of dread enveloped them like a vice, constricting around each person's throat as they inhaled the icy air, their hearts gripped by fear. Fear not, for the zombies that the Iron Knight may struggle against, I can handle with ease. A voice resonated from the ceiling above. Upon hearing this, many students felt a flicker of hope reignite within their hearts. It was the Atomic Swordsman, ranked 15th among the apocalyptic heroes. A voice from the crowd erupted, igniting excitement once more. No sooner had he uttered those words than the blade of a sword pierced through the ceiling with astonishing speed, carving a circular opening that revealed a transparent passage. Such was the sharpness of the sword that it sliced through the structural material as effortlessly as one would cut through a cake. Lin Jie exclaimed in astonishment, while his companions stood agape, their expressions etched with disbelief. Soon, a robust figure descended through the transparent aperture, clad in the garb of a swordsman. He was none other than the Atomic Swordsman, the 15th-ranked hero of the apocalypse. With a charismatic landing, he touched down gracefully. Although he lacked the fiery flight capabilities of the Iron Knight, the sword he wielded was extraordinary, much like Thor's Mjolnir. This long sword was forged from the Star of Dying, a divine artifact hailing from Asgard. Prior to the Cataclysm, the champions of the Divine Realm had battled Thanos, inadvertently dropping this weapon on Earth, where it was discovered by the Atomic Swordsman. Renowned as a formidable martial artist on Earth, he had always been powerful but had never found a weapon worthy of his prowess, until he encountered this tempestuous sword from the Divine Realm. The immense power it bestowed upon him filled him with elation, exponentially enhancing his combat abilities. Prepare to witness the might of humanity, the Atomic Swordsman declared, a smile gracing his lips as he began to wield his long sword. A tremendous surge of sword energy erupted forth, akin to a tempest sweeping through the surroundings. Those witnessing this spectacle found their hair tousled by the fierce winds unleashed by his formidable presence. Indeed, the formidable power of the 15th-ranked Doomsday hero is truly awe-inspiring. The crowd expressed their admiration with exclamations. 7th-tier extraordinary skill, Stormblade Ring, declared the Atomic Swordsman, wielding the Dying Star, the Storm Sword, gracefully in the air. Soon, the zombie emitted a series of roars, its body beginning to sprout numerous gashes from which copious amounts of blood and chilling energy flowed forth. Excellent! Well done! The spectators cheered, clenching their fists, marveling at the astonishing might of the atomic swordsman. It seemed evident that salvation was at hand. However, the reality was far more complex than they had anticipated. The Ant-Man zombie had consumed a multitude of nearby Ant-Man zombies, simultaneously absorbing the upgrading power from their remains. With arms outstretched, the zombie let out a series of thunderous roars, causing the surrounding televisions to shake violently, their screens displaying a flurry of static. Watch out, atomic swordsman. This zombie is about to harness the electrical energy from those televisions. Lin Jie exclaimed, astonished. What? This zombie possesses such an ability? The atomic swordsman replied, his demeanor remarkably composed, seemingly unfazed by Lin Jie's warning. I see. It merely means it can channel electrical energy as its source of power. The atomic swordsman's lips curled into a smile. I have no fear, for my storm sword can absorb electrical energy, akin to the properties of Thor's hammer. As Lin Jie had predicted, countless bolts of white lightning surged from the television screens, flooding into the massive zombie's body. The creature, invigorated by the influx of electrical energy, let out an ecstatic roar, and astonishingly, its wounds began to rapidly close. Witnessing this zombie's ability to absorb lightning for swift healing, Wu Yiye voiced her confusion, pondering the underlying mechanics. Although zombies are reanimated corpses, they still require energy to function, the atomic swordsman elucidated. There are numerous ways to provide energy to a zombie, such as consuming human flesh or devouring the remains of other zombies. Yet, there exists a rare and potent method, the absorption of electrical energy. When this energy permeates the various cells within its body, it stimulates cellular activity, exponentially enhancing the zombie's physical attributes. Upon hearing his explanation, the crowd began to grasp the gravity of the situation. Many felt an overwhelming sense of despair, realizing the existence of such terrifying zombies in this apocalyptic world. Uncertain of how long they could possibly survive amidst such horrors. At this very moment, many within the team were engulfed in despair. Yet a flicker of hope resided in their hearts. After all, they had the formidable Lin Jie among them, along with his companions. And now the arrival of these two unheralded heroes had significantly bolstered their chances of survival. Go, atomic swordsman. You must conquer this fearsome zombie. The crowd immediately began to rally, raising their fists in fervent support for the atomic swordsman. Rest assured, I shall strive with all my might and not disappoint the expectations placed upon me, the atomic swordsman declared, gripping the storm blade firmly in his hands. The sword seemed to resonate with his unwavering determination, emanating an extraordinary glow from its blade. This sword is no ordinary weapon. It possesses a spirit and embodies the advanced technology of alien origin from the divine realm, exclaimed Xiaomoming in astonishment. It appeared that the doomsday hero, the atomic swordsman, might indeed prevail against this zombie. Though many shared this sentiment, Lin Jie remained skeptical. Despite recognizing the atomic swordsman's formidable strength, he questioned whether it would suffice to counter the zombie. It was true that he wielded a weapon from the divine realm. Yet the zombie's power stemmed from the very heroes of the Avengers. The might of heroes was indeed astonishing, and this zombie had consumed other Ant-Man zombies, making it a formidable adversary. All the wounds on the zombie's body had vanished, and it reverted to its original ghastly form. With furious roars, it unleashed a chilling frost from its mouth, instilling fear in the hearts of those present. You may absorb electrical energy, but I wonder how many times you can restore yourself. The atomic swordsman retorted, his eyes gleaming with fierce determination as he swung the storm blade, releasing an immense wave of sword energy once more. Chapter 48. A surge of upgrades. If the zombie could continuously absorb electrical energy, it could perpetually regenerate during their relentless assault, rendering it virtually invincible. This cannot be allowed. I will not permit it, the atomic swordsman declared, directing the tip of his sword toward the televisions scattered around him. If it is impossible to absorb this electrical energy, then the divine weapon in my grasp shall achieve that feat, he proclaimed with a grin. Soon, countless bolts of lightning erupted from the screens of the televisions, leaving the onlookers in awe, utterly astonished by the atomic swordsman's astounding ability. Splendid, atomic swordsman. By siphoning the lightning, this zombie will be unable to restore its form. The crowd erupted in joyous cheers, yet the zombie before the atomic swordsman let out an enraged roar. At that moment, the incessant sound of plugs being pulled was heard, as numerous daring students rushed forward to unplug each television set. This ensured that the zombie could no longer draw upon electrical energy. Given that the zombie's intellect was nearly non-existent, it was inconceivable for it to comprehend how to reinsert the plugs. Despite its ability to undergo various mutations due to environmental factors, thereby acquiring an array of superpowers. Excellent. Thanks to everyone's assistance, this zombie is finished, the atomic swordsman exclaimed, his long sword enveloped in brilliant white lightning, radiating a dazzling light. This sword of mine can absorb the energy of lightning, sharpening its edge, he said excitedly, then began to wield his sword with fervor. 9-rank super ability, Storm Sword Slash. As his words fell, all the students erupted in excitement. Who would have thought it was a 9-rank super ability? The higher the rank, the more formidable the power of the ability. The students' faces were alight with exhilaration, contemplating that such a potent supernatural force should surely be capable of vanquishing this zombie. A tremendous sword aura erupted from his storm sword, swiftly forming a fierce whirlwind upon the ground. While natural whirlwinds carry dust and debris, his tempest was infused with countless blades sharp enough to slice through iron. What a formidable move! The crowd cheered and celebrated, witnessing the might of this technique. The once massive zombie, after being struck by the whirlwind, was riddled with numerous deep and long wounds. Its body staggered back, and in an instant, it was lifted off the ground by the wind, ultimately crashing heavily against the wall. The crowd rejoiced, marveling at the atomic swordsman's incredible strength. At this moment, the colossal Ant-Man zombie was embedded in the wall, its enormous metallic helmet opening to reveal a grotesque, decayed visage. Enormous fangs protruded from its mouth as it tilted its head back, emitting a series of terrifying roars. This is bad. Atomic swordsman, you must quickly dispatch this zombie. The Iron Knight, lying on the ground, spoke weakly, his eyes betraying deep concern. Understood. I will not allow these malevolent zombies to succeed. The atomic swordsman declared, leaping into the air, swiftly brandishing his storm sword. In an instant, a crescent-shaped sword aura shot forth, aimed precisely at the zombie's neck. With this sword aura, I can sever its head in an instant, the atomic swordsman proclaimed, leaving Lin Jie utterly astonished by his prowess. However, at that moment, the feeble zombie rose from the wall, its right hand emanating an intense chill. And then it struck the ground with a heavy thud. Instantly, the entire floor began to tremble violently, as if an earthquake were unfolding. What is happening? The crowd gasped in astonishment, witnessing the immense Ant-Man zombie channeling the frigid energy within its body through its palm into the ground, where it surged rapidly. Soon, a colossal crack opened up in the ground directly beneath the skybound atomic swordsman, from which a massive ice pillar erupted. The ice pillar ascended swiftly, striking the atomic swordsman in the sky. The atomic swordsman sensed the peril, yet he lacked the ability to fly, rendering him unable to evade in time. Atomic swordsman, be careful, the crowd shouted in panic. Upon being struck by the ice pillar, the atomic swordsman let out a pained cry and plummeted from the sky. Everyone's hearts raced, teetering on the edge of their throats. Just as the atomic swordsman was about to crash to the ground, he swung his long sword forcefully towards the earth. The sword's energy struck the ground, generating a powerful rebounding force that propelled his body upward before descending once more. Thus, he avoided a fatal fall from such a height. Damn it, I never expected this zombie to possess such a trick, the atomic swordsman exclaimed in frustration. However, the sword energy had struck his neck, leaving him with little chance of survival. Yet, soon, an unforeseen event transpired. From the zombie's mouth, a gust of cold air erupted, forming a sturdy ice shield in midair. Although the sword energy was indeed formidable, it shattered the ice shield into fragments upon impact. Nonetheless, this obstruction significantly weakened the energy's force, and when it finally grazed the zombie's neck, it merely left a shallow wound. This is bad. It's too late to stop this zombie now, Jean Keshida exclaimed anxiously beside Lin Jie. He felt helpless, as his ability level was far too weak. Merely wielding fire powers, incapable of overcoming such a formidable foe. Suddenly, a buzzing sound began to resonate in everyone's ears, and the surrounding walls erupted with openings, each the size of a grown man's fist. What is happening? Could this be the zombie's new skill? The crowd voiced their panic. At that moment, countless flies surged forth from the ruptured walls, gathering like a dark cloud, producing an incessant, irritating buzz. This is terrible. These are the flies controlled by the Ant-Man zombies, Xiao Mumming exclaimed in astonishment. He attempted to drive away the swarms using several massive octopus tentacles, but alas, their numbers were overwhelming. Despite the diminutive size of each fly, their collective power is akin to that of a legion of ant-like zombies. The sudden emergence of such a multitude left the onlookers aghast, their mouths agape in sheer terror. Many exerted their utmost efforts to thwart the flies as they surged toward the direction of the colossal zombie. Yet, despite their fervent endeavors, they were powerless to halt this phenomenon. Infuriatingly, these flies exhibited an extraordinary agility in the air, and we lacked the means to contend with these minuscule adversaries. Xiao Moming clenched his fists tightly, striking the wall with a resounding thud, exclaiming in frustration. At that moment, a sinister smile spread across the decaying visage of the giant zombie as it opened its gaping maw wide, devouring the swarm of flies that resembled dark clouds overhead. This was a dire development. The already formidable giant zombie was poised to gain even greater strength. The atomic swordsman, astonished, voiced his thoughts, once more brandishing his sword in a defensive stance. In no time, the zombie rose again, shaking its fists, with all the wounds inflicted upon it rapidly mending, alongside a marked enhancement in its capabilities. Its tier ability, Storm Slash, It bellowed, unleashing an overwhelming wave of sword energy from its blade. This sword energy was not merely a concentrated force. Astonishingly, it dispersed into countless powerful streams, converging from all directions toward the zombie's vital points. Such incredible might. Truly, the legendary atomic swordsman is extraordinary. The crowd erupted in cheers, confident that this technique would surely vanquish the zombie before them. Yet, amidst the exhilaration, Mo Fan's emotions were profoundly intricate. While he acknowledged the potency of the atomic swordsman's maneuver, it did not guarantee victory over the ant-like zombie. I fear the enhancements bestowed upon this zombie extend beyond mere defense and offense. Its agility and speed may have significantly increased as well, Mo Fan remarked, causing his companions to feel a renewed wave of anxiety. They understood that escaping the clutches of this giant zombie would be fraught with peril. Yet hope still flickered within their hearts. Chapter 49. The agile zombie sword energy surged from all directions toward the zombie's form, capable of penetrating even the sturdiest of walls. However, an unexpected turn of events transpired. The giant ant-like zombie began to sprout formidable bony structures all over its body, resembling armor that encased it entirely. What an astonishing transformation! After absorbing so many bodies of its kind, his own physique began to evolve at an astonishing pace. Jean Kesh's mouth fell agape in sheer disbelief, flames erupting from his body in response to his anger. Although he could utilize fire to assault the zombie before him, the damage inflicted would likely be minimal, leaving him in a state of anxious despair. Do not fret, let us observe, for perhaps the atomic swordsman possesses a means to confront this zombie, spoke Xiaoming in a gentle tone, hoping to reassure Jean Kesh. However, no matter how optimistic the others sounded, an overwhelming sense of dread lingered in the hearts of all present. Before long, the energy of the atomic swordsman's blade struck the armor encasing the zombie, producing a series of resounding thuds. This cannot be possible, exclaimed the crowd in astonishment, realizing that the swordsman's strikes inflicted no harm whatsoever upon the creature. The swordsman wielding the storm blade found himself in uncharted territory. After all, Ant-Man was a formidable hero capable of altering his own bodily structure. The amalgamation of so many zombies imbued with Ant-Man's attributes had significantly amplified this ability. Indeed, this is quite troublesome, Lin Jie analyzed. As the zombie sensed that the atomic swordsman posed no threat, it let out a series of jubilant roars. The swordsman retreated a step, brandishing his storm blade and directing its tip toward the ceiling of the building. Instantly, a massive vortex formed in the sky above the supermarket as all the clouds converged ominously. Do not presume that I lack the means to contend with you. I possess other methods. The corners of the atomic swordsman's mouth curled upward as countless lightning symbols emerged upon the surface of his storm blade. Could it be that he is preparing for a grand move? Jean Kesh gasped, for many heroes possess hidden skills that are revealed only when facing formidable adversaries. A sight rarely witnessed. Xiaoming chimed in, acknowledging that each apocalyptic hero possesses extraordinary powers, seldom encountering zombies powerful enough to necessitate the use of their hidden might. Upon hearing this, the students became increasingly exhilarated. Witnessing a hero unleash their ultimate abilities against zombies was an opportunity not afforded every day. 9-tiered ability, Thunder Summoning Technique, declared the atomic swordsman, as thunder rumbled ominously in the sky. Strikes of deep purple lightning erupted from the clouds, piercing through the building. The students, upon hearing the terrifying thunder, instinctively clutched their heads, their faces etched with sheer panic. My heavens, why is he absorbing these bolts of lightning? If that's the case, wouldn't that also mean that the zombie could absorb them as well? On the side, Xiao Moming voiced her confusion. No, you need not worry about such matters. I believe the atomic swordsman is not so foolish. These bolts of lightning can only be absorbed by him, and the zombie cannot even come close. Lin Jie, maintaining a calm demeanor, responded. Indeed, as Lin Jie predicted, after several bolts of lightning struck down, the colossal zombie attempted to grasp them. However, it soon discovered that these bolts not only evaded its form, but also inflicted intense pain upon contact. Instantly, the zombie, stimulated by the lightning, let out agonizing roars, retreating several steps as cracks appeared along the walls behind it. Remarkable! These lightning bolts truly hail from the divine realm. Their destructive power is simply astounding. Jean Kashishi exclaimed in awe. Of course. Are you familiar with Thor? The lightning absorbed by my sword possesses the same elemental attributes as the lightning wielded by the god of thunder, the atomic swordsman declared with pride. Thus, this ignorant zombie, attempting to make contact with the lightning using its flesh, will certainly face no mercy from the bolts of Thor. With a grin, the atomic swordsman continued. After my sword has absorbed so much of this mysterious lightning, its sharpness is incomparable to that of ordinary weapons, rivaling that of divine armaments. As he spoke, the last surge of lightning energy fully integrated into the sword he wielded, radiating a deep violet glow. Now, it appeared as though he held not a metal weapon, but rather a lightsaber akin to those used in Star Wars. This violet luminescence illuminated everything around, exuding immense energy that caused the surrounding space to warp violently. Goodness! What an extraordinary power! Truly befitting of the 15th-ranked apocalypse hero, Xiao Moming exclaimed, her gaze fixated on this hero of the end times like a spotlight. However, I believe we ought not to celebrate too soon, for this zombie's body has upgraded significantly. We are still unaware of its current capabilities. Lin Jie cautioned, remaining vigilant and prepared to intervene should the atomic swordsman falter against this troublesome foe. Rest assured, my attributes were previously insufficient, but I have now reached a divine level. The atomic swordsman replied with a smirk, the sound of whooshing winds accompanying the swing of his sword. I refuse to believe that I cannot vanquish this zombie before me, declared the atomic swordsman, his voice resolute as he poised his sword for an impending strike. 9th tier ability, Lightning Slash. As he uttered these words, a deep purple lightning surged from the blade of his sword, coiling around it as he struck fiercely. A beam of violet sword energy soared forth, landing squarely upon the zombie's thigh. Despite the formidable armor encasing the zombie's body, the intensity of the sword energy elicited a crisp shattering sound. As the armor disintegrated into countless fragments, scattering across the ground, a long gash appeared on the zombie's leg, blood oozing profusely from the wound. Splendid! Magnificent! The onlookers erupted in jubilant cheers. Even the Iron Knight, who had previously collapsed, raised his thumb in admiration for the atomic swordsman. Impressive. Truly remarkable. No wonder you rank above me, exclaimed the Iron Knight, brimming with excitement. The zombie, taken aback, marveled at the unexpected strength of its opponent, despite its enhancements. I told you, this zombie's fate is sealed by my hand. The atomic swordsman laughed, leaping into the air and wielding his storm sword, unleashing a barrage of fierce sword energies that struck the zombie's body. Instantly, long gashes began to appear, blood flowing freely from the wounds. Excellent. Next, I shall target your neck, declared the atomic swordsman, gripping his storm sword tightly. Once I sever your head, you shall no longer pose a threat to humanity. However, what transpired next far exceeded his expectations. Before his eyes, the massive zombie's form flickered and, in an instant, it vanished from sight. What the devil? How could it suddenly disappear? He gasped, stunned and unable to react in time. The zombie reappeared behind him, raising its colossal fist to deliver a crushing blow to the atomic swordsman's back. My word, what is happening? Gasped the spectators in shock. Could this zombie possess the ability to teleport? No, it must not be teleportation. Rather, its speed is simply too great for the naked eye to capture, making it seem as if it vanished and reappeared instantaneously. Lin Jie exclaimed in astonishment. Beware, atomic swordsman. You are in imminent danger. Retreat quickly, or it may be too late. Lin Jie exclaimed loudly, but at this moment, it was already too late. The reaction speed of the atomic swordsman was not swift enough. His body was struck by the colossal fist and fell heavily from the air to the ground. Chapter 50. Calmly confronting. Although the weapon wielded by the atomic swordsman had been significantly enhanced, possessing the power to slice through iron like mud, it remained futile against the zombie. This Ant-Man zombie that had undergone countless enhancements, exhibiting remarkable agility. It swayed on the ground several times, as if teleporting instantaneously. Time and again, the atomic swordsman launched frontal assaults, leaving long, deep gashes on the surrounding walls, carved by his sword energy. While the onlookers began to grasp the formidable power of the sword in his hand, their greater concern lay in the astonishing speed of the zombie. Its massive form was already imposing, yet it moved with the swiftness of a cheetah. Thus, even the powerful atomic swordsman might not prove a match for it. To his astonishment, this creature turned out to be a surprisingly agile giant. The atomic swordsman wiped the sweat from his brow, visibly frustrated as he remarked. Once again, his body descended, and he swung his long sword toward the ground. A tremendous wave of sword energy erupted, striking the earth and propelling him upward, allowing him to hover momentarily in the air. Stormblade Slash, he shouted, exerting force as he swung his long sword once more, preparing to attack the enormous zombie. However, the creature once again swayed and vanished from sight in an instant. Damn it, it has disappeared again. The onlookers exclaimed anxiously. Yet, there was no alternative. Despite the formidable skills possessed by the atomic swordsman, he had exhausted his options and was at a loss for how to deal with the creature before him. As he prepared to fall freely, the massive zombie suddenly reappeared before him, its enormous palm outstretched, emanating an intense chill. This frigid air swiftly began to freeze the moisture in the atmosphere, forming a colossal ice block, which the creature grasped in its hand. Watch out. Quickly evade. The crowd shouted in alarm, but there was no time left. The enormous ice hammer crashed down upon the atomic swordsman, who had no chance to dodge. The impact left a significant crater in the ground, with long cracks rapidly spreading from its edges. What overwhelming power! It was utterly unimaginable that such a zombie creature could be so formidable. The Steel Knight lay on the ground, horrified, as he spoke. It was shocking to witness two of the more prominent apocalyptic heroes being so easily dispatched by this colossal zombie. All the students were engulfed by an overwhelming sense of dread as the colossal zombie loomed before them, resembling a formidable harbinger of death. Following the defeat of these two formidable opponents, the zombie's insatiable thirst for blood erupted in a deafening roar. It then advanced swiftly towards the terrified crowd. "This is bad. We are doomed, truly doomed," the students exclaimed in sheer panic. The more timid among them clutched their heads with trembling hands, crouching down in fear. They all shared the same grim thought. Their fate was sealed. Even the renowned atomic swordsman lay gravely injured on the ground, rendered immobile. "Do not despair. Although these two apocalyptic heroes have fallen, you still have me," Lin Jie declared, a confident smile illuminating his face. No, do not approach. Its power is truly formidable. You may not prevail." The atomic swordsman, having battled the zombie for an extended period, understood the immense strength it possessed. "You have no chance of catching this zombie's movements." Despite his urgent warnings, Lin Jie remained undeterred. He stepped forward, positioning himself between the crowd and the monstrous creature. "With our two heroes down, I too possess formidable abilities and shall not retreat." Lin Jie's words, imbued with a sense of justice, deeply moved everyone present. The immense zombie, ravenous for human flesh, was incensed by yet another thwarting of its desires. Raising its clenched fist high, it unleashed a powerful punch directed at Lin Jie. "No, Lin Jie," his companions cried out. Unable to contain their tears, they watched in horror as the enormous fist descended, striking the ground where Lin Jie stood, creating a deep crater and a resounding crash. Yet, Lin Jie showed no inclination to evade, seemingly absorbing all the damage. The atomic swordsman spoke with trembling voice. He cannot possibly withstand such a ferocious attack. "Oh no. What are we to do? If Lin Jie has taken that tremendous blow, he is surely doomed," Jin Keshi uttered in despair. His heart raced within his chest. Lin Jie was his closest ally, and he was powerless to prevent his demise. "Val Zombie, I shall confront you. I will incinerate you to ashes," Jin Keshi shouted, his hands igniting with intense flames as he charged towards the gigantic zombie. "No, please, do not act impulsively." Behind him, Wang Moming immediately grasped his body and implored everyone, "Please refrain from impulsive actions. Observe this zombie." The crowd echoed his sentiments. Before them stood a colossal figure wielding two razor-sharp ice axes. Any attempt to approach would result in immediate and brutal dismemberment. "Fear not, my friends. I have successfully evaded his attack," Lin Jie declared with a smile, now perched upon the gigantic zombie's shoulder. "My goodness, this zombie moves with such astonishing speed. How is that possible?" exclaimed the atomic swordsman, lying on the ground in disbelief. He was no ordinary supernatural being. He had awakened formidable powers after acquiring 13 golden badges. Wang Moming interjected, and upon hearing his words, the crowd was struck with astonishment. "What? 13 golden badges? Good heavens! I have only just awakened the power of one," the Iron Knight stammered, his voice trembling with awe. At that moment, the zombie caught the sounds reaching its ears as its shoulder was in close proximity. It quickly sensed the disturbance, unleashing a furious roar and swiping its hand in an attempt to dislodge Lin Jie. "You think it's that simple to rid yourself of me?" Chibai retorted with a smirk. Just as the giantess hand was about to make contact, Lin Jie's form flickered and vanished from the shoulder, reappearing on the opposite side. However, the tremendous force of the giantess palm crashing down on its own shoulder produced a resounding crack of breaking bones. "Splendid work, Lin Jie." The crowd erupted in cheers. The zombie, its arm fractured, lost balance and stumbled backward, crashing heavily against the wall. "Actually, I have long possessed the means to deal with you, troublesome creature, but I hesitated to thwart the aspirations of these apocalypse heroes," Lin Jie remarked with a grin. Soon after, he leapt down from the giantess form, landing back on the ground. The zombie pushed against its shoulder, and once again, the distinct sound of bones realigning echoed as its injuries miraculously healed. This was indeed a troubling development, no matter how swift Lin Jie's movements were. The zombie's remarkable regenerative abilities posed a significant challenge. The Iron Knight voiced his concerns anxiously, and panic once again swept through the crowd. In the minds of the crowd, a thought lingered. If even Lin Jie could not vanquish this monstrous zombie, would it not mean that all would be consumed by its insatiable hunger? "Fear not, for as long as I am here, this zombie shall not lay a finger upon you," Lin Jie declared with a confident smile. The towering zombie raised its massive right foot, casting a vast shadow that enveloped Lin Jie's position. "Lin Jie, be careful. That zombie is about to crush you," a companion shouted in panic. Yet, Lin Jie remained remarkably composed, observing the creature as if it were a mere spectacle. "Do not worry about me. Its attack cannot inflict any harm," Lin Jie assured them calmly, as he reached into his pocket and produced a golden bowl adorned with purple and gold. He lifted the bowl high into the air. Chapter 51. the frigid aura as the bowl ascended. Disbelief swept over the onlookers. What was Lin Jie attempting? Faced with such a terrifying zombie, he intended to use this trivial object? Gasps of astonishment filled the air as others expressed their incredulity. Young man, cease your jest. Relying solely on that trinket is futile against such a formidable foe, the fallen steel knight remarked, struggling to comprehend Lin Jie's audacity to confront a creature that had bested even the most valiant heroes. Indeed, it appeared impossible from their perspective. But soon a miraculous transformation would unfold. Lin Jie's lips curled into a smile, and as the colossal zombie prepared to stomp down, the purple gold bowl emitted a peculiar radiance, generating an overwhelming force of attraction. In an instant, the immense zombie was ensnared within the bowl. Despite its desperate attempts to escape the grip of such a powerful artifact, my heavens, this is beyond belief. The zombie that has proven so formidable to us has been effortlessly absorbed by this seemingly insignificant item. The atomic swordsman exclaimed, his expression one of sheer astonishment. What exactly is this treasure? Are you willing to sell it? He inquired, his eyes gleaming with intrigue. This is my one-of-a-kind treasure. I would never part with it so easily. Lin Jie replied with a grin, as the third floor of the supermarket fell silent once more. In truth, even if Lin Jie were to bestow the purple gold bowl upon them, none would be able to wield it. For it had been designated by Tang Xing to be used solely by Lin Xiandi. Others possessed no rights to control it. As the colossal zombie's final remnants vanished entirely within the golden bowl, the familiar sound of the system echoed in Lin Jie's ears once more. Absorbing the body of the frigid Ant-Man zombie, the golden bowl's total capacity reached 710, yielding items, extreme cold and PIM particles, capable of size alteration, total quantity 1000. Upon hearing this information, Lin Jie was overwhelmed with joy, exclaiming, what splendid treasures these are. At that moment, his phone rang again. Without a doubt, it was Tang Xing calling, for he was the only one who remembered Lin Jie's number. Why would he suddenly call at this moment? Perhaps he had some exquisite celestial technique or artifact to bestow upon him. With a smile, Lin Jie mused, every call is undoubtedly a good fortune. There is no harm in answering. Everyone, please take a moment to rest. It seems there are no immediate threats to disturb us. I shall step away to take this call, he announced cheerfully, departing from the group with his phone in hand. Isn't it peculiar? In this apocalypse, someone is actually calling you, Steele commented, visibly puzzled. What can I say? I have too many friends, and even in the apocalypse, one must maintain connections. Lin Jie replied with a grin. The others stared in astonishment, for amidst the chaos of survival, who had the leisure to chat on the phone? Moreover, making calls while fleeing would surely attract the attention of zombies and monsters. Thus, it was uncommon for anyone to make such calls. Lin Jie's actions were indeed remarkable. However, given that he had saved everyone, no one dared to question his peculiar behavior unless they wished for their own demise. Consequently, everyone nodded in agreement as Lin Jie opened a door and entered a small room. Tang Xing greeted him. Lin Xiandi, it has been too long. I did not expect your demon-slaying prowess to have advanced so significantly. What? I didn't quite grasp what you said. What do you mean by demon-slaying prowess? Lin Jie responded, bewildered, struggling to comprehend Tang Xing's meaning. Enough with the pretense. You just defeated the millennium-old frigid zombie. Do you think I am unaware? Tang Xing retorted. Lin Jie was taken aback. How could Tang Xing know he had just slain a zombie? It was all too strange. Yes, indeed, that was my doing. But how did you learn of it so swiftly? Tang Xing explained, on your phone, there is an application called Ask the Immortal, which displays all information regarding deities and recent achievements. Is that true? How remarkable! Lin Jie exclaimed, astonished. Following Tang Xing's suggestion, he opened his phone and was astonished to discover that he indeed had downloaded the application among all his other apps. How peculiar. When did I become a downloader? What purpose does this serve? He was astonished as he clicked on it, and instantly, a vibrant array of colors burst forth from the screen of his mobile device, scattering into the air. Surrounding Lin Jie's body, a series of characters resembling bullet comments materialized, with the foremost proclaiming, Congratulations, Lin Jie, the Immortal Emperor, for vanquishing the Millennium Extreme Cold Zombie. You have acquired the supreme material, Extreme Cold Chi, usable for cultivating the ice palm. Goodness. Such a phenomenon resembles that exhilarating moment in a game when one acquires top-tier equipment or completes a challenging quest, celebrated by the entire world. Lin Jie exclaimed in excitement. Your celestial realm is just like a gaming universe. Tang Xing interjected. It is far more than that. The interface you have just accessed is a marketplace for trading and enhancing one's abilities across time. Look closely at the bottom of the screen. There are messages from other immortals directed at you. Lin Jie immediately glanced down, and indeed, a multitude of bullet comments from various immortals appeared. Fairy Chang'e remarked, I have long heard of your striking appearance and formidable skills, Immortal Emperor Lin Jie. I am astounded by your remarkable achievements. She proceeded to send multiple expressions of envy. The barefoot immortal added, "Congratulations, immortal Emperor Lin. This extreme cold chi is a precious commodity. May I purchase it from you for 500 celestial jade?" Lin Jie was left in a daze, gradually grasping the mechanics of this system. Here, he could converse with a diverse array of immortals and engage in trade. More significantly, he could enhance his abilities and synthesize various equipment. This sensation felt akin to browsing through Taobao or Xianyu. With a tone of delight, Lin Jie remarked, "Indeed, this is marvelous." Tang Xing affirmed, "Precisely. If you wish to trade this extreme cold chi with other immortals, simply click on the item bar at the bottom of the screen to exchange with them." Celestial jade serves as the currency in this realm, allowing you to procure an array of celestial artifacts and armors, as well as various cultivation manuals from the immortal world. Tang Xing's words quickly enlightened Lin Jie, and he nodded vigorously, realizing that after all this time conversing with immortals, such engaging gameplay existed. He promptly followed Tang Xing's guidance to locate the item bar and discovered a blue icon labeled with the very item he possessed, Extreme Cold Chi. He clicked the option to use it, and soon, a deep blue radiance emanated from the screen of his phone, enveloping Lin Jie entirely. The vibrant blue light penetrated his skin, transforming his muscle structure throughout. Lin Jie felt as though his body was encased in a glacier. It was intensely cold, yet he sensed that his body could withstand such frigid temperatures. What is happening? Why do I feel as if all this cold energy has surged into my body? Lin Jie exclaimed in astonishment. "Ha, you need not worry about that. It is precisely the item you have acquired that is transforming your physique. Once your body has fully absorbed this energy, you will master the ability of the Ice Palm." Tang Xing chuckled heartily, declaring that the Ice Palm is an exceptionally formidable skill, capable of vanquishing demons and malevolent spirits. "I extend my early congratulations to Lin Xian Emperor on successfully cultivating this new skill." After a brief moment, all the azure energy had completely dissipated from Lin Jie's body. A faint blue luminescence emanated from the patterns on his left palm. "Splendid. It appears that this is indeed the legendary Ice Palm," Lin Jie exclaimed with great excitement. At this moment, a multitude of messages began to swirl around him like a flurry of comments. "Shamunk, my goodness. I have practiced for ages and have yet to master even a few top-tier celestial arts. I am envious." "Buddha, the Ice Palm possesses immense power. With a single strike, it can freeze the heavens and earth, rendering any demon or ghost powerless to escape. Truly, congratulations to Lin Xian Emperor." Lin Jie, astonished by the flood of congratulatory messages from the deities, wondered if the Ice Palm was truly so formidable. The system notified him, "You have now learned the first level of the Ice Palm. Technique: Frost Coverage, Attack Power, 3000, Control Power, 5000. Quite impressive." Lin Jie's spirits lifted, for this was indeed a remarkably powerful skill. He raised his right hand high, eager to test its might. However, where should I direct this palm technique? Lin Jie pondered, and just as he was deep in thought, a chilling zombie roar echoed nearby. Chapter 52. The Divine Ice Palm. While Lin Jie contemplated this dilemma, a zombie's growl suddenly pierced the air. He turned to see a zombie that had previously lain on the ground, seemingly drawn by the scent of his flesh. Unsteadily, it propped itself against the wall and began to rise, its mouth agape and hollow eyes fixated menacingly on Lin Jie. "Well then, I was just wondering how to employ this Ice Palm after mastering it." Lin Jie smiled, his lips curling upwards, and remarked, "What better practice than to use you as a target?" Azure light erupted from Lin Jie's right hand, his palm aimed directly at the approaching zombie. Just as the zombie's grotesquely decayed face was about to collide with Lin Jie, a shimmering ice wall radiating azure light materialized before him. The zombie's face struck the ice wall with a resounding impact, then slowly slid down. Lin Jie gazed down at his hands, marveling at the extraordinary nature of this skill. It allowed him to unleash frigid air from his palms, shaping it into various forms of ice. With a flourish of his right hand, the ice before him continuously morphed into different shapes. At times, it manifested as an impenetrable ice wall. At others, it took the form of a crystalline cube. Ultimately, Lin Jie conjured a monumental ice sphere, encasing the body of the colossal zombie within. Indeed, this skill proved exceedingly useful, provided it was not the sweltering heat of summer. With a gentle shake of his right hand, Lin Jie exited the chamber. Amidst the crowd, the pained cries of the Iron Knight and the Atomic Swordsman echoed, for they had sustained numerous injuries during their confrontation with the enormous undead foe. At that moment, these erstwhile heroes of the apocalypse lay on the ground like mere shadows of their former selves, writhing in agony. Classmates scurried about, desperately attempting to tend to their wounds or scouring the supermarket for pain relief tablets. Yet, such efforts were futile against the severity of their injuries. Just then, Lin Jie appeared before them. "Fear not, heroes. Hope is at hand. Our miraculous healer has arrived." The students exclaimed with palpable excitement, though the two heroes were left bewildered. "What? You summoned a doctor?" In this apocalyptic age, calling for an ambulance is utterly pointless. There are no hospitals left. The Iron Knight questioned, his voice laced with confusion. Indeed, given the extent of our injuries, surgery is imperative for recovery. The atomic swordsman shook his head. Even if you have summoned a physician, they cannot perform surgery here. Such concerns are unnecessary. Lin Jie possesses unparalleled medical skills. A single needle is all that is required to alleviate your suffering. Jin Keishi interjected with a smile. The Iron Knight and the atomic swordsman exchanged doubtful glances. We believe in your comrade's immense strength, but to possess such extraordinary medical expertise? That strains credibility. The Iron Knight remarked, shaking his head. Before donning this iron armor and becoming a hero of the apocalypse, I was a physician myself, with many years of practice. The notion that a single needle could remedy all ailments is utterly foreign to me. It was not just the Iron Knight. Anyone hearing such claims for the first time would find them utterly implausible. Nevertheless, all the students had witnessed Lin Jie's remarkable abilities firsthand. If you have not seen it, it simply indicates your perspective is limited. Amidst the laughter of those present, Lin Jie approached the two fallen heroes. I do not wish to dampen your spirits, but it is indeed difficult to accept. This defies the very principles of science. The Iron Knight persisted, shaking his head once more. You two are indeed amusing. What good is further discussion? Just heal our wounds already. The atomic swordsman spoke with a smile. Yet the truth was that he had sustained the gravest injuries while combating the zombie. Numerous ribs had fractured, some splintering with such force that they had penetrated his lungs, inflicting excruciating pain. With even the slightest exertion in his breathing, he experienced a searing agony akin to ripped muscle. Since those around him claimed that Lin Jie possessed the ability to heal ailments, he placed all his hopes upon him. While the Steel Knight merely contemplated the principles of medicine, the atomic swordsman speculated that Lin Jie might possess some extraordinary power. This formidable ability could potentially mend all wounds and restore a gravely ill individual to health, a possibility not entirely unfathomable. Quickly, let them witness the miraculous needle you wield, chuckled Xiao Mame, encouraging them to broaden their horizons. The classmates erupted in laughter, and Lin Jie nodded, retrieving a long needle from his pocket. He approached the atomic swordsman and plunged the needle into his flesh. A sense of wonder enveloped the atomic swordsman as he felt warmth emanating from the needle's tip, coursing through his bloodstream. Remarkably, he began to sense an extraordinary phenomenon. His wounds started to close, and blood flowed back into his body. His once battered skin regained its smoothness and vitality. Goodness, this is truly miraculous, exclaimed the Steel Knight, astonished as he lay nearby. After Lin Jie inserted the needle and gave it a slight twist, all the wounds on the atomic swordsman vanished. When he withdrew the needle, the atomic swordsman was able to rise from the ground, his powers fully restored. Lin Jie, you spoke no falsehoods. I now believe you are indeed a divine healer. The Steel Knight praised Lin Jie with a thumbs up and a smile. Of course, Lin Jie replied with a nod. To cure any ailment, all it takes is my needle to alleviate all disease and suffering. Chibai chimed in, plunging his needle into the Steel Knight's armor and twisting it. Soon, the Steel Knight was awestruck as not only did all his scars vanish, but the fractures healed completely, and even his damaged armor began to restore itself. The cracks on the armor's surface gradually diminished until they disappeared entirely. Goodness, you can not only heal the living, but also mend inanimate objects, the Steel Knight exclaimed, his voice trembling with astonishment. Indeed, as long as my miraculous needle is in hand, nothing remains beyond repair. Lin Jie raised the corners of his mouth and spoke with a smile. The Iron Knight also stood up from the ground, moving his entire suit of armor and finding all its functions to be normal. What astonished him even more was that the armor, which had expended nearly half of its flame energy in combating that zombie, was now fully replenished after Lin Jie utilized that miraculous needle for his treatment. Truly, this needle is extraordinarily wondrous. It even possesses the ability to recharge energy. The Iron Knight was left speechless in astonishment and then spoke. So, what are your plans? My friends, will you accompany us on our journey, or do you heroes have other arrangements? Lin Jie replied with a smile. The two apocalyptic heroes exchanged glances and, in unison, declared, we thought we were doomed to perish in the face of such terrifying zombies, but fortunately, we encountered you. To express our gratitude, we wish to join you in protecting this group. Their words immediately stirred excitement among all the students, for in this apocalyptic world, these heroes were akin to celebrities, especially among the girls in the group, who erupted in cheers. The atomic swordsman and the Iron Knight were renowned for their handsome looks. Wonderful, splendid, Lin Jie exclaimed with a smile, while Jin Keishi gave a thumbs up from behind him. It seems you truly have a remarkable ability, Lin Jie. Jin Keishi and his companions voiced their excitement. Apocalyptic heroes are typically free-spirited and do not follow any survival group, yet they are willing to join us. Lin Jie smiled knowingly, of course. After all, I am the most powerful ability user in this world. capable not only of wielding abilities, but also of communicating with celestial beings. Who could possibly rival that? What is our next destination? The atomic swordsman asked, resting his hand on the hilt of his sword, which trembled slightly. I can hardly contain my urge to vanquish the zombies. Haha, same here, the Iron Knight exclaimed, flames of deep crimson dancing in his palm, radiating intense heat. Captain, tell us, where shall we go next? Chapter 53, Mechanical Spider. Our next objective is to investigate the small office building adjacent to the supermarket. Our school bus will be stopping at this gas station for refueling, and we must ensure everyone's safety in this area while taking a moment to rest, Lin Jie stated. At this moment, they had left the supermarket, where all the zombies had been eradicated by Lin Jie and his companions, leaving not a single one behind. The supermarket was now deemed secure. The only concern left was the office building. The Iron Knight approached the entrance, shook the rusty doorknob, and peered through the glass door. The most perilous of all are these office buildings, where a multitude of workers congregate. Once bitten by a zombie, they will turn upon one another, evolving into formidable adversaries. The Iron Knight remarked, thus we must exercise utmost caution when entering. Indeed, previously we lacked any experience in surviving an apocalypse. A group recklessly ventured into various perilous zones, resulting in the loss of many lives. Lin Jie sighed and expressed his thoughts. Fear not, for I am here now. Both the atomic swordsman and I are adept survivors in this desolate world, capable of assisting you. The Iron Knight spoke with a smile, and Lin Jie nodded in agreement, exclaiming, that is wonderful. The other companions were equally exhilarated, with two heroes ranked 15th and 17th in the hero capability leaderboard joining their ranks. Their sense of security surged. I propose a strategy. Let us not enter directly to explore. The Iron Knight spoke in a mysterious tone, piquing the curiosity of the group. I possess a spider robot, designed specifically for the exploration of uncharted territories. As he spoke, a small compartment opened in the armor on his arm, revealing a diminutive spider-like robot. What an astonishing contraption! The group gasped in surprise. The Iron Knight, akin to a modern-day Iron Man, wielded an array of advanced technology and formidable gadgets. He gently blew on the small spider, and to everyone's astonishment, its legs began to move as if awakening from slumber. Swiftly, the spider descended along the Iron Knight's arm and crawled through the crevice at the base of the office building's door. Upon entering the designated area, the mechanical spider would begin to divide, transforming from one into two, and then multiplying into countless others to explore the premises. As the Iron Knight elaborated, several screens suddenly materialized around him, each spider equipped with miniature cameras capable of capturing real-time footage of their surroundings, transmitting the images back to me. This technology is remarkable. With it, we can thoroughly survey the terrain and ascertain the locations of all zombies, thus preparing ourselves for entry. Lin Jie's companions exclaimed with excitement, and the Iron Knight nodded affirmatively. Indeed, with my technology, confronting any zombie will be a mere trifle, he declared with a grin, gesturing for several screens to magnify and hover in midair. Behold, these are the most dangerous zombies you may encounter within this office building. The Iron Knight pointed at the screens, indicating two spider zombies on the 3rd floor, a panther zombie on the 4th, and a captain zombie on the 6th. Now we can devise a plan to eliminate them in advance, the atomic swordsman said, gripping the hilt of his storm sword. After the group devised a detailed plan, the atomic swordsman arrived at the entrance, placing his hand upon the handle of the glass door. Let me take the lead, he exclaimed with a grin, his eagerness to confront the zombies palpable. The storm blade at his waist quivered slightly, poised for action, based on the footage from the exploration spider's cameras. There are no zombies at the door. You can safely open it, the Steel Knight remarked, pointing to the display screen with a smile. The atomic swordsman nodded, reflecting on the convenience of advanced technology. Unlike the cautious approaches of the past, he felt emboldened to push the door open without trepidation. All right, I trust your judgment, he responded cheerfully, and the sound of the doorknob turning echoed in the air. However, just as his left foot crossed the threshold, a lightning chain suddenly shot forth from the darkness within the building. The speed was astonishing, leaving everyone stunned and unable to react in time. The chain swiftly coiled around the atomic swordsman's right leg, yanking him backward with great force. What is happening? Is there a monster lurking inside? He exclaimed in shock, regretting his momentary lapse in vigilance. The unforeseen turn of events was so sudden that he barely had time to scream before being dragged into the abyss of darkness. What is going on? You said there shouldn't be any zombies or monsters behind this door, Lin Jie exclaimed, astonished, while the Steel Knight wore a similarly shocked expression. How could this be? Could something have interfered with my cameras? After all, the footage from the spider's camera showed no zombies behind the door, he said, his voice laced with panic as the crimson flames erupted from his armored back, propelling him through the door. I acknowledge my error. I never intended to endanger the atomic swordsman. I'm going to rescue him now, he declared loudly, swinging his right arm, which summoned a steel longsword. Could it be a technologically enhanced zombie, like a steel zombie? Perhaps this creature possesses some form of invisibility? Jinko asked, a profound sense of dread settling upon everyone once more. What? Zombies can become invisible? Wu Ye's voice trembled as she spoke. The mere sight of zombies was already terrifying, and their ability to ambush humans was alarming enough. The prospect of them being able to cloak themselves was utterly horrifying, akin to monsters emerging from a nightmare. I have heard of such beings, though I have never encountered them. Some zombies were once renowned scientists or heroes with extraordinary abilities. Thus, after their transformation, they might retain their former technological prowess or powers. Jean Kusher spoke, revealing that some individuals possess the extraordinary ability to become invisible. Good heavens! If that is the case, it will be exceedingly difficult to contend with, exclaimed Xiao Ming, equally astonished. How can we possibly detect a zombie that can vanish from sight? This revelation plunged everyone into a state of panic, especially within the pitch-black confines of the office building, where the power had long since been extinguished. No one dared to take a step forward, fearful that an unseen zombie might suddenly leap out and sink its teeth into their necks. In the midst of this chaos, Lin Jie's eyes emanated a golden glow, granting him the power to see through the darkness. At last, he discerned a peculiar silhouette amidst the gloom. The figure was entwined with chains of lightning, two of which were gripped in its hands, crackling with energy. Adorning its chest was a glowing, disc-shaped object reminiscent of Iron Man's arc reactor. This must be the zombie with the ability to become invisible, Lin Jie surmised. Fear not. There is no need for haste in entering this darkness. Allow me to scout ahead, Lin Jie declared. However, his companions were fraught with anxiety, and one even grasped his shoulder tightly. Lin Jie, do not act recklessly. This invisible zombie is exceedingly dangerous. It was once a scientist or a hero with extraordinary powers, and its strength is formidable. Despite the concerns of his friends, Lin Jie calmly nodded with a reassuring smile. Do not worry, there is no danger. My eyes can pierce the darkness, rendering all hidden entities visible before me, he stated, gesturing to his eyes. The group was left in utter astonishment, pondering just how many abilities Lin Jie had awakened. If he had absorbed 13 golden emblems, he must possess 13 supreme powers. As Lin Jie advanced, he noticed the atomic swordsman, ensnared by the chains of lightning. The zombie was dragging him closer, and though he attempted to draw his sword, he found himself paralyzed by the jolts of electricity coursing through him. Beads of sweat poured down his forehead as he grappled with his predicament. Damn it, this lightning is insufferable. I feel utterly immobilized, the atomic swordsman exclaimed anxiously, his body being pulled inexorably toward the zombie. The decaying visage of the zombie let out an exultant roar, crackling with arcs of electricity. At last, I have found you, boomed the Steel Knight's voice as a steel longsword descended from the heavens, severing the chains that bound the atomic swordsman. Chapter 54. Tracking the invisible. As the steel longsword struck the lightning chain, the zombie let out a piercing scream. This sound echoed from the darkness, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Where is the zombie's location? Wu Ye inquired, gesturing towards a patch of darkness not far away. Excellent. That's precisely the pinpoint we needed, Xiao Moming exclaimed with palpable excitement, pressing his hand onto the ground. A powerful supernatural force surged from his palm, swiftly traversing the earth until it reached the source of the zombie's cry. At that moment, the zombie, ensnared by the lightning chain, felt the ground beneath it begin to tremble. Before it could react, the earth split open, revealing a multitude of long tendrils. These octopus-like appendages emerged and coiled around the zombie's legs, effectively immobilizing its movements, regardless of whether Xiao Moming could see this now invisible foe. Heh, surprised, are you? I have this trick up my sleeve, he declared gleefully, significantly aiding Lin Jie and the others in their endeavor. After the Steel Knight severed the lightning chain with his longsword, the atomic swordsman swiftly regained his freedom. I still cannot fathom what kind of zombie possesses such an ability to become invisible, he mused, initially having fallen to the ground but quickly regaining his footing. As a seasoned warrior would, he unsheathed the steel storm sword hanging at his waist and began to wield it with determination. This is the whip zombie, a formidable adversary once faced by Iron Man, the Steel Knight remarked, recalling that in life, he had been well versed in various scientific technologies, which might have endowed this creature with its cloaking ability, eluding detection by my spider camera. Ah, I see now. Indeed, a challenging opponent. The atomic swordsman chuckled, drawing forth his storm sword. Instantly, a powerful sword energy surged forth, yet he thought little of the whip it wielded, convinced he would soon render it non-existent. As he swung his storm sword, the sword energy struck toward the whip, only for the creature to vanish from sight in an instant. The octopus tendrils I unleashed become paralyzed upon contact with the lightning enveloping it, Xiao Moming remarked in astonishment. Although this lightning posed no lethal threat, it effectively incapacitated the nerves, rendering the creature immobile. It appears this is the sole explanation for why my technique failed to ensnare the zombie, Xiao Moming pondered. contemplating whether there might be another strategy at his disposal. However, his skills proved ineffectual, given that he could only create biological entities. Living organisms are inherently vulnerable to electric currents. Should such a potent force traverse their cells, it would instantly paralyze their nerves. Thus, he dared not employ this skill in the presence of the whip-like zombie before him. Fortunately, the bolts of lightning did not propagate through the neural pathways of the octopus tentacles unleashed by Xiao Moming. Otherwise, he would have found himself utterly immobilized at this moment. What transpired moments ago? Why did he suddenly vanish? The atomic swordsman, gripping the hilt of his sword, expressed his incredulity. The sword energy he had unleashed struck the wall with a heavy impact, leaving a series of long fissures on what appeared to be a sturdy surface. It was evident that his skill had not struck the zombie. He was taken aback by the agility of this creature, which moved with remarkable swiftness. Just as the atomic swordsman relaxed, he was startled by a roar of the zombie behind him. He turned, only to find emptiness, devoid of any presence. How peculiar! He exclaimed in astonishment, when suddenly a lengthy chain of lightning emerged from the darkness, crashing against his back. Instantly, he felt a formidable and terrifying current surge through his entire being. A wave of intense pain enveloped him, causing great distress. His body was propelled backward, crashing heavily against the wall, which yielded a resounding crack as a deep dent formed. Cursed be this lightning chain. Once it strikes a person, it paralyzes them instantly. The atomic swordsman lamented, adding that this creature could also render itself invisible. Truly a formidable adversary. The Iron Knight opened circular portals in the palms of his hands, unleashing searing flames. These flames swiftly encircled the position where the whip-like zombie had last appeared. Turn to ashes at once, he commanded. However, to his astonishment, an unexpected occurrence unfolded. Although the flames were fierce and highly damaging, they did not ignite the zombie at all. Could it be that the zombie had evaded once more? The Iron Knight voiced his surprise. Such speed was astonishing. Indeed, it exceeded our capacity for reaction. This zombie is no ordinary foe. After articulating these thoughts, the atomic swordsman closed his eyes, attuning his senses to the faintest sounds in his surroundings. Although this zombie possessed the ability to become invisible, it was not human. Devoid of intellect, it lacked the ability to muffle its footsteps. Thus, by listening intently, he could discern the trajectory of the zombie's movements. Gradually, he became attuned to the sound of the zombie's feet scraping against the ground. At last, I can seize you. The atomic swordsman raised the corner of his mouth in a smile as he spoke, his right hand gently maneuvering the hilt of his sword. As the zombie approached his body, the storm sword in his hand was instantly swung into action. With a powerful third-tier ability, the storm slash. In an instant, the atomic swordsman declared, the blade swept through the air, carving a long, straight trench into the wall. What formidable sword energy! Moreover, the speed of the strike was astonishing, truly befitting a martial arts master. The Iron Knight exclaimed with admiration. No, my skills are still insufficient. This zombie's speed is exceedingly swift. The atomic swordsman responded. I have exerted my utmost speed, yet it remains ineffective. Not entirely so. Observe the ground. Lin Jie pointed towards the floor. As the others looked, they beheld a pool of dark red blood on the ground, clearly indicating that the previous attack had indeed injured the whip-wielding zombie. Haha, splendid. At least we still possess a chance to defeat it. The Iron Knight said with a grin, patting the atomic swordsman on the shoulder. It is far too dark here, which is detrimental to our combat. Let us illuminate our surroundings first, Lin Jie remarked, surveying the pitch-black environment where one could not see their own hand in front of their face. In truth, Lin Jie possessed a unique vision that allowed him to see as clearly as day, even without any light. However, such darkness posed a significant obstacle for the others, hampering their abilities. After all, they did not share Lin Jie's night vision capabilities, making combat in such conditions exceedingly perilous. Indeed, I was so focused on countering the zombie that I neglected the impenetrable darkness surrounding us. The atomic swordsman nodded. In such an environment, we would struggle to unleash our true potential. Wise words, Captain. The Iron Knight chuckled. If illumination is what you seek, you need only to come to me. I am quite adept at providing light. He then tapped a concealed button on his shoulder, revealing an opening from which numerous mechanical fireflies emerged, their tails glowing brightly. Do not be deceived by their small size. These fireflies emitted a brilliant light, illuminating everything around them. Excellent. Under this radiant glow, I can vaguely discern the location of the zombie, the atomic swordsman proclaimed. Although the zombie possessed the ability to become invisible, its internal blood was not concealed. Thus, when the atomic swordsman's storm sword struck its body, a large patch of red appeared. As the zombie moved invisibly across the ground, this crimson mark followed its movements. However, the zombie remained oblivious to this fact, continuing its relentless approach towards the group. Indeed, it is said that zombies possess no intellect. They wield immense power, or rather, advanced technology, yet remain oblivious to its proper utilization. The Steel Knight shook his head and remarked, still stained with blood, regardless of how stealthily you move. We can always sense your presence. Evasion is futile. Do keep that to yourself. The atomic swordsman interjected with a chuckle while brandishing his sword. What if he comprehends your words and manages to obscure his blood trail? Chapter 55. The complex zombie. The atomic swordsman swung his Stormbreaker sword, directing it towards the concealed zombie with a decisive strike. Storm slash, he proclaimed loudly, unleashing a formidable wave of sword energy that tore through the surrounding space. Instantly, long fissures began to rapidly spread across the wall. Splendid. During your sword swing, the blood remains suspended in midair, indicating the zombie has not shifted position. The Steel Knight exclaimed with excitement. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Despite the wall being rent apart, there was no sign of injury to the zombie. What is happening? Why does the blood still hover in the air, yet there seems to be no zombie present? The atomic swordsman pondered in confusion, soon feeling a gust of wind brush past his ear. A terrifying figure suddenly appeared behind him. Watch out. The zombie has materialized. The Steel Knight exclaimed in shock. How can this be? The atomic swordsman gasped, unable to believe his ears. Indeed, it was the sound made by the zombie's feet scraping against the ground as it moved. When did it suddenly appear behind him? He glanced forward, still seeing the bloodstain at its previous location. Could there be two zombies? He wondered in astonishment. Fortunately, being a master of martial arts, the atomic swordsman possessed remarkable reflexes. He swiftly redirected his sword towards the zombie behind him, striking out with precision. The zombie let out a roar and surprisingly recoiled, evading the attack. This bloodstain, what is its true nature? I thought the zombie stood there. The Steel Knight exclaimed, rushing forward to grasp at the blood. Upon touching it, a zombie's body materialized before him, collapsing limply to the ground. Yet, this zombie resembled nothing more than a mere shell, entirely hollow within. To his astonishment, it appeared that the zombie had shed its skin. He had not anticipated such a tactic. It deliberately left a bloody decoy to draw our attention, and while we attacked the shell, it stealthily ambushed us from behind. The atomic swordsman clenched his fists, delivering a forceful punch against the wall, causing it to tremble violently. Infuriated, he exclaimed, "ISNT had always said that zombies lack any form of intelligence? Who would have thought we were outsmarted by them?" His frustration was palpable, reflecting the astonishment of his companions as they marveled at the bizarre array of zombies in this apocalyptic world, each possessing an array of peculiar abilities. This is truly formidable. The others echoed in agreement. Despite the illumination of the first floor of the office building, those without significant powers hesitated to venture inside. After all, there lurked a zombie capable of invisibility, crackling with electricity. Who would dare take such a risk? We must remain vigilant at all times, for this zombie could materialize anywhere, Lin Jie asserted. The trio of apocalyptic heroes exchanged glances and nodded in unison. Lin Jie's eyes emanated a golden glow as he scanned the surroundings. Yet to his astonishment, he could not locate the zombie's position. Strange, it seems this zombie has suddenly gone silent. Where could it have hidden? Lin Jie remarked. Though he remained alert, one hand radiating golden light, poised to unleash a divine palm strike, while the other glimmered with deep blue, ready to execute an icy kick. Should the zombie emerge from any direction, he would be prepared to counterattack. As a series of slender cracks began to form on the ground, something beneath was swiftly moving. The atomic swordsman sensed a slight tremor beneath his feet. Lowering his gaze, he observed the fissures and began to comprehend the situation. What? Does it intend to attack me from below? A smirk crept onto his lips. Do you take me for a fool? Without hesitation, he plunged the tip of his sword into the ground. Instantly, a ghastly scream erupted from the zombie, and the earth split open, revealing a zombie crackling with electricity before the group. While launching an underground assault was indeed a clever tactic, this particular zombie overlooked a critical fact. Its muscular physique and heavy equipment made it prone to causing fractures in the ground while moving beneath. Consequently, this rendered it susceptible to detection by those above. Although many zombies often employ various techniques and strategies, fundamentally, they lack advanced intelligence. The skills they exhibit are merely remnants of the abilities possessed by their former selves, carried over into their undead existence. However, the atomic swordsman made a grave error, for the chains of lightning were entwined around the entirety of the zombie's body. The storm sword he wielded was forged from metal, which naturally attracted the lightning to himself. This is bad. Atomic swordsman, quickly leave this place and release your grip from the hilt of your sword, or you will be in peril, Lin Jie shouted urgently. Yet, it was evident that the atomic swordsman did not have the time to react, and soon, the bright white lightning ensnared him. Instantly, he felt an intense pain coursing through his entire being. This is terrible. I was careless. I forgot that metal can conduct electricity, the swordsman exclaimed. And soon his body collapsed to the ground, convulsing as the lightning wrapped around him. Wretched zombie, you shall not harm my companion, Lin Jie declared. swiftly striking the air with his palm, enveloped in golden light. Immediately, a formidable force was unleashed, severing the chains of lightning binding the zombie, and sending its body crashing forcefully against the wall. The massive wall deformed upon impact, astonishing onlookers with the strength of Lin Jie's display. However, the zombie's vitality proved remarkably resilient. Observing closely, they noted a disc-shaped arc reactor on the zombie's chest, akin to Iron Man's, continuously emitting energy, which was transmitted to the creature. Despite having sustained numerous wounds from Lin Jie's fierce assault, blood oozed from its flesh. Yet the energy emanating from the circular reactor rapidly infused its body, activating its cellular vitality and healing all wounds at an astonishing pace. In a brief span, all traces of injury vanished from the zombie's form. It opened its mouth wide, revealing sharp fangs, and emitted a deafening roar towards Lin Jie. With both hands, it wielded 2 long chains of lightning, charging directly towards the group. I did not anticipate your self-repairing ability to be this formidable. It appears entirely reliant on that machine in your chest, Lin Jie remarked, his hand glowing with a verdant light as he prepared to unleash the Buddha palm to annihilate this entity. No, Lin Jie, you must not do that. Within it lies an immensely powerful nuclear energy. Should it be triggered, the release could obliterate the entire building. We might survive, but our fellow classmates would be in grave danger. The Steel Knight interjected anxiously, striving to deter Lin Jie from such an act. Initially poised to execute his skill, Lin Jie withdrew his hand upon hearing Steel Knight's words. However, in that fleeting moment of hesitation, the zombie emitted an excited roar. A long chain of lightning was hurled directly towards Lin Jie's chest with tremendous force. This sudden turn of events left all his companions utterly astonished. Not good. Lin Jie, quickly evade. That whip is about to strike you. Jin Ku shouted in alarm, but by the time he called out, it was already too late. The whip, radiating a bright white lightning, struck Lin Jie's body, and he felt an overwhelming force crashing against his muscles and nerves, sending him hurtling backward to collide heavily with the wall. Damn it! Such formidable energy from the lightning chain. Only those of us with extraordinary abilities could withstand it. If it were his classmates, they would surely be gravely injured. Lin Jie inhaled deeply and spoke. This zombie is indeed perilous. He must be dealt with. Otherwise, everyone will remain in extreme danger, and I have no idea when he might regain his ability to become invisible. At that point, confronting him would be exceedingly challenging. Is it merely that I cannot shatter the disc on his chest? I have other methods to eliminate him, Lin Jie declared with a confident smile, as a deep blue glow emanated from his left hand. Chapter 56. The Frozen Solution. Rest assured, I will absolutely not shatter the disc on his chest, Lin Jie said, his smile unwavering. You must have a brilliant plan, Steel Knight exclaimed excitedly. Under the relentless attacks from the group, the whip-wielding zombie's invisibility had been significantly impaired, rendering him temporarily visible. However, his movements remained remarkably swift as he swiftly darted about, changing his position on the ground. Your speed is impressive, but that is due to the natural temperature. I wonder how fast you can move in a frigid environment? Lin Jie remarked with a smile, his right hand glowing with blue light as he struck the ground. Instantly, to the astonishment of all, a thick layer of solid ice began to spread outward from the palm of Lin Jie's hand. You possess such an ability, the crowd exclaimed in surprise, having never witnessed it before. Lin Jie, I never realized you had so many secrets. Of course, my powers are quite diverse. Lin Jie grinned, his smile broadening. The cold energy drawn from the zombie, transformed into an icy grip by the celestial realm, would soon reveal its effectiveness. Before long, the ground around them was cloaked in a thick sheet of ice, and the zombie, intending to swiftly shift his position, found his feet ensnared by the frozen layer. Well done. That was magnificent. The crowd applauded, raising their thumbs in admiration. This is precisely the strategy one envisioned, no matter how fast this zombie moves. I can still restrain him, Lin Jie declared, his smile unwavering. The whip-like zombie emitted a furious roar. Although its body was currently immobilized, it could still wield the pair of lightning chains in its grasp. Brilliant white bolts of lightning intertwined in the air, producing a terrifying sound, with countless sparks erupting, instilling profound fear in all present. The 2 whips lashed out towards Lin Jie with the ferocity of enraged serpents. The lightning, slicing through the air, radiated intense heat and immense energy. In an instant, numerous flames erupted, forming fiery orbs that surged toward Lin Jie. With a slight smirk, Lin Jie remarked, your speed may be impressive, but do not forget that once your feet are encased in ice, the chill begins to spread throughout your body. Thus, your movements have significantly slowed. Upon hearing this, the crowd immediately sensed the truth in his words. Indeed, the zombie's whip movements were no longer as swift as before. Lin Jie moved with remarkable speed, his shoes manifesting blades of ice, enabling him to glide effortlessly across the frozen surface to evade the whip strikes. He was astonished to find that he had never skated before, yet after mastering the ice palm technique, he had acquired the skill. displaying exceptional balance as he maneuvered gracefully over the ice. The lightning chain struck the ice, creating deep craters, showcasing their tremendous power. Yet Lin Jie adeptly dodged the perilous attacks, executing his movements with such fluidity that it left onlookers in awe. How about that? Quite impressive, wouldn't you agree? Lin Jie grinned, his tone lighthearted, as he swiftly approached the whip-like zombie. The creature continued to roar, its decaying visage revealing menacing fangs. Undeterred, Lin Jie closed the distance, his palm glowing with blue light as he struck forward. Upon contact, a flurry of blue snowflakes erupted. The zombie attempted to struggle, but soon, a thick layer of ice enveloped its body. The once menacing reactor, radiating heat, was instantly frozen. In that moment, what had appeared to be a fearsome creature was transformed into an ice sculpture before the astonished crowd. I expected this fiend to be more terrifying. But it seems rather trivial, Lin Jie remarked with a chuckle. Though his words were light, the astonishment within the hearts of the onlookers was palpable. It was noteworthy that even a zombie, which posed a challenge to heroes ranked 15th and 17th in the Apocalypse hero rankings, had been subdued so effortlessly by Lin Jie's ice palm technique. Where can one find manageable zombies? It is undoubtedly due to Lin Jie's exceptional prowess that he can so effortlessly overcome them. Lin Jie tapped his finger against the frozen whip zombie, producing a resounding clang. You truly are remarkable. Despite our prolonged efforts, we were unable to vanquish this creature. The apocalyptic heroes raised their thumbs in praise, commending him. Truth be told, it is nothing extraordinary. I merely stumbled upon 13 golden badges, which enabled me to awaken such formidable abilities. Lin Jie scratched the back of his head as he spoke. The crowd fell silent. For many would consider it nearly impossible to acquire even a single golden badge in their lifetime. The fact that you obtained 13 and consequently gained an array of 13 powerful divine abilities is both astonishing and terrifying. All right, everyone. The whip zombie on this floor has been dealt with, so you can confidently enter now, Lin Jie declared with a smile, gesturing for everyone to proceed. Surely, there aren't any other invisible zombies lurking about? Wu Ye asked nervously, her gaze darting around anxiously, fearing that a zombie might unexpectedly spring forth to bite her neck. This felt akin to a horror film, causing everyone's hearts to race with trepidation. Rest assured, I've surveyed the area. It is quite safe now. Lin Jie's eyes glimmered with a golden light as he scanned his surroundings, speaking in a calm tone. How can you be so certain? This zombie possesses the ability to become invisible. A classmate exclaimed incredulously. Do not worry. My eyes have the ability to see through such illusions, allowing me to discern the hidden monstrosity. Lin Jie pointed to his eyes as he reassured them. Upon hearing this, the group collectively exhaled. For Lin Jie was the mightiest among them, having awakened numerous divine powers, thus his words were trustworthy. That is splendid news. Even we heroes would struggle against such a zombie, the Iron Knight remarked, shaking his head. He resolved that once stability returned, he would diligently research and create a device capable of detecting invisible zombies. Otherwise, should they encounter such a foe again, they would be left to endure passive assaults. Indeed, without Lin Jie's assistance during their encounter with the whip zombie, they would have found themselves utterly outmatched. What shall we do next? There are numerous rows of desks, each adorned with partitions. There could very well be zombies lurking behind them. The atomic swordsman spoke, simultaneously raising his long sword, a powerful aura of sword energy swirling around him. I intend to directly use a storm strike to eliminate all the zombies. What do you think? Lin Jie pondered for a moment before shaking his head. No. I believe we should refrain from such an approach. What if there are survivors hidden behind these partitions? Surely not. With so many zombies here, could anyone possibly be hiding? Others expressed their surprise, questioning Lin Jie's assertion. I cannot locate that individual either, but upon entering this office, I sense signs of life. Lin Jie asserted. It would be unwise to recklessly unleash a wide-range attack. Even if there are survivors, they could be gravely injured or even killed. His words heightened the group's caution. In fact, even amidst a horde of zombies, the possibility of survivors existed. Some survivors, being clever, might seek out relatively concealed spots to hide. Or perhaps they had awakened certain abilities or employed technological means to conceal their presence. Therefore, executing large-scale attacks in confined spaces or areas with numerous hiding spots posed significant danger. Very well, let us proceed cautiously, moving past rows of desks, and take down any zombies we encounter, proclaimed the atomic swordsman, wielding his sword. Indeed, that seems to be the only viable course of action now. Lin Jie nodded in agreement, adding, however, everyone in the team must remain vigilant, as zombies may suddenly emerge from various directions. He then picked up a baseball bat from the ground, grasping it tightly in his hand. Chapter 57. The spider descends. As the group navigated through the rows of office desks, they occasionally heard the low growls of zombies emanating from behind the partitions. These zombies had been trapped within the office building for an extended period. With the exterior door sealed, their intelligence had diminished to nearly zero. unable to turn doorknobs. Thus, they had been wandering the first floor of the office building, their speed and abilities waning over time. Consequently, when Lin Jie and his companions appeared, the zombies grew excited. Blood and flesh were what they craved. Many of the girls trembled in fear, having heard the unsettling sound of zombies grinding their teeth in the air. A pair of hands, wrinkled and stained with blood, suddenly appeared atop a partition, long nails scraping against the surface, producing a jarring and unpleasant sound. "Goodness, this zombie is exceedingly bothersome," exclaimed a classmate, covering their ears. "Be cautious, refrain from excessive chatter, the softer your voice. The less likely you are to attract the attention of the undead," the Steel Knight remarked as he surveyed the surroundings. The atomic swordsman brandished his sword, and soon a formidable wave of sword energy surged forth. A resounding crack echoed as the partition atop the desk before him shattered into countless fragments. Accompanying this chaos was a terrifying roar from a zombie, which suddenly tore open a gaping wound in its chest, blood gushing forth relentlessly. "Such remarkable swordsmanship," exclaimed his companions, raising their thumbs in admiration. "It's adequate. My technique suffices for dispatching such feeble zombies." The atomic swordsman replied with a smile, his lips curling upwards. With a flourish of his storm sword, a powerful aura of sword energy began to whirl around the group, resembling a flurry of flying swords darting through the air. Before long, the haunting cries of the undead reverberated from all directions as they sprang forth, leaping onto the desks, claws outstretched and ready to pounce. Yet, before their hands could make contact with Lin Jie and his companions, the sword energy swiftly cleaved through their forms, causing one zombie after another to collapse to the ground. The overwhelming force emanated from the atomic swordsman, radiating outward. "Do you truly believe these ordinary zombies can assault us?" He smirked, dismissing their presence entirely. While it was true that their offensive and defensive capabilities were remarkably weak, they posed a grave threat due to their sheer numbers. Although the atomic swordsman's sword energy repelled many of the zombies, an ever-increasing tide of them surged forth, unleashing a series of chilling howls. "Is this what they call a horde of the undead? So many appearing at once?" His companions gasped, their breaths hitching in trepidation. The more timid members of the group began to tremble. "Fear not, everyone. We have a remarkably strong captain and 2 heroes of the apocalypse by our side," the atomic swordsman proclaimed, wielding his storm sword with confidence. "I assure you, your team stands as one of the safest in this desolate world. Thus, there is no need to fear these zombies. They shall have no opportunity to harm you." As he spoke, he continued to wield his sword with vigor. The powerful sword energy sent the horde of zombies reeling, and with each swing, he dispatched their heads as effortlessly as if slicing through fruit. After hearing the atomic swordsman's reassurances, the group's spirits were notably lifted. "It won't suffice for just the atomic swordsman to battle. My attacks must join the fray." The Steel Knight spoke, his fingers splayed wide, and a flame ignited in his palm. As the zombies approached, he swiftly hurled the fire skyward. In that moment, the blaze scattered, transforming into several fiery meteors. These flaming meteors, radiating intense heat, hurtled towards the zombies with tremendous force. Upon contact, they erupted into a conflagration that spread rapidly. The zombies emitted anguished cries, while Jin Kashishi stood, astonished. Although he possessed the ability to unleash flames himself, his green badge limited the destructive power of his fire compared to that of the golden badge wielders. "Remarkable, truly extraordinary," he exclaimed, utterly captivated by the energy displayed by the Steel Knight, despite everyone being occupied with the relentless onslaught of zombies from all directions. The Steel Knight frequently glanced at the screens surrounding him. These displays allowed him to monitor the movements of zombies on other floors. In the event of an emergency, he could quickly alert his teammates through the mechanical spiders to prepare for defense or counterattack. "Warning, a spider zombie from another floor is heading this way," the Steel Knight announced, instantly tightening everyone's nerves. "What? Where did this zombie come from? It should be on the upper floor," Wu Yeya exclaimed in shock, her heart racing in her chest. A palpable wave of fear began to engulf the atmosphere. Everyone was aware that the spider zombie was among the most formidable of the enhanced undead, possessing extraordinary abilities akin to those of Spider-Man. These zombies were further reinforced with steel, granting them attributes reminiscent of Iron Man. Thus, they embodied a terrifying amalgamation of both heroes' powers, making them exceptionally difficult to combat. With formidable defensive and offensive capabilities. "What? The spider zombie is coming down?" Lin Jie gasped in astonishment, his head swiveling around as golden light radiated from his eyes. The ability of his keen vision proved invaluable. He penetrated walls and ceilings, spotting a massive creature with 6 legs crawling on the floor. However, the spider zombie remained on the 2nd floor, poised to descend. "Humph, you wish to come down and attack us? I shall not grant you that opportunity," Lin Jie spoke. And soon his brilliance shone forth as he raised his arm, directing his palm towards the ceiling above. Instantly, a wave of deep blue chill emanated from his hand. Once this frigid air departed from Lin Jie's body, it swiftly spread outwards, but unlike the zombies previously infused with cold, he possessed the ability to control its direction, allowing it to extend towards his desired destination. In no time, this icy aura enveloped the ceiling, forming a thick layer of frost. His action significantly thickened the ceiling, rendering it a formidable barrier even for the spider zombie attempting to breach it. The massive metallic legs of the spider, sharp as blades, were lifted high before crashing down. Although it could certainly create a substantial dent in the floor, shattering the ice layer proved to be a daunting task. The zombie emitted a furious roar, its metallic limbs striking with a resounding clatter. "Do not even think of resisting. I will not allow you to descend," Lin Jie declared unapologetically, waving his hand as the cold air permeated the surroundings. Even if the zombie were to leap from the second floor, it would find itself instantly frozen by the chilling atmosphere. Thus, he felt no immediate concern for the spider zombie above. A smile crept onto Lin Jie's lips as he contemplated this, but soon, an unforeseen event transpired. In an instant, a black laser shot forth from the ceiling, swiftly slicing open a gaping wound. This dark beam was unleashed by the spider zombie. Subsequently, a colossal creature sprang from the second floor to the ground below. Though it bore the semblance of a zombie, a disc-like device resembling Iron Man's arc reactor glowed ominously in its chest, emanating a deep black light. 6 enormous metallic legs protruded from its back, presenting a visage of terror. Not good. It's the spider zombie, and it emits black lasers. A wave of dread quickly swept through the crowd, prompting everyone to scatter and distance themselves from the frightful creature. The enormous zombie, its decayed visage contorted in rage, opened its mouth wide, revealing a terrifying array of fangs. What a nuisance. The relentless tide of the undead continues, and now another massive spider zombie appears. The Iron Knight lamented, shaking his head, recognizing the struggle for survival amid the apocalypse. Flames began to flicker around him, preparing for the impending threat as the zombie unleashed a terrifying roar, swinging its 6 metallic legs towards the crowd. Chapter 58. The Iron Spider. Indeed, calamity seldom arrives alone. Fortune and misfortune intertwine. The Steel Knight shook his head and began to speak, expressing the difficulty the group faced in eliminating the multitude of zombies before them. To complicate matters further, a colossal spider zombie had appeared. How could they possibly contend with such a formidable foe? "Leave this zombie to us." At that moment, both Xiaoming and Jinkasher proclaimed in unison, emanating an aura of supernatural energy as they assumed their offensive stances. The massive spider zombie initially scuttled frantically across the ground, exhibiting an overwhelming and chaotic presence. However, when Jinkasher unleashed his abilities, a barrage of fireballs erupted forth, akin to a rain of cannonballs directed at the spider's upper body. The creature let out a deafening roar and nimbly leapt to the ceiling, using it as a new ground to swiftly navigate. How infuriating. This creature is scaling the walls, making it incredibly challenging to deal with. Jinkasher clenched his fists, seething with frustration. "Humph, he wishes to traverse the walls. I shall not grant him that opportunity." Xiaoming scoffed, his hands radiating light as explosive sounds began to resonate from the ceiling. The spider, astonished, suddenly found itself surrounded by vast, gaping wounds that erupted from its body, from which countless tentacles emerged, writhing skillfully in the air. The zombies, caught off guard by such a display from above, let out furious roars. Yet the tentacles moved with astonishing speed, quickly ensnaring the zombie's form. "Well done. That was splendid." The surrounding students erupted into cheers, their spirits lifted. "As long as we can contain it, there is nothing to fear." The Steel Knight smiled, a triumphant grin spreading across his face. He propelled himself off the ground and leaped into the air, where a massive, razor-sharp blade materialized on his arm, engulfed in searing flames. He swung the fiery blade down upon the now-restrained spider zombie, the heat and sharpness of the weapon promising devastating destruction. As the blade made contact, flames began to spread across the zombie's flesh, eliciting agonized howls as it staggered backward, just as everyone believed the creature had been vanquished. Long strands of webbing erupted from its hands. These spider silk threads intertwined, forming an enormous and formidable web. "Oh no, I never anticipated this creature possessed such a tactic." The Iron Knight was taken aback by such a sudden turn of events, utterly unprepared for it. The web appeared poised to envelop his entire being, with a pair of enormous fangs already poised, drooling menacingly from the corners of its mouth. Should the Iron Knight venture too close, the web would instantly ensnare him. How infuriating. He never anticipated that this zombie would devise such a strategy, and he could not allow it to succeed. Shaking his head in anger, the Iron Knight spoke resolutely. Flames erupted from his body in rapid succession, altering his position mid-air. In an instant, the powerful propulsion generated by the flames propelled him sideways. However, to his astonishment, a vast, translucent spider web awaited him in the air nearby. How cunning of the wretched zombie to conceive such a tactic. The Iron Knight exclaimed in shock, but at that moment, it was too late for him to change his flight path. The flames granted him significant inertia, making it impossible for the Iron Knight to halt his advance at will. This predicament was indeed troublesome. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he swiftly brandished his fiery blade, forming a knife-like edge of flames that shot forth. Fire, after all, was the most potent and effective weapon against webs and similar constructs. The flames rapidly engulfed the web, reducing it to ashes in an instant. After all, I am ranked 17th among the Doomsday heroes. I fear not such a spider zombie, the Iron Knight remarked with a smirk. Yet at that moment, the onlookers below cried out in alarm, "Iron Knight, beware of what lies behind you." Their voices were laden with palpable fear, pointing skyward. There, the spider zombie, resembling a Spider-Man in its movements, clung to the ceiling with a strand of silk. It then inverted its body, widening its maw, and drew closer to the Iron Knight, preparing to take a bite. "You wish to bite me? Ha! You shall not have that opportunity," the Iron Knight retorted, as flames erupted from his armor, enveloping him in an appearance akin to that of a fiery being. "Fire feather armor," he declared, as immense heat radiated from every facet of his armor. The moment the zombie's mouth made contact, it was met with a devastating inferno. "Well done." The classmates cheered exuberantly. The zombie, subjected to such fierce flames, staggered backward, a massive fireball forming on its lips, searing its flesh. The zombie let out a roar, tilting its head back, and everyone believed that this time, the flames would surely turn the creature to ashes. Yet, it was not so simple. The spider zombie shook its head, and in an instant, a metallic helmet was firmly affixed upon it. Immediately, the flames that had been raging atop its head vanished without a trace. What an astonishing sight, a steel spider zombie. It embodies the formidable fusion of Iron Man and Spider-Man's technologies, posing a considerable challenge, exclaimed Zymaming in disbelief. The steel spider zombie raised its right hand, fingers splayed, releasing a beam of deep black light from its palm. "This is bad. Quickly, take cover," shouted the atomic swordsman from the sidelines. In a flash, the dark beam shot forth, striking the Steel Knight and propelling him into the air. With a resounding crash, his body collided heavily against the wall, causing long fissures to spiderweb across its surface. "Steel Knight, are you all right?" The onlookers voiced their concerns. All eyes were fixed on the wall. Given the extent of the damage, it seemed nearly impossible for even a powerful Esper to survive such a blow. "I'm fine. Everyone need not worry," came the voice of the Steel Knight from within the deep dent in the wall. To their astonishment, his left arm had morphed, a gigantic shield now positioned before him, effectively blocking the onslaught of the black laser. "Fortunately, I possessed this shield. Otherwise, the laser would have pierced through my body," the Steel Knight remarked, shaking his head. At that moment, the shield arm transformed back to its original form. "You wretched zombie, how dare you attack me this way? Just wait and see how I deal with you," the Steel Knight declared, leaping down from the wall. In midair, flames erupted from the soles of his feet, granting him the thrust needed to hover effortlessly. His arms extended, brandishing flaming blades that radiated an intense heat. "Come on, let us have some fun," he said with a grin, excitement dancing in his eyes. The steel spider zombie let out a series of furious roars, then spread its fingers, aiming its palm directly at the Steel Knight's vital points. Dark energy coalesced within its body, unleashing a barrage of black beams. These beams possessed terrifying destructive power, striking the rocks and instantly sending debris flying, creating a massive pit. However, the flaming blades held by the Steel Knight were no mere trinkets. Their formidable defensive capabilities allowed them to repel the energy. As he swung the blades, he deftly redirected the black light back towards the zombie. The beam struck the creature, puncturing several holes in its steel armor, with blood oozing forth from the wounds. The zombie was besieged by the very black lasers it had unleashed, causing substantial damage to its body. It emitted a series of anguished roars, while its 6 spider-like legs propelled it swiftly across the walls and ceiling. "Attempting to escape? Do you truly believe I would grant you such an opportunity?" the Iron Knight remarked coldly. A searing flame erupted behind him, propelling his form forward with remarkable speed. As the Iron Spider zombie scuttled away, the Iron Knight relentlessly pursued, determined not to let his prey slip away easily. Chapter 59. The terrifying Captain the Zombie darted between the ceiling and walls with incredible agility, moving at a pace that would render most ordinary supernatural beings unable to keep up. However, the Iron Knight was no ordinary entity. Fiery flames erupted from his armor, transforming his entire being into a blazing comet soaring through the air. Onlookers were left in awe. Such extraordinary speed could only belong to a hero of the apocalypse. Jin Kashishi lamented, despite his own ability to wield fire, he lacked the power to fly, casting an envious gaze at the airborne Iron Knight. "You shall not escape. I will not afford you that chance," the Iron Knight declared, brandishing a pair of flaming blades. The intense heat generated a fierce gust of air, crashing toward the spider zombie's position. Though the zombie was encased in heavy metallic armor, rendering it largely impervious to conventional force, the scorching currents unleashed by the Iron Knight possessed the capacity to melt metal. Sensing imminent peril, the spider zombie let out a thunderous roar. Be wary of the sounds emanating from that zombie, cautioned the atomic swordsman amidst the fray, aware that such roars could summon powerful foes or incite a horde of lesser zombies. As he wielded his longsword, he continued to warn his comrades. Storm slash. The atomic swordsman exclaimed, delivering a powerful swing that generated a formidable wave of sword energy. A multitude of zombie bodies were sent reeling backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Impressive, atomic swordsman. You dispatched these zombies with the ease of slicing fruit. His companions cheered. Yet, in this apocalyptic reality, survival was never so simple. The echo of zombie roars reverberated from all directions, igniting a primal fear within the hearts of the group, their pulses racing violently as dread permeated their very beings. How can there be so many zombies? People exclaimed in fear. Indeed, it seems endless. The atomic swordsman shook his head and remarked, thrusting his sword forward, sending a zombie's body flying back, a transparent hole appearing in its chest as it collapsed heavily to the ground. It appears that exploring this place is truly no easy feat, the atomic swordsman stated, demonstrating his prowess as a martial arts master. Showing no signs of fatigue or breathlessness despite the prolonged battle. Although your strength is formidable and your endurance in combat is remarkable, the relentless onslaught of these zombies is far from advantageous, Lin Jie remarked. We must obstruct their path, otherwise, they will continue to surge forth. How do we block them? Jean Keishi queried, astonished. With so many zombies approaching from all directions, it is not a simple task to block them. Rest assured, I have my methods. Lin Jie replied confidently, a smile gracing his lips. His left hand emanated a deep blue glow before he slammed it onto the ground, releasing a chill from his palm. Soon, ice pillars began to rise along the surrounding walls, forming barricades of ice in the direction from which the zombies advanced. Excellent. A splendid job. This will effectively control the horde and prevent them from overwhelming us. The atomic swordsman exclaimed with excitement. The zombies frantically pounded against the thick ice walls, producing a series of resounding thuds. Do not worry. No matter how great their strength, they will never breach these ice walls, Lin Jie asserted, shaking his head with confidence in his icy palm technique. That's good. Let us first deal with the zombies before us. The atomic swordsman wielded his storm sword, dispatching the zombies with precision, awe-inspiring all with his extraordinary swordsmanship. However, after a while, the thudding sounds returned from beyond the ice walls, raising everyone's anxiety once more. I can't believe these zombies are so persistent, they murmured, with many of the women trembling in fear. This is a rare occurrence. The atomic swordsman sensed something amiss. It feels unusual, and I detect a metallic clanking within those impacts. Metallic clanking? Could it be that steel spider zombies are emerging? The others exchanged glances, taking a deep breath before speaking. No, that shouldn't be the case. Wang Moming shook his head. If it were steel spider zombies, they would use lasers directly, rather than resorting to such ordinary physical attacks. However, as time flowed on, what appeared to be an impregnable ice wall began to reveal cracks, spreading like a spider's web across its surface. The hearts of all present grew increasingly tense, as an overwhelming sense of fear intensified. This can't be good. The crowd murmured anxiously, their bodies trembling with trepidation. Surely, it will be fine. I have faith in my ice palm, Lin Jie declared, his left palm emanating a chilling aura that enveloped the surroundings, thereby reinforcing the thickness of the ice wall. Seeing the wall grow thicker and the cracks gradually disappear, a sense of safety returned to the group. Wonderful. Now we can rest easy, they exclaimed to one another, their excitement palpable. Yet, just as their anxiety began to dissipate, a thunderous sound erupted, followed by a rapid expansion of fissures across the wall's surface. What is this? The force is astonishing. Shocked expressions filled the faces of the onlookers as they turned their gaze toward the ice wall. In a moment, accompanied by a resounding crash, a colossal breach tore open, and from within emerged a terrifying zombie, distinguishable by the circular shield it wielded. Oh no, it's the Captain Zombie, someone cried out in astonishment, trembling as they pointed toward the creature. This was one of the most formidable zombies to contend with. The atomic swordsman furrowed his brow and articulated, we must exercise utmost caution. He is exceptionally difficult to handle. Why do you say that? Lin Jie inquired, his voice laced with surprise. Although this Captain Zombie possesses only a single weapon and its body resembles that of a typical zombie, it harbors tremendous combat prowess and is well versed in various tactics. The atomic swordsman explained, we need to be extremely careful. He is indeed a challenging opponent. No sooner had he finished speaking than the shield hurtled toward the group. Watch out. He is initiating an attack. Everyone, retreat quickly, the atomic swordsman warned. He immediately swung his longsword to shield the others, and a resounding clash echoed as the massive shield collided with the storm sword. Upon the impact of the two weapons, a powerful shockwave radiated from the atomic swordsman, cascading outward. Everyone instinctively raised their hands to shield their faces, as the force generated by the collision was terrifying. The hearts of all present raced wildly, and when they lowered their hands, They were astonished to find the atomic swordsman had fallen to the ground, while the shield rebounded back into the hands of the Captain Zombie. The Captain Zombie let out a triumphant roar and charged towards the position of the atomic swordsman. Curse it, this fiend's terrifying strength is precisely what makes him so formidable. With a tone of astonishment, he began to speak. The Captain Zombie, though a deceased individual, exhibited agility that rivaled many athletes. As he approached the atomic swordsman, he leapt into the air, hoisting his shield high above his head before bringing its sharp edge crashing down. Watch out! The others shouted in alarm. Although the atomic swordsman was struck with considerable force, his reflexes were swift. He rolled to the side, narrowly evading the assault. The sturdy shield smashed into the ground, creating a massive crater almost instantly. Long cracks radiated from the edges of the pit, spreading across the earth like a web spun by a spider. The destructive power was truly astounding. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. The Captain Zombie, enraged at having missed the atomic swordsman, let out a series of furious roars, retrieving the shield from the ground, ready to launch another attack against his adversary. Chapter 60. The terrifying shield. The enormous shield was forged from the hardest metals on Earth, combined with the captain's nimble prowess, rendering this zombie a formidable force of destruction. Fortunately, the atomic swordsman had endured numerous battles, his reflexes and skills surpassing those of ordinary mortals. Had it been an average person, such an assault would have likely resulted in instant demise, leaving no chance for recovery. In my lengthy journey as a doomsday hero, I had never engaged in combat with the Captain Zombie. The atomic swordsman assumed a defensive stance, excitement evident in his voice as he declared, "It is said that your combat prowess is extraordinary. Today, I shall witness it firsthand." He swung his storm sword, enveloped in brilliant white lightning, as the winds howled around him. 9-tier abilities, power of the thunder god, he proclaimed, as bolts of electricity surged towards the tip of his sword. The weapon emitted an increasingly radiant light, leaving all surrounding classmates in awe. They marveled, this is the power of a doomsday hero. All eyes were fixated on the storm sword. As he aimed it at the approaching zombie, a dazzling beam of energy shot forth, striking at the Captain Zombie's position. The Captain Zombie roared ferociously, his mouth agape, revealing terrifying fangs. In the face of such energy, he raised his shield defensively. The force of the energy collided with the shield, generating a powerful rebound that took the atomic swordsman completely by surprise. The energy was entirely reflected by the shield, hurtling back towards him. This is bad. He swiftly leaped to the side, evading the rebounding energy shockwave. Upon striking the wall, it immediately created a gaping hole. My goodness, is this the power of the Captain Zombie? Jean Kashishi exclaimed in astonishment. This is simply terrifying. Everyone gasped in unison, startled by the formidable presence of the zombie before them. Truly, this zombie possesses the strength of Captain Migwa, proving to be exceptionally formidable. The atomic swordsman panted heavily, uttering these words. The zombie continuously emitted growls, driven by an insatiable hunger for the flesh of the atomic swordsman, its overwhelming appetite augmenting its strength. When it hurled its shield a second time, the massive shield spun through the air, generating an unimaginable force of destruction. This is bad. The power behind that shield is overwhelmingly strong. If I were to reach out and catch it or attempt to block it with my storm sword, I would surely suffer broken bones. His heart raced wildly within his chest. This foe was indeed a formidable adversary. As the enormous shield hurtled toward him, the atomic swordsman decided to evade, allowing the shield to crash against the nearby wall. He initially believed he had perfectly avoided the shield's assault. However, to his utter astonishment, the shield rebounded after striking the wall. A chorus of gasps erupted from the crowd, but by the time the atomic swordsman recognized the impending danger, it was already too late. The rebounding shield struck his back, and an intense, searing pain spread like a virus from the point of impact. Damn, that hurt so much, he exclaimed in shock, his body lurching forward as he fell heavily to the ground. The Captain Zombie had calculated with astounding precision. As the shield collided with the atomic swordsman, it rebounded back into its grasp. Instantly, the zombie let out an ecstatic roar, drooling in excitement. This is bad. The atomic swordsman is in danger. Lin Jia shouted, swiftly raising his left hand to unleash a chilling aura, conjuring an immense ice wall that stood between the atomic swordsman and the zombie. The colossal shield crashed against the ice wall, successfully blocking the onslaught. Atomic swordsman, are you all right? Lin Jia hurried over, inquiring with concern. I'm fine, just a few fractures, merely minor injuries, nothing to worry about. The atomic swordsman shook his head and replied. Lin Jia retrieved a divine needle from his pocket, promptly treating the atomic swordsman. In a brief moment, all his wounds vanished. Lin Jia also ensured that all fractures were mended, restoring his body to its former state. You've worked hard. Take a moment to rest here while I confront this zombie. Lin Jia spoke, but as soon as his words escaped his lips, a tremendous sound reverberated through the air, followed by the astonishing sight of a colossal zombie plummeting from the ceiling to the ground. Subsequently, a figure descended. It was the Iron Knight. He brushed off the remnants of zombie flesh from his shoulder and, with a smile, remarked, "I have always heard tales of the Captain Zombie's formidable combat prowess, and I have longed for the opportunity to challenge it, yet fate has never granted me such a chance." Thus, the Iron Knight assumed a battle-ready stance and declared, "Leave this zombie to me." His massive shield crashed relentlessly against the ice wall, accompanied by the sharp sound of shattering ice, which instantly disintegrated the barrier into countless fragments. The terrifying roar of the zombie echoed ominously as it charged toward the group, brandishing its enormous shield. "You shall not have the chance to harm us," the Iron Knight proclaimed fearlessly, his flaming sword igniting with a sudden burst of fire as he swung it through the air. The intense clash of heated metal generated a formidable force that caused the ground beneath to fracture violently. All present were gripped by a sense of dread, exclaiming in astonishment, "Such overwhelming power! It is a truly terrifying force." The scene unfolded like a nightmarish disaster film. Gigantic fissures erupted beneath the Iron Knight's feet, spreading across the ground. The sheer magnitude of power was astonishing. The Captain Zombie was indeed a formidable adversary. The Iron Knight gasped in disbelief, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his entire body trembling with exertion. The crisp sounds of cracking echoed from various parts of his armor, which was now marred by numerous fractures. His flaming sword extinguished, splintered into several pieces. The zombie emitted an excited roar, lifting its shield high once more, preparing to launch another assault. "Curse this wretch, its shield is impossibly resilient," the Iron Knight exclaimed, staggering back several steps. The zombie's strength seemed inexhaustible, its vitality boundless. After having battled the Iron Spider, the Iron Knight now faced this immensely powerful Captain Zombie, panting heavily from the strain. "Iron Knight, perhaps you should take a moment to rest," Lin Jie suggested. Concern etched on the faces of the others as they glanced at him. "No, do not worry about me. I am fine," the Iron Knight replied, gasping for breath. He waved his hand, activating the self-repair mechanism of his armor, and in an instant, all the cracks vanished. "After all, I am a post-apocalyptic hero. I believe I can handle such a level of zombie threat. I will surely protect everyone." The Steel Knight spoke, and in an instant, flames erupted from his back, transforming him into a colossal meteor of immense energy, hurtling toward the position of the zombie. His words stirred profound emotions within the hearts of all present. This epitomized the essence of a hero's responsibility. Yet, for the Steel Knight, no matter how formidable his powers, the strength of the Captain Zombie was overwhelmingly potent, presenting a truly formidable challenge. The Captain Zombie's form was remarkably stable, its legs exhibiting an astonishing force, deeply embedding into the ground and leaving behind two enormous footprints. The Steel Knight pushed with all his might, yet the zombie remained utterly unmoved. Such astonishing stability was truly astounding. The Steel Knight gasped in astonishment, utterly taken aback by the Captain Zombie's might. The zombie let out a series of roars. The Steel Knight's strength paled in comparison, and in an instant, his wrist was seized, lifting him effortlessly as though he were a heavy shield. Witnessing this scene, panic ensued among the onlookers. Most zombies possessed great strength, but the Captain Zombie was especially formidable, a truly astonishing force. "This is troublesome," the Steel Knight exclaimed in shock. The wind howled past his ears as his body twisted. Yet he found himself unable to escape the vice-like grip of the Captain Zombie. Flames engulfed him, scorching the zombie's flesh. In an instant, the zombie howled in pain, releasing its grip and lowering the Steel Knight. He felt a wave of intense pain coursing through him, with cracks appearing all over his armor. How infuriating. I never anticipated that confronting this zombie would be so arduous. The Steel Knight furrowed his brow and remarked. Chapter 61. Absorbing the shield. Although you are indeed a formidable adversary, I possess my own methods. The Steel Knight struggled to rise, his internal core spinning, supplying a surge of energy to his armor. In a heartbeat, the fissures in his armor mended, restoring it to its former glory. However, such a feat required a considerable drain of his energy. The Captain Zombie was even more powerful and challenging than the legend spoke of, making this effort worthwhile. "Now, let us see if your shield can withstand this," the Steel Knight declared, flames erupting from every inch of his armor, instantly transforming him into a being of fire. The blazing inferno radiated around him, seemingly altering the very air, generating fierce currents. Well done. The Captain Zombie's strength lay primarily in its combat abilities. With flames enveloping his form, the Captain Zombie's attacks could no longer make contact. The crowd erupted in excitement, clenching their fists. "Go, Steel Knight." The crowd erupted in fervent shouts. "I cannot match his prowess." The atomic swordsman shook his head as he spoke. His attacks were entirely reliant on cold weaponry. Despite possessing the ability to unleash lightning-like ferocity, he was still incapable of achieving that fiery magnitude. The Steel Knight, engulfed in flames, unleashed a powerful punch at the zombie before him. The burning flames imbued his fist with tremendous kinetic energy. Upon impact, the force of his blow sent the Captain Zombie soaring through the air, tracing an arc before crashing heavily to the ground. The might of the Steel Knight's punch was formidable, creating a sizable crater upon the Captain Zombie's landing. Well done. What a powerful strike. Wu Yeya exclaimed with excitement. Accompanied by the terrifying roars of the undead, the Captain Zombie rose once more from the depths of the pit. Zombies, by nature, possessed an indomitable vitality. Unless their heads were severed, they would not succumb to death. Moreover, the Captain Zombie's physique was exceptionally resilient, capable of withstanding such a violent impact. With a fearsome growl, the zombie raised its metallic shield once again. This creature is remarkably tenacious. The Steel Knight, ablaze, remarked in astonishment. After all, it was a zombie imbued with the energy of Captain Migua, making it several times stronger than an ordinary zombie. The atomic swordsman cautioned. Even with such flames protecting you, remain vigilant. Indeed, I too have noticed how formidable this foe truly is. The Steel Knight gasped, panting heavily. The zombie charged forward, shield held high, towards the Steel Knight. Another battle, huh? Huh. My fiery fist shall not fear you. The Steel Knight clenched his fist, flames and energy surging forth. The colossal shield swung into action. Despite the immense power of his fiery punch, a significant portion of the energy rebounded upon striking the shield, causing the Steel Knight to stagger backward. How infuriating. I never anticipated such astonishing strength, he exclaimed in shock, thrusting his fist forward. Only for the Captain Zombie to twist its body and evade the blow. Flames erupted upon striking the wall, creating a massive explosion. What a terrifying force, Lin Jie remarked. Everyone stood agape in astonishment. Yet, such a powerful punch proved utterly ineffective against the zombie. Damn it, that shield is too formidable. We must devise a way to separate it from his body. Jin Kashishi clenched his fist, speaking anxiously. Let me give it a try and see if I can disarm this zombie of its shield. Wang Moming spoke, a peculiar energy emanating from his hands, undulating across the ground, followed by a cacophony of cracking sounds. Tentacles emerged, twisting through the air. The zombies, caught off guard, found their shields ensnared by these appendages, which forcefully yanked them downward. The presence of tentacles is indeed advantageous. Let us seize his weapon, Jean Kesh exclaimed, clenching his fists in excitement. The tentacles possessed extraordinary strength, a manifestation of the Golden Badge's supernatural abilities. Although the tentacles launched a sudden and forceful assault, causing the shield to shake violently. Jean Kesh could not have anticipated the overwhelming power of the Captain Zombie. After a couple of fierce shakes, the shield remained unyielded. Rather than wresting the shield from the zombie's grasp, the tentacles inadvertently provoked its wrath. It let out a deafening roar and began to spin the shield, its razor-sharp edges severing the tentacles with ease. Curse it, this is utterly futile, Wang Moming lamented, completely taken aback. We are indeed facing a formidable challenge. This Captain Zombie's offensive and defensive capabilities are astonishing, Jean Kesh remarked, sensing the tension and panic enveloping their group. Even the two mighty Apocalypse heroes among them would likely struggle against such an opponent. As the massive shield crashed down upon the Iron Knight's armor with a resounding thud, his body was sent hurtling backward, colliding forcefully with the wall, which cracked ominously under the impact. What terrifying strength! The Iron Knight was astounded. He had never encountered such a formidable Captain Zombie before and was at a loss for how to overcome it. His armor lay in tatters, pain radiating through him like wildfire. Faced with such a zombie, the entire team was in grave peril. Enduring his injuries, the Iron Knight attempted to rise and confront the Captain Zombie once more. Yet, in his current state of severe wounding, how could he possibly continue to fight? The Captain Zombie charged again, raising its shield high, poised to strike, just as the shield was about to descend upon the Iron Knight's vulnerable spot. In a moment of dire urgency, a hand grasped the Captain Zombie's shield. The zombie, taken aback, attempted to retract the shield but found it immovable. The Iron Knight, equally astonished, marveled at the unseen strength of his savior. Turning his gaze, he beheld Lin Jie, whose grip on the shield rendered the Captain Zombie's efforts futile. Good heavens! Your strength is truly formidable. You can actually grasp that shield. The Iron Knight was astonished, his mouth agape, for he had fought alongside the Captain Zombie at close quarters and was acutely aware of its immense power. Do not worry, step back for now. I shall handle this foe, Lin Jie asserted with conviction, prompting the Iron Knight to nod in agreement. All right, I understand, but do exercise caution. This creature possesses remarkable strength, he cautioned. At that moment, Lin Jie seized the metallic shield from the Captain Zombie's grasp and, with a forceful tug, reclaimed it as his own. This weapon you wield appears quite impressive. Do lend it to me for a while, Lin Jie remarked with a playful smile. Following his words, he raised the metallic shield high above his head and brought it crashing down upon the Captain Zombie's neck. The tremendous force sent the creature staggering backward, leaving a long gash across its throat. Curse it, I did not foresee this. Your skin is indeed rather tough, the zombie roared. While most zombies exhibit a tenacious vitality, The Captain Zombie diverged significantly from its kin, boasting a life force that far surpassed that of the majority. Thus, after sustaining Lin Jie's blow, it managed to rise once more to launch an attack, proving to be an exceedingly formidable adversary. Well then, this weapon seems quite suitable. I shall enjoy testing how many of my strikes you can endure, Lin Jie declared with a grin, brandishing the metallic shield as he prepared to charge at the Captain Zombie. However, the Captain Zombie was not so easily vanquished. Even without a shield, its agility remained remarkable. In an instant, it evaded Lin Jie's strike, causing the metallic shield to crash against the wall, which trembled violently in response. Goodness, you are remarkably swift, Lin Jie exclaimed, though he added, I fear I shall not grant you such an opportunity again, just as he readied to lift the metallic shield for a second strike. A vortex appeared in the Captain Zombie's right hand, exuding an immense gravitational pull that instantaneously drew the shield from Lin Jie's grasp. Chapter 62. More dangers. The vortex's attraction was overwhelmingly powerful. Lin Jie initially believed he could hold onto the shield, only to realize such a feat was utterly impossible. Well, I did not anticipate you had such a trick up your sleeve. However, even if your shield returns to your possession, I shall find a way to overcome you, Lin Jie said with a confident smile. Just as he finished speaking, the zombie let out a ferocious roar in response. Ah, are you still dissatisfied with my voice? Lin Jie exclaimed, his anger palpable. Just wait, I'll find a way to twist your head off. Although it was evident that the zombie could not comprehend the meaning behind his words, Lin Jie grinned as he issued the threat. In no time, the current zombie swung its metallic shield and hurled it in Lin Jie's direction. The shield spun through the air, imbued with formidable destructive power, accompanied by a powerful gust that surged forth as it flew. Lin Jie sensed the immense force, akin to that of Captain Miguel personally launching the shield. Despite his considerable abilities, he dared not confront the shield with his body. However, Lin Jie's movements were exceptionally agile. His figure flickered and vanished from sight. The zombie before him was utterly unprepared for this. Typically, no ordinary human could react and evade in such a brief span. Surprised? I am not an ordinary human, Lin Jie remarked with a smile, suddenly appearing behind the Captain Zombie, his right palm emanating a golden glow. In an instant, a surge of powerful energy was unleashed as he struck the zombie's back with a forceful palm. Just as Lin Jie's hand was about to make contact, he was astonished to see the zombie's spine twist a full 180 degrees. Goodness, you truly are not human, capable of such a complex maneuver, Lin Jie mused softly. The zombie's head turned to face him once more, and the shield that had been flung earlier rebounded off an obstacle and was retrieved by the zombie. With a roar of excitement, the zombie brandished the shield, preparing to strike Lin Jie with considerable force. Oh great, another attack is coming, is it? Lin Jie exclaimed in surprise. Soon, the robust shield collided violently with Lin Jie's golden glowing right hand, producing a thunderous sound. I didn't expect you to possess such strength. Indeed, you are a formidable opponent, Lin Jie remarked with a tone of admiration, acknowledging that the Captain Zombie was truly a tough adversary. Yet, the power Lin Jie wielded was not something a mere zombie could withstand. After all, he had acquired this ability from another world, where the energy far surpassed that of this realm. Then, a crisp sound resonated, leading to an astonishing phenomenon that left everyone in disbelief. Cracks began to spread across the surface of the zombie's shield, one after another. All present understood the magnitude of the strength displayed. The Captain Zombie's shield was remarkably sturdy. Two apocalyptic heroes spent an inordinate amount of time, yet found themselves at a loss for analysis. However, upon witnessing Lin Jie, a mere strike from him shattered everything to fragments. Astonishment gripped everyone, their mouths agape, gazing incredulously at the scene before them. What do you think? Zombies, completely unexpected, right? Lin Jie's lips curled into a smile as he spoke. My real palm is no jest. As he uttered these words, cracks rapidly spread across the surface of the shield, resembling a spider's web. From the fissures of this shield emanated a golden light, a formidable energy that swiftly dispersed. Then, a resounding noise erupted, and in an instant, the entire shield disintegrated into countless fragments scattered upon the ground. Haha, how does it feel to have your proud shield shattered in an instant by me? Lin Jie remarked with a grin, his tone revealing his immense satisfaction and delight in his own abilities. Goodness, I believe if Lin Jie were included in the selection of apocalyptic heroes, he would undoubtedly rank within the top 10. Steel Knight and Atomic Swordsman expressed their astonishment in awe-filled tones. After dispatching the Captain Zombie, a multitude of zombies reappeared before the crowd. This is bad. Although the terrifying Captain Zombie has been dealt with, the breach it created has allowed even more zombies to surge in, forming yet another tide of the undead. Jean Kesh spoke with a tremor in his voice, fear palpable. Oh heavens, so many zombies are approaching. It feels as if we are in the depths of hell. Wu Yeye covered her mouth in terror, the intense fear rapidly spreading among everyone. All eyes turned to Lin Jie, hoping he could manage this horde of zombies. Rest assured. Everyone, do not worry. No matter how many zombies there are, I have a solution. Lin Jie said, his smile unwavering. A deep blue light emanated from his left hand as he struck the ground with great force. Instantly, the blue radiance surged from his palm, swiftly traversing beneath the surface. Releasing a powerful chill, the cold spread underground, and upon detecting the presence of zombies above, surged upwards, enveloping their feet and descending their bodies. In a remarkably short span, one after another, the zombies were instantly frozen into ice pillars. The undead let out mighty roars, yet their movements were abruptly halted midair. Goodness gracious, Lin Jie, you've done splendidly. I never anticipated that when faced with a horde of zombies, you would be able to freeze them in place. The final students, filled with excitement, expressed their astonishment at Lin Jie's formidable strength. They had never anticipated that he possessed such extraordinary capabilities. What once posed a significant threat in the form of numerous zombies now seemed utterly inconsequential under Lin Jie's influence. The crowd erupted in joyous cheers, reveling in the victory of this battle. The two apocalyptic heroes could only marvel at the situation. Without Lin Jie's assistance, escaping the zombie encirclement would have been impossible. Indeed, it was as they had suspected. Among all the Doomsday factions, Lin Jie's team was undeniably the safest. Alas, our own strength pales in comparison to Lin Jie's. His power is overwhelmingly immense. The atomic swordsman expressed his thoughts. Indeed, I share the same sentiment. If only I could strike the ground with such force as Lin Jie does, unleashing that incredible control. The Iron Knight nodded in agreement, a smile gracing his face. Yet, they could only entertain such thoughts internally, for it was inconceivable that they could possess 13 golden badges like Lin Jie, even if they managed to gather so many badges. Awakening a power as formidable as Lin Jie's would remain elusive. After all, Lin Jie's fortune was not something everyone could attain. It emanated from a potent force of another world. All right, now that we are safe, let us continue our journey directly to the third floor. Lin Jie proclaimed with a smile, his lips curling upwards. My companions nodded in enthusiastic agreement. At this moment, Lin Jie had become the most formidable figure in the eyes of all the students. Following him meant venturing anywhere without fear. Just as the group was about to embark towards the staircase, the Iron Knight suddenly interjected, "Wait, we must exercise caution, as there are two rapidly moving zombies upstairs, seemingly preparing to approach us." At that moment, the Iron Knight's gaze was fixed intently on the screen, his voice tinged with tension. "Curse it, these zombies are relentless." Xiao Moming clenched his fists, expressing his frustration. However, in this apocalyptic world, one thing was abundantly clear: zombies were in no short supply. Let us hold for a moment. The speed of these two zombies is remarkably swift, and their movements resemble those of the Black Panther zombies. The Iron Knight's warning prompted everyone to take a deep breath. They had all faced the Black Panther zombies before, aware of their exceptional agility and formidable attack power. They were certainly not to be trifled with. "Do not worry. I believe I can handle these two zombies," Lin Jie confidently declared, turning to face the crowd. "Let us not be afraid. We must have faith in ourselves." Chapter 63. The Octopus Zombie. With unwavering confidence, Lin Jie articulated his thoughts, and the group joyfully followed in his wake, making their way toward the staircase. However, to their dismay, the very space around them began to tremble violently. What could possibly be happening? All the companions voiced their fears, bewildered by the sensation that an enormous entity was stirring beneath them. The Steel Knight interjected, his fingers dancing over a floating keyboard, producing a rapid clatter of keystrokes. He observed the display before him, confirming that something indeed lurked below the building. Yet, it appeared to be a technologically advanced zombie capable of evading his detection. A wave of intense trepidation washed over the group once more. Everyone spread out. "Do not cluster together," Lin Jie urged, aware that should the zombies launch an assault, the concentrated crowd would likely suffer grave casualties. Wu Yeye cast fearful glances around her, retreating several steps until her back met the wall. Unexpectedly, a thunderous crash erupted from behind her. "Ah!" she shrieked in terror, her body trembling uncontrollably. A massive breach opened in the wall, and a colossal metallic tentacle emerged, its tip adorned with a formidable claw that swiftly seized her shoulder, lifting her high into the air amidst her frantic struggles. "Not good. Wu Yeye is in danger," the others exclaimed in shock, prompting Lin Jie to dash toward her. Yet, the metallic tentacle moved with alarming speed, dragging Wu Yeye backward. She screamed in midair, while Lin Jie's right hand radiated a golden glow. With a powerful strike akin to the Buddha's palm, he struck the air, generating a fierce gust of wind. The tremendous kinetic energy collided with the metallic tentacle, causing its grip to loosen instantly. Wu Yeye plummeted to the ground. "Ah, it hurts," she cried out as Lin Jie arrived by her side. "You're safe now," he reassured her. The warmth of his words enveloped her like sunlight piercing through the clouds, elevating his stature in her heart. The immense metallic tentacle thrashed in the air, accompanied by the horrifying roars of the zombies. "How monstrous!" This creature is enormous. The others gasped in astonishment. The tentacle descended like a whip, striking toward Lin Jie on the ground. Summoning an intense chill from his palm, Lin Jie gathered the frost in the air, forming a colossal ice shield that hovered protectively before him. Though the power of this tentacle is formidable, the defensive capability of the ice shield is equally impressive. When the enormous tentacle struck it, a resounding sound echoed through the air. However, to everyone's astonishment, the ice shield remarkably withstood the tentacle's assault. My goodness! Truly, Lin Jie's strength is exceptional. The onlookers exclaimed, as the two Doomsday heroes and their companions with extraordinary abilities charged forward. The gigantic tentacle relentlessly assaulted the ice shield, and soon, long fissures began to spread across its surface. Accompanied by a crisp sound, the ice shield shattered into countless fragments, cascading to the ground. The massive tentacle then descended from above, crashing heavily onto the earth, producing a deafening noise as cracks rapidly radiated outward from the impact. Fortunately, at that moment, all those beneath the ice shield had already vacated the area. Otherwise, such force would have turned anyone into mere pulp. What kind of zombie possesses such power? The crowd voiced their astonishment. Among all the heroes, perhaps only Dr. Octopus could wield such destructive capability. The Iron Knight stated. Indeed, only he could command such mobile, metallic tentacles with immense destructive strength. The Atomic Swordsman concurred. Dr. Octopus poses a significant threat. Compared to most zombies, this ghoul possesses remarkable intelligence and wields various technological powers, making him quite formidable. Wang Moming interjected, his words leaving everyone in shock. Are you suggesting that a zombie can possess intelligence? All eyes turned towards him, inquiring. As it is well known that most zombies lack any semblance of intellect. Rather than resembling humans, zombies are more akin to wild beasts. Thus, when he asserted that this particular zombie possessed high intelligence, the crowd was taken aback. While such a notion sounds quite alarming, this zombie indeed exhibits elevated intelligence, though it lacks the capacity for speech and cannot communicate with others. Wang Moming explained, highlighting the combined threat of high intelligence and formidable technological prowess. This situation is troublesome. The Iron Knight shook his head and remarked, we must devise a strategy to eliminate this foe. Otherwise, we cannot ascend to higher floors for further exploration. The others nodded in agreement. Indeed, failing to neutralize this threat would mean Dr. Octopus would relentlessly pursue them. Lin Jie's eyes shimmered with a golden glow, enabling him to trace Dr. Octopus's whereabouts. However, to his astonishment, he found no sign of the creature, neither above nor below, nor in the surrounding vicinity. What is happening? How strange it is. Why am I unable to track his location? Logically, nothing should escape the piercing gaze of my keen perception. Lin Jie exclaimed in astonishment. For this was an unprecedented situation he had encountered. We must exercise caution. Even with my unique abilities, I am unable to discern where this octopus doctor zombie has fled. Upon hearing Lin Jie's words, the hearts of everyone present raced wildly within their chests. They understood that Lin Jie was the most formidable among them, and the fact that he could not locate the octopus doctor implied that it could be concealed anywhere, undetectable to all. This posed a grave predicament. Although I have deployed numerous tracking spiders in the vicinity, none have provided any information regarding the whereabouts of the octopus doctor. The Steel Knight rapidly typed on his keyboard and remarked, what can we do against an enemy I cannot see? Everyone exchanged glances, uncertain of how to proceed. Do not panic. We must remain vigilant and listen closely. The moment we detect any signs of movement, we shall retaliate, Lin Jie declared. After all, in this world, various other zombies could be encountered, and the capability of this particular zombie to evade his keen tracking was entirely unexpected. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble violently, and amidst the crowd's panic, a massive fissure opened. From within emerged a robust metallic tentacle, swiftly waving its clawed extremities in the air, capturing a student before hoisting him high above. Release him at once, Lin Jie shouted. The Steel Knight immediately soared into the air, determined to rescue their comrade. Knowing it would not be an easy task, he leaped, flames erupting from beneath his feet, a fiery blade extending from his arm as he swung it in the air. The flames surged toward the colossal metallic tentacle, severing it instantly, and the student plummeted to the ground, where the Atomic Swordsman caught him. Thankfully, our response was swift. Otherwise, our comrades would dwindle in number. This octopus doctor zombie is indeed a formidable foe. The crowd lamented, shaking their heads. At that moment, the wall ruptured, revealing a gaping hole. A zombie with 4 metallic tentacles protruding from its back crawled from the wall, emitting a terrifying roar. Indeed, it was the octopus doctor zombie. It had made its appearance. The crowd pointed at the zombie on the wall, exclaiming in unison. The zombie, utilizing the 4 tentacles protruding from its back, moved with remarkable agility across the walls and ceiling. Well, since it has appeared, I shall not hold back. The Iron Knight brandished the flaming sword in his hand and charged towards the octopus doctor zombie. Iron Knight, be cautious. It has been concealing its position for quite some time. This sudden appearance surely signifies trouble. Lin Jie exclaimed in astonishment, but the Iron Knight had already surged forward, resolutely ignoring his warning. No, come back quickly, it's dangerous. The atomic swordsman added urgently. Chapter 64. Severing the tentacles upon seeing the Iron Knight advance. The octopus Dr. Zombie emitted a terrifying roar. It had lingered in this office building for an extended period, yearning for human flesh, yet had found no opportunity. The massive metallic tentacles shifted positions on the walls, allowing its body to maneuver swiftly within the vicinity. Let me see just how formidable you truly are. Flames erupted from the soles of the Iron Knight's feet, generating immense thrust that propelled him into the air. He then swung his flaming sword, poised to launch an attack. The zombie released an excited howl, thrashing its metallic tentacles around, the claws at their tips eagerly opening and closing. This zombie appeared exceedingly formidable, its combat prowess far surpassing that of most other mutated zombies. The atomic swordsman remarked, resting his hand on the hilt of his sword. Ever ready to strike at the octopus Dr. Zombie crawling upon the wall. If the Iron Knight is in danger, I must go to his aid, he declared. Weapon at the ready for an imminent assault. Let us remain vigilant, prepared to rescue the Iron Knight. He is far too impulsive, Lin Jie interjected, his left hand emanating a blue glow and his right hand radiating a golden light, as immense energy surged within him. Everyone stood poised to confront the dreadful octopus Dr. Zombie. As the Iron Knight soared through the air, he drew ever closer to the octopus Dr. Zombie. The flaming sword was about to cleave into the undead creature. The zombie let out a series of roars before suddenly rupturing the ground beneath, from which a metallic tentacle sprang forth, twisting rapidly in midair, its claws snapping eagerly. Watch out, Iron Knight. Beware of what lies behind you. Panicked cries erupted from all around, causing the Iron Knight to break into a cold sweat. What? It has thrust its tentacle through the ground to mount a surprise attack from behind. This was entirely unexpected, such an assault coming out of nowhere. Wait. The tentacle is not connected to his back. Can it be controlled independently? The Steel Knight exclaimed in astonishment. I never anticipated that this Dr. Octopus zombie could detach its metallic tentacles from its body and manipulate them remotely. How is such a phenomenon even possible? The atomic swordsman responded with equal surprise. These zombies possess the ability to upgrade their tentacles and the technology they wield. At this point, Zymaming interjected. This suggests that they may have evolved such capabilities. As soon as these words were uttered, an atmosphere of dread enveloped the group. Zombies were already terrifying enough, but the realization that they possessed heightened intelligence was alarming. What are we to do? The students voiced their trepidation, acknowledging that zombies were becoming increasingly challenging to confront. In a flash, a massive claw ensnared the Steel Knight's body with astonishing speed. Even his quick reflexes were insufficient to evade the assault. This Dr. Octopus wields an overwhelming power. The Steel Knight may find it impossible to contend with him, Lin Jie declared in disbelief. We must devise a means to liberate him from this predicament. Yes, I understand. Leave this to me. The atomic swordsman nodded resolutely, drawing his sword and brandishing it in the air. Atomic blade slash, he proclaimed, as beams of sword light converged into a network, swiftly enveloping the tentacle. Soon, a cacophony of sharp, resounding sounds echoed as the metallic tentacle shattered into countless fragments, scattering across the ground. Excellent. With this, the Steel Knight will be safe, the atomic swordsman exclaimed with palpable excitement. However, just as he prepared to catch the Steel Knight, the ground beneath him began to tremble violently, fissures appearing in rapid succession. What in the world is happening? Is something emerging from the depths? He gasped. Indeed, the surface cracked open, revealing thick, sinuous metallic tentacles that slithered forth like serpents. I was correct. He can indeed control these metal appendages from afar, commanding them to emerge from the earth to ensnare us. Zymaming shouted, waving his hand as shields resembling turtle shells materialized around him, hoping they would withstand the tentacle's onslaught. But could it truly be that simple? Be cautious. There's a tentacle behind you. A classmate nearby shouted in alarm, pointing in fear. What? The speed of these tentacles is astonishing, he exclaimed, utterly taken aback by the unforeseen threat. As these metallic tentacles are controlled by machinery, their agility far surpasses the limits of human reflexes. The speed they exhibit is truly astonishing. However, I shall not allow you to prevail, Lin Jie declared emphatically at that moment, swiftly moving his hand to direct the metallic tentacles with a forceful strike. His image radiated a deep azure glow, which quickly spread across the surface of the tentacles. Following the luminescence, a layer of ice enveloped the tentacles, encasing them in an intense chill that rendered them immobile. The colossal appendage transformed instantaneously into an ice sculpture. Frozen in place, Lin Jie then clenched his fist and delivered a powerful blow to the tentacle, producing a distinctly sharp sound. In its wake, Long fissures erupted across the surface, resembling a spider's web. What initially appeared to be invulnerable metallic tentacles shattered beneath his fist, scattering into countless fragments upon the ground. Do you truly think these tentacles can harm my friends? You must be dreaming, Lin Jie asserted without hesitation as several tentacles seized his companions. Lifting them high into the air, he waved his hand, unleashing the frost from his palm, which enveloped the tentacles, instantly encasing them in ice. Remarkably, this icy aura could immobilize the tentacles without inflicting harm upon those ensnared. How wonderful! With Lin Jie here, we are safe. The crowd erupted in jubilant cheers, expressing their elation. As Lin Jie's gauntlet sliced through the air, a series of crisp sounds echoed from the tentacles, witnessing the safety of his comrades. The octopus Dr. Zombie let out a furious roar, incensed by Lin Jie's use of his abilities to rescue their allies. The gigantic metallic tentacles swung violently towards Lin Jie's position. Oh, I must say, you have quite the audacity. I didn't come looking for you. Yet here you are, eager to attack me. Lin Jie smirked, his lips curling into a smile as he spoke. But soon enough, your demise shall arrive, after all. You dared to provoke me. With a swift motion of his right hand, a golden radiance erupted forth. This golden light enveloped his form, swiftly forming a hemispherical shield that protected his entire being. Such a skill exists. Impressive, my Lin Jie. The crowd cheered in admiration, observing this turn of events. The octopus Dr. Zombie swung his massive metallic tentacles, delivering a heavy blow upon the hemispherical shield. A sudden cacophony erupted, leaving everyone astonished. The formidable metallic tentacles, which appeared to possess great power, struck the protective barrier yet failed to shatter it. In fact, leaving even the faintest mark proved an arduous task. It seems that your extraordinary abilities, Lin Jie, surpass all, remarked the atomic swordsman, giving Lin Jie a thumbs up. As Lin Jie withstood the onslaught of tentacles, the atomic swordsman drew his longsword and began to wield it in the air. Instantly, a devastating sword net materialized, reducing the tentacles to countless fragments that cascaded like rain. Now that you are devoid of the tentacle's assistance, I am eager to witness what other powers you possess to maintain such arrogance before us, the atomic swordsman proclaimed, his tone decidedly impolite. The zombie, stripped of its ability to traverse walls, plummeted to the ground. It struggled to rise again. But the atomic swordsman would not grant it such an opportunity, wielding his longsword with precision. Chapter 65, The Magnetic Zombie as he swung his sword. A surge of sword energy was unleashed, generating immense force and destruction that forced the octopus Dr. Zombie to retreat. When its back collided with the wall, the impact left a deep indentation. Rising once more was no longer an option for the octopus Dr. Zombie, although its exterior bore no significant wounds. The internal damage from the potent sword energy was catastrophic. After a prolonged struggle, the zombie ultimately succumbed to its predicament, unable to rise from the pit. Now you recognize our might, do you not? The atomic swordsman stepped forward, swiftly closing the distance to the zombie. With a deft flick of his wrist, he severed the creature's head. The zombie emitted a final roar before succumbing, its body collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The group leaned against the wall, exhaling deeply. The battle had indeed been exhausting. I never anticipated that the current superpowered zombies could be so fearsome, Jean Keshi remarked, inhaling sharply, to which everyone nodded in agreement. Indeed, the zombies of today not only exhibited astonishing strength, but also possessed terrifying intelligence. The atomic swordsman expressed his thoughts with a tone of contemplation as the group gathered closely. What shall we do now? Should we continue exploring the upper floors, or should we return? Wu Yeye inquired, joining the group. That remains to be seen. Let me investigate what other zombies may lurk in the vicinity, came the response. The Steel Knight's hands rhythmically struck the keyboard, his gaze fixed intently on the screen, observing the video feed from the cameras mounted on the mechanical spiders. We must continue our exploration, he stated. After all, the diverse provisions in that supermarket have already been contaminated by the Ant-Man zombies. Lin Jie interjected, acknowledging that their team needed to remain here, as they would undoubtedly require numerous daily necessities. Furthermore, this building housed many dormitory rooms previously occupied by company employees, along with shower facilities. If we are to linger here, it would indeed be a commendable choice. Lin Jie added, we have journeyed extensively, we need a place to settle down. The others nodded in agreement, and thus they decided to rest briefly before proceeding to the third floor. Excellent, they all exclaimed in unison. While typing away, the Steel Knight remarked, on the third floor, there exists a small supermarket, the only one on this level, where we can procure some essential goods and food. Overall, this floor appears relatively secure. As he continued to type, he elaborated on their prospects. As long as it is safe, what types of zombies might we encounter? Inquired the atomic swordsman. We should first identify the potential types of zombies we might face before devising a strategy. Indeed, he replied, I just observed that the majority are ordinary zombies, with a few mutated ones among them. The Steel Knight scrutinized the display screen, analyzing the information. Are you certain? Lin Jie asked. In truth, many such circumstances cannot be guaranteed with absolute certainty. The Steel Knight shook his head, expressing concern. Often, numerous zombies can masquerade as ordinary or mutated ones, yet you remain unaware that they might be enhanced zombies. He conveyed his apprehension, recalling similar situations they had previously encountered. Very well. Let us assess the situation once we enter, Lin Jie responded, glancing at everyone around him. Everyone must prioritize safety and proceed with caution. Rest assured, we will be vigilant. The group affirmed, following closely behind the atomic swordsman, the Steel Knight, and Lin Jie. As they ascended the staircase, an unexpected sensation gripped them. The metal handrail began to tremble slightly. What on earth is happening? The atomic swordsman exclaimed in surprise, turning to query the others. Yet they all shook their heads in confusion. Surely, even if it were to sway, we could not exert such force. They exchanged glances, many of their hands not even resting upon the metal handrail, rendering it impossible for them to cause such movement. How peculiar. If no one is shaking the handrail, what could account for the subtle tremor? In the earlier moments, the atomic swordsman voiced a sentiment that left everyone perplexed, causing them to hesitate in their forward progression. They exchanged glances and halted their steps. Everyone, exercise caution. Lin Jie quickly interjected, his eyes radiating a golden glow, capable of penetrating and surveying the surroundings. Strangely, I have not encountered any peculiar zombies. They all appear to be rather ordinary, Lin Jie commented, astonished after scanning the area. At that moment, the group noticed an elderly zombie with white hair lingering at the elevator's exit, emitting low growls while pacing back and forth. It seems there are no frightful zombies. I believe we need not be overly apprehensive. Let us continue our ascent, Wang Moming suggested, prompting many to step forward. Despite the apparent lack of immediate danger, Lin Jie felt an unsettling anxiety within him, as though something ominous loomed ahead. Let us press onward. I shall deal with this white-haired elder zombie. The atomic swordsman said with a smile, drawing his sword and positioning himself at the forefront of the group, ready to strike. However, an unfathomable occurrence transpired. The sword inexplicably halted mid-air, defying the atomic swordsman's attempts to bring it down. It remained rigid and suspended. What on earth is happening? He exclaimed in surprise, his wrist trembling as he exerted considerable force, yet could not move the sword. Atomic swordsman, what is the meaning of this? Lin Jie asked, astonished. It feels as though an unseen force has seized my sword, rendering it immobile. Could there be an empowered zombie nearby? Lin Jie scanned the vicinity, employing his acute perception, yet found no other zombies aside from the white-haired one ambling across the floor. The white-haired zombie, noticing the sword frozen in midair, smirked, revealing a set of menacing fangs, and let out a fierce roar, lunging towards the atomic swordsman with a savage bite. Look out, move quickly, Lin Jie shouted urgently. The atomic swordsman tugged forcefully at the storm sword in his grasp, but it remained obstinately still. With no other options, he abandoned the sword, stepping aside to evade the zombie's attack. The creature's claws struck the wall, creating a significant dent. Despite its seemingly frail appearance, this white-haired zombie possessed formidable strength. The Steel Knight remarked, in that case, allow me to engage with you. From his armor erupted deep crimson flames, propelling his body into the air. A fist engulfed in searing fire was poised to descend, ready to deliver a fatal blow to the zombie. However, he was taken aback to find that, upon leaping into the air, he was rendered immobile. What is happening? Why can't I move my body? He exclaimed in astonishment, while his body was capable of movement. The iron armor he wore remained utterly still, effectively anchoring him in midair. Could it be that my iron armor has malfunctioned? The Iron Knight voiced his surprise. Yet such an occurrence had never happened before. The white-haired zombie raised his right hand high, pointing a finger at the suspended Iron Knight. Then, with a swift motion, he directed it downward towards the ground. The Iron Knight felt an overwhelming force that instantaneously slammed his body to the earth, producing a tremendous noise and leaving a massive crater in its wake. This is dire. The zombie possesses the ability to manipulate metal, just as the atomic swordsman's storm sword was once controlled by him. Wu Yeye remarked in a tone filled with anxiety and concern. What? He can control metal? How infuriating to possess such a skill. The Iron Knight exclaimed in disbelief. This white-haired zombie must have inherited the powers of Magneto. Jean Kashui stated. Magneto has the ability to control metals, which explains why the storm sword and iron armor became immobile upon encountering him, turning into his playthings. Upon his revelation, the crowd swiftly grasped the situation. Yet at this moment, two formidable allies within their ranks had already fallen under his control. What were they to do now? Chapter 66. The Shell Weapon. Suddenly, Jean Kashui cried out in alarm beside the metal railing, frantically waving his hands. What is wrong? What is happening? Lin Jie inquired. He observed as the metal rod of the railing began to twist and writhe, coiling around his limbs and neck like a serpent. The metal seems to have come to life, he shouted, but soon, the sensation of his neck being constricted like a noose surged upon him, an overwhelming wave of suffocation. Jinkishui, Lin Jie yelled, attempting to unleash his skills to attack the animated iron rods, yet he hesitated, fearing that such actions might harm his comrade. After all, his body was directly entangled with the twisted iron rods. No, I can't speak anymore. Jinkishui struggled to tear the metal rod from around his neck. But to no avail. Instead, it tightened even further. This was indeed the manifestation of Magneto's power, capable of controlling metals and infusing them with a semblance of life. How can we approach this zombie now, with all our weapons rendered useless? A classmate nearby spoke up. And the metallic baseball bat in his hand suddenly soared into the air, gravitating towards the zombie. The bat hovered around the creature, revolving menacingly around its form. Should anyone dare to approach the zombie, the bat would swiftly fly out to strike them. How does one contend with a zombie capable of such manipulation of metal? Everyone exchanged glances, dodging the erratically flying bat, while murmuring amongst themselves. Let me see if I can freeze this zombie, Lin Jie declared, his left hand emanating a deep blue glow. In an instant, the light enveloped the zombie's body. Ice spikes began to sprout from the ground beneath the zombie's feet, and frost spread across its surface. The zombie was transformed into a frozen sculpture, immobilized in place. Haha, this will do. The crowd erupted in cheers. Jinkishing, who had felt the metal rods constricting around him, now found himself freed. Phew, what a relief. I thought I was going to suffocate. This is utterly terrifying. Jinkishing gasped, his voice strained. Had it lasted any longer, I might not have just suffocated. My bones could have been crushed. Lin Jie expressed his concerns with a worried gaze. Indeed, this zombie is exceedingly dreadful. Jinkishing shook his head in agreement. It's truly formidable, especially with its ability to remotely manipulate metal, such a troublesome power. The classmates collectively inhaled sharply, echoing their apprehensions. Have we managed to resolve the situation? Wu Ye queried. Not quite. It's unlikely to be that simple. Lin Jie replied, gazing at the now ice-encased magnetic zombie. We can only contain him temporarily, not indefinitely. Upon hearing this, the hearts of all present raced anxiously within their chests. They had encountered various types of zombies, but one that could solely wield supernatural powers to control metal was beyond comprehension. Was there no respite in this apocalypse? A profound sense of worry and fear gripped the hearts of the students. Nevertheless, they understood that they must endure in this dire world, regardless of how bleak hope seemed. Unity among them could potentially overcome even the most powerful zombies. At that moment, a series of cracking sounds emanated from the ice sculpture, causing everyone to gasp as they noticed long fissures spreading across its surface. Oh no! Everyone, be careful. The zombie is striving to break free from its icy confinement. A trembling voice warned, and all eyes turned towards the creature. This is terrible. How could this happen? We're in trouble. The crowd, filled with anticipation, voiced their concerns, as they had yet to devise a strategy against this zombie capable of manipulating metal through sheer will. The creature struggled mightily, attempting to break free from the icy prison that encased it. However, Lin Jie's formidable abilities made such an escape far from simple. Just as Lin Jie was contemplating his next move, the metallic club suspended in the air began to sway, soon directing its forceful blows against the ice sculpture. To their astonishment, the zombie managed to wield metal as a weapon from a distance. Lin Jie exclaimed in disbelief, and the onlookers exchanged glances, momentarily unsure of how to proceed. Fear not. While these two doomsday heroes are unable to utilize their metallic weapons, the arms I can conjure are not forged from metal. At that moment, Xiao Moming stepped forward, declaring boldly, "Allow me to protect everyone." Upon finishing his proclamation, he swiftly transformed his right hand into a gigantic shark's head and leaped before the fearsome zombie, delivering a powerful strike with the shark's maw. As the shark's head lunged toward the zombie's vital points, the creature retaliated by forcefully striking the shark's head with the metallic bat it controlled, producing a resounding clang. Yet, despite this clash, the shark's head managed to seize one of the zombie's arms firmly. Marvelous. You are now under my control. Escape or unleashing further abilities is out of the question. Xiao Moming's actions immediately incited a chorus of cheers from his classmates. Well done, Xiao Moming, they exclaimed. Their spirits lifted. In a swift motion, Xiao Moming transformed his other hand into the head of a swordfish, its elongated snout resembling a sharp blade, which he thrust fiercely towards the zombie's neck. The crowd's hopeful gazes were fixed upon him, yearning for this attack to eliminate the troublesome zombie once and for all. However, the zombie proved to be a formidable opponent, having inherited Magneto's powers. The Stormbreaker's sword, which had been floating in the air, began to tremble slightly, captivating everyone's attention. In a flash, the sword flew toward the zombie, intercepting Xiao Moming's assault. When the swordfish's head collided with the blade, a thunderous metallic clash reverberated through the air. releasing countless arcs of white lightning from the surface of the stormbreaker. Soon, an overwhelming surge of energy erupted forth, following a deafening sound. The swordfish in Xiao Moming's grasp shattered into countless pieces. Such terrifying power was truly awe-inspiring. How infuriating. This is my weapon. Yet it has been seized by this wretched zombie. The atomic swordsman expressed his fury, yet he found himself helpless. For all his abilities could only be unleashed through that very blade. How vexing. And the energy emanating from your sword is undeniably formidable. Xiaoming lamented. My extraordinary powers are utterly ineffectual against him. As he uttered these words, he staggered backward several steps. After all, the might of lightning is extraordinarily potent. Especially as this sword was forged from materials hailing from the divine realm. You must retreat immediately, distance yourself from here. You are no match for this tempestuous sword. The atomic swordsman urged anxiously, but at that moment, it was already too late. The magnetic zombie harnessed its mental prowess to manipulate the storm sword, unleashing brilliant bolts of lightning time and again. Soon, the overwhelming lightning energy struck Xiaoming, who let out a series of anguished cries before being propelled backward, crashing heavily to the ground. How formidable is your strength? He exclaimed, and in that instant, he summoned his extraordinary ability, conjuring a colossal turtle shell before him. It materialized as a massive shield, standing protectively in his way. The zombie let out a roar, and from the hovering sword, dazzling lightning surged forth, forming a powerful current that targeted the turtle shell shield, striking it with tremendous force. A resounding boom echoed as the immense energy collided with the shield, forcing Xiaoming to stagger back several steps. Indeed, this power is truly terrifying, he remarked, noting that the turtle shell shield had sustained a significant breach. With gray smoke billowing from the gaping wound, the zombie, filled with excitement, let out a roar. Once it wielded such formidable weapons, it felt invincible against any foe. You think that possessing these weapons makes you remarkable? I will never allow you to prevail, Xiaoming declared defiantly. As his words lingered in the air, the ground began to tremble violently, fissures tearing open the surface, from which emerged immense, writhing tentacles of a colossal octopus. These tentacles twisted through the air, swiftly ensnaring the zombie's legs. Chapter 67. Zombie upgrade in an instant. The tentacles surged forth from the depths, wrapping around the zombie's legs. With this, the creature's movements could be effectively restrained. Aren't you supposed to be powerful? Xiaoming smirked. Now let me see how you can move with me in control. As he spoke, the zombie emitted a series of furious roars, its face contorting and twisting grotesquely. Upon hearing such a sound, a profound sense of dread enveloped the hearts of all present. Xiaoming, restrain him with more tentacles, cried a voice from the crowd. Fear not, I shall ensure this zombie suffers, Xiaoming declared, gesturing with his hands. An increasing number of tentacles emerged from the ground, ensnaring the zombie's arms. Now, your body is entirely under my control, Xiaoming said, a smile gracing his lips. As he conjured the head of a swordfish once more, it resembled a long sword, which he gripped firmly, soon swinging it to create a whistling sound through the air. Bravo! Well done, Xiaoming. The crowd erupted in cheers. Now you are immobile, your demise is imminent, he proclaimed, wielding the swordfish head. He lunged fiercely towards the neck of the magnetic zombie, but just as he was about to pierce its throat, the floating storm sword suddenly appeared before him, blocking his attack. Come back. This is futile. Even if his limbs are restrained, he can still wield telekinesis to manipulate metal for defense and counterattack. Lin Jia shouted urgently. In an instant, the swordfish head shattered into countless pieces. No matter how formidable Xiaoming's oceanic powers were, they could not compare to the might of the storm sword from the divine realm. Countless bolts of lightning entwined around the magnetic zombie, unleashing a force that sent Xiaoming staggering backward, nearly toppling to the ground. Curse it! Your sword possesses immense power. I can hardly approach, Xiaoming lamented. There is nothing to be done. After all, it is a treasure from the divine realm. The atomic swordsman replied, shaking his head. I apologize, but I cannot control my sword at present. Sweat dripped from his brow, and his anxiety was palpable. I never anticipated that my weapon would be seized by a zombie. He clenched his fists and declared, this sword cannot be wielded solely by you. At that moment, Jin Keshi stepped forward, his hands engulfed in deep green flames, emanating tremendous heat. Be cautious. Even the immensely powerful Xiaoming cannot handle this alone. Two individuals would pose a significant threat. Lin Jia warned nervously. Lin Jia, I acknowledge your remarkable strength, but you cannot always be the one to protect everyone. Jin Keshi retorted, flames still blazing in his hands. However, this very action filled Qi Bai with concern, for his roommate's abilities were far from formidable. Now, he must muster the courage to step boldly before everyone, shielding them from the impending danger. Although his actions are profoundly moving, his own capabilities have yet to reach such heights. Lin Jia remains ever vigilant, his palm continuously radiating light, ready to spring into action the moment his roommate is in peril. Jean Kesh, with flames erupting from both hands, leaps to Xiao Moming's side, declaring, "Let us fight side by side." No sooner had he uttered these words than his hands ascended into the air, gathering immense energy that coalesced into a searing fireball, which he hurled fiercely at the zombie before them. Regardless of the formidable powers they possess, all zombies share a common trait. They harbor a profound fear of flames. The scorching heat can stimulate their nerves, eliciting a pain that only they can perceive, while simultaneously reducing their flesh to ashes. Thus, upon Jean Kesh's release of the fireball, a look of terror crossed the face of the magnetic zombie before him. However, at this moment, the tendrils were entwined around his body. Even if he wished to wield the storm sword to sever them, time had run out. Jean Kesh's fireball was unleashed with remarkable speed, and no matter how quick the zombie's reflexes, it could not react in time. The zombie let out a roar, but with its feet ensnared by the tendrils. The fireball struck it squarely, instantly releasing a heavy, acrid stench that filled the air. The flames voraciously consumed its flesh, beginning the process of eradicating its body. One side of the zombie was charred, revealing white bone beneath. Yet, the resilience of the undead is formidable. Despite this, they do not lose their life force. How infuriating. I never imagined that even in such a state, this zombie could still move. Jean Kesh exclaimed in astonishment. Zombies are indeed like this. It is exceedingly difficult to dispatch them swiftly unless one decapitates them or damages their spine. Xiao Moming interjected. Thus, even with half of its body scorched, the zombie retained a potent life force and the ability to move. Moreover, what concerned everyone was that the recent blaze had reduced the tendrils that once ensnared the zombie to ashes. Now, the magnetic zombie stood before them, liberated once more. It emitted terrifying roars and wildly waved its arms, astonishing onlookers as it not only manipulated the storm sword suspended in the air, but also demonstrated its renewed vigor. Simultaneously, the iron armor adorning the steel knight began to tremble subtly under his manipulation of metallic objects. What on earth does this zombie intend to do? The steel knight exclaimed in astonishment, utterly unprepared for such a scenario, a foreboding dread creeping into his heart. In an instant, the iron armor in the air shattered into countless fragments, which then soared towards the body of the magnet zombie. These shards interlocked upon the zombie's form, seamlessly coalescing into an armor resembling that which had once adorned the steel knight. As these fragments fused together, they formed a suit of armor now worn by the zombie. My heavens, he can manipulate metal, and your armor is also crafted from metal. Naturally, he can exert control over it as well. The atomic swordsman remarked, recognizing the predicament. Now, my storm sword has also fallen into the hands of this zombie, and with your armor now on him, it effectively amalgamates the powers of both of us into this one zombie, significantly augmenting his combat prowess. Upon uttering these words, everyone recoiled several steps back, a profound sense of fear rapidly spreading through their hearts. My goodness, how could this be? This is utterly terrifying. We have already struggled against ordinary zombies endowed with abilities. Now, he has absorbed the powers of other extraordinary beings. What shall we do? Wu Ye gasped in horror, covering her mouth. The situation now appeared exceedingly precarious. It was no longer merely about the zombie's inherent strength. Lin Jie clenched his fist and spoke, his abilities having escalated several tiers. Confronting him would require even greater effort on our part. Given the current circumstances, do they stand a chance against this zombie? Wu Ye trembled, her voice quaking with fear. If it were now, it would likely be quite challenging, especially since they would have no assurance in battling two apocalyptic heroes simultaneously. Lin Jie shook his head, about to speak, as everyone descended into panic, their eyes fixated on the two young individuals confronting the zombie. Enormous tentacles erupted in the space between the two and the zombie, writhing in the air like serpents. Now that we have an abundance of weapons, attempting to attack us will not be as simple, Xiao Moming declared, manipulating the tentacles to strike at the zombie as it charged toward them. However, given that the zombie was clad in iron armor, its defensive capabilities had reached their zenith, rendering even the tentacles' formidable offensive and destructive power incapable of inflicting direct harm upon its body. Damn it, now that he possesses this armor and weaponry, confronting them has become an exceedingly daunting task. I am truly at a loss as to what to do. Jean Kesh furrowed his brow and spoke in a tone laced with concern. Chapter 68. The use of weapons. The zombie let out an exultant roar, clad in formidable armor, a tempestuous sword swirling around its form, unleashing brilliant white lightning into the surroundings. A tremendous energy radiated from the center of this zombie, expanding outward in all directions. How infuriating. This wretched creature has transformed into such a terrifying entity. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, while Lin Jie sensed that the situation was becoming increasingly precarious. You two, come down quickly, do not linger there any longer. Lin Jie shouted urgently, urging them to descend. No, we wish to try again. Xiao Moming replied resolutely. With a flourish, he summoned forth a radiant light, conjuring a colossal turtle shell that shielded the two of them like a barrier. The zombie, now equipped with formidable gear, let out a thunderous roar and assumed an aggressive stance. Powerful bolts of lightning coiled around its armor. Come on, Xiao Moming declared, as behind the turtle shell shield, additional layers of shields materialized. Thus, 5 robust turtle shell shields stood before them. The zombie, manipulating the tempestuous sword with mental prowess, swung it, releasing a barrage of potent lightning that surged toward the turtle shell shields. This is bad. This is perilous, Jean Kesh exclaimed in shock. Suddenly, a loud cracking sound reverberated from the surface of the shield as the central part was blasted open, creating a gaping hole. Instantly, numerous fissures spread from the edges of the breach, and in the blink of an eye, the shield shattered into countless fragments, scattering across the ground. Everyone gasped, covering their mouths in disbelief at the spectacle before them. The atomic swordsman and the Iron Knight exchanged glances, astonished that the convergence of their weaponry could yield such an effect. In that case, the magnetic zombie is indeed a fearsome and formidable presence. On the staircase where they stood, the metallic handrails began to tremble violently. Then, a series of rapid popping sounds erupted as the handrails morphed into metallic tendrils, thrashing wildly in the air. Heavens! How could this be? This is utterly terrifying. The crowd screamed in panic, desperately attempting to flee the scene. Just as a metallic tendril reached out toward a girl, Lin Jie dashed forward, unleashing a wave of frigid air from the palm of his left hand. In an instant, he froze the tendril, transforming it into an icy sculpture. Startled, many people cried out, but upon witnessing the tentacles frozen in place, they collectively sighed in relief. Thank heavens! It is fortunate that Lin Jie possesses the ability to freeze everything. That was truly terrifying. Individuals patted their chests, trembling, as they spoke. Lin Jie expanded the chill emanating from him, ensuring that the surrounding tentacles were thoroughly immobilized. Now, we should be safe. However, without the handrails, everyone must refrain from approaching the edge of the staircase. Lin Jie cautioned, then delivered a powerful punch to the frozen tentacles, causing cracks to spread across the icy sculptures. With a crisp sound, all the tentacles shattered in an instant. Everyone watched in astonishment, expressing their gratitude. Remarkable, Lin Jie. Without your assistance, I truly couldn't fathom how we could have survived the staircase. Lin Jie waved his hands, instantly transforming the metallic tentacles into countless fragments that fell safely to the bottom of the staircase, no longer posing a threat to others. Everyone, be cautious, Lin Jie urged, continuously gesturing with his hands as the fragmented icy tentacles soared into the air. Under his command, shards flew forth like bullets toward the location of the zombie. The crowd gasped in awe as the zombie unleashed its own powers, gathering the metallic baseball bats it had drawn in to form a metallic wall that blocked Lin Jie's relentless assault. Throughout Lin Jie's continuous attack, the metallic barrier distorted under pressure. However, the zombie possessed the ability to restore metallic objects in a remarkably short time, quickly reinforcing the wall to an impenetrable state. Dreadful. At this rate, we will never manage to breach this metallic barrier. The crowd voiced their anxious concerns, while beads of sweat dripped from Lin Jie's forehead. We must be cautious. The turtle shell shield has already been compromised on 2 sides by the lightning from the storm sword. Xiao Moming raised the last remaining shield, proclaiming thus. Yet, once again, brilliant white lightning erupted from the surface of the storm sword above. The unleashed energy struck the shield, producing a resounding noise and causing it to vibrate violently. Long cracks rapidly spread across its surface. I can't hold on any longer. Xiao Moming's expression contorted as his hands trembled. Despite his power being at the level of the golden badge, he could not endure the relentless onslaught of the storm sword. The lightning coiled around the turtle shell shield, causing it to quiver increasingly violently until it ultimately could no longer withstand the energy and exploded. The thunderous explosion resonated in everyone's ears, instantly generating a formidable repulsive force. In an instant, both Xiao Moming and Jean Kesh were hurled backward, crashing violently against the wall. The sheer impact was so overwhelming that it severely twisted and deformed the wall's surface. My goodness, the power of this sword is truly immense. It is indeed worthy of its divine origin, Jean Kesh exclaimed in utter astonishment, pondering, what shall we do next? We are no match for this sword. Yet, it is not solely the sword's might that we face. The steel armor he dons possesses formidable energy as well. Xiao Moming shook his head and replied. We find ourselves in a dire predicament, and Lin Jie and the others are unable to assist us due to the barrier formed by this metallic wall of baseball bats. Gasping for breath, he continued. Jean Kesh raised his hands, deep green flames flickering in his palms, emanating an intense heat. It appears that only the 2 of us can confront this terrifying zombie. As he spoke, he hurled fireballs at the creature. However, the zombie wielded the storm arrows, maneuvering gracefully in the air, effortlessly deflecting Jean Kesh's fiery projectiles. This is futile. All my attacks have been thwarted, failing to ignite upon its flesh. Jean Kesh sighed, astonished by the formidable abilities of this zombie. Frustrated by its repeated failures to consume human flesh, the zombie unleashed a series of furious roars, causing all metallic objects in the vicinity to tremble violently. We cannot allow this. The ring must penetrate the zombie, enhancing its powers significantly. Xiao Moming shook his head in dismay, uncertain how to subdue it. I shall attempt to use my tentacles. As he spoke, brilliant light radiated from his palms, and soon, thick octopus tentacles emerged, twisting in the air and ensnaring the zombie's body, anchoring it in place. Yet, just as he succeeded, deep crimson flames erupted from the zombie, radiating intense heat that ignited the tentacles in a blazing inferno. This is not good. It seems he has tapped into the energy of his steel armor. Xiao Moming exclaimed in shock, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. As a result, many of his tentacles were consumed by the flames, turning to ash in an instant. Dreadful. I am utterly at a loss regarding how to contend with this zombie, which is wielding our own weapons against us. Xiao Moming shook his head and voiced his concerns, leaving both of them in a state of utter confusion. The zombie swiftly broke free from its restraints, its arms contorting grotesquely as a colossal flaming blade manifested upon each of its limbs. Well, it appears we are now in quite a predicament, an exceedingly grave one, Jean Kesh remarked, shaking his head, as both of them retreated several paces. Having known the Iron Knight for a considerable duration, they were acutely aware of the formidable destructive power these flaming blades could unleash, weapons not easily approached. We must exercise utmost caution. We cannot afford to be harmed by these flaming blades, for that would spell disaster, Jean Kesh cautioned, to which Xiao Moming nodded in agreement. Chapter 69. The Apocalypse Fusion. The enormous flaming blades unfurled in the air, radiating an intensely potent heat. The zombie emitted a terrifying roar before swinging its weapons menacingly at the two before it. This is bad. We must evade quickly, Xiao Moming shouted anxiously, prompting them to leap away in haste. The flaming blade struck the wall with tremendous force, instantly creating a massive gash. Flames continued to roar at the edges of this opening. Such overwhelming power. Could this be the result of the formidable fusion of two apocalyptic heroes' weapons? Jean Kesh inhaled deeply, articulating his thoughts, as the scene unfolded before them, far too terrifying to comprehend. Indeed, it has surpassed all our expectations, and now our attacks cannot easily approach this zombie. Jean Kesh lamented, shaking his head. He found himself at a loss for what to do. His hands repeatedly hurled fiery projectiles, yet the zombie deftly wielded its flaming blades, effortlessly deflecting his fiery assaults time and again. This is futile. My attacks are completely ineffective against him, Jean Kesh exclaimed, shaking his head, although he could unleash great firepower. The low level of his awakened badge rendered him incapable of halting the zombie's onslaught. At this moment, aside from conjuring a turtle shell shield, Xiao Moming had no other means at his disposal. Flames rained down from above, striking the turtle shell shield with a resounding crash, producing a clear and resonant sound. One by one, the shield shattered into countless fragments. The explosive force sent both of them crashing to the ground. The sheer power was overwhelming. One could only wonder if anyone would come to their aid in this dire moment. Xiao Moming shook his head and spoke, observing the metallic wall contorting and reshaping itself, only to revert to its original form. Lin Jie and his companions relentlessly assaulted the wall. However, their efforts seemed to yield little effect. The enormous metallic barrier twisted violently in the air, and Lin Jie appeared increasingly anxious. With his keen insight, he could penetrate the wall's surface and witness the perilous situation his comrades faced behind it. Yet, he felt utterly powerless, uncertain of how to assist them. Alas, it appears we cannot reach beyond this metallic barrier. The atomic swordsman clenched his fists and declared. A profound despair enveloped them all, leaving everyone in a state of confusion. It seems I must resort to more drastic measures, Lin Jie said, tightening his fists. At that moment, they noticed the flesh around his fists beginning to transform, revealing a resilient layer of rock on the surface of his skin. This was one of his abilities, the power of the stone monkey. In a remarkably brief span, both his arms became as solid as stone, their appearance resembling that of rock. This skill, once manifested, would exponentially amplify his strength and elevate his defensive capabilities to extraordinary levels. With no other options available, he decided to test the efficacy of this newfound ability. Let us give it a shot, Lin Jie proclaimed, his fists hardened like granite. Encouraging voices resonated around him. Go for it, Lin Jie. We believe in you. And you have never forsaken a comrade. Hearing their supportive words, Lin Jie felt his strength surge, for friendship itself is a formidable power. In times of adversity, they stood united, striving to overcome challenges one after another. All right, since everyone has such faith in me, I shall believe in myself as well, Lin Jie responded, his fists now cloaked in rock, struck fiercely against the metallic wall formed by his metal bat. Almost immediately, the once seemingly impenetrable wall began to tremble violently. Although Lin Jie possessed a body of stone, he rarely employed this form, primarily opting for ranged attacks. Therefore, he was uncertain of what would transpire when his stone fist met the metallic barrier. The colossal wall began to shake violently, producing sounds that drew the attention of the zombies, who turned to investigate. To the astonishment of all present, long fissures spiderwebbed across the surface of the metallic wall, which then shattered into countless fragments. The zombie, sensing all that was transpiring, let out a fierce roar, attempting to compel the scattered metallic fragments to coalesce once more, thereby reconstituting a complete metallic wall. However, Lin Jie would not grant him such an opportunity. With a decisive motion, he swung his right hand and struck the ground. Instantly, streams of golden light erupted from his palm, spreading across the surface. As the golden radiance emanated, it formed a succession of golden bubbles, enveloping all the fragments within. Though the fragments yearned to unite, within the confines of the golden bubbles created by the Buddha's palm, their efforts proved futile. They could only flit about, colliding against the walls of their transparent prison. Yet, the bubbles themselves were remarkably resilient, impervious to such assaults. Excellent. In that case, we can assist those too. The atomic swordsman exclaimed with enthusiasm. Hold on, don't rush in. None of you possess any weapons at hand. Charging in would be tantamount to seeking death. Lin Jie interjected. Allow me to take the lead. I am confident I can handle this zombie. His arms were now entirely composed of rock, immensely fortified, and imbued with tremendous strength. Sensing imminent danger, the zombie immediately raised its fiery knife-wielding arm high and struck fiercely toward Lin Jie's direction. A wave of searing flames surged forth, hurtling toward him. Were he an ordinary person, he would be utterly incapable of withstanding such heat and energy. Yet, Lin Jie was different. A robust layer of rock encased his skin, effectively insulating him from the thermal and energetic onslaught. Thus, when the flames struck his body, the rocky layer promptly shielded him, leaving him unscathed, as though the flames were non-existent, inflicting no harm whatsoever. The zombie's eyes widened in astonishment as it regarded Lin Jie with incredulity. It emitted a series of roars, but such intimidation posed no threat to Lin Jie. What good does your roaring do? You cannot possibly frighten me, Lin Jie declared. What you should be concerned about is your own predicament. With a resounding clap of his hands, numerous rock particles erupted forth, gathering before him to form a colossal rock mass. This mass grew increasingly larger, commencing a rapid rotation. Before the zombie could react, the immense rock charged toward it. The zombie extended its right hand, unleashing a surge of powerful energy, believing it could halt the massive rock's advance. However, it was utterly unprepared to discover that the rock contained no metallic elements whatsoever. This predicament rendered the zombie's extraordinary abilities utterly impotent. In an instant, the collision with the rock was unavoidable. The zombie began to move its legs, preparing to vacate the area. However, it was entirely unprepared for the numerous tendrils that emerged from the ground, writhing in the air and ensnaring its legs. The zombie emitted a series of desperate roars, yet they proved futile. Attempting to flee? It would not be so simple. With a smirk gracing his lips, Xiaoming spoke, resolute in his determination to deny this zombie any chance of escape. Although the zombie possessed the ability to manipulate metal, its close combat prowess was lacking. Consequently, when the massive rock struck the zombie, its defenses were rendered inadequate against such force. Soon, a distinct sound of bones fracturing echoed through the air, and the zombie's body underwent violent deformation, sending it hurtling backward. It collided heavily with the wall, creating a deep indentation, with long fissures radiating outward. Lin Jie was taken aback, utterly astonished that his abilities were so potent. He had scarcely employed the power of the stone monkey in battle prior to this moment. The results were astonishing. Lin Jie exclaimed in disbelief, noting that due to his recent attack, the steel armor on the zombie had been severely distorted. However, as the zombie's neck remained unsevered, it still retained the ability to move, struggling to rise and launch another assault. Chapter 70, Confronting the Magnetic Zombie. The fact that the zombie's neck had not been fractured indicated that it still possessed a semblance of life. This was a significant issue many apocalypse squads faced when combating these undead foes. Zombies were exceedingly difficult to eradicate. Moreover, the powers bestowed upon them were seemingly inexhaustible. At that moment, the magnetic zombie opened its mouth wide, revealing two enormous, fearsome fangs. A terrifying sonic wave erupted from its maw, causing everything metallic upon the ground, even the smallest components, to tremble violently. This is bad, Lin Jie. Be cautious. This creature may not be so easily dispatched, the Iron Knight spoke with palpable tension. After all, it was clad in my steel armor, granting it formidable defense, and more importantly, the armor shielded its neck. Upon hearing this, everyone was engulfed in profound fear. The steel armor protected this zombie, and the powers it possessed allowed it to rapidly restore any damaged metallic objects. As long as the armor remained impenetrable, the zombie's neck would remain intact. In such a case, this zombie could perpetually sustain its vitality, proving to be an exceptionally formidable adversary. If this is the case, how can we possibly defeat them? There's simply no way to sever his neck, Wu Yeye exclaimed with a tone laden with concern. Indeed, the situation seemed rather effortless. And my armor was forged from remarkably robust metal, making it exceedingly difficult for any ordinary attack to breach it. The Steel Knight spoke, his heart brimming with indignation as he lamented his current state of powerlessness, unable to assist Lin Jie. Fear not, everyone. Although this zombie appears formidable, I possess a method to vanquish him, Lin Jie declared, vigorously waving his arms. Really? The safety of us all hinges on you. His companions responded in unison, placing their utmost faith in him. Indeed, trust in me. I believe my abilities will suffice against such a zombie, even one endowed with terrifying powers. Upon hearing his words, everyone nodded in agreement, and at that moment, Lin Jie began to undergo a remarkable transformation. Countless minuscule fragments of rock began to emerge from his body, swiftly coalescing in the air. Astonishingly, they formed the shape of a colossal hammer, with a long handle firmly grasped in his hand. As Lin Jie swung the hammer, a fierce wind roared around him, emanating a powerful energy that radiated outward, leaving all onlookers in a state of astonishment. Perhaps this is the mark of a true warrior. They marveled in unison. The magnetic zombie before him sensed the gravity of the situation, realizing it was not so simple. Manipulating the metallic shards, it conjured a shield in midair, adopting a defensive stance. Do you think a mere metal shield can withstand my attack? Lin Jie retorted with a smirk. Let me assure you, it is far from that simple. With that, he charged towards the zombie, wielding his rock hammer. The colossal hammer collided with the metal shield, producing a thunderous sound that sent shockwaves through the ground, illustrating the sheer magnitude of their destructive force. Tension gripped the onlookers, who instinctively covered their mouths. After all, Lin Jie was their last beacon of hope. Should he falter against this zombie, death would be their only recourse. Moreover, when faced with a zombie capable of controlling metal, escape becomes an exceedingly daunting task, leaving little room for hope. Can Lin Jie truly overcome this zombie? I fear his shield is far too formidable. One thought. While others rallied in support, he can do it. We must believe in Lin Jie. The crowd voiced their thoughts, a mixture of fear and unwavering hope evident in their expressions. Although the metal shield formed by the zombie appeared exceptionally thick, rendering typical assaults nearly futile, it was after enduring Lin Jie's strike that a crisp sound echoed through the air. Long fissures began to spiderweb across the surface of the shield, which, moments later, shattered into countless fragments, littering the ground. Well done. Truly impressive, Lin Jie. The onlookers exclaimed, their excitement palpable as they waved their arms in jubilation. The zombie, taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, staggered backward, clearly intimidated by Lin Jie's formidable strength. Regaining composure, it swung its arms once more, attempting to reassemble the metallic shards that had been obliterated. You wish to restore your power and re-establish your defenses? I shall not allow such a fortunate occurrence, Lin Jie declared as he raised his right hand, channeling the power of the Buddha's palm. In an instant, a radiant Buddha seal materialized in the center of his palm, leaving the crowd in awe as golden light emanated from Lin Jie, forming a series of luminous bubbles that encapsulated the scattered fragments. At that moment, regardless of the zombie's formidable abilities, merging the shards became an arduous challenge. The fragments flitted within the golden orbs, unable to escape their confines. Splendid. Absolutely marvelous. This will effectively suppress its formidable powers. The spectators cheered, their spirits lifted. The zombie, enraged by Lin Jie's actions, let out a fierce bellow. It swung its fist toward Lin Jie with great ferocity. However, Lin Jie maintained a calm demeanor, allowing the punch to land squarely on his face. A dull thud resonated as the zombie's metallic fist collided with his skin, which was shielded by a robust layer of rock, rendering the attack utterly ineffectual. How do you like that, young one? Are you beginning to grasp my might? Do you still dare to attack me so recklessly? Lin Jie smirked, his confidence unwavering in the face of the zombie's aggression. The zombie was utterly unprepared for the sheer resilience of Lin Jie's skin, encased as it was in an unyielding rock layer that repelled all attempts at penetration. In a fit of rage, it howled incessantly, unable to articulate human words. Had it been capable, it would surely have unleashed a torrent of insults upon Lin Jie. Don't be upset. Is it not merely the use of some extraordinary abilities? You possess your own terrifying powers as well. At this moment, Lin Jie spoke with a smile, yet the rocky layer enveloping him did not merely endow him with formidable defensive capabilities. It also possessed a remarkable rebounding effect against any impact sustained. As the zombie prepared to retract its fist, elongated cracks swiftly spread across the surface of the metallic shell. In that instant, the metal casing that had encased its fist cascaded down like raindrops, revealing the horrifyingly deformed hand of the zombie, igniting a wave of exhilaration among the onlookers. The zombie, struck by the force of the rebound, staggered back several paces, emitting a terrifying roar. However, Lin Jie remained utterly composed, betraying no hint of fear. "What's wrong? Are you feeling scared?" Lin Jie quipped, his tone laced with mockery. He continued to advance without a trace of trepidation. In stark contrast, the zombie retreated a few more steps upon witnessing his approach. The crowd was left in awe. For such a scenario was unprecedented. Zombies had always sought to devour and terrorize, yet here was a human who instilled fear in them. This extraordinary situation could only occur because of Lin Jie, prompting the crowd to erupt in cheers. Wielding a massive rock hammer, Lin Jie struck the zombie's steel armor, which was presumed to be impenetrable. To everyone's astonishment, the impact of Lin Jie's hammer resulted in numerous lengthy cracks forming on the armor's surface. My heavens! Lin Jie's power is truly astonishing. Yet, after all, this is my armor. I feel a pang of pain within. Steel Knight lamented, pressing his hands against his head. However, there was no recourse but to allow Lin Jie to dismantle his steel armor. Otherwise, confronting such a zombie would be impossible. It seemed there were no options left. He would have to forge a new suit of armor to contend with these zombies. Steel Knight shook his head and sighed, expressing his thoughts. Chapter 71. Acquiring the divine weapon, the zombie staggered back repeatedly, and the crowd erupted in cheers. It appeared that no matter how formidable the zombie was, it could not rival Lin Jie. The enormous rock hammer in Lin Jie's hands whooshed through the air, and the zombie had no choice but to retreat. Its capabilities were no match for Lin Jie. Ah! The zombie screamed, channeling a powerful supernatural force into the sword of storm in its grasp. As lightning coiled around its surface, a tremendous energy was unleashed, and as the sword swung, a crescent-shaped blade of energy surged forward. Lin Jie was taken aback and hastily raised his rock hammer to block the impending strike. However, the formidable force of the sword energy struck the rocky surface, resulting in an array of lengthy fissures. My goodness, the power of this sword is truly overwhelming, emanating from a being of the divine realm. The atomic swordsman shook his head and remarked, "It is indeed a formidable adversary, Lin Jie. You must exercise utmost caution." At that moment, the rock hammer in Lin Jie's grasp shattered into countless fragments. Dreadful! The weapon's durability was insufficient to withstand the onslaught of a weapon from the divine realm. As numerous shards fell from his hands, he voiced, "Perhaps I require a weapon of even greater strength." Lin Jie shook his head and stated, but at this juncture, everyone exchanged glances, utterly at a loss. For the metallic implements they possessed were merely metal bats and knives. Upon encountering the magnetic zombies, they were all absorbed. They looked at one another, realizing that they had no viable weapons left. What shall we do now? We lack usable armaments. Even if we had them, they could not possibly rival the might of the storm sword. The crowd shook their heads in unison, expressing their dismay. Yet, Lin Jie was the most potent combatant among them. If he could not contend with this zombie, then all would be in peril. Once again, a massive sword energy was released, forming a crescent-shaped attack trajectory directed towards Lin Jie. "Lin Jie, be careful," Xiao Ming exclaimed, his heart racing in trepidation. Fortunately, Lin Jie was remarkably agile, swiftly dodging the attack. The immense sword energy left a gaping crater in the wall. The fact that the zombie could unleash such devastating energy was truly astonishing. The atomic swordsman exclaimed in disbelief. What is even more terrifying is that this zombie possesses boundless stamina, capable of continually invoking the energy from the storm sword. This incessant destruction is a most alarming prospect. "Lin Jie, you must remain vigilant and evade its strikes," urged the atomic swordsman, who was spectating the battle. "Fear not, I shall exercise caution." Lin Jie nodded. Understanding that defeating this zombie was not an insurmountable task, he merely required a weapon of tremendous power. Otherwise, the energy from the storm sword would prevent him from approaching the zombie. At that moment, an image of Tang Sung appeared in Lin Jie's mind, accompanied by a dialogue bubble. "Lin Stindi, I imagine that as you descend to vanquish demons and exorcise evil, you must find yourself lacking in suitable weaponry?" This revelation astonished Lin Jie. He never anticipated that his mind had transformed into a mobile screen. He was able to freely communicate with these celestial beings through the information in his mind and a virtual keyboard. Such technology is truly wondrous, far surpassing human advancements. Lin Jie exclaimed, and instantly began typing in his mind. "Lin Jie, indeed, Tang Sung, you are truly a timely savior. I am currently battling a monster that possesses the ability to control metal. No ordinary weapon is effective against it." Tang Sung, I see. There are indeed various monstrous entities in this world with terrifying powers, and their abilities can render many of our weapons ineffective. Lin Jie, yes. Encountering such a situation is quite troublesome. Do you have any exceptional weapons that cannot be manipulated by this creature's control over metal? Tang Sung, haha. You have asked the right person. My disciple, Sun Wukong, has been a Buddha for many years now. The Rui Jingu Bang has been lying and used. I believe that once one becomes a Buddha, there is no need for violence. How about I let you use this magical staff? Tang Sung, what do you think of this arrangement? Upon reading these words, Lin Jie's eyes sparkled with excitement. Heaven, this is the Rui Jingu Bang, the most formidable weapon of Sun Wukong. His heart raced with exhilaration as he thought to himself. However, is the Rui Jingu Bang also made of metal? Could it be affected by this monstrous ability to manipulate metal? Lin Jie typed with a hint of concern. If it is indeed composed of metal, I would have no means to wield such a divine artifact. He shook his head and spoke. Tang Sung sent a broad smile, assuring him that there was no need for concern. Although the Rui Jingu Bang is forged from metal, it is enveloped with a barrier that shields it from malevolent forces. Therefore, there is no need to worry about it being controlled. These words from Tang Sung filled Lin Jie with uncontainable joy. Excellent. This is the best outcome. Please send me the Rui Jingu Bang at once. Lin Jie typed excitedly in his mind. Soon, a progress bar appeared before him. When it filled completely, a dazzling golden object entered his ear. This familiar scenario instantly reminded Lin Jie of scenes from Journey to the West, as it appeared that the Rui Jingu Bang had entered his body, just like it did with Sun Wukong. But how will I extract it? Lin Jie questioned, touching his ear with curiosity. Suddenly, a golden light burst forth, rapidly expanding until he held a resplendent golden staff in his hand. As he swung the Rui Jingu Bang, the radiance emanating from it caused both people and zombies to shield their eyes and retreat several steps. What a powerful brilliance! Could this be a divine weapon in Lin Jie's grasp? The crowd was utterly astonished, their voices trembling with disbelief. Everyone was taken aback. Lin Jie was truly remarkable. In one moment, he exhibited an unexpected supernatural ability, and in the next, he wielded a formidable weapon. His powers resembled a treasure chest, dazzling all who beheld them. The zombie, upon catching sight of the golden staff in Lin Jie's hands, felt its eyes gleam with desire. Such exquisite metal surely belonged to him. The zombie's hands radiated an ominous glow as its fingers twisted and curled, attempting to seize control of the golden staff. However, to its dismay, despite its prolonged efforts, the staff remained utterly immovable in Lin Jie's grasp. Frustrated, its facial features contorted in rage, and its hands trembled incessantly. The crowd witnessed a deep crimson light emanating from its visage, clearly indicating that it was compressing its supernatural energy, pooling all its strength into its hands in a futile attempt to manipulate the weapon. Yet, regardless of its exertions, it was utterly impossible. The golden staff served as a shield against all malevolent forces. The zombie emitted a furious roar, baring its sharp fangs, but even this proved futile. All its energy had been expended, yet the staff remained steadfast and unyielding in Lin Jie's hands. Your efforts are in vain. You shall never wield this weapon, Lin Jie declared with a smirk, his confidence shining through. He swung the golden staff, producing a resonant whoosh. Do you covet this staff? Soon, it will come crashing down upon your head. At that moment, emboldened by the divine weapon he possessed, Lin Jie felt no fear of the zombie. Even with two formidable weapons at its disposal, it could not rival the power of his divine artifact. The zombie gritted its teeth and raised its storm sword high, launching a fierce strike towards Lin Jie. A tremendous energy surged from the sword, generating a blade of destructive force. Lin Jie, brandishing his golden staff, swiftly countered, producing a thunderous sound as countless sparks erupted from the staff's surface. To everyone's astonishment, Lin Jie managed to deflect the zombie's attack with this extraordinary weapon. The force of the rebound sent the zombie staggering back several paces, crashing heavily against the wall. Ah, now you've witnessed my prowess, Lin Jie exclaimed with a grin. Next, it's time to sever your head. Chapter 72. Restoration of Weapons. Lin Jie skillfully wielded his golden staff, a set of techniques flooding his mind. The onlookers gaped in astonishment, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and admiration directed at Lin Jie. Goodness, this staff technique is truly extraordinary. When did Lin Jie become a martial arts master? They exclaimed, their excitement palpable, especially among the girls who gazed at him with adoration. The zombies, witnessing this spectacle, were consumed by rage, emitting terrifying roars. With frantic gestures, deep crimson light radiated from their palms as they manipulated the multitude of metal shards strewn across the ground, levitating them into the air in an instant. The shards began to spin rapidly, each possessing sharp edges akin to knives, capable of slicing through anything. With so many shards, isn't Lin Jie in grave danger? Wu Yeye nervously covered her mouth and voiced her concern. Fear not. Lin Jie's mastery of the golden staff technique is unparalleled. That zombie cannot harm him. His companions reassured her excitedly, giving Lin Jie a thumbs up. The shards, like bullets, hurtled toward Lin Jie. He brandished his golden staff, deflecting each piece with precision. Upon striking the staff, the shards ignited a cascade of sparks, accompanied by the resounding clash of metal. The zombie unleashed dozens of shards. Even a single one could create a transparent hole upon impact. Yet, Lin Jie's execution of the golden staff technique was exquisite, with impenetrable defenses. Thus, every shard was thwarted, never touching his body. Ah! The zombie before him emitted a fearsome roar, utterly astonished by Lin Jie's remarkable abilities. Your shards may possess the explosive power of bullets. Lin Jie smirked, yet they are not as resilient as the golden staff in my grasp. The zombie swung its storm sword, unleashing countless bolts of lightning that crackled along the blade's surface, aimed directly at Lin Jie. Lin Jie, be cautious. This foe is exceedingly troublesome. The storm sword wields immense power. Atomic Swordsman shouted, a note of urgency in his voice. Whatever you do, don't confront his storm sword head-on. Having wielded this sword for an extended period, he understood its destructive capacity better than anyone, hence his concern for Lin Jie. No need to worry. Lin Jie reassured them confidently. Lin Jie smiled and spoke, then swung the golden cudgel in his hand. The two weapons collided, producing an exceptionally loud sound. The ground around them began to tremble violently, causing the onlookers to retreat several steps in fright. They had not anticipated such formidable power. The atomic swordsman was taken aback, exclaiming in astonishment. The zombie was also pushed back by the force, staggering a few steps, while the storm sword in its grasp began to wobble precariously. To the astonished gaze of the crowd, the surface of the long sword began to manifest glowing cracks that spread rapidly. Suddenly, this seemingly indestructible storm sword shattered into countless fragments, scattering across the ground. My heavens! How could this happen? The atomic swordsman exclaimed in disbelief. This weapon was forged from the Dying Star, crafted in the divine realm, yet it was shattered. A smile crept upon Lin Jie's lips. No matter how divine the weapon, it could not compare to the might of Sun Wukong's golden cudgel. It was simply impossible. Enraged, the zombie lunged once more at Lin Jie, baring its teeth in an attempt to bite him. Do you believe that with your steel armor, I would be powerless against you? Lin Jie retorted, a smirk on his face as he nonchalantly swung the golden cudgel towards the zombie's head with great force. A crisp sound rang out, and many assumed the steel armor to be incredibly sturdy, capable of withstanding the blow. However, to their astonishment, cracks swiftly spread across the armor's surface like a spider's web. In an instant, the armor disintegrated into countless fragments, littering the ground. Incredible! With just one strike, he shattered the armor. The crowd gasped in disbelief. The zombie was caught off guard, its protective armor completely dismantled, letting out a series of roars. The zombie stumbled back several steps, now devoid of any metallic defense. Lin Jie smiled, having long awaited this moment. He quickly swung the golden cudgel again, approaching the zombie's body. In a flash of golden light, a sharp sound echoed as the zombie's head rolled to the ground. A wave of cheers erupted from the crowd. Bravo! Spectacular! Well done! They exclaimed, filled with excitement. As they watched the fearsome zombie collapse, a collective sigh of relief washed over them. Yet, the two Doomsday heroes felt differently, mourning the loss of their longtime battle weapon, now gone in an instant. Their sorrow was a sentiment few could truly understand. Just as they stood in bewilderment, Lin Jie appeared before them with a cheerful grin. Are you disheartened by the damage to your weapons? For it signifies the loss of your abilities? Lin Jie remarked with a smile. In the astonished gazes of the two, he retrieved a long needle from his pocket. Fear not. I possess the means to restore your weapons. What? Lin Jie, is that truly so? They exchanged glances, their faces instantly illuminated with excitement. But how can you possibly repair them? Inquired the Steel Knight. Our weapons have been reduced to countless fragments. It seems nearly impossible to mend them. All I require is this, Lin Jie said, a smile gracing his lips as he waved the long needle. Can this really restore our weapons? The atomic swordsman found the notion astonishing and somewhat incredulous. You can certainly trust me, there is no doubt about it, Lin Jie assured, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. After all, this was a treasure from the celestial realm, beyond the comprehension of mere mortals. Lin Jie had no intention of explaining the needle's miraculous properties to the two apocalyptic heroes. They would soon discover its wonders for themselves. He approached the scattered weapon fragments on the ground, initially focusing on the pieces of armor belonging to the Steel Knight. Crouching down, he inserted the needle into one of the fragments. To the astonishment of all present, the fragments began to tremble vigorously, enveloped in a brilliant white lightning. This is truly remarkable. I sensed the armor fragments awakening, as if they desire to unite. The Steel Knight exclaimed, excitement evident in his voice. Everyone wore expressions of disbelief. They had never witnessed such a phenomenon before. Before their amazed eyes, the fragments rapidly congregated, ultimately forming a complete suit of steel armor upon the ground. Good heavens! I previously knew your divine needle could heal, but I never imagined it possessed the ability to restore treasures as well, the Steel Knight exclaimed, eagerly approaching his newly reformed armor. This is astonishing. There isn't a single crack. It appears entirely new, he said, his voice brimming with wonder. Put on your armor and see how it fits, Lin Jie suggested with a smile, delighted to see his companion so pleased with the restoration. But the sword in my hand is a divine artifact forged from the Dying Star. Surely, it cannot be repaired. The atomic swordsman expressed his concerns, stating that according to legend, it takes a dwarf to forge such an extraordinary artifact. He lamented that if he were to restore this magnificent weapon, it would indeed require the expertise of a dwarf. Gazing sorrowfully at the shattered pieces of his divine sword scattered upon the ground, he voiced his distress. Rest assured, you need not worry. I shall take care of everything. No challenge is insurmountable, Lin Jie declared with a reassuring smile, patting his chest. With Lin Jie's unwavering assurance, the atomic swordsman nodded in response. Very well, if that is the case, the return of my sword now rests in your hands, he remarked.